Hello, hello. It is time for Tina's RPG show, I guess. That's me. I'm Tina. I'm the one what has an RPG show, I guess. This one's going to be really fun. This one's going to be really, really good. I hope you're all ready for a very, very cozy run. Super fun. And this one is a little bit special. This is a real long run. And because of that, and super big thanks to Amber, who you almost certainly know them from Passion Project. We're going to be we're going to have to hand off not only people behind the scenes, but people in front of the scenes. It's going to be great. So before we get into that, I've got a couple of announcements for you, and then it's time for speedrunning after that. Frost Fatales 2023 prize submissions are open now through February 20th. Go to gamesdonequick.com for more info or use !prizes in Twitch chat to submit your prizes. Unapologetically Black and Fast is coming up February 11th through the 12th. Celebrate Black excellence and speedrunning coming up next month. Use !UBAF, that's Unapologetically Black and Fast, in Twitch chat for more info on that one. If you want to follow Games Done Quick and find out what we're up to, use !links in Twitch chat for all things GDQ. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and all bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support Games Done Quick with GDQ 2023 costs, including hotel cancellation costs. Consider subscribing, cheering. Thank you all for supporting Games Done Quick. It's super great that we're able to do this, and it's super great everything that GDQ does. If you're watching this on YouTube, be sure to press the like button on this video, subscribe to the channel, and then head on over to twitch.tv/gamesdonequick if you're interested in watching our live content. Weeknights, we tend to start at 7 p.m. Eastern, and on weekends, 1 p.m. Eastern. Sunday, that's tomorrow, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, is a special showcase of Devil May Cry speedruns for the Devil May Cry 2 anniversary. And finally, because it was on the original notes that I was given, make sure that you show up right now, right this minute, for Skies of Arcadia. Hey, Paige, I'm going to pass it over to you. Tell us about the speedrun. Tell us about you. We're looking forward to this.
Hi, everyone. My name is PageCartoons, player extraordinaire and speedrunner of the game you're looking at right now. I'm relatively new to this particular speedrun, but with such a wonderful community who I'm going to hand you over to in a moment. It's been an incredible joy to just play through this game as quickly as possibly can. It's a 12-hour long RTA any % run. So grab yourself a drink, put your feet up. It's going to be nice and cozy. We're going to be handing off to 3 other runners throughout this entire run today. And because I'm incredibly nervous, I can't remember everybody's name, which is absolutely fantastic. So if you just give me a moment, I can get everyone's names up. Yep, I'll be handing over to Maria Naharis, who will be handing over to Chronoon, who will be handing over to DemonSmallZ throughout the 12 hours we're going to be going through today. I am joined also by 7th Armstrong and Jaegermoth at the moment. And later on, we will also be joined by Arcadia legend and Crispy Tater for commentating. So if we would like to hand over to Armstrong and Jaeger, how you guys doing?
Hello. Hello, good morning. Both of us just kind of waiting until the other talks. Alrighty.
Yeah.
Alrighty. 7th Armstrong, what do you know about the game? I'm just gonna do that.
Oh, way too much. Way too much. I've been helping route this game for I don't know, 4 or 5 years. I don't even know how long it's been at this point. Just constantly trying to find time saves and little things so we can save seconds on this really, really long speedrun, which is insane to think about. And you'll get to meet one of the other routers, Arcadia Legend, later on in the show. He's also been routing it for just as long as I have, if not longer.
Yeah,
I'll be following her notes for this.
Yeah, sorry.
No, sorry,
I can confirm it's been fascinating to just kind of watch them more or less on the sideline. I'm more of an enthusiast of the game for Skies of Arcadia. I just really like the game. I don't know nearly as much as the others. I have done a quote-unquote speedrun of this game quite a long time ago at this point, which was 18 hours and some change or something. So Yeah, I'm not particularly good at it, but I just really like it, and well, I hope I can contribute with something with commentary. We'll see.
Yeah, and that just goes to show how far we've gotten this game down. Way back when you ran it, like I think the average was like 16-ish hours, and now we're down to like 10 hours and 45 minutes for the world
Yeah.
record.
It
It's
is a
pretty crazy.
very big time save comparing the two. I think we've recently had a tool-assisted speedrun of this that got it down to 9.5,
Yeah,
which is quite impressive.
which is insane to think about as well.
Yeah.
All right, I think we
I
could
think we're
almost
good
start.
to go, aren't we? So you want me to do a countdown and then we get going?
Yes, indeed. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Get yourselves a drink, put your feet up. We're going to be here for a while. Please start the timer in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now.
Good luck.
I will be punching buttons on my controller to skip through all the dialogue. There is no cutscene skip. So, if you're a fast reader, you'll understand what's going on. Mysterious girl. Ooh.
So maybe from my perspective about the game in general, one thing I personally always like to say is this game is kind of a little bit slow for its own good in terms of just kind of gameplay. However, if you actually just kind of look at the story beats and what is happening time after time, there is basically no empty space, if you will. There is so much to this game, and I just kind of find it always to be kind of a fascinating juxtaposition where the gameplay itself, it's a little bit slow, but at the same time, honestly, I just love the setting and overall, I don't know how to put it, it's just great. I really like this. So I wonder, what is the first thing that we're going to be looking for gameplay? Like, this is a JRPG, which means it is going to be turn-based. And is there like some good RNG that can happen at the beginning of the game? What are we looking at?
My favorite RNG thing to happen at the very start of the game is the 1 in 10,000 chance of getting 2 items called an Electribox. Now, the Electribox is a very good item because it helps you take out the boss in 2 turns in this area. The very first boss will die to an Electribox if it's hit by it twice. So if you get 2 of them, you can take out in 1 turn. The only person to have been able to pull that off to memory in the community is me. So that's my whole to claim. Fame to claim there.
We've had many runners that have gotten 1 box, but never 2 until Paige rolled up and was like, hey, I want to speedrun this game. Oh, 2 boxes, very shiny. What these do?
Pretty much, yeah. Oh, my nerves are kicking me. Okay, yep. There we go. Excellent start. So what we've done here, we can change the element of our weapons to help us learn spells, because the experience for magic in this depends on what color your weapon is. And what we want to do is learn fire magic right off the bat. That will help us get through the first boss if we don't get any electric boxes.
Which, well, the probability isn't that great to get them to begin with. Yeah,
No
I
box.
do think there is elemental advantage and disadvantage in terms of the attack damage, but yeah, the weapon color, right in this case for fire, is mostly just for learning spells. And every character contributes a little bit to the magic they learn for their individual color. I believe both for themselves and for their allies. I'm not entirely sure how that works.
I'm not 100% certain, but I think whoever's got the magic the color equipped gets double the experience, while everyone else in the party gets 1 point.
Yep. So if Fies has a red sword, then he will get 2 red magic XP, and he will give everyone else in the party 1 red magic XP. So then if Aika also has red, then she'll do the exact same thing, which means they both get 3, because they both gave each other 1.
So if everybody's on the same color, you get a massive bonus to your color experience, which will come in handy for later on when you're trying to learn Riselem.
So maybe real quick, general story about this game here at this stage is we are introduced to these two characters, Vice, the guy in blue, and Aika, the lady in, well, with the pigtails. What do you call these things? I don't know. She has
Pigtails.
fancy hair. Either way.
Scarecrow hair.
Yeah. Basically, these two are kind of boarding a ship of, well, let's say the Empire, the big bad guys. Is not going to be much of a secret anytime soon, I guess. And effectively, they're just boarding the ship. They are about to try and get stuff. They're air pirates, and they are trying to see what they can snatch. And they just happen to be boarding a ship that, well, just recently shut down that mysterious other ship, which, by the way, the entire setting is just all the way in the air. It's like airships.
Yep.
It's kind of
Oh,
a fascinating
good.
world.
Yay.
Floating islands, airships.
Yeah, I just love the setting. And, well, they are going to encounter each other, and this Alfonso guy is kind of, let's put it this way, most unpleasant in many ways. I hope, well, we can beat him up at some point. That would be great. But that might not happen until quite a bit later.
Much later, yeah.
Alrighty, how does the magic system work in this game? Because I remember it being a little bit odd, I guess you could say, where each character has, I think, just like 1 or 2 or 3 magic points they can spend, and each spell just costs 1, I think.
Yep. So it's very similar to Dungeons and Dragons system, where it's like you have maybe 2, 3, 4 spell casts before your next rest, like until you sleep, or you use an item to get your magic points back. So you can only cast a set amount of spells in between each rest in the speedrun per character, which becomes very tricky to manage in a little bit, especially when you're trying to heal everyone with healing magic. But in battle, what it will be like is you'll use 1 magic point, but then you'll have this big bar at the top called the spirit bar, which you can see here in this next battle coming up. And each spell also has a cost of spirit. Now, spirit is like morale for your team. So you're like raising the morale of your party, raising the spirit. And as you're like doing better in battle, you can do more moves, and you'll see some moves later on called super moves on top of magic spells, which also cost the spirit bar, but they don't cost a magic point. So there's all sorts of different things to look forward to.
Indeed. And I think we are encountering the first boss here. Didn't quite get any boxes, I don't think, unless I
No,
missed it.
unfortunately not.
But we did get a nice safety healing item from one of the soldiers.
Yes, we did. Got an extra Sacred Crystal, which will be useful for a bit of extra safety.
Sacred crystals are basically healing crystals. Sacred, or is green magic, is for healing magic. And Pyre is for fire magic. It's just hitting all enemies, I believe in this case, on the screen with fire. You might also see characters just walk around in combat. You cannot, I don't think you can really control on how or where they walk exactly. And sometimes positioning is a little bit important, where multiple characters can get hit by certain moves if they just happen to stand close enough to each other, and an enemy does like a local area of effect or something.
I'm going to do a safety heal on Aika because I don't want us to die this early in the game, especially in front of all you wonderful people.
Yeah, and you got a crit, so you can afford it.
Yes.
But yeah, positioning is like one of the hardest things to do for routing land battles in this game. There's a very like small thing you can do to move people around, where it's like if you're doing an offensive thing versus a defensive thing, the character will move forward if they're melee and backwards if they're melee for like offense and defense. So you can kind of position people around, which is really important because a lot of bosses have like super big line attacks where they'll shoot in a line and hit multiple people. So getting people broken up and then attacking is often something we try to do, especially in a dungeon in this first segment called Catacombs.
Yeah, we like catacombs.
I mean, every game or RPG needs catacombs, right? That's how it works.
True.
And I think we just got a moonberry from that encounter. What do they do?
Moonberries are very important because these are items you feed to your characters that learn super moves. We'll be doing that later with Acre.
Super moves are very important to the speedrun. Not only do they not cost a magic point to do massive amounts of damage, but we can also skip the animation for it, which is very important when trying to go fast.
Yes, it's the only animation you can skip. You can't skip the enemy's special attacks, you can only skip your own. Alright, so something important coming up here. Vice is supposed to be this charismatic, excellent leader. We're going to do the opposite. That's a strange name, Fina. Your name is weird.
Yeah, it's really funny. Like, the game really wants you to be like this charismatic captain of a ship. And for the speedrun, we're like, you know what? No, we're going to go the other route and make Vise as cowardly as possible. Because we're trying to get him to a point where if you go into like the menu for a moment, he'll have a title. So you start with a thing called Vise the Unimpressive because nobody knows you. And what we're trying to do is lower that title to make it say Vise the Coward. So people know Vise as a coward. And now these titles actually give you bonus stats, which a lot of people don't know. And the one for coward makes it so you get a little bit less encounters, and it makes it a little bit easier to run away from things, which is very important for the speedrun.
And
but later on...
Sorry. My favorite part about this game is discoveries. Dotted around the overworld are locations that you can discover by checking your compass to see if it spins and just interacting with it. And you can sell these discoveries to get money. I just like the fact that they're there to begin with. It's just nice to go about and explore the world. It gives you good incentive. Oh dear, this is bad. And it's just him? It's not worth it. Okay. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No worries. I was just going to say, we bring it down from Vise the Unimpressive to Vise the Coward, because the first two dungeons are quite heavy in encounters. So it helps us get through them by giving us a better run chance. But then about midway through the game, we need the exact opposite. We need Vise to be extremely charismatic so that we can use special moves later on. Because some special moves you can't use without people liking you.
Yeah, we had no idea for a long time, but that was tied to as to why it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. It's kind of interesting.
I learned that hard way during one of the runs I had recently. Yeah, I could not use this big special move to take out the big turtle. It was a bad time. I'm being very
I don't see the problem. I do that all the time.
I'm deliberately being vague so that people who haven't seen the game gets to see what I'm talking about later.
Yeah, trying to do the same.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, this is basically a full story playthrough because there's not a whole lot of story you can read, as you said. Skip. That's what I meant. As you said, basically, if you're a fast reader, you could just literally watch the entire story. It's a good story, at least in my opinion.
It is a fantastic story.
Yeah. Like, all the characters are really memorable. They are very colorful too. It's just a wonderful setting in my book. Alrighty. Speaking of setting, we are coming back home. Let's put it this way. This is where Vice and Aika are home. They are just kind of bringing Fina to their place. And it is kind of a hidden pirate base.
Yeah, the name of the pirate island is officially Pirate Island. Very inconspicuous. Definitely no pirates here. But to the world, if you look at if you read the little plate at the beginning of the island on the top side, it'll actually say Windmill Island. So on the world's maps, people don't know.
We're the only people who call it by its real name.
But yeah, you can get a nice feel for the setting now with just all these flying ships and floating islands. But some floating islands aren't exactly floating islands. Some are secret bases. And you'll see a lot of that. Much mysterious things happening in this world. What else could be happening?
Yes, it's all very pretty. I'm running the game. Can we speed this up, please, cutscene?
Yeah. There's a lot of dialogue to mash through this game. Like, one of the important skills for running this game is learning how to mash the dialogue, because it's not as simple as just mashing the A button either.
No.
Because it turns out swapping between the B and A buttons actually makes the text go faster. Because the B button will make the text appear and the A button will skip the text. So instead of pushing A twice, you just kind of either slide your thumb like some people do, or you use two thumbs to just make it go really quick.
That's pretty much what I've
Which
been doing.
saves a decent amount of time throughout the whole run, considering there's like thousands and thousands of text boxes we have to skip through. So it is a surprisingly useful skill for such a long run.
Indeed. One thing that I actually think, just kind of historically from a speedrunning perspective, I personally find to be interesting is in the olden days of speedrunning, when it basically was just in its infancy, a lot of games, or even just kind of the idea of what a speedrun is, was quite weird or not developed yet, I guess you could say. And one of the things I remember is just kind of a lot of the people, or just a general opinion to be that, well, you can't speedrun this, it's not particularly fast. Like, the idea was in a sense that you can speedrun Super Mario games because you can just run and jump really quickly. But RPGs, it was, well, didn't really come up for quite a while. And especially for a game like Skies of Arcadia that is particularly long, as well as not the fastest in terms of just kind of gameplay. Like, it's not a high-octane action game, at least not with the gameplay part, although the cutscenes and the story will kind of tell you otherwise afterwards. But yeah, it's kind of intriguing to me personally that there is so many little techniques where you just need to optimize, or will want to optimize. I guess you don't technically have to, but if you want to finish the game in under 16 hours, you probably want to at least adopt some of these techniques.
Yeah. One of the ones we didn't really talk about is, I don't think we have a proper term for it, but it's kind of like input storage or input queuing, where when you're in a battle and you have the menu, as long as you push the inputs you want in the right order, you don't exactly need to see the menu to do things. I know we saw it in like the first 3 battles, but we didn't talk about it too much. But where it's just like he was mashing A, and just all of a sudden the characters are doing what they were supposed to be doing. Just attacking at their own pace.
As long as you know what you're doing, it'll do it.
What was that, Yaga?
I actually didn't even know that. Like, that was just kind of, oh, that's new information to me. I didn't realize you could buffer that. That's neat.
Yeah.
I didn't even know it had a name.
It gets really hard when you have to like use an item and stuff. But it's really funny if you know, like, oh, I just need to defend with the next 2 people. So it's like you menu through an item, and then you just up A, and the turn's done. And you just like flies through the other characters.
You do a little bit of item manipulation as well, as far as where it is in the menu. It's kind of weird to explain because the game keeps in mind what item was where until it runs out, and then that slot is empty, ready for the new item you get. So, for example, if I've got like Sacred Crystals on the top section, but I don't want Sacred Crystals there, let's say I want a Crystallis box or something, I sell all the Sacred Crystals, and then immediately buy Crystallis crystal boxes. They'll show up in the top slot, regardless of what else is in your menu. I think I've explained it the best way I could. I don't know.
Yeah. Inventory management is super useful for this game, especially when you know you're going to be using an item very often, like he just described with the Crystallis boxes. Mm-hmm. Making sure that they're at the top of your list will save you inputs on every fight going there forward. And saving inputs saves a lot of time in this game.
I'm not going to be doing my best to make sure that Crystallis boxes are on the top slot for safety because I like the healing items better.
Yeah.
But if it does come to it, we might end up with Crystallis boxes on the top slot. It's all down to it's a JRPG. It's all random. We don't know.
Yep. And that's been the other challenge of routing this game. It's just having backup strats on backup strats. Because when you make a route for a JRPG, your route is more of like a guideline. It'll work like maybe 70% of the time, and then you have to make a change because the game just said, you know what, maybe this option instead of the one we wanted, and you just gotta make do. But yeah, the inventory also has a bit of a peculiar function where it will do this reordering of items even in battle if you like run out of items.
Mm-hmm.
So it can be very hard to manage just doing the right inputs. Especially like mid-game when you have like tons of items in your inventory because you need them for all sorts of different places. Yo, you got the ladder on the first try. I'm so impressed. That ladder coming down out of Vice's room is infamous for being extremely hard to click on.
It's kind of a pain in the butt. Much like the ladder on Alfonso's ship. I find that's a difficult one to get hold of first time. There we go. Delta Shield. Okay. We're about to go off to our first proper dungeon, although technically Alfonso's ship is a dungeon. It's more of a tutorial, really.
I see. You just unlocked some of my favorite moves in the game where I don't know why, but personally, Alpha Storm is probably my favorite ability in the game just because both the visuals and just kind of the soundscape, like the sound design of this game is really nice as well. So it just kind of feels really good to use it, I guess. I don't know, might just be me. But yeah, maybe to catch up on the story real quick if we have time. The short version is they basically attacked a Imperial ship where they got some, well, treasures and other stuff, as well as Fina, the lady that just kind of came from a mysterious place, let's put it this way. And they took her home to Pirate Island.
Yeah, I'll do that next area.
And while they were basically just kind of relaxing and chilling at their home place, they saw a star fall to Shrine Island, I believe it's called. Yep. And, well, they are going to try and see what that thing is about, because I believe that is kind of like one of those energy sources that just happens to be, well, falling occasionally, and there's a gigantic hole in the temple now where there's water flooding in and streaming in, so good luck in getting that thing out.
I'm sure it'll be fine. Nothing dangerous
Save.
about this place. Oh, yeah, shaving. I should have done that. Whoops. I'm here now.
Okay.
Safety. Sorry, I've gone into full run mode. I'm just doing.
Yeah, that's understandable.
If I die, then whoops. You know what? Now that I've said that, I'm going to go back out and save. Sorry, guys.
That's fine.
Yeah, getting through the game is the most important part.
Yep. If this was a regular run, well, we wouldn't bother saving until very near the end, or perhaps a little bit early to try and get a particular merchant to show up. But for the sake of this, for the run here today, we are going to be saving quite a fair bit.
Yeah, and for those that don't know Skies of Arcadia very well, the game can be a bit relentless at some times, which is why for marathons we like to save decently
Yes.
often, especially near the beginning, because there's this little interaction you can get when an encounter starts where you can get a bonus or you could not get a bonus. It could be absolutely terrible. The thing is called First Strike, and you can first strike the enemies, which means you get a free turn, but the enemies can also first strike you and you lose a turn. And especially in this dungeon, if the enemies first strike you, there is a chance that both characters can be put to sleep and the run is over.
That just sounds rude.
Yeah, these
Because
snake
you'll
fellas.
never get a turn again.
Yeah, these snake fellas have a very high chance to put you to sleep if they do a regular attack on you. So you want them gone immediately. Because if they do...
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you carry on.
Okay, I wonder, how does like turn order work in this game? Because it's one of those things where I played through the game multiple times and I'm still not really sure. Like, are there characters that are faster than others? Like, how much of a random element is there to this?
So you know how there's like a damage range to your attacks, where it's like you'll do, like, say your character has like 300 attack, but then your character seems to do like 275 to 325 damage. Well, quickness kind of works in the same way. So if your character has like 100 quick, for that turn, they might have like 75 quick or 125 quick. There's also like a little bit of range around it. So generally, some characters have more quickness than others. Some enemies have more quickness than others. And to guarantee someone goes first, you're just trying to raise that minimum value above an enemy's maximum value of quickness, if that makes sense.
All right, that makes sense.
So later in the run, we'll get some like quickness items to help with some of the later bosses, because those bosses can be fast.
There's actually a little bit of safety strat just before we reached Shrine Island that I did, was to actually take on an encounter that I would normally run from, just to get up to level 4 in order to get that quickness that we needed to outspeed the snake boys.
Yes.
Because otherwise we would be in Sleepy Town right now.
I mean, it is a cozy stream, but maybe it shouldn't be
Not that cozy, no.
Especially if you get eaten by snakes while sleeping.
No, that's a terrible time. That's the wrong kind of sleeping bag.
But yeah, I think you pick up more healing items and various other safeties. Are these... So how much of this road currently, I wonder, is like safety items because, well, they're not too far out of the way and you want to get them? And how much is it that's just kind of more or less what you need because damage is unavoidable because it's a turn-based RPG?
Well, the 3 healing crystals I got on Windmill Island, that's a safety strat. Normally we'd ignore those because it's quicker to ignore them. And the 2 Psychic Crystals I got here as well, that's also a safety strap. Because again, you have to run there and run back again. And there's also normally you would get Delta Shield for Acre until much later on in the game with the new notes that we run. I've got it early because it's good for safety against certain spells that could instantly kill you. So we will be getting a Moonberry here just to counter the fact that I learned that early. So I'm hugging the wall here because there is a forced encounter there, which I got by accident. Great.
Yeah,
I was really hoping to skip this.
Yeah, this is like one of the very few skips in the game where the encounter trigger is just slightly too small for the platform, so you can barely squeak around it, but it's not the easiest to get by.
If I just hugged the wall a little bit longer, I would have been fine. But unfortunately not.
I mean, you got to run away
nice.
first try, so that's pretty good too.
Yeah. I can't use any more spells because I don't have enough magic droplets to heal my spell slots, and I still need to learn Crystali, so I'm having to do this manually. Why aren't you dead? That's rude. Okay, RNG is not my friend today. And Athletic. Yep, that's what we didn't want.
Yeah, you can see how dangerous this dungeon can get if we're not one-shotting everything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, nap time.
This Looper is not scared of me. So Loopers have a very high evasion rate, so just doing a regular attack isn't going to cut it, so just smack it with something that's going to guarantee a hit, even if it seems a bit overkill.
That wasn't so bad.
Which I believe if you use your special attack, it basically is a guaranteed hit.
Which I skipped the animation for. Nobody gets to see a cool animation today, I'm sorry.
Oh. I hope
Maybe
we
if
get to
you
see
could.
it at least once sometime.
Maybe if you could. We might see a Pirate's Wrath later on somebody else's segment.
Nice.
There we go. We got the 2 magics we needed for the boss.
Oh, they both landed? I wasn't paying attention. I really should do, I'm running.
That's
That
alright.
spell is super helpful for this boss. And before we left the island, Vize's dad was just casually like, "Oh, here, by the way, this purple magic, pretty strong. You should learn it." Intent.
Yep. Big hint.
Because purple magic is the only magic that does single target damage. So it's very, very high damage for bosses.
So here's the Moonberry that we have to go out of our way to grab because I learned Delta Shield early. And then we can run along.
I
There.
believe Delta Shield prevents like spells from hitting or
Yes.
abilities.
Delta Shield prevents the enemy from casting magic on you.
Retreat!
And considering there are regular encounters that can cast death magic, you kind of want that. And those enemies show up quite early in the run.
Yeah.
I had a practice run running up to this hotfix, and I died because a random encounter cast Eternity on me. And it was game over. So that went well.
Well, that's fine. You got the bad luck out of the way already now.
Touch wood.
But yeah, Delta Shield might sound pretty overpowered with its, no enemies can hit me with magic, but it's actually a double-edged sword because it prevents all magic, which means you can't use any buffs on your characters with magic either.
Yep.
So you have to use it at a good time.
It doesn't stop items though.
True.
So you can still
'Cause
use,
item magic is not magic? Question mark.
despite having the same animation. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah. It's maybe an interesting point. Earlier we were talking about electric boxes, I think. Boxes are basically, well, magic boxes. They kind of cast magic, but I believe the damage formula is completely separate from the character stats. Or something like
Yes, that is correct. Usually it will look at your willpower stat for casting magic. But when you use a box, the magic box has its own like built-in willpower. I like to think of it lore-wise as the person who, or the like magic person that made the box. Their willpower is in the box because
like
they
that.
cast the spell in the box.
I like that, yeah.
I mean, makes sense.
I like that headcanon. Having said that, though, there are some stats that do affect the boxes. Like, for example, you've got a box that could put something to sleep. Acre's stats make it so that it actually puts them to sleep with a higher chance rather than, let's say, Vice's. I'm not sure which stat that is, though. Because everyone else knows this game better than me. Why I'm going first is beyond me. Hi, everyone.
Alright, welcome to the next boss. What is this thing?
This is a Sentinel. An ancient defense mechanism. We don't know why it's here. It's defending something, and we're going to freeze it to death.
That sounds kind of mean. So what can it do to you? Like, what are the things to look out for, and how much randomness is to do it, or is it a set pattern?
Well, this guy has a big tell before it does a big attack. It searches for a target, which tells you it's about to fire its blaster, which does a lot of damage. Normally in a casual, that's time for you to guard, but sometimes it decides not to do it, like it just did there, which is nice of it, I suppose.
That's rare.
Yeah. But yeah,
So usually after it does a target search, it has like an 80-90% chance to shoot a giant laser at you. And then like a small 10% chance to just punch you in the face.
So we were lucky in just to get a punch in the face there. This time we might not be so lucky. It may do a blaster. Vice can take 2 to the face at full health, but Aika can only take 1, so if Aika gets hit by it, we will heal her to make sure she doesn't die. I just realized I haven't switched out my colors, so I should do that at my earliest opportunity.
Yep. The nice thing for learning magic in this game is it doesn't exactly matter what color you're using in the battle as much as it matters what color you end the battle with to get the magic experience. So it's not so much I hit this enemy with this color as much as it is, okay, well, I had this when the thing died, so I'm good.
So Vice is out of magic points, so he's useless at this point. So I just hit her with Alpha Storms, which I can skip faster than the magic. And there we go.
Easy. First boss down, or second, I guess?
Second boss, yes.
Sure.
We win.
Alrighty, and your reward is a crystal. Moonstone crystal, I think.
Big old moonstone.
And what do you do with it?
Nothing. It was just a doohickey to get you off the island.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a meme around this item in particular. You can pick up this giant moonstone, this raw moonstone, which in this world, like moonberries give you super special powers, and moonstones are like used to fuel engines and flying ships and make all sorts of machinery, etc. But this one we just kind of have in our inventory for all the run.
Yeah,
Because we don't ever get a chance to use it.
it's a key item which does absolutely nothing for the story other than get you off the island for this to happen. So, yeah, thanks. skies.
Later on, we'll see things like moonstone fuel, and that will get used on the ship.
Mm-hmm.
But this one, nah.
Don't even get
Fine.
an opportunity to make it into regular moonstone. It's just raw forever.
Well, maybe you need to cook
but-
it first.
Maybe.
Yeah, it does say raw moonstone.
I mean, how do you like your moonstone? Medium? Well done? Suddenly this is Goron Village. Welcome to the Ocarina of Time speedrun.
Ocarina of Time, Sky Pirate Edition.
There's a lot more fire there too now, so Gorons like fire, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, as you can see in the story, the home village of Weisendaika just got attacked because the Imperial army somehow managed to track them down to their home. And, well, that might not be the most pleasant space for them to be in. So I'm not going to spoil the story entirely, but you might be able to tell that this is not the greatest thing. But also, I would like to real quick just kind of ask, how does like the world map or world travel works? Like, why can't you just go anywhere, or can you just go anywhere? What do we do with the ship?
We can go anywhere very later on in the game, but at the moment you can't fly very high or very low, and you can't go through certain walls of wind or stone reefs until you get a better ship. So we're very limited as to where we can go at the moment, but later on, the sky will be our oyster. We can go literally everywhere.
Indeed.
It'll be a good time.
Yeah, also, it's kind of, for me personally, one of my favorite aspects about the game, where initially, like, even if you just look at the entire world map, there's like an in-game map. It just shows you, well, more or less everything there is, because everything you can go to and get to is a little bit limited. You know that, okay, you can somewhat see something beyond a certain walls, but there's actually even more to it afterwards, and even more to it afterwards. At least that's kind of how it felt to me. This just keeps being more, it felt like. It's
The
great.
in-game map does get bigger as the game goes, which is a
Yes.
nice feature.
Yeah, it
So
basically
at the-
doesn't spoil it. It's great.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
The whole
it very
game's
much
theme is-
promotes exploration as well. Because
Sadly, yeah.
even when the map gets bigger, you don't know what's on the map. You have to actually go there to figure out and like chart the map yourself.
It's one of my favorite parts of this game, just simply exploring and discovering everything. And later on, it does do something very unique for a JRPG for this era, where there's just so much more extra customization you can do. I don't want to spoil it because it's so I love it. If you can play this game yourself, please do. That's all I'm saying.
Well, and as you can see, story-wise, Vice's dad and basically most of the crew members just kind of got, I would say, taken hostage, or kidnapped. Kind of depends on your point of view, I guess, but either way, they're not in a good spot right there. And, well, we probably have to do something about that. So there's not a whole lot of people that could do something about it, but just so happens that our two protagonists here, well, they're going to set out and try to rescue them. That is our current mission.
Although when we were given the option, we did say, there's nothing we can do, Aker. With just two people, what can we do? We're giving up. That's right, we're giving up.
Ah, yes.
We need to keep our cowardless high so we can run away from fights a bit better.
Indeed. Later on, I believe you do have access to some items that make running away easier or even guaranteed, but initially, that is literally the only way to improve your chance of running. Is there like a number to how likely it is to run from encounters, or is it based on enemies or something?
It's based on your level, Vize's level specifically. So running away from encounters gets very complicated very fast. It's kind of like based on each team captain. So Vize would be the team captain for your group, and then whichever enemies in the first slot is kind of the captain for the next group. And it's based on whatever the enemy's level is and what Vize's level is.
Or which ship I was in. I was trying to do something that we do much later. Whoops.
So generally being a higher level than enemies helps you run away from things. And having a lower title helps you run away from things. Because like if you get the very lowest title, you can just like run away from everything.
I think it's what called Vice the Ninny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great title for the world to know you as.
I've never seen it. To be fair, I didn't know Vice the Coward even existed until I started running.
Yeah, same here.
But later on, we will get an item that gives us a 100% runaway chance, which just like carries us through the rest of the run.
Yep. At that point, we can actually start taking the correct choices, and Vice can suddenly, get a grip and go, oh, wait, I'm a captain. Right.
What are we gonna do? I don't know.
Exactly.
We're getting eaten by a big whale. Or something.
My
This is where
favorite
we meet.
dialogue there is actually like one of the first ones where Vize is like, all right, yeah, don't worry, I can handle this. I'll just use 10,000 Cutlass Furies. It's like the game knows its own super moves. It's really funny. They're like
That's
super
when you choose
canon
to
in the
attack
lore.
it, right? Love it. This is Drachma. He's grouchy. He lost his arm. And we love him.
Man with
He's an old-
artificial arm.
Mm.
He's great.
Aye, aye.
But yeah, they got surprised by a storm and a whale just kind of nuking their ship, but thankfully they didn't actually fall into the void below, which that's an entirely thing down there, which is just as a concept, world building wise, really fascinating to me. But they were rescued by this guy, Drachma, and well, what does Vice have to do? He has to lift up boxes. I hope they're hollow, otherwise his back is probably not gonna do too well with...
He does seem to be struggling with it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I was like, if you're going to sail on my ship, you're going to be put to work until we get to the next island.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Indeed.
And this is where we tell him our life story. I'm gonna sneeze, please excuse me. Hello, I'm back. I'm sneezing. We pour our heart out to the old man, and then we're like, why don't you tell me about you? And he's like, no. We're like, oh, okay.
Why don't we?
Yeah.
It's just like, nah. How about that other box though?
Yeah, without spoiling too much, he is definitely one of my favorite characters. Just kind of... He is that stereotypical grouchy character with a heart of gold, and there's just more to his story on top of it. And for me, it's just... I don't know, I really like him. He's great.
His story is very touching.
Yes.
I highly recommend everybody play this game and find it out for yourselves, because we will be skipping through all of it.
Which is kind of the biggest annoyance about speedrunning. There's two parts. One, you don't get to, well, read the story much anymore. Well, I guess you kind of know it already at that point. But
Yeah.
two, you kind of also are somewhat skipping past all the good music, which this game has plenty
Yeah.
of.
There's plenty of good music, an entire overworld to explore, and just find all these little details. And we're skipping through a lot of it just to get to the end quickly. So I do want people to look at this and go, I want to play this and discover things for myself. And I would highly recommend you do, if you can.
Indeed. Which, by the way, worth noting, this is the GameCube version of the game. There is a Dreamcast version as well, which I believe this is more or less kind of like a revision of the Dreamcast version. Where the Dreamcast version had, like, what was it, double or so the random encounters, which is pretty insane because this is already a lot of random encounters.
Yeah, there is a lot more encounters.
Yep. The magic
tried to
experience
route
was
out-
done differently too.
I tried to route out the Dreamcast version, and it's very different.
It really is. It's very difficult. Also, this entire segment, we're talking to this doctor person who gives us this lens to find the moonfish. This isn't in the Dreamcast version. This is Legends exclusive.
And moonfish are very, very useful if you bring them over here.
Yep.
The short
This
version
makes-
is going to be, it's going to basically be like a little collectible on the side where you occasionally can capture these moonfish and bring them to the doctor, or, well, I guess the little bird, to be more specific, who is going to spit out some various really tasty rewards for our characters. Some really powerful items, and, well, we'll get to see what those are gonna be. It's definitely worth the detour because this is technically optional, but practically mandatory for the speedrun.
It is very useful and important to give him this moonfish for this speedrun because he will give us the item that allows us to run away 100% from all encounters we come across. It also reduces the amount of encounters that we'll get as well. Won't be seeing that during my segment. That will be the next segment after this, though.
But yeah, when the Dreamcast version first came out, it was like just the main storyline and all the treasure chests and the dungeons and all the very basic JRPG straightforward game. And then later on, they're like, wow, this game's pretty popular. Maybe we should make DLC for it. So they did. And they added in a bunch of side quests and like pirate bounties to fight. And then Legends was like, oh, hey, remember that DLC for the game? Yeah, we want to just include that in the game. So Legends is like this nice mashup of all the DLC from the Dreamcast for you to enjoy.
Very good for me, who had the Dreamcast, but not the ability to connect it to the internet at the time. So when I saw this in shops, without even knowing they were releasing this, I was like, oh, I'm buying this now. I was very happy. There was one thing that the Dreamcast did have over this version, though, and that is Pinter's Quest, which was a downloadable game you could put onto your VMU, which got you extra items to help you in your quest on the main game. You don't get that on this, but the items you could get in that you do get through Doc's side quest.
I believe
Although
the VMU
thinking
is one
about
of
it-
these like mini Game Boy thingies. That is technically
Yes.
a memory card.
Yes. They,
Such a strange concept. It's fascinating.
it was pretty much just like a mini Tamagotchi if you had like Chow Adventure on there as well from the Sonic Adventure series. It was a nice concept. I definitely wore the battery out on mine quite a few times. Especially for Pinter's Quest. Definitely helped me out with the Dreamcast version.
Alright, Drachma has now officially joined your party. So what is
Did
his
you,
role going to be in combat?
Just real quick, did you grab the moonfish by the bridge?
Not yet, thank you for reminding me.
Very important.
I was too busy talking about old technology. Okay. You continued picking all the wrong options.
Or the right options, depends on your point of view.
Yeah, depending. Okay. First moonfish. Come here, you. There we go. And now we leave.
Alright. So yeah, as far as Drachma's role in the party, lore-wise, he is the captain of the Little Jack, the ship that we are flying currently. But for speedrun purposes, he is our tank. Because we've been speedrunning through the game, so he is many levels above us. So he has much more HP, much more power, much more willpower. He hits harder and takes more hits.
Go on, no encounters. Oh. Inches away from the Blackbeard fight as well. Right.
Retreat!
We've been very lucky with our running chances as well, because you can miss running away and fail to escape from an encounter. So far, we have been very lucky with that. And here's Blackbeard. We are air pirates, as are they, but there are two factions of air pirate, the blue rogues, the good guys, and the black pirates, the bad guys. And Blackbeard is a black pirate.
Aye, aye.
We're gonna kick his butt. Seventh, do you want to explain ship battles?
Oh boy. Ship battles are a league of their own. It's a little bit different of a scenario where you have to kind of look at how the ships are interacting with each other and choose to shoot cannons on certain turns. So if you saw the next turn coming up, there's like this big C on one of the turn slots, which we call like a chance turn, because you have a higher chance of hitting the target there. And you can make these chance turns pop up by depending on how you choose to fly your ship around the other ship, with some dialogue options and opportunities throughout the fight. But there's a bunch of different things later that we get with items and different types of cannons that do special things. But for now, we just have our very basic standard cannons, which take the strength of our characters and puts them into the cannon and shoots a nice cannon blast at the other ship, which is why we're using Drachma very often here, because again, he is much higher level, like double the level, so he's going to be doing way more damage than the rest of our party. But then later on, some cannons don't really care about the power of your characters. So it really just depends on what equipment you have. So not only is there like your basic RPG equipment routing for like the weapons of your character and the armor of your character to get through different battles, but you also have to like upgrade your ship and equip your ship for different things in different situations, because each ship battle becomes like its own unique character as well that you have to learn and deal with later on. And the crazy thing about ship battles, you'll see it a little bit more later on. The reason you can see an entire turn ahead is one, for the dialogue choice, but two, some of the equipment you get on your ship will actually shoot over into the next turn. So you can set up like super combo attacks to take down ships really fast.
We do that quite a lot in the later parts of the game.
Yeah, and there's also some dialogue choices that actually can influence what will happen on the next turn, because if you choose the right one, you get, well, the super chance turn that we just saw, where there's like 3 C turns in a row. And, well, if you choose wrong, then the enemy might have a good opportunity to hit you.
Depending on the color of the boxes at the top, tells you how much damage you're going to take that turn. So plan around it very carefully. Sometimes you get a chance to attack even during a round where you're going to get hit badly. So having an ability to have a attack that lands there and guard at the same time is good for those situations. It's very complicated, and once you get the hang of it, it can be very satisfying. But I have seen good friends play this game for the first time who rage quit at these fights, so it can get very frustrating.
Yeah, the game does not hold your hand.
It does not.
Bosses will kill you. Even the very first boss of the game will kill you.
Mm-hmm. I've had that happen once. That was great. Not really.
So
Escort mission complete.
Exactly. Maybe real quick, I saw the question earlier in chat as to what is the difference between blue rogues and black pirates. Black pirates, basically, they attack everybody. They just steal from anybody, regardless who, well, their target is. They don't care how much money they have. In a sense, basically, the bad kind of bandits. And the blue rogues are more or less Robin Hood in the sense that they mostly steal from the Empire, the ones that are, generally speaking, oppressing and being a menace to general society of people if, well, they feel like it.
Yeah, they also have a reputation, just like Robin Hood, for helping people in need.
Indeed. And also trying to get into the Empire City, the main city, is kind of difficult. So story-wise, what they had to do, they need to have some form of a pass in order to be able to enter the city. And the way they got the pass just now is they escorted the ship of a merchant from the desert lands. Nathrad?
Merchant from Nazra.
Exactly. They escorted him and, well, guided him back home safely, and as a report, they decided to negotiate that they are going to get a pass in order to be able to enter the big city where all of their friends and family are being held hostage. So that's currently what they're trying to do.
We've got the Valuan passport, despite not looking anything like an old man from a desert city. And we're going to be able to get into Valuan and rescue our dad and everyone else too, I guess.
I mean, you're just the envoy, it's fine.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Drachma could pass as an old man from a desert city.
Yeah, I think so. Just make him shorter and lose a few pounds, and yeah.
Ah, yes. Now you get to see the side quest we were talking about earlier, where we captured these very special moonfish for Doc, but we're not giving them to Doc. We're giving them to this little bird. In exchange of the little items that he likes to give back to us.
Yep. That bird's going to spit up a lot of valuable things.
Indeed.
Right.
So Rizalim, I believe, is effectively the Phoenix Down of the item, a revive item to put a character back onto their feet.
It is the most powerful revive, where it has a 100% chance of reviving your character at 100 HP, like 100% HP.
Yep.
There is a lower level spell that has a like 50% chance to revive at 50% HP.
Yep. We never use Ryzen. It's not reliable enough.
Indeed. It looks like you just sold some information about discoveries. Those are also kind of an interesting aspect of the game.
Mm-hmm. As I was saying earlier, when the compass spins on the overworld, you interact with that location and you'll get a discovery. And you sell that discovery's information in its location to the Sailors Guild. They give you a fair bit of money for it, and we'll be doing quite a fair bit of that throughout the run to help us earn enough stuff for all sorts of things, including getting our own island, which is a spoiler, don't tell anyone.
Indeed.
And this guy has a 50-50 chance of showing up. I'm grateful that he did show. Right, first of all, that Ryzlin crystal, we don't need it. Get rid of that.
Yeah, we have a bit of a meme going around for this merchant as well. The merchant has a 50% chance to show up in decently important towns. But But I think the world record for runners at the moment of not getting the mystery merchant a number of times in a row is 11.
Yeah, that was a rough time.
That's a lot.
So what happens is if the mystery merchant's not there, then we use the little save point to save and then reset the game and load it again for another 50% chance.
Yeah, we keep doing that until he shows up because we need those Crystallis boxes to make the rest of this run much easier.
Because like we stated before, the magic boxes have a willpower of their own, which just so happens to be way stronger than the willpower that we have.
Yep, until they decide to no longer function. That's a thing too.
They can break,
Yeah.
which is not what we want either.
So, I saw a question earlier in chat that I think is actually quite interesting. Is the speedrun of this game more so about optimization rather than skips or glitches? I feel like there aren't many opportunities for skips/glitches.
Yeah, we have tried many things to make many skips and glitches happen. And the best we have come up with are 4 different ones.
We have found just 4.
And those 4 are not very significant. 2 of them are just the way the game's programmed and the map is laid out. We can just kind of casually walk around 2 encounters, so we can skip 2 fights. The other 2, well, there's one where it's like there's this big mountain range where it's supposed to keep us out of this zone and we're supposed to fly around the world to get into it. Well, there's like a little tiny peak that we can just barely get over to get in. So it just saves us a little bit of time. Instead of flying the long way around, we can take the short way. And then there's this one that was only discovered like a week and a half ago, which you'll see in the next segment. It's really cool.
Actually,
We'll explain it more when that happens.
That's going to be fun to watch.
But it only saves like 30 seconds. So
We take those.
I mean, that's time saved.
There is a secret 5th one that none of us want to do because it saves half a second but wastes 2 minutes
true.
What?
if you fail it.
Yeah, you can save 1 second or risk losing 2 minutes.
It's mainly just for, hey, look what I can do. That's all that is.
That's quite a ratio.
Yeah. I found a skip for one of the dungeons later on where there's all these little trapdoors on the floor and you're supposed to walk at them in this pattern so you can get through. Well, it turns out you can kind of like slip between the triggers if you walk on the middle of the platform, like in between the platforms, and you can just kind of get through. It'll save you like a second instead of running around in the pattern it wants you to. But if you mess up, the whole trap door opens and you get flung back earlier in the dungeon. So,
Okay, I know now.
Yeah. I've pulled it off twice. I've only attempted it twice. I'm never trying it again. At least not for a while. I do want to learn it.
Pulled it off twice as well. I attempted it 3 times and failed the 3rd time, and I'm very reluctant to do it again.
All right. Welcome to a city of
This
some
is
description.
Lower Valua. It's where all the poor people of Valua live. As opposed to Upper Valua, where all the rich people of Valua live. And they hate each other.
Yeah, that's a fine description. Overall, I just really like how the game presents the atmosphere of the game. Like, it's dark and grimy, and the music and just the general tone really underlines that too.
It really does. This is the epitome of grimy. They've done a fantastic job with the design of this location. So what Drachma is doing at the moment, he's installing a fancy new weapon, which is why we're here, which is why he's here. And while he's doing that, we're just going to go straight to the inn. What we're supposed to be doing in a casual playthrough of this is to find out where our family and the rest of the crew is, so we can plan a Derek rescue. But what we've done instead is just ignore that and go straight to bed because we're tired. We've had a long day. The engine in Drachma's ship is loud. There is a small detail that this game likes to do a few times, where if you've not found information, the cutscene will make up for that. So, for example, here, if you actually bothered to go into the inn, you would learn about the execution that has been planned for your crew. But as we didn't do that, Drachma tells us about it instead.
Interesting. I
And-
actually wasn't aware of that it would change.
Yeah. There's also another cutscene thing that's different near the end of the game, which I shan't spoil until we get to that. I might not be here though. I'll probably be fast asleep.
Oh yeah, but to touch up a little bit more on the glitches and like skips question that was given earlier. There's been a lot of attempts to skip dungeons and do these things because we do know about like if you enter this dungeon backwards, you can technically finish it and skip the whole dungeon. But the problem is with this game, the way it's programmed, even if you are slightly out of bounds, you don't fall down like you do in most games. You actually freeze in place and can't move. And out of bounds, or I should rather say in bounds, is actually paper thin. So even if Vise is like barely an inch above the ground, that's technically out of bounds and you can't move anymore.
Oh, gee, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So,
That's terrifying.
and this happens with the ship as well. If you like clip into a landmass, you're just like stuck in there forever.
Yeah,
So there
glitching
are
through
things
this is
that
very
were
difficult.
found, but nothing quite useful yet. There has been one skip that we found that skipped like 2 hours of the game, but it's unusable because the devs of this game really wanted to make sure you play the game the right way. Because even though we can play like for about 5 or 6 more hours after the skip, it goes, oh hey, wait a minute, you didn't do this cutscene like 7 hours ago? Yeah, we're not gonna let you play the game anymore. And the screen will just go black and never load because it failed to check the check marks for which cutscenes got played.
You play the
So we
game
have
right, or you don't play it
found-
at all.
We have found quite a mess of things, but we have not found a way to like get through to the end of the game because of all these checkboxes that need to be checked off in order to complete the game. So they're
One
not
day.
very useful to the speedrun. Hopefully one day, yeah.
One day, we might be lucky, and we'll find something that'll skip us straight to the credits. But until that day, we will play it through like this. Okay, I think. Yeah, there we go. So we are coming up to the Valuan dungeon, which is the catacombs, which is their sewers. And it can be very mean. I said earlier that it killed a practice run that I was doing, just as I was about to finish it. So we will be trying to do as much safety strat as possible to make sure that we don't die to a random encounter.
So yeah, story-wise at this point, we have learned that, well, as mentioned, the Blue Rogues are supposed to be executed soon in a public fashion. So basically, we met the little guy Marco, the redhead kid, and he's kind of representative of the hopelessness of this area, really, where his initial plan was to just spy on us and try to get information over to the guards and hopefully maybe get, I don't know, a few coins or something like that, just kind of ratting us out. But we caught up with him, and in turn for more or less letting him live, but also in a weird kind of way, I guess, giving him hope, maybe? I don't actually remember the exact details. But basically, he's going to show us on how to get through the underground here into, well, the executions room. So he effectively will guide us at least a little bit, but, well, we have to get through the mess of this area, including the enemies, just manually.
Okay, so these slime boys here have a spell called Eterni. And Eterni is a spell that will kill you if it gets the chance to. So, for safety reasons, what I've done is use Delta Shield, which will prevent that from even landing if he manages to cast it.
And do you need everyone on red for this
I
dungeon?
did need everyone on red, and I didn't do that. Cool.
Just double checking. Because
Yeah,
I do
you
the
are
red
right.
a little bit different. So,
I did need everyone on red. I forgot to do that. Because hi,
That's okay.
GDQ, how you doing?
For a long time, I didn't even know you could even change Drachma's color of the weapon, because every other weapon, you just kind of visually see their color change. And until you get like a weapon upgrade for Drachma, you just... Uh-oh. Don't see anything.
This is a back attack. And if any of them decide to cast Eterni, we will not be able to defend against it. Like this. Please don't kill me. Oh. Go on. Good.
Oh,
oh no.
Okay.
so yeah, it's not an attorney, it's Eterni, I guess.
Eterni. Yeah. It's, You know.
Nerve-wracking. And also,
AK,
poison
you're
isn't
supposed to
the
be first.
friendliest.
No, it's not. I've decided to risk it and get Aker, who's supposed to be the fastest one out of all of us, to cast Pirai. This is not safety strats. This is squeaky bum time. There we go. And I forgot to change everyone's colour out of panic. Great! I'm doing fantastic today.
It'll be alright.
It's fine. Yeah, fine.
Maybe one saving grace of getting a back attack is the spirit bar at the top. You basically get a certain amount of spirit per character per certain stat. Either way, you do get that even in the back attack turn, so you kind of have double the amount of spirit to work with on the turn you actually get to play. So that's at least something. So spirits is used for casting spells, it is used for executing special attacks, and among others, Delta Shield. For anybody who might have just joined us, that's the bar at the top. It's basically just shared among all characters rather than individual. And also maybe general combat option. You can do a regular physical attack, you can cast a spell, you can defend, but you also can focus, which means the character will generate more of that spirit bar up the top on that particular turn, which I believe will be useful later on.
Okay, so we're all at level 8 or higher, which is good, but we want to get Vice to learn Increm, which we probably will after the boss fight of this first area, I think. But just in case, I will take on one more encounter, just to
one more is probably
improve our chances of learning it. Ah, back attack, excellent.
Yeah, the coward status helps us run away from things and makes it so there's just a smidge less encounters, but it does not help us with preventing back attacks on us.
Mm.
And that's why this dungeon is particularly scary.
We were lucky that time to get the sneak up on someone else. Right. We should be able to be okay to start running from encounters now. Because after the fight with Bleegok, the wonderful boss fight at the end of this dungeon, we should learn Increm.
You should have enough magic XP now. All good.
Increm is effectively, I believe, raising both your offense and defensive stats.
Yep.
So is this
And
like double
also
or
for ship battles,
something?
it's 1.5, so you get an extra 50% boost.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Especially the defense. That is how we get through a lot of ship battles. Giving that extra defense.
Definitely. There are some very nerve-wracking ship fights later on that just like to play by their own rules. I'm looking at you, Blueheim.
Retreat!
At least it looks fancy.
Yeah. That's the only good thing about Blueheim.
Apparently you got a moonberry earlier.
Did I? I've not been paying attention to what items have been dropping, but if we got an extra moonberry, that's excellent.
Yes, I believe
It means-
pretty much every enemy can drop a moonberry, which once again is used to unlock special abilities on characters. And certain abilities will be more or less mandatory at certain points in the game to be able to use them. But also, oddly enough, unlocking them too early won't do much for us. I think because you just don't have the spirit gauge in order to actually use the special attacks, especially for the later ones, which is an interesting way to balance this. Like, you can technically rush for unlocking like a really high, well, power attack, but if you don't have a high enough spirit gauge or generation per turn, then you can hardly use it.
It's best to even out learning SP special moves. So then you've actually got things you can use. But for the speedrun, we don't have to worry about that specifically. Anyway, that's Bleegok. We're going to do some quick healing just to make sure we're okay. And yep, let's go.
Good luck.
Okay, so first things first, I need to switch out my weapon and my armor to make sure that I can actually take a hit. And then we're going to start using our Crystallis boxes, which do a lot of damage. As explained, they target one... Oh god. They target one enemy for massive amounts of damage compared to most other spells. And because it's such a rare box, they are more likely to break when you use it. We don't want these to break. We want to use these throughout the entire run until we can do massive damage ourselves. We've already broken one on first use, so thanks for that.
Wow.
Yeah. The boxes have like, I think it was 8% chance to break on every use, and we use them a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot of
8%.
damage.
8% feels like not a lot, but that's close to 1 in 10, which when you say it like that, that's quite frequently.
Mm-hmm. And we rely on these a lot early game.
Excuse me, game. There we go.
Yeah, if you think about it, we just earlier in the previous boss were doing just about 100 damage. This is, wow, a lot more than that.
And we lost another box.
Oh dear.
Not great, because we needed at least 3 for the next fight.
Hmm. Well, you
It's
can
alright.
make it by with 2.
Oh, and we've only got 1 now. Okay.
Oh dear.
Alright.
Thank you, game.
Runs.
Yep, it's going to be one of those.
At least
Yeah,
the boss
well-
didn't do a whole lot.
Serves up right.
That
Yeah.
8% chance to break, like I said, it's more frequent than you think. But we
The
do
majority
now...
of the time we get through, but so yeah, I
yeah.
think the best strat for Executioner is just to have like Ica target one warden and then Bison Drachma just attack the other one on blue.
Yep. So we now have Incram on Vice, which will be useful for an air fight we'll have later. A ship battle even. And now we need to learn some blue magic on Acre for a ship battle again much later on. This won't be on this segment. And here we are. We have rescued the family and the crew. Narco is unimpressed, or impressed, we don't know. But the executioner now wants to kill us. Which is fair. He won't get to, but it's fair.
Hopefully won't get to. Yeah, casually I remember this being a pretty tough boss fight.
It is casually. But thankfully, through the speedrun notes, it's a significantly easier battle to go through. If we had the rest of our boxes, it'd be even easier. Ow. Take that.
So what do they do if you leave them alive?
They do this, Increm on the big guy, which now makes him much more difficult to kill.
How long does Increm last?
The whole fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
Until
great.
we turn it off. But we don't have the magic to do that, because we're going fast.
Mm-hmm. I feel like I just wasted that, but it definitely made sure that the little guy's dead now. Alright, so we're going to be here for a little while.
Yep. Good luck. So what does the big guy do?
Pain. Lots of pain. He has a special move called Tackle, which does a majority of the damage he deals. And that can attack in a line. So if he decides to go for Drachma, there's a chance he will hit Vice at the same time. Or vice versa.
Yeah. He has a lot of line attacks. You just saw there the Electries, which shoots a giant lightning bolt in a straight line. So if anyone
Okay.
Vice, they would get hurt. But
All my
Tackle will
boxes
also
are
just
gone.
go through.
Oh, my boxes are gone! His Tackle. I now have to play this normally.
Wow.
Yeah, that's almost did 1,000 damage on Drachma. Thankfully, it was just Drachma.
Yeah,
You can take
Tackle
that.
targets the highest HP person. And luckily, we have Drachma.
Yep. Acre's at normal attack hardly does anything, so it's not worth it. She'll be doing healing from this point on.
Can this boss counterattack normal attacks?
Yes.
Yes.
So
He
Everyone
just
can, I
doesn't do it
believe.
very often. Each boss kind of has their own, like, counter percent.
So it would not even be worth it to attack with Ica just because she does so little damage and potentially just takes a ton of damage.
Yeah.
Speaking of counterattacks,
Oh no.
yeah, well done, Acre.
No vibes.
Well, we still got Weatherly, which is the important thing.
Yep.
Vice can die for all we care. He's unimportant.
Does he miss out on experience or does he still get it?
Vice
He
does
misses
not
out
get
on
experience.
experience and magic experience, yes.
Which is very unfortunate.
But it's okay, because later on, it will even out. And it's actually a little bit more important to have Ica live,
Mm-hmm.
because
She needs Weatherly.
she gets the spirit point earlier, and she needs Wesley. So when characters level up, they can get max spirit and like, I guess passive spirit is the correct term for it, where each turn you get like a little bit more spirit points back. And she gets the next spirit point at a very early level. So if she dies to a boss or two, there's a few mid-game bosses where it makes it really hard because you don't have that spirit point that you would normally have. But with Vi's dying, since he already got his spirit point, it's not too bad.
What we did get out of that fight, however, was an electric box, which can still be useful in the next boss fight that's going to come up. So we're not completely up a certain creek without a paddle.
That's okay. We can do the very, very old school strats before we even used Crystalli's boxes way back in the days.
Yep.
We just
I
aim
haven't
from
used
Vi's
them.
and Cutlass Fury.
Yep. We will do what we can. We also got the Yellow Moonstone now, so we've almost got all 6 stones. We don't need to learn much yellow magic at all throughout this run. I think that we only really focus on red, silver, and green, and blue for just one spell. But there will be, throughout the run when we get Thena, we will be learning Rizalim in order to get a certain friend on our crew.
Retreat!
That'll be much, much later. But it's important to start grinding for that spell as early as possible.
Very true. We need to get a very high level silver magic spell to get a very special crew member.
Mm-hmm.
That one crew member carries us through all of late game.
Definitely. He's an exceptionally good crewmate. So this is where I died in practice. Hopefully we won't have a repeat of that. This is exactly why I saved before we got here. I will risk a run.
Retreat!
There we go, good. Because if you miss that, those slimes could have killed me and we'd have to start again. We don't want to do that. We've already been here for long enough. Hello, Marco. What's wrong? You're skipping my dialogue. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think you're quite taking me seriously. Shush, I'm trying to be fast. So Marco's
yes.
trying to tell us not to try and escape because we'll just die, because his family died trying to escape, and we're like, sorry mate. We're leaving anyway? Bye. And he's like, okay, good luck. And that's the last we ever hear of Marco. No, it's not. He'll come back later. Spoilers.
It's actually one of my favorite moments when he comes back, honestly. It's kind of fun.
So this is Empress Theodora. She's a fun person to invite to parties. This is Enrique. Doesn't like his mum. Going full Queen of Hearts. Off with her head. Bonk.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Okay. So she's been sent off to the big old gate that we came through for imprisonment. And we need to try and rescue her before that happens. I forget the name of the fortress. I'm too busy doing this. Grand Fortress, that's literally what it's called. Okay, I remember now.
Yep. Also, welcome to the upper city, where the noble question mark people live. Not sure about noble.
No, I don't think they're morally noble, that's for sure, but they are all wealthy people. Even up here, even though everything's much cleaner and brighter, it still looks grimy.
Yep.
Here's the monorail. And there's Fina being taken to the Grand Fortress.
Check something.
It's already going. What do we do? Take our chances. Bonk. Poor Acre. She didn't deserve this.
You know, on the bright side, she didn't fall off.
True. Welcome to the top of the rail car. There are 3 forced encounters that we can run from, but we can't avoid the encounter, unfortunately. Because while in previous locations like Shrine Island, the encounter box trigger is small enough for us to squeeze past, they decided not to take any risks when programming the train and made them way wider than they needed to be. So we literally cannot avoid the triggers.
Oh yeah, interesting point. I saw one of our many people that are helping us with figuring out all the back-end data and AI for enemies in the game. Just wanted to pass the info along because I think this is a relatively new thing. But for this boss coming up here, if you want, since you have no boxes, when you hit them with magic, it actually makes it so they don't heal each other the next time.
Oh, okay.
So if you want to go the route of maybe doing like Ica Pyre and Vi's attacking, like doing most of the work sort of thing.
Okay. I'll try that. I'll also throw in the electric box every now and then as well. So Acre Pirai, Vice
just
electric
remember,
box.
Electric box is not a magic, technically.
No.
It is technically an item.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of how to do this quick. But if using an item will allow them to heal even if the other character is using magic.
Yeah, so if you want to do like Pyre and Electri Box between the two of them to get through the fight, we can do that.
I'll try
It'll
that.
take it slightly longer than like Crystales boxes, but we don't have any, so it'll work out.
Yeah.
You can
We have
also
to do it
do
this way.
like Incrum on Vi's once.
Oh yeah, that's a good plan. I may have to do that. So then his cover trees do a
I
bit
think
more.
I would recommend like doing Incrum on Vi's once.
Yep.
And just trying to attack and Cutlass Fury and Electri Box, and if the Electri Box breaks, just remember you can use magic to turn off their healing.
Yep. Okay. Right, so I can't use Increm at the moment, which is great. Electric Box on you. You can do Pirai. Right, so we were chased by the big bad on the top of the train there. There is a chance you can just run into him and fight him, but you will lose. It is a forced loss and you will just game over, so we don't want that fight. What colour do I want to be here? Can't remember. Oh, we want to be
Blue
green.
is good.
I think I remember green being the thing.
Yeah, blue will do more damage to the guys, but I can stick green, yeah. Also, you can also use Webley since blue will do more damage.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'll do that then.
Having to adapt because really bad luck with all the boxes breaking.
Yep.
So how many boxes did you buy? 4?
I bought 4, they all broke. They're very expensive.
Yeah,
Isn't great.
4 is the
Like-
safest option available to us.
Used like a total of 15 times for 4 boxes to break with an 8% chance. I wonder what the probability is for that.
It's not great.
I mean, that's luck in the wrong way.
Yeah. But we also have some runners that will like attempt to do that dungeon with only 2 boxes just to try and save some time because there is a strat to like skip going back to the island for the extra boxes. But it's very risky, very, very risky, as you've seen. All right, 1 down. That's the
Yep.
hardest part. Good job.
We're slowly getting there, unfortunately, which is not the sentence you want to use in a speedrun.
It happens.
Yep.
Don't think I've ever used Levelly, which is interesting. I believe that's like a localized area of effect, so it doesn't reach too far, or is your version
Yeah,
like...
that's right.
Okay.
You target one and it hits that person and anyone around that person.
Right. Unlike Pyre, which is literally just everything.
Yep.
Oh, he's guarding. Why are you guarding? Almost.
Almost there.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Yeah, usually for this fight, we can get it really fast in 2 turns with like 1 Crystallis box, 1 Electri box used to kill the first guy, and then the same on the second guy.
Yeah, but
But a
unfortunately, all of
good
my boxes.
majority of runs, we will have a chance, or we do have this happen.
Yep. A severe lack of boxes will come along and scuff that fight up completely, as you have seen today. But it
Yeah.
doesn't mean we can't keep going. Just have to think on your feet. Which is why my menuing was very bad there, because I wasn't thinking on my feet. I was going, what do we do?
That's alright, that happens.
Understandably.
And this is where we pick our first correct option.
So
Vice
we
edge.
start to stop being a coward just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
The sudden transformation to become competent. I wish I could do that.
But yeah, we've dipped a pretty fair amount down into the negative rating. So how the rating works is you start at like 100, and then you like work your way down. So we're probably somewhere in about the 80 range right now. So now we're choosing the good options to slowly get our way back up to 100 and beyond.
Yep. What
So
rating
we
do
can
we
use
want
better
to
super
be?
moves.
What rating do we want to be before we get to the blue crystal?
You just want to be over 100.
Right.
And 100 is like somewhere right in the middle of Vice the Unimpressive. So we're getting back to where we started.
We're almost there, guys. Drachma's back in the party again.
Welcome back, Drachma. And now we get to see what Drachma's been up to the whole time with the ship upgrade.
Yes. Right, so we want to focus and then guard the rest. We've got a nice new attachment to the front of our ship. That's called the Harpoon Cannon. It's going to be our special move for the ship.
This is
want
also
to do
kind
that.
of. Go ahead, sorry.
So yeah, we wanted to get that first focus in so that once we get to the chance to use the harpoon cannon, we actually have enough SP to launch it. USA.
Yeah, this is also story-wise just kind of one of my favorite moments where Drachma is that guy. He just pretends to not care about the kids. He just says, well, he's gonna do his own thing. But what he ends up doing is just, I don't know, attack like the Empire, puts himself at a huge risk, and just gets them out of there too. Like, yeah, still don't care about you kids. Totally not.
One could argue he's just upholding his end of the bargain, but I do agree with you. He's just a big softy at heart. He does care about them.
Also,
This gunship is not a very good gunship. You missed. Good job. And here we come for the harpoon cannon. We can't skip this, so enjoy.
Harpoon cannon, fire!
There we go. One hit, and we're done.
no need to attack with normal cannons.
Nope. Now we just need to squeeze out the door.
Good luck.
Thank you for the luck. I'll play this cutscene as hard as I can. And we're out. We have successfully escaped Valuer.
And where did you want to
At the end
Take
of
the
this
break?
cutscene, we'll
At the end
take
of the
that
cutscene?
break.
Okay.
Yep. Once we're back on Pirate Isle, we'll take that break.
sounds good.
And there's Galcian. Eating a humble slice of humble pie. Humbly. Okay. Break time. Stop in here for now. We'll be back soon.
Alrighty. So, especially with speedruns that are this long, we like to take just wellness breaks, a chance to stretch our legs, grab some water, take care of yourself, be healthy. And yeah, so we will be hopping on over to some ads, and we will be right back. There's lots more of this run to come, so stick with us. And yeah, it's been super cool so far, super, super cozy, and it's going to be more of the same coming up. And we are back. Welcome back, everybody. We can't just have an hour and a half, an hour and 45 minutes of Skies of Arcadia. We need to have just a little bit more of that. First, just for anybody who's shown up since we started, gonna go over some announcements again. Real important, Frost Fatales 2023 prize submissions are open right now, up until February 20th. So head on over to gamesdonequick.com for more info on that, or you can use !prizes in Twitch chat to submit your prizes. Unapologetically Black and Fast is coming up February 11th through the 12th. Celebrate Black Excellence and Speedrunning coming up next month. It's going to be a ton of fun. Use !UBAF, that is Unapologetically Black and Fast, in Twitch chat for more info on that one. If you want to follow what Games Done Quick is up to, use !links in Twitch chat for all things GDQ. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel. All of that helps support Games Done Quick with AGDQ 2023 costs, including hotel cancellation. Please consider subscribing to help Games Done Quick. If you're watching this on YouTube, hi, be sure to press the like button on the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, head on over to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick if you're interested in watching live content. We start weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. Finally, Sunday, tomorrow, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, is going to be a special showcase of Devil May Cry speedruns to celebrate Devil May Cry 2's anniversary. And now it's time for more pirates, more sky pirates, but up. And so I'm gonna throw it back to you, Paige. But I've got a couple of people who've asked if I'm interested in learning about this speedrun, learning about the community. You guys are super close, obviously. Tell me, where can I find more information about that?
Well, I think there is a Skies of Arcadia community, not just for speedrunners, but for the general fandom as a whole. We've got a Discord server for that. I think Armstrong set it up and is built up a lovely little community. Everyone's really nice there, really kind and really helpful for the speedrunning, as well as just talking about everyone's fan theories and what they like and what they don't like about the game. It's really, really good. So yeah, hit up Armstrong for details about that. If you want to add to that, Armstrong?
Yeah, sure. We have tons of resources and all sorts of stuff going on in the Discord. But if you do want to hang out and join with us, if you go to the speedrun.com page, you'll find a nice link to the Discord there. And also on the speedrun.com page, for those that are interested in joining us in the fun, there are plenty of guides to help you learn the game. We have someone going to join us for commentary later on in the run called Arcadia Legend, who has put together the vast majority of these guides. And she has made a beginner-friendly route for you to get into the game, and it helps you work your way all the way up to the expert level that we're playing at now. And it's a lot of fun. In the Discord, we're always welcoming, glad to help out, help you learn. And also just love to share anything Skies Arcadia related, whether that be art or just fan theories, as Paige said, or just talking about the game. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Okay. Yeah. So, are we ready for us to continue?
We are ready on your mark, so count us in and you will be
Okay.
good to go.
Yeah. Okay then. On the count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and start. So, we just got everyone out of Valua. Everyone's happy about it. And now Fina is ready to tell us about her quest. I hope you can read quickly.
Yeah, this is where we get to learn a little sneak peek of the backstory lore of what happened to the world before what it is now.
Mm-hmm.
There was once this great continent that found immense power and wanted to share the power with all the other nations. But all the other nations decided to use that power for war instead of survivability and happiness.
You know, typical JRPG stuff. So, due to the wonderful luck that we had before the break, where all of our boxes decided to, retire early, we're going to do a little bit of extra safety stuff, get some extra discoveries and extra boxes that we wouldn't normally get in any of the any percent runs, just so that we've got a little bit of extra money to get some extra boxes along the way. And now we go back down this long ladder. So how's everyone doing? Doing okay?
Yeah, doing great.
Cool.
Just enjoying hanging out, watching my favorite game get played.
Yeah.
Indeed. Maybe real quick, there was a sky there, or as it's called Cupil. That is kind of the companion of Fina. Fina, by the way, the lady in white over there. And Cupil is effectively Fina's weapon. Like, Aika has a boomerang, Vice has his scimitars, and Cupil is interesting because you can... I don't think you do that in a speedrun, do you? You don't actually feed it.
No.
No.
You technically can find various like little food sources all over the world and feed it to Cupil in order to power it up and for it to become stronger. And it shifts forms, it becomes stronger. It's actually kind of a fun little aspect, a different way of weapon progression too. That's just
Yeah.
interesting.
You just
I like
kind of
it.
evolve your weapon.
Yep.
Cupil's
It's
a fun little
Pokemon.
shapeshifter. He is a little Pokemon.
If you're interested in that, we do have a few crazy people in our Discord who like to run 100% of the game. And
Yeah,
you'll
crazy.
see it there.
Who'd ever do that?
Yeah, who would do that, Paige?
No, I don't know.
What does 100% even include?
Oh,
Oh,
everything.
I mean,
All-
yeah.
all the chests, all the side battles.
Mm-hmm.
All
the
And there's
discoveries.
a few, all the discoveries. So you have to find everything on the map. Upgrading Cupil.
Mm-hmm.
We also got
There's an extra
a
boss
few
fight right at
side
the end.
quests. Yeah, extra boss fight. The side quests are really difficult because not only do you need to get all the crew to do a lot of the
Mhm.
side quests, but there's also this requirement for one of them where you need to kill 2,500 enemies in order to
Mhm.
be recognized as Vi's the Legend in order to complete the quest.
Yep. There is literally 2 or up to 3 hours of grinding of one particular section of the world map, and you go a little mental doing that. You go a little bit crazy.
But man, does it make all the boss fights really interesting being super strong.
Yes. It does make for a very satisfying end of run.
Retreat!
Hey, you actually flew straight through those rocks. How does that work
I
now?
did. Thanks to the upgrade of the ship, we have the harpoon cannon, which allows us to fly through stone reefs.
Yeah, it kind of just pokes them out of the way so we can get through.
Mm-hmm. So here's the
Normally
silver.
you would try and fly a ship through and it'll be like, no, that's too dangerous.
Mhm.
Giant rocks will crush us.
Alright, so we don't normally get the sky coral, but we need it for safety strats at this point.
Yep.
Ah,
Yeah, once I get these discoveries on the overworld,
You could
are
probably also get
basically
Topple Rock,
money.
by the way.
Topple Rock as well.
That's right next. Yeah, right next to Maramba.
Yeah, I may as well.
Yeah, you're right there.
I always get confused as to which mountain range Topple Rock is on. Is it the mountain range directly next to?
No, it's the one like just north.
Okay, cool. Just
Or
gonna
not
squeeze
north,
our ship
south,
through
sorry.
here. South. Okay, thank you. Yeah, just squeeze through
I
there.
said north because of the camera angle I'm used to going into the
Oh, okay.
into the town.
Fair enough.
Hi.
So you're not supposed
There
to
you go.
normally squeeze through that gap between the mountain range and the stone and the sky rift, but it's just quicker just to squeeze your way through there if you can. Not really a skip because you can easily do that normally, but little girl is non-verbal. But thanks to us delivering moonfish, she slowly regains her confidence.
Yeah, the lore behind it is pretty interesting. She had like a tragic backstory and doesn't want to talk to anyone anymore. And the only thing that seems to make her happy is the bird. That's why Doc is like, please, I love this girl.
Mm.
I raised her like she's my own daughter. This is the only thing that makes her happy.
Mm-hmm.
After her dad was killed off. Please get all these moonfish, feed the bird, make her smile again. It's a very wholesome story.
It is very wholesome. Tragic in parts, but wholesome in the long run.
I think that kind of fits for a few parts of the game. That description. Also, do you think the little bird generates these items that it spits out, or did it just pick them up and eat them somewhere?
I think it just ate them at some point and is just coughing them up in hairballs at this point. Which begs the
My
question:
headcanon. Go ahead.
how did it eat all that? There's so much stuff that it did eat. That's bigger than it.
My headcanon is when you feed it a moonfish, it like unlocks the power to like steal things from the world, and it's just casually making things disappear in the world
That's a fun
and
theory.
giving it to you.
I like that magic bird stomach. Wormhole to anyone's pocket.
Kind of like a reverse Kirby.
Right, so south. So it's like this one? Or is it this one? We're going to be doing this for a while. Is it this one? I'm going to go for all of them. Okay. This one. There it is.
A ring.
You can tell I don't normally go for this.
The way
Right.
you're supposed to find these discoveries is you're supposed to get hints from, I think, the discovery or ship. I don't know what the shop is called. Basically, you buy
The
hints in
Sailor's
order to
Guild.
find them.
Yeah.
Sailor's
Yeah.
Guild, yeah.
And
Because not only do you sell information, you also buy information from them. So if you're, like, as you say, if you're stuck, that's how you find everything. I'm sorry for interrupting you. I do that a lot.
So yeah, we're looking to get like 4 more boxes if possible with all this extra stuff.
Okay, we'll try for 4. I won't buy any of them immediately because I want to make sure that I can get all the items I need in the shops first. And then
Makes
I'll
sense
use
to me.
whatever I've got left to get the boxes if he's there.
Yeah, you can always just leave and re-enter the town, so it's fine.
Yep.
Yeah, for those that were not here at the beginning, the person we're talking about is called the Mystery Merchant. They have
This
about
guy.
a 50% chance to show up in town. So we generally like to buy it right away, but because we had just the worst luck as it goes for marathons and the scariest of dungeons,
Mhm.
where all of our item boxes broke, we need to buy a few.
What I will buy, however, is the Slayer ring, because I know that's important.
Yep.
I'll just give that to Vice, because
Okay.
we've already got Delta Shield. Right. We will get the boxes later.
so what does the Slayer ring do?
The Slayer ring makes you a little bit quicker, a little bit stronger with your magic. And we use it to help with using items faster than bosses, because we're slightly faster. And we use it to help attack things so they won't run away. Like, we'll try and hit them before they run away at one point. We use it for a bunch of different things. We also use it for ship battles, so we have a little bit more magic damage, etc. But the main reason we're getting it is for the quickness, because there's not a lot of items that give quickness in this game.
My nerves are definitely getting to me. My menuing is terrible today. I apologize.
Nobody will notice unless you point it out.
Well, I have to
True.
point these things out.
Wow,
Some
this is
people
the
are
best
like this.
menuing I've seen. Wow, this is great.
Shh.
I mean, I definitely understand that.
Okay. That wasn't too bad, actually. That was good menuing.
Excellent.
See? I can praise myself sometimes. It's fine.
Nice. Glyphs of might, glyphs of speed, and stronger healing crystals. Basically, Zachary is the baseline healing spell, I think 500 HP. Zachras is, I think, 1000. And the last one would be Sacrum.
It goes Sacrum, which is 1000 to the whole party, and Sacrulen, which is full heal to one member.
Ah, there we go. It's basically like Final Fantasy nomenclature, but different. And you just kind of need to know what the things do, I guess. It's somewhat explanatory, like Electri is electric damage, Pyre is pyromantic, as in, oh, you squeezed through the tree there. Nice.
Yeah.
One of the very minor skips we found.
Yeah. We take what we can get in this game.
Yeah, like, it doesn't look like much, but I tried to wiggle through that. I did not manage to do it.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, if you like are too far out of bounds, the game will just like freeze. Like you can't move with your character anymore. So finding little things like that where we can like flip through things is just very nice.
That kid was like, "Are you going somewhere? I'll stand here." I really just wanted to get over here, thanks, mate. No, I'll just stand here in the way. Thanks, child. You're welcome, kind stranger.
I like how you also clipped through the child to get.
I have places to be. Alright, so we've got the extra money. Time to be totally wholesome. Acre is unimpressed. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I just love the character expressions in this game. It's so well done.
Everyone is so expressive. The character design in this game is top-notch. I just like the way she glares at her as she stands up.
Someone in chat says, imagine if bosses had access to Sacrulen. Yes,
imagine.
Yeah,
imagine
some
if
bosses do have it.
Yeah, imagine if that same boss had a skill that just negated all damage. That would be terrible.
Yeah, that would be horrible, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the bosses will use the same tactics against you. Everything is very integrated into the world.
Right. I believe we've got everything we need for now. Let's just pop into the inn. Thanks to Belena, the dancer, we can stay at the inn for free for one night. So that's what we shall do right now. That sound is Cupel going, "There's food on the floor somewhere, please feed me." We're not feeding Cupel, I'm sorry.
Oh, poor people.
We love Cupel normally.
Also, you know when the inn is free, that there's probably some required story progression right there.
And now we get to see Drachma regretting his decisions.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, no, I must stay grumpy. It is my nature.
I have to
what
go
is
up
this?
to the
Is this
big whale.
love I feel?
I don't care about those kids. I just care about me whale. Yeah.
But yeah, That's actually pretty much Drachma's backstory. He's hunting that whale for reasons. But he also just kind of, quote-unquote, abandoned the kids in the desert city because why was he still sticking around? He got his thing, right? So that's why Aika and Vice have to figure out how to continue from there.
Yep, without a ship, they needed to find another way, and Belena, the dancer, was like, "You interest me, you escaped the Grand Fortress, I'm going to help you do the thing you want, have a ship." Excellent. Hello, friend. I assume
Not
I can
a
buy
particularly
4
strong ship, but
No,
it does the job.
there we go.
Yeah, we change ships and crew members quite often in the run. So
Yep.
it's really nice. It gives you this like nice immersion to the game, I feel.
The world is alive.
We've got our 4 boxes back. We're back at a sort of semi-secure
All right, let's go.
place to be.
Okay.
Nice.
Uh-huh.
Is the
Let's
ship
see
we'll
if-
be sailing today?
Well,
Let's see if the marathon luck swings the other way. Because usually
Here's
marathon luck is either really lucky or really unlucky. I've seen,
Yeah.
well, we've seen one part of the spectrum, yeah.
We're still a little indecisive for now. But when it comes to Fina, we're like, yes, absolutely, anything for you, Fina. Okay. Off to Pirin, the first main proper story-driven dungeon that isn't rescuing pirates from evil empires. Okay, so there is an encounter out here with birds I like to call murder birds. These are not murder birds, so we're just going to run.
retreat.
But, okay, this is the first time we failed to run away. But I forget the name of them. I think they're in my notes somewhere. What are these birds called? Adspeth. They have a special chance to drop an item called a Sylvian Ring, which prevents instant death moves from being effective. It's a 1 in 100 chance of them dropping one, and they're very useful for the end game, so we try to get them if we can. But I call them murder birds because Asbeths also cast Eterni magic.
Retreat.
I'd like to leave, please.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
Yep, that's why these dungeons are super scary and why the item later on helps us so much for cutting time down, just allowing us to run away.
And we're all asleep. Good night.
Sleep
no.
well. At least you're defending when you fail to run, so you only take half damage.
We're all asleep now.
But yeah, sleep power up. Just literally put everybody to sleep. Kind of rude.
And none of them are attacking, so we're not going to be able to get the opportunity to run. So this is going to be a... Oh, she's awake. Fina, run.
We must run.
Oh no.
So that's a very rare opportunity to hear Fina's escape the battle dialogue, so there you go, everyone. And she's asleep again. Okay, cool.
Yeah, because normally if you try to run, Vice is the one that has all the dialogue and options, but if he is incapacitated in some capacity, the other get to talk. But this is not necessarily what we wanted to showcase here.
Right. I will try to run away one more time, and if it fails, we're murdering. We're just
That
gonna
spirit.
take them all out.
Yeah. I remember my favorite spell for Ica was like Lambda Burst, because if you get into an encounter like this, just use it turn 2. And use them.
That was terrible.
Yeah, this is a very rare occurrence.
Yeah. By the way, the spell Drill they use, I believe, reduces your defenses.
Yes, it reduces not just your defenses, but it actually reduces all your stats. Every single one of them.
Retreat.
Thank
Wow.
you.
Except for HP.
Mm-hmm. So increment increases, drill decreases.
Yep. What happens if you have both?
One cancels the other out. It's usually drill that
Yeah,
cancels out increment.
Drillin wins.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to have to do a cheeky heal for
Yeah.
Fina.
And probably as safety safe.
Yes, absolutely.
Wow.
But yeah, that's the same scary thing that could happen in the first dungeon for those that were here with getting perpetually sleeped until you are dead.
Yeah.
But it's a lot scarier in the first dungeon because we're a much lower level and we can't take too many hits.
True. But if there's any time to restart a run, it's definitely the earliest dungeon. So I'd rather that happen then than now. Pretty dungeon. Pretty temple. Nothing bad could possibly happen here.
Really not a bunch of monsters that people have never seen locked away. No, not at all.
No, surely not. Okay, let's get a Sacres on Fina. Probably should use a Sakurai, but I wasn't there on the menu, so... Whoops, I guess. Let's keep going. Welcome to Pirin. Normally throughout the game they reuse some of the dungeon music, so this is one of the tunes that they don't reuse, and it's one of the better tunes in my opinion. It's just
all
perfect.
the OS, like all the original soundtracks of the game are just super awesome. I don't think there's really one that I don't like.
No.
Which is quite rare. Usually there's like some that are like, I'm kind of okay with it. But pretty much everything in this game has just been spot on. I think there was just tons of love put into it.
It's
So I
a
have
real
a
shame.
question. Oh, sorry. go
Yes. No, you first. And this is a back
ahead.
attack.
It's not an intelligence question.
Yeah, go for it.
So, we're entering this dungeon. Probably people haven't been here in a long time. Who lit the torches?
Magic.
Fire magic.
They're all Pyre boxes.
Yes.
Oh, we should pick them up. I also assume they don't generate heat otherwise. Actually, is that why it's a desert? Maybe they do generate heat.
Maybe they do. Maybe it's all the temple's fault.
Oh boy. Alright, sorry, that was it.
Right. So, we're going to cut the sphere on the Lupulon, and then we're going to be using a Pirai box and then guard. Cut the sphere on the Lupulon and guarantee that we hit it. Pirai box will murder all of the dung beetles, apart from the one that was guarding. Thank you for that. So, Lupulons also have a low chance of dropping something very important. They have a chance of dropping something called a black map, which is the opposite of what we need for escaping encounters. Black maps increase the chances of finding a random encounter and also prevents us from running from them, I believe. It's very useful in one specific location. But outside of that, kind of useless for the run. But we still want one at that one location. So if we do get one, it's a good time.
And Fina's getting all the levels.
Yep. We got her at level 1. She just levels up immediately. We don't want to get hit by those boulders, obviously. They will slice off a lot of our HP. I
think they take about a fourth of your max HP.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Maybe a third.
I once experimented with just running straight through them without care in the world. Wasn't worth it.
Yeah, you can do it if you want to be ritzy, but not recommended.
Yeah, no.
And now is when we start the
Oh,
long
well, it's just these two, yeah.
silver magic grind.
Let's try this.
Yep.
We need a very powerful silver magic to get a crew member that is going to help us with the very late of the game.
We did it.
So pretty much we are starting this really long magic XP grind 2 hours in so that we can get someone roughly, where does he come in? About 7 hours in to help us with the remaining 4 hours of the game.
Yeah. Without him, the last 4 hours become 8 hours. It's just very, very important that we get him. That's a guesstimate, really. Boulder? Whee! Right.
Hey, that's good.
This dungeon is the only one that has puzzles like this. We need to get all the boulders in the holes. And there is a more optimum order to do it in. But this one, you've only got 2 ways of doing it, though. So just do the closest one you can reach first. The last one you put in is always the one at the bottom.
The nice thing about these puzzle rooms is that there's no encounters here, so you can take your time and just walk all over the place.
It was very kind of them to think of that, because some puzzles can be a bit more complicated, and you do need the time to think about it. So no encounters, very helpful.
Yeah, there's a lot of RPGs and JRPGs where it's just you're forced to fight random encounters while trying to figure things out, and it can get kind of annoying. But with Skies of Arcadia, they were like, you know what? I think we'll just let the player chill, have a nice cozy time while they're getting through the game.
This one has a couple of ways you can solve it. I like to do that second blue one last, so that then Vice is closest to the exit when it opens. Any other order, you'd have to take a little bit longer walk to get towards the exit.
So casually, I know there's a few things on the sides that you can pick up. So I wonder, do you end up getting any of these things here in the temple?
Before we would stop to take the item that you can sell. But on the notes, we ignore pretty much all the chests in the dungeon.
I see. I believe they're also guarded by various enemies, so they're extra long to pick up.
Yeah, thankfully, while all the boxes are guarded by 3 tiki monsters, you can run from those encounters. So you could just open up the box, run from the encounter, and still get the box item.
It's really funny.
I actually did not know that.
Neither did I until very recently. It was very fun to discover. Right, so this one waits for us before it starts charging. So we're just gonna... There we go.
But yeah, there's a lot of useful items in this dungeon, but unfortunately it will take 30 seconds to a minute to just do the fights that each chest has. So we had to cut a lot of them out for the run.
We may do one if my Parai box breaks, because the Tikis have a chance to drop one. And it is very useful to keep a Parai box on us. But otherwise, there's no real need to do any of the extra encounters to get the items. What level is everyone? So I will do this one, because... Where's my... Oh, it's right at the end now. Okay.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit before, but another difficult thing for speedrunners to overcome is inventory management, because things get moved around a lot. Because the way things work is when you open up a slot, you use up all the items, so then you open up a slot, then the next item goes into that slot instead of the bottom of the list. So if you finish
Black
off
map.
using all your... Yo, black map, let's go!
Nice.
That's excellent luck.
Mario, the next runner, is going to be very happy. Because that's going to be in his section.
You're welcome, Mario. Really, just yeah, sure.
And the other
okay.
thing is that map sells for a lot of money. So when we're done with it, that's like
Try this.
800 more gold,
Excellent.
which is an entire box.
Yeah. I think what the black knight does is if you equip it on any character or just Vice.
Just
at
Vice.
least- Just Vice. It increases your encounter rate, so
We did it.
probably, I guess, back to Dreamcast levels if I were to guess. But also, why would you want to do that? Probably for the 2,500 enemies grinds.
For the 100%,
Yeah, for the 100%. In this game, there is a very, very tiny grind quest that's mandatory.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to like collect 15 of the
Uh-oh.
items.
Oh no. Okay, so the thing I don't like about the salamanders, you will see very shortly. This is a back attack, unfortunately.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Yeah,
So, thankfully, if they do a long range attack, great. If they do magic, great. I mean, not perfect, but great. If they decide to walk, it will take forever for them to finish their turn.
Yes.
I've
kind of
had
comical,
so many
honestly.
runs just like lose 30 seconds just because salamanders decided to walk and then
Mhm.
attack you.
It's great whenever they do that.
Ow. Lupulon, run away. I messed up my menuing just for him to run. Okay. Thankfully,
Yeah.
these guys are weak to the Pirai box, so despite it being a
interesting.
fire dungeon, they are weak to their fire attack. But only that box. If we tried to cast
There's
it, it
a,
wouldn't be enough.
Actually, a funny story about that.
Huh?
So, in the Dreamcast version,
Mm.
everything is as it should be. Magic attacks are their colors, magic boxes are their colors. But in Legends, there was a slight issue with porting it over for the magic boxes. And
Oh.
the magic boxes are not their color that they're supposed to be.
Oh.
So a fire magic is actually not red colored.
Okay.
All the magic boxes are green. Because
They're
green
all-
is the default. Because
Oh.
the value didn't get ported over properly for all the boxes.
Oh, that's curious.
So that's why if you ever play this game on Dreamcast and you're about to fight the boss in this zone and you use the box, it does like twice as much damage. Because it's
Wow.
ice magic on fire instead of nature magic on fire, which, you know, doesn't normally do that much.
That's mad. I didn't know that. It explains so much.
Yeah. Luckily, there's not too many fire enemies in the game, right? No, it's just a lot of the things we fight.
I try not to get that puzzle messed up. I have been known to mess this puzzle up several times in a row in one run. I've done it once, and I've never lived it down.
Do you have to get out of the room and back in order to reset, or how do you reset it?
Yeah, you can leave and then come back.
Yeah,
Just
the little
that area,
archway.
thankfully.
You don't have to leave the whole room.
Okay.
So this
at
little
least-
arch you transition through, yeah, it'll reset there.
Let's try this.
I see.
I didn't get
Little magic
many
bombs put everything
encounters
back
here,
into
so
place.
I'm very grateful that they do that. Okay, I still
Picking
need
a
Vice
few
to
extra
level up.
encounters. Yeah.
Yep. Because Vice died during the fight with the Executioner. We need to do
You still
one
got the
more
Pyre
encounter.
box, so I would recommend one more before you do the water, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna do the classic run around in circles until an encounter happens.
The only other
What's-
part in the run that we end up
What's
doing
over
this.
here? What's over here?
Sometimes we have to do that in Shrine Island.
Mm. We want Vice to be level 12, basically. Oh, good back attack.
Let's try this.
Since we still got the Pyre box, it's very easy to just take another fight real quick.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Now watch me get all the encounters. Just trying to get across this bridge. Okay.
Very nice. Ahead on silver XP. Vice is caught up on level. Hold up.
Brilliant. Okay. We would like heavy armor, correct. Flame mantle? Where's my flame mantle? Why don't I have the flame mantle? Did I not get it from... Okay. This is fine.
I'll go double check.
And there's my Slayer. No, I did all of the... Oh, I see what I've done. Yeah. I did go to Doc, but I didn't do him twice in a row. So I see where the error
okay.
is. Yep, okay.
Gotcha.
So we're going to be struggling.
That's fine.
It won't be too bad. As
It'll be a little harder to get the fight, but it's still possible.
Yeah, it's still possible. We'll be fine. We just have to cross our fingers. I'm going to give you your thing, because I want Aika to have her stronger magic. There we go. I think this will do for now. Let's heal up. Everyone's MP is at max. Yep, right. Let's go.
Good luck.
I'm gonna need it, because I forgot to get some stuff from Doc. I'll have to get Mario to get the rest of that.
You can probably hit Doc after this dungeon and then go to Marumba.
Yep, that way save him some time.
Set Mario up. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Love
Right,
the eyes
so-
of this thing.
We want to do a box. Then we want to do a speed glyph, and then another box. So what we wanted before this was to equip the Flame Mantle and Gem of Fluidity on Vice. What the Flame Mantle would do is to greatly decrease any fire damage he would take, and the Gem of Fluidity would prevent him from getting stunned and petrified during this fight. But because I forgot to get those, we're going to have to go by the edge of our seats.
Yep. There'll be a few purple Cutlass Furies, but no big deal.
Yep.
Yeah, purple in
The
this game is
biggest-
basically ice damage, and this guy's
Yeah.
weak to ice.
The scary thing about this boss is he does have a giant AoE damage that does,
There it is.
I don't know, just half your HP casually. So if he does it twice in a row, it's scary.
Aika and Fina will do the healing if we need to, if he keeps popping the area of effect attack. Otherwise, we should be okay.
Let's try this.
If you may get to hear the dynamic music, then it goes well in battle. It is upbeat. When it's not going so well, well, the music is also struggling.
Right, I think I may want to heal Fina and Aika. Crystallis box, however. I'll have Aika, heal herself. Aika will also heal herself. I just don't want to take any risks.
Let's try this. Let's try this.
Okay, Vice may get stoned here. Yep, it's not a problem. Because Crystallis Box is going to do most of the heavy lifting throughout this fight anyway. And he's already switched to silver, so should he survive,
Let's try this.
we'll have all the XP we still need.
Let's try this.
Ow. It's fine. We're faster than him, so we've won the fight. We went in with less than ideal equipment, but we still win. Because
Well done,
we're
Peach.
amazing.
Nice. GG.
This fight is not the easiest. On really bad days, you can like stone your entire party and then just double AoE kill everyone.
Mm. Today has not been the best day for RNG, and there have been some very easy mistakes to make that I have made. But despite that,
But you pulled through.
yeah, we're
So
pulling
proud.
through okay. And here's our first MacGuffin. This is a moon crystal. It has the power of several thousands of moon stones, and it is used to power weapons of mass destruction. We're collecting them before the Valiant Emperor does. And that's Fina's mission. To take the crystals out of the evil's hands and to take them home.
They were originally created to like help people survive and live peaceful lives.
Mhm.
But then they decided, you know what, maybe making giant mecha things would be better. And you know, just wage war.
Yeah. I don't need to do a safety save because these are ship fights, and you can
Yeah, it should be
you can just reset them if you lose. I mean, if you lose, it gives you the option to try them again from the start. The only fights which you can't reset if you die are random encounters, which is why we save frequently.
Mm-hmm. Boss battles you can redo,
Mhm.
and you don't get a game over from. But random encounters you do. That's why they're scary.
Yep. Oh no, Belen
Boss.
is evil. Who'd have guessed? Now for the reveal. How she changed into that is beyond me, but I shan't question JRPG logic.
True magician. But it fits with the lore of the game. You can just change armor in battle to your
This is
heart's
true.
content. Just
This is
instantly.
They're just working the game mechanics into the lore. I love it.
Oh, speaking of that, Yaga, I think maybe an answer to your torch question of what's keeping those torches lit. Maybe it was the power of the red moon crystal.
That
We
would
have it
kind of
now.
make sense.
The temple is now
Because-
dark.
That moon crystal is going to wake up something here too.
Hmm.
Yeah, it has a little bit of energy, so
Just a little.
surely it can light a few torches.
Fun fact about these statues. They're not statues.
Yeah, speaking of those giant monsters Finas was telling us about from ages ago.
Yeah, here's one of them.
And that's
So-
when Vice and friends realized Fina's not crazy.
Mm. Wait, those were real? Yes, they were.
So I have two questions, or one and a half, I guess. So the thing is, these gigantic machines were used to wage war with the other nations, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, why would they make a land-based crawly one rather than a flying one here? Because that seems very inefficient in a world that is just kind of, floating mostly. Does that mean that previously not everything was floating, I guess? Because that would make kind of sense that they would be land-based.
I don't think it goes too deep in the lore about it. But from my understanding and just trying to put a few pieces together, it seems like there was some nations that were really trying to start war. And those are the ones that seem to be a little bit more floaty, a little bit more mobile. And then the other nations were just trying to defend themselves. So that's why you get these land ones that are more stationary.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah,
I hadn't
alright.
thought about
But
it.
that's just from my limited lore dive.
I mean, I like it.
There's a lot of unanswered questions, a lot left to interpretation.
Which honestly is fine, because it's kind of fun to speculate at times. Also,
Yeah.
the best character is back.
Yep, Druckmann's back in the team. That's cool.
He hit the head before the head hit us.
But yeah, if you're interested in playing through the game, I highly recommend checking out as many discoveries and talking to as many people as you can. Because even the discoveries have like little lore tidbits put in on them, where you can learn this sort of stuff. Like one of my favorites is one of the giant monsters used to wield a giant hammer. So just imagine having to fight the second giant monster with a giant hammer.
That would be terrifying, because that was a nasty fight to begin with. So this is practically an auto-scroller as far as the speedrun is concerned, because this fight we can't win. So we just have to survive until we can escape.
Yeah, this is another tutorial fight where I was trying to teach you where if you line up a few cannon shots and mix things up, then you can make different outcomes happen in the battle. But for speedrun's sake, we ignore that and we just kind of heal tank the whole fight just because it's a little bit faster than trying to do that.
I believe if you attack on the turns or just on the turns before it shoots the laser, it would miss you or something like that.
Yeah, you need to land 2 hits on the turn that the laser's going to happen.
On the
So
same
like 2
turn?
right on top of each other. Yeah,
Oh, wait.
and then he'll miss his laser.
So you need torpedoes for that?
Yeah, you need torpedoes or you need a subcannon.
Otherwise, just tank it and heal up.
That's why I never could do it, because I never bothered to buy any cannons this early.
Yeah. My first playthrough of this game ever, I never bothered upgrading the ships. So it was a very difficult playthrough.
Oh, that sounds familiar. That sounds familiar. Yeah, welcome to ship battles. Even in speedruns, you get to get up, stretch, walk around for a minute every so often. It's quite interesting watching these speedruns to me.
During a full 12-hour long RTA, any percent of this game, ship battles are the perfect time to get up and do a bio break, get yourself a drink, anything along those lines.
Yeah, ship battles are a very big blessing for such a low speedrun.
I think that's why we have so many runners.
Hmm.
Despite it being so long, there's still opportunities just to get up, stretch, do the things you need to do to just keep going.
Yeah, take care of yourself. It's very nice. I know I wouldn't be able to do the run without them.
Same.
So I am very grateful.
So, loyal viewer, if you happen to be thirsty, now's a perfect time to go get yourself a drink. Please hydrate. Please stretch yourselves as well.
Or use the opportunity to join the Skies of Arcadia Discord.
Why, yes.
Yes, I mean, it's not just for speedrunning, it is just kind of a general community Discord if you'd like to join that.
Yeah, this ship battle is really just setting the mood for all future giant mecha fights.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's
The other
like, hey,
game-
look, these things do damage, and they do a little bit more damage the longer they've woken up.
Mm-hmm.
So whereas this one's probably not the most exciting, the ones after really start to ramp up. This
They
one's
really
just
do.
giving you a nice small taste.
We're lucky that this thing only has 2 things it can do: wander about and fire a laser. The others are
True.
a bit more creative in the things they can do.
I like to think that the fully awakened Red Gigas would have like some sort of monstrous fire spells, like Pyroin.
That terrifies me. I'm happy for just the easy version, thanks.
Thankfully, Drachma's ship is very, very sturdy. Then again, it kind of is necessary if he wants to go and hunt down that big whale, I guess.
I think we did skip, but he did say that he's using this as an opportunity to practice for the whale fight.
Right. He's not trying to help the kids, it's just for himself.
Yeah, this is all for him. He doesn't care about rescuing the children. It's all battle experience.
Yes, yes. But yeah, there's also a lot of speculation that I've seen in the Skies Discord, like just theory crafting on the Gigas. And I've seen a lot of people say like, well, the Gigases probably have some way to fly around in general.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Yeah.
But I like your defense versus attack offense theory better.
I've seen things like the Red Gigas, when it's fully powered up, can actually like shoot fire out of its feet and fly around, and
Giant
the
jetpack.
green Gigas like can just leap from continent to continent or something.
I mean,
That's a
It's all sorts
terrifying
of
concept.
theories.
like the jumping theory.
I like that
True.
jumping theory. Be funny if one day he just slips. It's like, whoops, into deep sky.
That's fine. He'll just jump right back out, right?
Yeah,
That
sure.
would be terrifying, actually.
And there we go. That's that first Gigas fight. Nice and easy.
Yeah. Our ship is not strong enough to deal with the Gigas yet. But we can deal with the person controlling the Gigas.
hmm
So
This is one of the game's more challenging features. The back-to-back ship battles that you're not sure is actually going to happen until you play it a few times. Because if you just spent the entire time trying to defeat Reckerman, only to find out, yo, you're supposed to run away, and now I have to fight this thing? Yeah, it's kind of a tough time.
hmm Casually, I would get stuck here a lot
Mm.
because I was never prepared.
I introduced Skies of Arcadia to a few friends of mine, and one of them decided to play it on one of their streams. I got to this point, got really angry, and never played it again.
Oh, sad.
Yeah, it's a shame. Because the game itself is amazing. The story's brilliant, the characters are lovely, the fighting is challenging, it keeps you thinking. If you just stick at it, you will have a great time with this game.
Yeah, even though we're 3 dungeons in, I still consider this like the very end of the tutorial, like teaching you everything about the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then right after this, the game ramps up and you're like fully on your own.
Yeah. So those of you with a keen eye did notice that when we tried to attack, we missed the standard cannon attack. Now that's important because it means on the last turn, we're going to have to do something different in order to make sure that we take out the links.
Yeah, ship battles can get pretty nasty because you never have like a 100% chance to hit each other. So you need backup strats on backup strats just to get through some of them.
Yeah. The blue gigas
That's
is the
why I
worst
say-
one for it.
Yeah, Blue Gigas. Oh man. That's why I said earlier, like, when routing for this game, you do the best you can for everyone. But usually the notes will work like 70 to 80% of the time. And then you have to like go with backup strats for a lot of things. But that's part of the fun running it.
Mm-hmm. It's one of those runs that keeps it has room for improvisation. Keeps you on your toes.
Yeah, I think almost all of my runs end up being improv runs at some point.
So for the majority of this fight, we're basically doing a repeat of Rekumen, which was the big red guy we just sailed about with. We're just going to tank most of her attacks until right at the end, where we're just going to unleash hell on her.
Yeah, that's why we're choosing the dialogue options we are choosing to set up a certain turn for us to just wipe her out in one shot.
Mm-hmm.
As stated earlier, some dialogue choices will affect how ship battles go. So for this one, we're always choosing the second one because it's always catching this boss off guard and giving us like an advantage in each thing. So we're slowly edging up our advantage so we can just unleash every attack.
Yep. Yeah.
As you can see, the boss is trying to do something similar, where they're just
Yep.
layering a bunch of attacks on top of each other. And as we upgrade our ship, we're going to be able to do that more and more later on.
Creme, Sacre. Whoop. Sacre. God. Because it's such a long run, I feel a little comfortable making tiny little mistakes with the menuing here and there because you can make that time back later on.
Definitely.
So if you are relatively new to speedrunning and are worried about like precise inputs with like platformers and things like that, bizarrely enough, a long haul JRPG might be better. This is my very first game I've ever speedrun, and I don't want to go anywhere else. I tried Sonic. It was hard. This is easier.
You would be surprised. I think like a good majority of people, this ended up being their first speedrun that they've ever done. I know I was one of them. Granted, I picked up a few others too, but it's just someone will pop in and be like, "Hey, this is my favorite game. Also, I
Yeah.
want to learn how to speedrun." It's like, "Oh, okay, sure, let's go."
Oh, do we have something for
We'll
you?
help you learn.
Right, now we unleash the cannons.
So,
So item attacks have a 100% chance to hit, from my understanding. So I always use the bomb on the first section. Standard cannons stronger than main cannons, so we use that and hope it hits. And then the harpoon cannon does the rest. It missed. Okay.
That should be fun.
The bomb hit though, so hopefully.
Mhm. The reason the cannon is with damage in this game, there's always a min and a max damage. So if the harpoon cannon low rolls and the bomb low rolls, it's nice to hit a cannon to guarantee that the ship goes down.
Thankfully, that was enough. And down she goes in one hit. That was an Admiral's flagship that we just took out with one hit. Technically two. That's always
What's the
satisfying.
glorious harpoon cannon? Oh, I love it.
Alright. We signal her ship, get her to call off the Gigas, and then we move on with our lives. Before taking the crystal for ourselves, of course.
And her engine, and a few of her cannons, and
Yeah, we go full pirate on her.
you mess with me, I steal your stuff.
And we make her walk, because we steal her cannon and her engines. So, one of the lines she said was, "You never truly know the truly size of the desert unless you walk it." And now we're putting her to the test.
Alright, so all that's left for this segment is just a quick pit stop at dock, and then
Yep.
headed back to Maramba.
Yep. We'll go visit Doc, get the things I forgot to get. And then I'll heal up the party, including the ship, change up the equipment ready for Mario, and then we will save Aria on top of Maramba. And that's where we will end the run with this segment. So just a couple of chores, and then we move on.
Well done getting through all that page. That was pretty rough RNG you had to deal with. Very well done.
Well done indeed.
Thank you. I wouldn't have been able to do it without you guys' help.
But yeah, show some love in the chat for Paige, because all that he went through is like pretty much every runner would have reset for that.
Yeah.
But he got through with flying colors.
Speaking of flying colors, I think we're flying flags later on. When will that be?
Oh yes.
Oh yes, the flags.
Yeah. Near the beginning of the third segment, so after Mario's section, there will be a flag choice, where once we start establishing our crew and we become the true captain of our own ship, we get to choose a flag. We get to pick from Vize's, Aika's, or Fina's concept drawings. So if you want to vote on that, we're going to have a vote for that when the third segment starts. It'll be a lot of fun.
The correct answer is Aika's flag, by the way.
No. Vize's flag. My favorite flag.
I mean, it's only a winged dolphin. That's the one I pick.
So all three of us pick each flag once. Okay, I see how it is.
There's like no time loss in choosing a flag.
Mm-hmm.
I think it will proven like choosing Fina's flag is like a few frames faster than
thought
choosing
it was-
Vize's flag or something like that.
I thought it was Aika's
Just 'cause of
flag.
the
That was
die.
minutely
Was it Aika's
faster.
flag?
Yeah, I think
It
it
might
was.
be Aika's flag. One of them.
Yeah.
But it's like so. It's just like frames.
Mhm. It's
So
literally
we're just like, we'll choose the one we want.
when you're going for 12 hours, frames means nothing. Just pick the flag you like.
I agree.
But yeah, it changes the color of the flag, it changes colors on your ship, it changes like all sorts of different decoration colors on the island. So it's nice to have, you know, your own personal preference as you play through the game.
I actually didn't realize it altered all these things because I always picked the same flag.
I always used to pick Fina's flag, but when I got into running, I started picking Aika's flag, and I don't know, she just started growing on me. I like the red internals of the ship as well. It looks very nice. It just spit up fish. Thanks. Oh yeah, another thing about the bird. It evolves. If anything, it means nothing about whether if it evolves or not, because you still have a set list of items that the bird spits up. But if anything, it's like a visual checkmark of how many moonfish are left out there. So like you have like 10% completed the quest if the bird evolves or something. I haven't figured out the exact numbers, but that's kind of what it is.
I see the chat seems to be majority in favor of the dolphin flag so far.
I mean,
and then I see a few cats in there. And
Yeah,
no
I
love
agree.
for Vice.
No life advice.
But the classic Jolly Roger. I love it.
I understand. It is a tough choice between Acre and Thena. Their flags are both very good. Alright, now that I've got the things I should have got before Pirin, let's do the equipment. Oh right, yeah, because the Flame Mantle's on the wrong person, so Flame Mantle. Drachma Shirt is the heavy armor. He also gets the Flash Ribbon. Acre gets the Silver Veil. Athena gets the Slayer Ring. Vice gets the Warrior's Rune. We need to heal up the ship and upgrade its max HP. Let's do a little bit of healing. Where's my Sacries? There we go. No. Oh, it's just Vice. Cool. Let's get the MP up then. There. My menu is terrible. Get the magic Sacri on the ship. And we build up the MP again. And there we go, fully healed. And fully maxed out on MP. That's a good place to leave it for Mario now. He's in a good place.
Awesome.
Now we just need to go back to Maramba. And before we enter, we save. So I'm about to go for time. Please hold up. And for this segment, this is time. There we go. Segment 1 complete.
Nicely done, especially with how rough the RNG treated you early on.
Yeah, that was very bad RNG. We did not want those boxes to break. We did not want to be put to sleep by all the bugs, but we got through it. This was a lot of fun.
So before we throw it to a break so that we can facilitate getting things handed off for the relay, I know, Armstrong, you're sticking around. Paige and
I'm sticking
Yagamoth.
around.
I'm sorry?
Oh, continue. I was just saying, yeah.
Okay, awesome. Paige and Yagamoth, however, I don't think that either of you are, so tell us about yourselves. Tell me where I can find you. Where do you stream? How can I watch more of this?
Okay, well, I'm PageCartoons, Empire Extraordinaire, PNG tuber, as you can see in the top corner. I drew all the art, I'm a professional doodler, part-time streamer, I run Skies of Arcadia, I play retro games as well on Mondays, and RPGs with a lot of my other fellow PNG tuber friends. You can find me over at twitch.tv/PageCartoons. I'm also over on Twitter with the same username. So I try to run Skies of Arcadia more often than I currently am, because I want to eventually get much higher on the tables than I currently am. But yeah, this has been a miniature dream of mine to start speedrunning and show up on GDQ at some point. So this has been an absolute honor. Thank you so much for having me on. This has been amazing. Thank you. Jaeger.
Alrighty, and well, I'm Yagamoth, and I am over at Twitch TV/Yagamoth, and I like to do challenge runs. I like to play RPGs. I like having nice and comfy streams, occasionally a puzzle here or there. Basically, there's a good amount of variety, let's put it this way. And that's kind of mostly what I do. Oh yeah, I also tend to get relatively obsessed with trying to optimize as well as just play certain games. So if you like something or someone who, well, tries to look a little bit too much into mechanics and stuff, maybe that could be an interesting place to go. And that's that. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we are going to be heading on over to a break while we get the handoff done, and we will be back with the next segment of this this relay. Thank you again, Paige. Thank you, Armstrong and Yagamoth. And stick around. Now's a great time to stretch your legs, get some water. We will be right back real soon. Hey everyone, we're back. We've got our next runner queued up and ready to go. We're chomping at the bit to be able to show you some more Skies of Arcadia. Just real quick, I've got a couple of announcements for everybody who's showed up since the last time that we had a break. Cross Fatales 2023 prize submissions are open from now through February 20th. Head on over to gamesdonequick.com for more info or use !prizes in Twitch chat to submit your prizes. Unapologetically Black and Fast is coming up February 11th through the 12th. Celebrate Black Excellence and Speedrunning coming up next month. Use !UBAF, that's Unapologetically Black and Fast, in Twitch chat for more information on that. If you want to follow what Games Done Quick is doing pretty much everywhere, use !links in Twitch chat for all things GDQ. And also your subs, your Prime Gaming subs, your gift subs, and all bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support Games Done Quick with GDQ 2023 costs, including hotel cancellation costs. Please consider subscribing to help support GDQ. And there's been a ton of that today. Thank you all so much who's already done that. Everybody who's done that, thank you. You're all great. If you're watching this on YouTube, hey, you should be watching us live too. Consider doing that maybe. But before you do that, make sure that you press the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel. Then come on over to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick and you can catch our live content. Weeknights, we tend to start at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. Speaking of weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern, tomorrow, Sunday, at 1 p.m. Eastern, we've got a showcase of Devil May Cry speedruns for the DMC2 anniversary. It's going to be a ton of fun. What's also going to be a ton of fun is me passing this over to Mario. Mario, welcome aboard. How's it going?
Hey, hello. It's going pretty good. So, I am Mario Najaris from Spain. I'm gonna do the second segment of this relay speedrun. And I've been doing a speedrun since the pandemic. Who I got into the Hando, the 100% speedrun, like a crazy person will do, But yeah, this community welcomed me perfectly since Taiwan, and everything go well. Sorry about my English is not perfect, I know, but I will do what I can.
All right, welcome aboard. We've still got Armstrong here, 7th Armstrong, and we are now joined by Crispy Tater as well. Thank you so much for coming on.
Absolutely excited to be here. I'm also a Skies of Arcadia speedrunner, and this has been definitely one of my minor dreams as well, to help get this game on the GDQ channel. So really appreciate you, Tina, for hosting, and excited to see this run get the RNG that it's been getting.
Yeah, it's been great RNG so far. Super exciting. Good for the viewers, maybe a little bit stressful for the runners.
The content.
But yeah, Mario, at this point, whenever you're ready, you can count us in and we can get this underway.
Okay, well, let's do this.
Let's do it.
So, 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go. So Mario's jumping in right before a wanted battle, our introduction after Blackbeard to a ground wanted battle.
Yeah. This is probably one of the most important side quests of the game for our speedrun.
First step is Mystery Merchant, though. So Mario needs to get a couple more Crystales boxes just because they're very useful here, and then they come into play after Maramba into our next continent. But the next continent does not have a Mystery Merchant, therefore we have to stock up here.
And why is this battle that we're about to do so important for the speedrun?
Yeah. So Rupee and Barda are your classic bulk physical and bulk magic fight. You kind of get your 50-50 of, Rupee hits hard and eats physical hits, but magic hits harder on Rupee, or my apologies, harder on Barda, while
Come on,
Rupee
merchant!
is more magically inclined. This Mystery Merchant is giving us the business. Maramba Mystery Merchant has a higher chance to be there.
Yeah.
I think that was previously discussed, and yet
About 75% chance of being here. So 3 times and this 4 is kind of... Oh,
wait for it. Oh. So there are 3 ways that you can reset for Mystery Merchant. What Mario's doing here is returning to the ship and then revisiting the island. It's very quick. You still have to deal with the loading screen, but at the very least, that's all you really have to deal with. The other option would be running up the hill. Oh, well. Go ahead.
Come on! There is no way!
5 times, oof. So Mario was going to say that resetting the console and saving and going through that path through the main menu is another option. But the third would have been going up the hill, going to the inn, staying the night. That also resets Mystery Merchant's presence.
Okay, here we go.
All right. Quick bit of shopping. Five boxes looks good.
And let me
Now,
check something really quick. Okay. The captain's trap is down, so...
Yep, everything should be set. You should be full health. Paige got you all ready. So this is the terrifying Rupee, right?
Should be. Or maybe it's the little boy behind him.
I love their theme when they introduce Rupee. Just waiting for that to hit. It's always a great joke in our community, reacting to the few voice lines that we get that are spoken in the game. So,
Where are Crystales box? Oh,
we've changed up the strategy here a little bit. Speed is playing more of a role because we're trying to damage Rupee without bringing him below half, but also speed everyone up so that we can ensure we're always going before Rupee has the chance. Rupee has a move when he goes below half where it's basically a one-hit kill.
Yeah, it's
unless he
absolutely
hits
terrifying.
Drachma or Vice.
And hopefully we will not see that. There is a
Crystales
decent
box
chance.
is really in the wrong place. will be in the
Yeah.
first place or the second, and it's gonna be hard to every menu, every use have to search where is Crystal's box inside
It
all
got shuffled around.
all that noise.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
we had
definitely
to
one of
pick
the
up
tricky-
safety healing, so it got shuffled around.
It's one of those things that in a relay matter, but we wouldn't normally think about it in a single person all the way through RTA run.
He's not guarding, that's great.
Let's try this.
Yeah, all the boxes breaking so help with inventory management.
Yep. Ooh, that was a little scary, actually.
This should work.
Okay.
All right.
Of all the things that Rupee could have done, that was not the worst.
Yeah.
It is going to slow us down a little bit on Barda, but... So yeah, Rupee's enraged attack is basically Rupee booting Barda at us.
Come on, Aika.
That's a cutscene you'll have to look online for.
Yeah, when Rupee gets angry, he starts throwing Barta at us and just unleashing tons of powerful magic.
Yep.
We used to just save Rupee for last so he couldn't throw Barta at us. But
Should work.
we're now swapping over to this strat so we can save a little bit of time and just save a little bit of time.
So interesting debuff there called Fatigue, which is where Ica no longer produces SP for the team. So if we were relying on Cutlass Fury more than we currently are, or a larger super move, that could cause some issues.
Let's try this.
And it looks like Fina will escape without it.
Thanks.
So the reason that we actually take this fight is the drop that comes from it. Rupee and Barda are worth a good chunk of money. They drop their own money as well as the bounty reward. However, they also drop an item that the Dreamcast version had gated a bit further back, and that's called the Captain's Hat. And I actually might be wrong there. For all I know, the Dreamcast didn't even have the Captain's Hat. But the Captain's Hat is a very strong equipable accessory for Vice that increases his attack by nearly double at this point. It's plus 80. And so
Yeah.
that turns Vice into a very strong DPS for future fights. And it takes a little bit of time for us to be able to get the consistent SP and skills that we need to use him to his fullest extent. But he is still going to be much stronger after this fight for bosses.
So for a damage reference, that 80 that the Captain's Hat is going to be giving us, the weapon that Vice currently has gives us 58 attack in comparison. So the hat alone is like a whole extra sword and a half at this stage in the game. It's super strong. And it makes so many bosses go by way faster. So it might seem a little weird that we're like, taking 2-3 minutes to do this fight. But with the amount of time save it saves on like the late 8 hours that we're going to be playing, just on every single boss, it just adds up really fast.
For anyone curious about running the game, Incrum will be influenced by your current attack stat. So if you are not wearing the hat at the wrong time, that can bite you.
Yeah, so not only are we getting a huge boost from the hat, but we're also getting a huge boost from Incrum, since Incrum gives us 50% more attack.
Yep.
Tons of damage. Great job getting through the fight.
Yep.
I didn't see how many boxes were broken. Hopefully not too many.
I'm gonna point.
I don't think there were any.
9 of this.
There's none broken?
11 this. I think not.
That's
Oh, I think you
incredibly
made it through,
rare.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
so it went from having like the worst RNG to having the best RNG. Amazing.
Yeah, between Rockworm and Rupium Barda, we definitely use those Crystales boxes probably about a dozen times. Probably more. So now here, South Ocean has been the beast of the run for a long time, and we don't have the ability to get the white map, which would help us. So we have to resort to a couple different strategies to reduce encounters in this area. One is that we're going to be flying towards a dead zone. So there is a cutscene here, and we definitely cut it close. You'll see a lot of times where as soon as you think you're safe, you're going to get an encounter frames from
Yeah.
where you'd be safe.
I bridge hop here because sometimes I got a really bad fight with the birds that launch eternity and can run away. So safety strats for me today.
Yeah. So that cutscene actually did reset the counter, but in this case, now that we can hug the wind wall, we are now in a zone where we should be safe to not get any encounters. Roughly. Mario knows the distances better than I do for when to hop and when to get to the safe zone, because there is a bit of a gap.
Yeah, usually
On-
do like 10 seconds, but today I'm gonna go with 7 or so.
Yeah. That's probably smart. Yeah,
Yeah.
because sometimes South Ocean can just be relentless, and you'll get out of a fight and like
And I
two little
sold.
flaps of the wings, and you get another fight.
I'm safe. I forgot to say. Just in case. We don't want a reset over here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, totally fair. Big shout out to the data miners in our community. We found some really great strategies and more numbers than I can churn. We're still getting new strats and new details on this game on a monthly basis. So it's a great chance to show off. But, can't have it every time.
Oh, it's a back
As soon
attack.
as they
So it's a guaranteed
away.
run.
Very nice.
That's really fortunate.
Yeah, South Ocean is just as scary as Catacombs because the gray
Oh,
blob-looking
that's
guys,
come too soon.
Yep.
Eesh.
It happens like that sometimes. But
Please.
the gray blob-looking enemies also
Yep.
have the instant death spell. So
Except they have it on the AoE scale, so they can kill everybody in one spell if you're not careful, and if you get back attacked.
And so will be enough. 4, 5, 6, and that's okay.
So what Mario's doing is counting it out because the step counter and the encounter counter are related. So in certain areas, we have such a high encounter rate, such as this, where you have about 10 seconds before you're over a 50% chance to get an encounter.
Yeah. And the curious thing I realized is that every flap of the
wings?
Little Jack's wings. yeah.
every flopping is like 1 second from the little jack. The thing what does for
I never noticed that.
advancing is like a second. So I just count flappings.
Yeah, that's what I do too.
We've seen it before, though, where on the first frame there is a 1% chance to get an encounter. And we recently had someone get that right out of an elevator earlier this month. But
that was me. Oh, that was so funny.
it happens, you know, it's a tricky strategy with bridge hopping because there's no guarantee that, you know, you won't just get that frame 1 encounter.
Also, I'm gonna bridge hop here because the enemies here have a slippery
Yeah.
the level
magic.
difference is dangerous too.
We got to see
We're
how
really-
terrifying sleep was earlier.
Until one map, every time you feel you're gonna get an encounter, it's better to just bridge hop and reset the step counter.
Oh, great shout out by Eriku. I apologize for mixing up a turnum and a turn ace. Just gonna let the music vibe for a second because this is one of the best tracks. From a plot perspective, they think that Fina is a descendant of an ancient civilization. Can't imagine why.
They think she's kind of a goddess.
Our space princess? Who could imagine? So we have now crossed this dangerous South Ocean with all those whirlwinds and dangerous enemies thanks to Belaze's engine that we have stolen from her. And we have now found an indigenous civilization, and turns out there have been previous visitors, and we are running low on fuel. So luckily we're gonna go chat with a friend over here, grab some safety crystals, and grab some fuel for our ship. And our friend Hans is going to tell us, hey, they took my dad. He's been kidnapped. You're pretty good at getting your dad out of prison, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes, actually. Yeah, it turns out that the evil empire of the story also happens to be over here and happens to be mining moonstones for their armada of ships.
Yep,
So
we
we're
have
just
moved
gonna
on.
go take care of that as the good-hearted Robin Hoods we are.
Free the people.
There are a number of stops here. Horteca is a very confusing map when you first get here.
Oh, yeah.
But after a couple attempts of the run, you'll start to get a hang of the different spots you have to go up and down. And another thing that we'll get to soon is that Horteca introduces the sideways map. We saw it briefly on Alfonso's ship when Vice went down the ladder. You could get an idea for how it works. But here there's a hotel that Mario is going to have to navigate, and you'll get to see more of how that works because it then comes back in, spoilers, the strip mine that we have to go rescue fathers from. Well, the Hans's dad and the medicine man of
Yeah, and the priest. Yeah.
high priest, I believe. I'm not sure.
Nobody's gonna talk about the eyebrows from the elder.
Yeah, the elder's eyebrows.
He's just really old, okay? He's got kind of a
I
Cranky
love
Kong vibe to him.
Did you sleep?
Not yet.
No.
Oh, you do it after. Okay. And get the moonfish after. Okay. Sorry, this route intrigues me because I run the game very differently.
Sadly, the Elder does not give us a full heal afterwards. For free, we have to pay 80 gold, and I've actually been caught there after the
It's
purchases in Maramba.
actually 120.
It's
I think.
120?
Yep.
Okay, I believe you. Maybe I'm thinking of Maramba.
But yeah, we have plenty of sacred crystals.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So remember later to Chronoon to pick up the Parantacid.
Makes sense. And did you want to get
We
a
used
few
to-
more healing crystals here since we had to use so many early game?
I could take in myself, but this way we save like a whole second.
Okay.
So speedrunning.
Whatever you're comfortable with.
Gotta go
Speedrunning.
fast.
Whoop.
Yeah. The layers to this game are very fun to work around because you do have magic, skills, money, reputation, experience, all of these different factors to think about. And they all play a pretty important role in the run. I think there's very few mechanics that we ignore. Even magic, we found places to use, for example, Wevley, that you'll be seeing soon, or Solenis at a much later point. We do a good job of tying in as much as we can to make these runs fast. So here we are entering that hotel segment that I mentioned earlier. Pretty cool little slide mechanic that unfortunately shows up very rarely moving forward. I think Glacia is really the only major instance of it, unless you make a
yeah.
mistake and you get put on a downhill.
And here's that vertical map that we'll see every now and then.
So all this way up is just for fishing dish. Then
Yep.
I can get the white map, which is the most important item in the game.
Yeah.
I usually in my runs just go away to fight Chameleon, but today, for safety reasons, we're gonna buy some crystals, some healing crystals.
So this is the first place where we can actually purchase the heal everybody crystals, sacrams.
So
They are very expensive,
this,
as you can tell.
buy another one, and heal those.
Yeah, should be good. We do have a gold.
Gold should be okay.
A gold
That'll be
check,
fine.
I guess, is just the best way to say it. There is a gold wall, a paywall, later on in the run, but we've definitely mathed it out so that most runs should be safe, and this run will be even safer.
And there's no way that we're not paying that off. So, pretty close to halfway through the game, you start to get your new ships, and it's like, oh hey, these ships, they're great and all, but they need an upgrade. And you need, a,
this
you need a
part-
dock in order to upgrade them.
Yeah. And in this part, I have to be careful because if I smash too quick, I can actually soft lock the game.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is the only only moment in the whole run that it can happen.
Yeah, it's really
Something
funny.
about those flames rendering.
If you mash too quickly and if you play the game too fast, the little jack in the cutscene is only moving a set distance. So you start that little cutscene a little too early, so it moves the set distance and it never runs into the trigger for the next cutscene, and you're just kind of stuck there.
It's funny.
And that could be. So I can smash quick again.
So Admiral number 2 that we get to deal with, assuming you don't count Alfonso as an actual admiral. This is DeLoco. DeLoco is the crazy mad scientist of Valua. DeLoco reminds me of a certain character from Gurren Lagann who just really likes pressing the big red button. DeLoco just wants to see the world burn. And so he's actually burning it himself. Folks casually might recognize the flamethrower from using Lambda Burst in this area every chance that you can get. At one point, we considered using Lambda Burst as a safety strat, but unfortunately, it just doesn't scale very well. And at the end of the day, we're actually done taking random encounters until either forced fights or required situations where that black map's going to come very handy. But as of now, we're skipping all fights.
Everything
Well,
we can, yeah.
It's a little more firm in the next 20 minutes, but we should be pretty quick to...
Leveling. Big guard.
Yep. This is another case where we're kind of abusing the fact that items don't require SP, they do a flat amount of damage, and they don't deal with accuracy checks, whereas our normal cannons, we would have to deal with all three of those. Magic is a case where the chameleon is actually weak to blue magic. It's one of those things that you only know if you had the chance to look at the game.
My game music, the music level of the game is for me to hide. Then I barely hear you because of the volume of the game. Could I down the volume like a bit? For the hosters?
Let me ping them real quick.
Do you need to pause and run to a break real quick for that, or
No, I can do it from here.
Just making sure the sound levels are good. I turned
But
myself
maybe
up a little bit.
the producer want to up the volume. Yeah, in a moment.
Yeah, so it sounds like go ahead and do what you need to do, and then we'll get it
Okay.
on the back end.
Very nice.
So that's the volume. Can somebody speak?
Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
Hello. Can you
Should
hear
be
me?
good.
I hear Armstrong way better than Crispy Tater, but yeah,
One moment.
now is better.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
Yeah,
Should
yeah,
be
yeah.
good.
Cool. Thank you.
Awesome.
Sorry about that. Might have been turning my mic the wrong way.
Very neat. But yeah, it was very interesting because we used to get like torpedoes and other cannons for all these fights here, and then we're like, wait a minute, all the items and all the magic just just kind of hit.
Oh,
And we don't
I
have
got
to
the
worry about
V-tape
it.
cannon, and that's great.
Oh wow, beat
There you go.
That's 2k gold for free.
Yep, the RNG extends to boss drops. Not all of them, but multiple bosses have an additional item that, you know, it's good luck if you get it, and if you don't, you might need a backup, but it's great to know. Unfortunately, none of them are necessarily effective in use. It would be nice, but more of those drops are strictly for ground battles.
Yay!
City of Gold, here we come.
So now we are going all the way back to Dock and get that beloved wave map.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's a little weird looking in a speedrun perspective because you're like backtracking a ton just to get one item. And it's like, why are you spending like 2-3 minutes to get this? It's like, that seems like such a bad idea. but
But
That
The white map.
that the time save that we get with the white map equipment is way
there-
better than the 3 minutes that take to go back, then go away.
yeah, the white map not only allows us to 100% of the time run away from encounters, so we don't have to worry about that anymore, but it also lowers the encounter rate significantly. Like, how often you get fights. So if our normal encounter rate is 100, I think it drops us all the way down to like maybe 25%, something like that. Something super low. And then
I
the
thought
black
it was
map we got is the opposite.
Now I let in the steam bring me back, because if I don't move, the counter steps don't get up and I don't get encounters.
Yeah, this technique is great. With the winds of South Ocean, we were fighting it on the way. That's why our ship was moving very slow. But we can just not do anything and let the winds carry us back the other way. And then we don't get any fights.
Yep. It's actually very interesting because, you know, every runner does this differently. Every runner has their own flavor that they like to add to runs. Seventh is a great example of someone that has almost an entirely different route after this point. Mario's been using a number of different strategies in his runs, but then you'll get something very different from Arcadia or Demon or myself. So it's definitely a fun run to be able to put your perspective on, whether it's the flag, a route, and it's just up to you how deep you dig in.
That's a really interesting point. With this being such an expressive run and having so many ways that people can go about it, how have all of you worked together to figure out the way that you're going to collaborate on this relay? Because if everybody's doing it differently normally, you've got to meet in the middle somehow, right?
Yeah, it wasn't the easiest of tasks. But we all settled on doing Arcadia Legend, who has made multiple guides for anyone who wants to join in on the fun. We decided to do the intermediate route, which is the middle one
Warriors run.
of difficulty, but it's still maximum
Player
safety.
win.
So we're all following that. We're all very familiar with the game, so changing up a few things here and there isn't too bad.
Yeah, I would definitely say that Arcadia Legends notes are phenomenal. A great place to start for any runner.
Agreed.
We have beginner strats,
Agreed.
intermediate strats. Oh, all good?
Yeah, agreed.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We have beginner, intermediate, and we do have expert. I will advise a little caution because expert, you know, you really should have those runs under your belt. Otherwise, you're going to get lost. This game punishes bad movement so heavily between that step counter and just generally trying to figure out the timing on certain things. We have moving discoveries. We have, the timeline of bridge hops and things like that to consider, and even the current of the air. This is one of the only chances of the air current existing, but you get to decide if you're taking the most direct path, or maybe it's worth grabbing an extra chest because you think that you didn't get enough money early. Those things happen.
Yeah, and since there's like 4 main routes weaved into one, where it's like you have to route your magic experience, your level experience, like your ship equipment, your people equipment, everyone just kind of likes to do what they feel is safe and comfortable for them. Because some people would like to say, hey, you know what, I like to have a little more money to make sure I get through the paywall. And others are like, you know what, I might risk it on getting a drop. So there's like a lot of little flares to each battle, because each battle we use different items depending on who it is that's running. So
I think y'all mentioned in the first...
go ahead. I was going to say, what happens a lot for routing this game is someone will do a run and they've like added a little bit of something into the route, and then a lot of us look at it and go, yeah, I like that. I think I'll take that and put that in mine too. So with this pirate game, we also just kind of like share and steal routes from each other and add them in and weave them in and do different things. It's been a lot of fun.
And sometimes the game just says you're so close, but so far.
Yeah.
And I think it was mentioned on the first half, or the first segment, that the notes are the foundation. The notes are, where you start, but then it's up to the runner to decide, hey, you're missing a little bit, or hey, you couldn't quite figure out where this is. What are you going to do to make up for it? And sometimes the game just doesn't want to play nice, so you have to decide, is it worth guarding, or is it worth pushing to finish off a boss?
Yeah, and a lot of the decisions you have to make are like split-second ones mid-fight, which is really scary. And then you take the time in between fights to think about, okay, well, I had to do this extra thing, so maybe I should do this other extra thing to even it out so I can get through the next one. And
So Alfonso returns. He's been exiled from Valua to come help DeLoco with his projects, and we have suddenly walked onto a pressure plate directly underneath DeLoco's office, I guess. And you can see a little hint that DeLoco's been playing tic-tac-toe in his spare time.
for those that were here earlier, we were hinting at one of the skips, and this was the meme skip we were talking about coming up here, where you have these traps on the ground.
I'm not doing it.
Yeah, you're not doing it. It is.
This is...
It saves 1 second to do it, but if you mess it up, you lose a minute.
A whole second? I'm not sure about that second. Like a half second.
We're talking frames, absolutely. So this is right
But
here.
yeah.
Oh. Moonstone Mountain and the next dungeon, without white map, are very difficult to run away from because of the fact that we are underleveled. We've been underleveled from even around Pyrin.
Yeah.
I apologize for talking during that, but for anyone curious, the skip is that you can go straight on that puzzle and barely dodge the trigger to fall through the floor. However, it is much safer to go all the way around. for, right, 10 frames, 20 frames if you're lucky, you know. So we're gonna make our way through this vertical map that, as you can see, is undiscovered. It is very easy to get turnaround here. There is almost a hidden turn that you have to take that gets confusing even after several runs. This is one of those areas that you're going to want to workshop a little bit before you get into it.
Yeah, this is a deep mine that they're digging out all the moonstones in. So you have to go down and up and down and up constantly to get the
Sometimes it's intentional. So now we're going to meet Hans's adopted father, Centime?
I've always said time.
Centim?
Centime.
There you go.
Since he's actually from Balua, and Balua is like the Spanish Empire from the 1050 15th century. Sorry, not 14th century. So all the names are Spanish. Alfonso, Galcian, everyone. So centime should be pronounced as Spanish. I think.
Yeah.
Is what more sense.
Well,
That
from
makes
now
sense.
on, I will call him that.
Centime. It's not a name in Spanish, but
Because I think
no.
he is a Valuan engineer that defected to some degree. I believe Centime was brought in to work in the mines and on the mines and efficiency and all that.
Yep.
And said no, and ended up running the equivalent of an orphanage over in Horteca. And then they brought DeLoco in, and you can see how that's going. So one thing Mario's doing is, and I apologize, I'm a little behind, but Mario is pushing against the side of the ramp in a certain way on an uphill, and that's actually a speed strat in order to get Vice to maintain his momentum. Even though you're kind of going at a diagonal, it'll bring you up those ridges faster, those uphill ramps.
Yeah, so even though this is an RPG, we do still have a little bit of speed tech for moving around the map. You'll see it really well in the next dungeon where there's a really long staircase. Just fly up those.
Kind of a jazzy, nefarious theme here. Little wackiness ensuing.
Oh,
We do have a forced fight here.
no. Yeah. Well, sorry. Just in case.
This fight isn't too scary, but it'll chip at you before the next boss fight. So mainly they just tend to waste time speeding each other up, but hopefully we'll have the opportunity to knock them out before they cast their spells.
Yeah.
Crystales balls are so bad in the menu.
You just have to menu backwards, I guess. They're not even at the end anymore.
Yeah, it's such an awkward place. I'm glad to see that we have 7 spirit points, though. It's very good.
Let's try this.
Interesting.
Yeah, because sometimes we'll get here in a run and only have 6, which makes the boss very hard.
What you guarding?
This should work.
Trademark Pangy. Yeah, we've had some crazy runners in the past of this game, Yaga being one of them. And we've had folks that did the run without white map. We've had folks that, you know, did some very different strategies as we evolved the run. I think altogether the run has gone from that, I want to say 1230, 1245 level now to a 1045. And so we're really excited to keep pushing that down. And we even just got a new skip a month ago. So we're always looking for more eyes, more runners, more folks, because with as much RNG as we have, you never know who's going to manage to pull a double electri box, right?
True. We've still only had one runner do it, and that was our first.
And it was
showcase here.
it was on the PAL version, I believe, as well.
Mm-hmm. It
So
was
there
just
is,
casually learning the run, and oh hey, you just got the best RNG.
yeah. I will say for our European friends, sadly, the PAL version is not optimal. I believe it's a 30 FPS to 60 FPS situation. Am I right on that?
I
It
don't
might
remember the
be
exact.
25 to 30,
Yeah,
something
I think
along
it's
those
something
lines.
like that.
But it is just slightly slower at a baseline. It adds up.
It adds up a lot, especially with such a long run.
Yep. But please join the Discord. Come by, ask questions, give it a try. Like I said, those notes on SRC, we all started there. And if you let us know that you're attempting a run of this game, you will see multiple Skies runners in your chat before you're done.
Very
And
true.
Seventh Armstrong is probably one of them.
Yeah, I try and catch just about every Sky speedrun just to hang out.
Mm-hmm. Community has been incredible.
Absolutely.
All right. So we met Tony earlier on. Now we're meeting Tony's big brother or sister. We're not sure. But whoever they are, they look great in gold.
Actually, I think it was you, Mario, that told me that in the European version, it's Antonio Jr.
It's in Japanese version,
Oh, in Japanese version. Okay.
I think.
The son of Tony.
It's the second, Antonio the second, so should be the second, the son of the first.
Right. DeLoco thinks that he's got us caught in this elaborate trap. And Alfonso says,
So I quickly put my hat on. Go.
let's try some bullfighting. Oh,
Then the best
Saw that.
fury. Then my device.
Let's try
Oh, that is true. The level on Ica actually comes through here.
Mm-hmm.
So the death to Executioner was not in vain. There's a chance that we get to this point and we don't have enough SP to Cutlass Fury every turn. And that's because Ica has a slight chance to be behind, especially if she happens to have trouble in a fight.
Yeah, it all depends on Pyron and how much XP you
I
get.
maybe
from-
soul heal vice. Yeah. I go now. Oh, use Sacres.
Yep. Safe to say, I think you use one of those
No,
safety
crystal.
crystals.
Room. Guard.
That's why we got him.
Yep.
Yup.
Yeah, this is when bosses really start to ramp up. We're not doing tutorial bosses anymore. They will mess you up.
It was mentioned earlier, but you do have the chance to go straight from Recumen in the Links to Chameleon 1. you know, if you're not careful, this game will put you in another boss fight before you know it. So for any casual runners, we definitely recommend safety saves, backup saves, extra healing items. It's a merciless game sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh! Oof! That should not over a speed
Everything's
fight.
fine.
Every turn.
It's okay.
Wow.
Everything
The
was
content.
calculated. Everything was calculated. Don't worry.
Oh my goodness. So just like the mystery merchant, 50% chance to show up. I think Antonio here has a 50% chance to just shoot the laser beam or something like that. And it's just every time. Wow.
Yeah, a lot of fights are like that where it is very much, did it use its super move last turn? No, use the super move. Has it used the super move last turn? Yes. Maybe still use the super move again.
Pretty much.
Looks effective, so
Yeah, we're gonna avoid the term avalauncher.
True.
get my white map again. And I can go.
Yeah, so the basic premise for all fights for the rest of the run pretty much is you get in the fight, you put on the captain's hat to do more damage, then as soon as the fight's over, you put the white
It's
map
true.
back on so you can run away from things and get through dungeons faster. So it's just this constant back and forth. I like to imagine like Vise shows up and is like all smug, like, oh, a boss, eh? And then he puts on his hat. He's like, all right, let's go.
This game is good about setting up dungeons in a nice big circle for you, so you just walk right back out the front door.
Yeah, the dungeon design is just top notch.
Mm-hmm.
And
Just
this
nice,
dungeon
smooth flow.
in 100% the run is like a hell because you have to reset the dungeon over and over again.
Oh, yeah.
But in any percent, it's like straightforward.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
no,
you
100%.
fall through a bunch of stuff, and there's chests hidden on ledges in that dungeon.
You have to explore every nook and cranny and every potential up and down. So here we discover the Village of Women. That's important for a crew member later, and it's also good money.
And flyover island increase the counter rate percentage.
Yep, it is 50% higher chance to get a fight when you are over land. It's actually interesting because the different potential enemy encounters, the groups, are actually influenced by whether or not it's over land or over air. So there are rare use cases where you can say, I really want this item drop. So for example, those birds that can attorney you, you take your fight in the air. Or if you wanted to avoid that, then you try to take your fight over the land. It's rare, but we do try to path our way around land where possible to prevent the frames of getting in and out of an encounter. For reference, a bridge hop is potentially 2 seconds, 3 seconds faster than an immediate runaway. It's a personal preference there. It's a strategy that I've been pushing over the last year or so. But after White Map, you can run away from any fight, so you don't really have to concern yourself with it as much. Here we go. Great lineup for the Wings of Gold. This is one of the trickiest discoveries because of the fact that it's small, it's fast, it's high up in the sky, and if you're not careful, it's gone before you know it, and it's really slow to try to chase it down. But we've got a pretty consistent setup where we just kind of avoid this area. As long as you don't start the flight path, you can know exactly where it'll be.
I lately escaping Winds of Gold because of that. Instead of that, I fly straight forward to King's Hideout, not flying over the land. Then I escape the encounter that we can get in our way back. But the Crystales boxes break problem early in the game made us have to pick it backup strats.
Yep. We do have a lot of different backup options for, are you missing gold? Are you missing experience? Are you missing silver experience? You know, you don't want to take a difficult fight if all you need is to win a fight for magic. I'm going to take a brief second to enjoy the intro to Rixus. This is where we get to see the results of the Rains of Destruction.
Wow, so there really was a meteor that fell
Based
from the sky.
on Peru Machu Picchu.
Yeah.
I believe Rixus is named the city of gold. It's not Montezuma.
El Dorado?
El Dorado. That sounds right. In the
It's like a mix of the both of them, I think. Like the first part is like Machu Picchu and the other, I think, but not sure.
the El Dorado. It's
Yeah.
in the translations. Yeah. Localization version differences. They're a little more overt in some of the different naming conventions, and I'm sure some of the folks in chat know this better than we do. So appreciate everyone who's out there. Thank you. From a plot perspective, you know, we've come into this new city. We've rescued the inventor, and we've rescued the high priest. They've told us here is our sacred, you know, ancient city. You have to kind of figure your own way in. Luckily, we're speedrunners, so we already know where all the gems and keys are. But this is a pretty straightforward area. The encounters are definitely difficult. There's a number of different mobs here that have sleep. There's a number of different debuffs and poisons that you run into. And that all culminates in this boss that we're running up to. But first, Mario is going to grab a new sword, as well as try to line up a rotation on these moving platforms that you'll see. It's a little bit RNG, but at the same time, you know, if you get a bad rotation, there's an easy healing crystal chest you can grab while you wait. But this area is definitely confusing. So again, another spot that takes a little bit of labbing to get the pathing right.
And it might look a little scary because we haven't healed from the last fights that we've done, but because of the white map, we can't get back attacked. So
Yeah.
there really isn't any risk of dying. So we can just heal before the boss.
There you go. Nice big Slothstra. There's a rarity. Those things are absolute tanks. They are very difficult to kill. Most areas have what you would consider a mini boss monster. In this area, it is the Slothstra. In Shrine Island, it was the Grouters to some degree. In Pyrin, you actually don't really get one. You have the Mind Stealer version, but moving forward, you'll more regularly see a potential mini-boss encounter as we go through the different dungeons. They're worth a lot of money, a lot of gold, but they are hard to kill. And unfortunately, Crystales boxes are too valuable to risk that regularly.
It costs so much money.
I believe almost all of them have a beneficial equipment drop. I'm not certain on that, but I know that for the most part, that is where you're meant to get certain RNG items.
All right.
Slostras drops Eye of Truth, which protect us from confusion. It's like a 5% chance to get the drop.
Yep.
Something like that.
For us, most of those drops just turn into extra money.
Yeah.
But
whoop. Have to be a bit careful here.
yep, that teleporter right in front of him will take Mario back to the beginning of the dungeon, and it won't let him ride it back, I don't believe. I believe it immediately returns.
Ah! Oof.
Made it. Nailed it. So this dungeon is officially over. As of now, we are entering the quote-unquote puzzle of the dungeon, which is a nice little game of cat and mouse.
Come on. Yep.
So you might not normally see it at first, but if you push the priest forward, you then have to double back and go around. You can kind of see the pathways to the north of Mario's arrow, but we just push him to the left and dead end right here.
Yep. The developers really set us up nicely to just kind of get through the puzzle quickly if we knew what we were doing, which is really nice.
And there's no fights at this point, so we kind of get to rest, relax, heal up, and get ready for the next plot fight.
The bird that we all love.
Yes.
Because behave properly every time.
Yep. I would say of the RNG drops, my personal favorite is a boomerang for Ica that gives a chance to weaken opponents. It hasn't worked out at any point, but one day she's going to counterattack and debuff something. It's going to be great.
True.
But for now, we are going into Rick Talish, the giant bird. I believe adjacent to, and I apologize for my pronunciation, but it's Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl? Something like that.
And the coat.
Quetzalcoatl?
Everything is alright. Whoop.
And these stairs coming up here are the ones that let you really speed up them. These stairs were what has made us realize, oh hey, speed slopes, they exist.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, bird. Be nice to me. There are people watching.
So, like I mentioned earlier with the statuses, this bird has the chance to confuse, the chance to put you to sleep, the chance to do a big old AoE, and I believe his auto attacks inflict weak as well.
Yep.
Regular attack, yeah.
So that's 3 different debuffs on one boss.
Yeah, this
One
boss
box is fine.
insane. You can get like a
Also-
really fast boss fight or a really slow boss fight, and it really just depends what he chooses to do.
If he chooses to aim base every time with the status attacks, this fight can be a really nightmare.
Yeah, I remember having one where it was just like confused vise, sleep vise, confused vise, sleep just over and over again.
I'm gonna wait until the fight's done for one thing, but
Let's try this.
for anyone that plays Slay the Spire, you might recognize the red mask that Rick Talish is wearing. I don't think there's any direct correlation. I believe that's a cultural icon of a red mask, but I just always found that interesting that it carried between the 2 games. All right, 2 boxes?
Yeah.
That's a little annoying.
We go sleep, please on Fina. Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
Cool.
Bird up.
So I see a question in chat. Why not use Lunar Glyph? It can stone bosses. Would you like to answer that, Chris?
Yeah, so it is an option. It is a percentage chance
We
to
will
hit the
slip.
stone.
On Aika, that's good.
However,
Sorry.
the final boss of the game has a mind control ability, and we really don't want to have the chance of Fina accidentally stoning one of our own allies at that point. And that's really the main reason that we don't risk it. We just DPS our way through. Because of the fact that partially we would need to add another Moonberry to our route,
Oh no.
and partially just
Please
because
miss.
of the...
Please miss. Damn it.
The other thing is when we have Fina use the super move, that actually risks her dying because she can get one shot by
Come
the
on.
AoE.
This is Drachma doing the thing.
Everybody else is asleep. That's hilarious.
Oh my goodness.
Well done, Drachma.
But yeah, we also need to keep
Drachma
Fina
saving the
alive
day.
throughout the any percent so that we have silver magic needed for the crew member later on.
Yeah, death to Fina is pretty terrifying because, as mentioned, we're still on that silver grind. We still need to funnel as much silver to Fina as possible in order to recruit Ilkamus later on in the game, and having her die on a boss fight can put you further behind than you would like. And that statue sure looks like somebody. I can't imagine
who
who.
could that be?
Huh. And also, Fina can speak the ancient language because it's a derivative of Sylvite. I don't know the
These
lyrics to
runes
walk
are
like an
written
Egyptian
in-
well enough. Sorry, go ahead.
Said these runes are written in the silver language. Why are they here?
Drachma's first
curious.
instinct. Auto attack first. Drachma catches fish without a rod. Let's put it that way. His logo is a hand grabbing a fish. So,
The best fisherman.
just yank him.
But
So
yeah,
we
any
meet
run-
the
Oh, go ahead.
ghost. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. Go for it. Go ahead and explain the lore.
My apologies. What am I explaining?
No, just the lore that you were going to say.
Right. So the ghost that we had Aika fretting over turned out to be just a guardian priest that was left there. Turns out the Ixotakans had decided that they couldn't rely on us to remove the invading force, and they have to resort to their own measures. Vice's first response is not again.
At least this time, the crystal is not being used by the evil empire. So good things should happen, right? They're on our side. Everything should be fine.
It's a friendly giant. It's the jolly green giant.
And the perfect cup holder.
The perfect couple.
So I would say this is about where most people casually get to, and you kind of decide, okay, am I sticking this game out, or is this too much for me? Because this game has a teeny bit of a bad habit of putting you in multiple boss fights. We saw it with Recumen, where it was Rockworm into 2 ship battles, and now we're getting a double dose with Rick Talish into, shocker, a double ship battle. But in the reverse order, unfortunately, we are going to be blocked by DeLoco before we can handle our not-so-jolly green friend.
Yeah, and this Gigas is a little bit stronger than the last one, as you see him just casually one-shot one of the battleships out of the sky.
I mean, to be fair, so did we, but...
I mean, yeah. But we had Incrum.
True. Grendel, now with Sacrum.
Oh no.
I don't know who else he's healing, but, you know.
Yeah, that would be
I
the
liked-
huge plot twist.
To put Silver Veil here because sometimes it guards in the Webley slot, and if you are not doing the high rolls of the harpoon cannon or from the bombs, you can not kill the chameleon in that turn, and that fucks the whole strategy.
Mm-hmm.
So in order that later I have to unequip Silver Ring for Aika, I do the menu there, so I assure the extra willpower.
Makes sense. Yeah, this is a good example of just like runner preference that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Some runners don't want to take the time to equip it and unequip it and just risk the damage rolls to get through the fight. And other runners just want to be like, okay, I want the extra willpower to do that little bit of extra damage just in case he defends one of the attacks. So there's all these like little side strategies for each fight that we're all thinking about.
So it's going into a bit of a tiz here as the controlling individual is now incapacitated. While previously we were able to get Beleza to surrender, I suppose.
Yeah.
Currently the king is unconscious and DeLoco is instigating. So, we are now on round 2, and DeLoco said the flamethrower didn't work, so I'm just bringing a gun.
Third.
The design of the Chameleon is always super funny to me. DeLoco just made a giant warship with like a mechanical arm so he can quickly re-equip different weapons for different fights.
I also really like the turbine design on the back.
Yeah,
It's always cool to me.
but every ship feels unique, and I just love that.
It's very submarine inspired, which definitely isn't foreshadowing anything. So again, we're using these pyro bombs. DeLoco's ship is not all that weak to red damage, but they are still a solid, consistent form of damage that does not require SP. So we don't even have to focus, and we'll be able to use the harpoon cannon when necessary. So other fights, you have more text options, but we do have the chance here where DeLoco just stops. DeLoco says, I'm gonna aim, and so we have the choice between hammer him or back away and try to get some distance. In this case, and in most cases, we take the opportunity to really hammer the opponent because there tends to be a theme of, you know, the fourth turn is where everything escalates. You know, the first 3 turns, you're prepping, you're getting an idea for the fight, and then the fourth turn, he really steps it up a notch and starts using more consistent damage. So, in most cases, we're going to try to beat the fight within those first couple turns, or at the very least mitigate and finish it out.
Yeah, but choosing the option to go in close and do tons of damage, it does help us go fast, but it is often a double-edged sword as well, because that means the enemy ship can also do a lot of damage to you.
So we will see an early prototype of the Moonstone Cannon we all know and love. So this is supposedly where DeLoco received the resources and the ability to try to create this monstrous weapon. So, quick note here, Mario's using Drachma to fire the harpoon cannon because the captain's hat does not influence ship stats. The stats pulled in here are directly related to his attack, no accessory, no armor, and therefore Drachma's is just baseline higher.
Yep.
And then as you can see, there's that chance for just a little low roll. Every once in a while you'll see him go down, but more often than not, you need that extra tap.
Yeah. And sometimes the low roll is guarding the second slot and neither kill the... Oh, the Hunter Torpedo. Nice.
Double drops.
double
This is
drops.
great RNG.
That's a lot
I'm
of money.
gonna escape Ancient Palace.
Hey, there you
It's
go.
about the same money. So just fly straight forward to most Stardust. Then hopefully escape the encounter we usually get.
For those that won't hear earlier, the reason we're getting so excited about different random drops, even though we're not going to be using them, is because they sell for a lot of money. And about halfway through the run, we have a thing that we call the paywall, where we have to pay 100,000 gold to progress the story. Where we upgrade our ship and upgrade our pirate beasts. Fun.
Yep. So this is a good opportunity to just highlight, we do deal with those drops, and sometimes they're good, and you get to make some changes later. Every once in a while, the RNG just gives you one enemy, and you have to kind of go the other direction. What is fast is not always effective, and what is efficient or effective isn't always fast.
I get to see the raw might of the green Gigas.
We're tickling him.
Yeah, he has a little bit of HP. You might be able to see the HP bar move slightly.
Yeah, you could say that.
So in the lore, we quickly realized, oh hey, we're not really doing much damage. Is there anything else we can do? Maybe. We're trying to find a different way to defeat him than just the normal take out his entire HP bar.
Sadly, we don't have a tow cable attached to the back of the little jack. We can't AT-AT Grendel. We instead have to hit a damage range and basically just hit him until he gets confused and angry, at which point we kind of just push him over a ledge. It's one of those points of, what if it came back in the sequel? What if they reimagined or remastered or so on? Where's Grendel now? And we're just gonna see him to the bottom of this ravine, and he'll be fine.
I like what someone said in chat. Just how is this ship not dead from these attacks? Well, in the lore, there's actually a little bit to it. Drachma is the captain of this ship, is actually geared out this ship in particular to deal with giant monsters because he's been hunting the giant whale the whole time. So he actually has the best ship to be dealing with it.
Plus, with, gravity and we're flying, you can kind of rework yourself, except for the whole giant boulder being thrown at you, but we do what we can.
Yeah, the ships in this game are not so much like airplanes as much as they are like blimps. So if you ever played Keep It Up with a balloon, it's hard to do enough damage to a balloon to make it pop just by slapping it.
The 3 people inside of the 4 people inside of the balloon,
True.
different story. But yep, we're just gonna give him a little love tap, and I believe that was just to confuse. I apologize. The cutscene is similar to the finishing hit, but it is not.
Just a scratch.
Just tickle him a little bit with the boom cannon.
Take that little bit, the little bomb instead. Nowhere even.
All right, Grendel. We are
I've been
unfortunately
doing these commands a lot lately. Sorry, I don't know who I interrupt.
Oh, that was all good. I was just about to say that we are at the mercy of the game in terms of the ship battle turns. Sometimes we get a certain route for a ship battle. Other times it's very hard-coded as to what happens per turn. Like I said, the first 3 to 5 turns of a ship battle tend to be very consistent. There is one example, or 2 examples that we'll see later, where sometimes we outspeed them, sometimes they outspeed us, sometimes they give us the beneficial options, and other times we need to use a backup strat. But this is just a case where we just have to wait it out, and Grendel takes a little swim. So that's 2 Titans down. But we have our second crystal. Sorry, Cupel, we're not going to feed you.
People constantly asking for snacks throughout the whole run.
This is not Hando, I'm sorry. We are in a rush.
It's true. So you probably noticed Mario put the Sylph Seed on Vice. Seeds are strictly stat boosting items. They are just a flat +3 to whatever stat they're aligned to. There is one more rare seed, but it is not one that we see until a single opportunity in the mid-game. Otherwise, we're going to be enjoying those Piranha seeds quite a lot and trying to get Vice his power as high as we can later on.
Yeah, I think we should be good on money, so I don't think we need any extra discoveries.
Nope.
Yeah, money should be very good.
Again, a little highlight of runner preference. We take some discoveries on the north side of this stretch, and 7th and others take some discoveries on the other side. We are going to get sidetracked by a bounty number 3, and I believe the last bounty, except for a potential cameo. So this is a plot fight against the Black Pirate Gordo, the Gourmand.
And gordo means in Spanish fat guy.
It's fitting.
They don't break their heads picking the name.
We kind of hope that he'll just fly by and we're caught. So this is kind of a fun fight. Gordo has 3 chef helpers. They have the chance to poison us. They have the chance to use AoE fire magic. And Mr. Gordo himself actually does know Sacrum. So if you're not careful and you don't kill them fast enough, Gordo will heal everybody.
Yep, and it's like fighting the whole fight all over again.
Yep. We do have kind of a decision to make when it comes to Ica and Delta Shield. I know some folks mentioned earlier just using Delta Shield with Ica pretty much every turn, which, you know, in a lot of cases, you're not wrong. But we do have to kind of weigh the pros and cons of having all 4 players or all 4 characters act versus the potential time loss of magic. It does shorten the frames of the opponent Pyre and things of that nature. However, there is just as much chance that they don't use any Pyres and they just swing.
This should work.
Gordo's done for. Ooh,
My
that's 4 boxes now.
Are
Yeah.
breaking fast.
So
Maybe you
I'm
should
not
get
sure how many
lighthouse
that
runes
leaves
just
you
in
with.
case you need to get more.
oh no, you'll be fine.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah, the main use of these boxes after this fight is going to be a smaller fight against.
I was
just
mainly
some
thinking the tank.
rather generic, huh?
I was mainly thinking the tank, but yeah, that's doable.
Come on, boys.
Yeah. Well, we have Pirate's Wrath too.
Fair.
So we get to see a brief moment of Vice's third super move, Rain of Swords, his physical AoE. It's a very helpful move later on, and especially at 100%. But
Very nice.
Gordo's a little winded after that and apologizes for trying to eat us. And then he says, Drachma, I've heard of you. You and your son. It's tough about that. And we've never heard anything about this before. Drachma
this is the
says,
first time
go
we're learning about
inside.
it.
You heard nothing. Sorry, go ahead.
No, this is just the first time we heard about it. It's like, what? Drachma had a son? And he's like, nobody talk about my son.
Right.
Gets all angry.
Nobody talks about Little Jack.
It's a great ship. It's a great ship. Little bit of a point just to say we do have to really think about putting that black map, white map, captain's hat. You know, Vice's equipment is specific to Vice. No one else can wear it. No one else can get the white map. No one else can get the captain's hat. So we just have to be very careful that we are setting Vice properly before and after fights in order to prevent that potential back attack time loss.
And yeah,
And making the most damage to the boxes. To bosses. So we are switching pattern white map every time.
Sorry about that.
but yeah. Gordo, the fight we just did, is like no joke of a fight either. I had a run recently where he just decided to defend for pretty much all of it, and it made the fight very hard to finish. Sometimes the bosses will just like all bunch of enemies focus one person and kill them, which is a risk that's about to happen in this next fight. Or like sometimes they'll defend and try and heal their own people and make it so you don't have enough items or whatever to get through other fights later. Yeah, it's a lot of on-the-fly strategy dealing with the RNG. It's so much fun.
Normally, like, you can tell the patterns. You know, Gordo digests first turn pretty much every time. And if he defends first turn, that means he has to digest second turn. But then after that, he starts just breathing fire at everybody.
Where's hot? Right. The guard, space.
This is a big example because if you don't put on the hat before the Glyph of Might, you will not be able to one-shot these guys with Rain of Swords. That little bit of, I mean, I say little bit, but that big a bit of attack that the Captain's Hat gives, boosted by Incrum, matters, even if you put the hat on after Incrum.
This should work.
Sorry about that. Nice.
That was easy.
So right after this, we have a couple cutscenes. We get a little bit of plot. We find out that not only is there a whale in the area, but also the Valuan Armada is not defending this because they are elsewhere. So we're now going to follow Drachma and get a couple cutscenes related to his backstory, and then we'll be fighting a ship chasing the whale.
And there is the time where we can do the advertisement.
No worries at all. So we're just going to kind of tuck the ship away, take a brief rest, because that fight really does take it out of you. And Vice is having trouble sleeping.
Or I can stop the game like Paige did. I could do both ways.
So you know the
We're gonna
the game
definitely-
a little bit better than I do. I don't know how much dead time there is. If you think there's 5 minutes to fill, we can let the ship battle play when we go to a wellness break. Otherwise, yeah, we can pause and pick it back up when you get to a good stopping point. Whatever works for everybody else here.
Whenever you want. The Valuan gunboat is about now, and it took like 3 minutes and a half, so maybe I can just pause the game, you do the advertisement, and let's keep moving. The pace I having is pretty good, so
Yeah. So, just for the audience, we're having a bit of a moment with Drachma discussing his son who enjoyed collecting feathers, and his name was Jack. And
So,
unfortunately, during an attack by
I
Rocknam,
pause like now. Okay?
Okay, sounds good. So
yeah,
with
Cool deal.
really long runs, it's super important to make sure that we stay hydrated, keep our legs stretched, keep our blood moving. So we're going to throw to a wellness break. We're going to be back in just about 5 minutes, and we've got so much more Skies of Arcadia for you all when we come back. And we are back. I hope that you're all doing great. Welcome back, everybody. We're getting close to halfway through this run, but we're not there yet. There's so much more cozy speedrun for you. But first, just for everybody who's recently showed up, I've got a couple of announcements. First of all, Frost Fatale's 2023 prize submissions are open now through February 20th. Head on over to GamesDoneQuick.com for more info on that, or you can use !prizes in Twitch chat to submit your prizes. Unapologetically Black and Fast is coming up February 11th through 12th. Celebrate Black excellence in speedrunning coming up next month. Use !UBAF, that is Unapologetically Black and Fast, in Twitch chat for more info on that one. If you want to follow what GDQ is up to, use !links in Twitch chat for everything that we're doing all over the internet, everything Games Done Quick. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel all help support Games Done Quick with AGDQ 2023 costs, including hotel cancellation costs. Thank you all for everybody who's done that so far. Do please consider subscribing to help support Games Done Quick. If you're watching this on YouTube, be sure to press the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel. And then also, we're probably live right now. I don't know what time it is, but I'm going to say we're probably live right now. Head on over to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick if you're interested in watching some live content. Weeknights we tend to start at 7 p.m. Eastern. Weekends we tend to start at 1 p.m. Eastern. Finally, tomorrow we've got at 1 p.m. Eastern a special showcase of Devil May Cry speedruns for the Devil May Cry 2 anniversary. And now, Mario, it's back to you.
Hi. Well, we can continue anytime. As you
Go ahead
wish.
and count us in.
So I do a little back count and continue. So 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. Somehow Vice is blind to the giant moving island coming right at him.
And granted, it is a little bit foggy out there.
Just a little bit. It's a nice little showcase of the scale for Rocknom versus the little Jack, and we've actually seen some pretty interesting fan arts and creations of the different models from this game. I believe there was a Gigas Ginyu Force created at one point. So shout outs to the asset rippers and data miners who have been working on things like that. But from a plot perspective, we're watching the Valuans try to blow Rocknom out of the sky, and Drachma says, "That's my whale, so we have to fight them."
That's right. Because only he can capture the whale.
Mm-hmm. So this is a pretty straightforward airship fight. It can be a little spooky if you do not choose the correct text option.
Yeah, I have to be extra careful in picking the right choice between second turn and third, because if I misinput that choice, we can lose like 4 minutes or 5.
Yeah. This ship does not play around. This is one of the Valiant gunboats that just brings out the heavy cannons. So if you choose the wrong input, it comes in close and it will rip you up.
One other interesting thing is that we actually have not changed out the cannons and the weapons on the Little Jack since we got it. We have maintained with items and magic and the harpoon cannon from day one. So the game is kind of pushing us to realize, hey, your main cannon and your standard cannon aren't going to work here. So we have to really rely heavily on getting this harpoon cannon turn here from a text option, because otherwise you're stuck throwing rocks at this gunboat. That's
Yeah,
why
pretty
you'll see Mario just guarding his way through, because at the end of the day, Drachma with an Ingfram and harpoon cannon is enough to one-shot. So there's no reason to really kind of waste time chipping, unless of course you're silly enough to miss the text option, which...
Increm isn't even necessary.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't even need
And
Ingfram here?
Yeah, by
even
the way,
Vice-
there's been a route change.
Even Vice can do
Oops.
the enough damage to take them out. So it's
No
what
comment.
I do.
No comment.
So,
What I say something funny because of my English, maybe.
no, it's funny that I'm messing that up so much. I'm just gonna take that opportunity to say, follow the notes. No matter what, no
So
matter
true.
where, no matter how.
Okay,
Go back to the
I
notes.
shoot it with Drachma.
Thank you.
But yeah, even though this game is so old and we've been running it for years, we still find these little things pretty frequently. And
But
the route
I
does
have to
change a
say,
bit.
I've been through this part in this month like 20 times, and every time
Yeah.
Vice does enough damage.
Okay.
If anyone wants to know, is quickly to input by shooting the harpoon cannon.
Makes sense. Little frame or two saved.
Take what we can get.
The gunboat has 15k H points, and Vice makes like 16. Around 16, so it's not a range thing.
Okay.
Drachma makes 17, but at the end of the day is the same.
Well, unfortunately, the one gunboat we managed to get was not enough. Drachma latches us onto the whale, and unfortunately, that puts us in a dangerous position of being stuck to the whale. So Ramirez, who we have yet to meet, and his other ship were shooting away. Well, I say we have yet to meet. He's been around, but Ramirez is mysterious and dangerous. But for now, we're abandoning ship. We are on the way out, and Drachma says, I'm sticking with the whale.
But he definitely dies here.
Rest in peace, Drachma. And the little Jack burned to
It
a
was
crisp.
nice knowing you.
Poor old man.
Until
Not
next
only is
run.
Ramirez mysterious and dangerous, he's also a jerk who shoots at lifeboats.
True. Who does that?
It's merciless, I tell you.
And this right here is what got me to like truly fall in love with the game and how immersive it got, because you like get separated from Ica and Fina. You have to play as Vise alone for a bit, and then Ica and Fina alone for a bit, and back and forth doing two storylines at the same time.
This enters kind of a lull in the run. A lot of folks say that they really enjoy the relaxing music and the tempo break that this introduces. We were going, full steam ahead, getting 2 dungeons, 2 crystals, 2 gigas. But now it's, time to grow a little.
Yeah, time to reconsider a few things.
It is unfortunate. Ramirez's ship, the Monoceros, is very cool looking, but we never get the chance to fight it. The same can be said of Alfonso's flagship, the... Oh,
I forget
know
the
this
name
one.
of it.
It's the Swan.
Is it actually? I love that.
Yes. Oh, shoot. All of the Valuan flagships are named after constellations. I'm just waiting. Someone in chat knows the name of his ship. What is
What-
that? Cygnus.
what ship?
The Cygnus.
There you go.
The Cygnus, indeed.
Oh, I saw it was animals.
No, it's a constellation, but I guess technically they are still
They're
animals.
still animals.
There
Yeah.
is a constellation is chameleon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. Cool. The more you
Yep.
know,
And don't forget your black map.
it's a great object.
Awesome.
The Monoceros is, interestingly enough, a unicorn.
Uh-huh.
Makes sense. Mono means one, and zeros is horns in Latin, I think.
Yep.
Like rhinoceros or something like that.
So
We are going to
quick
find-
tidbit real
oh, go
quick. We had to run in here and grab these 2 chests before talking to this, because if we didn't do that, we'll get dragged away by a cutscene and have to spend extra time to get them. But not only that, if we don't get them now, we won't be able to get them again, because this whole island transforms at some point. So interesting little, hey, the world actually changes and you do make an impact on it.
Oh yeah, big time on this island.
Yeah.
But we do find and bury an unfortunate sailor who was marooned here before us. I believe it's Pedro. Pedro's on the island, and then the other half of the map.
Pedro or Ramirez? Gonzalez.
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 Gonzalez was the one on the island.
Yeah.
Pedro's the one we'll meet shortly. You spend so long skipping the plot.
Ika and Fina wondering, well, what happened? Why are we here? Did we die? Is this heaven? No, it just turns out
pink.
they were just saved by another blue rogue who very much likes the color
Rare.
pink.
Rare sight of hair down Ica. That is definitely something we would use as an incentive given the option. There's a chance to see hair down Ica earlier in the run if you have questionable morals. But yep, one of the only times you actually get to play as Ica. There are versions of the game out there where we have been able to use a single character run, or different things that allow us to play as Ica more often. But again, y'all will have to join the Discord and chat with our folks there to learn more. I believe somebody has completed a solo character run of both Ica and Vice. I could be wrong. We still have yet to have someone run solo Fina or solo fourth character.
Yes, that'll be interesting. The modding community has been fun.
We have everything from big head mode to black and white and all kinds of craziness. Brief question on a randomizer popped up in chat. Unfortunately, the plot points are so fixed and they do soft lock if you do things out of order that unfortunately a randomizer just does not fit the linear style of the game.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the game is just not quite as open world as like Wind Waker, where we can get away with something like that.
Yeah, we are typically restricted by those wind walls that y'all have been seeing, or the rock wall in the case of Maramba. There are a few different types of walls that we run into. We'll see a frozen rock wall later. We'll see a dark air rift. And, we are unfortunately stuck on the path of the plot. And, like folks mentioned earlier, this game is all about just playing well, surviving, and playing optimally. Brief shot from the cutscene at the beginning of the game you may have noticed with Fina looking out the window, seeing the same red moon as Vice.
I just love all the cinematic scenes of this game, because you have to remember, this game originally came out for the Dreamcast. So all this is Dreamcast graphics. They didn't really upscale it that much. The art direction is on point.
So we have our black map, and we are now hunting for food.
Yep, gotta
Vice is
survive on the
feeling
island.
hungry. And the fruit fight's back. These are the grapes of wrath.
And sometimes badly. They actually can
True.
kill the rune.
Absolutely.
I've had a run die here. Actually, I think a few times.
I have to add Vice's health in mind every single battle to heal it
Yep.
if it's necessary.
Yeah, if you don't
Shut
have the
up.
black map, it can get very dangerous because you can get a group of 6 of them, and they can all get a turn before you. Sometimes. And if like
Yep.
any one of those crit and they all attack, you're pretty much dead. They do a decent amount of damage. Because the
fight.
game expects you to be here, like, not at this level. I think 3 or 4 levels more, at least.
At least.
Yeah.
So this very
They're not
simple
very
enemy
strong, but they're
becomes
fast.
relentless.
I also appreciate they have a tiny little smiley face sticking out of the top.
True.
That wasn't so bad.
A quick healing. Where are they? Okay. Better safe than sorry.
So far, so good, though. You're about halfway. Right, so the black map prevents these guys from running as well, which can be a huge pain if you don't have it. You can get into a fight with 5 of them, and 3 of them run away, and suddenly you're just looking for more. So the total is 15 here. We are trying to get 15 total fish. I believe that was 10. So this could be 1 more fight. This could be 5 more fights. Knock on wood.
I think my funniest part about this section is one time I had like I think it was 2 or 3 fights in a row where it was just one of them and they all just ran away instantly. There's nothing I could do about it. It's like, well, that fight's over. Well, that other fight's also over.
It always tends to happen that you end up at 14 and then you get an encounter of 5 of them, which is actually very nice for money and experience. But at the same time, you're like,
It's
come
annoying.
on now.
Yeah, totally.
Couldn't have given me that earlier.
It is a tradition.
You can run. But you can hide.
This is another area where I think a lot of folks have their own little theories about, it's better to spin in a circle. It's better to run in a circle. It's better to run on the grass. It's better to run around this
really
tree.
doesn't matter.
No, not at all.
I am of the believer it's better to run in the
The
grass.
other day I was fooling around like there is some rappers behind this tree. Nope. Behind this rock. No. Over this. And I actually have a bunch of good encounters and save like
Just messing around,
2
yeah.
minutes. So I keep into that strategy, fooling around.
I like it. So that should be 15.
Yep, that should be it.
And then after this, we have to just do a little bit of hide and seek, a little bit of a fetch quest.
Yep.
Kind of a fun little task that, you can tell when someone's looked at the optimal path and when someone's trying to run around and find it from memory.
We got ourselves some food, and now we gotta collect some more wood so we can have more fires to last a little bit longer on the island. Then we're gonna collect some moonstones. Then repair our ship to get off the island.
Repair perfectly without the scratch. Don't forget.
True. Vise is a surprisingly amazing mechanic. Who knew? Or shipwright in this case, I guess.
So the first thing is I gonna do when I got control of Vice is put in my white map again, so I don't forget later.
Yeah.
And because if I don't have equipped white maps with Aika, controlling Aika. Wait, sorry. What I'm doing?
Yeah. So what Mario is saying is that the white map
Yeah, explain.
ability to prevent encounters and automatically allow runaway carries over to the rest of the party despite the split. Technically, somehow, Aika and Fina are still coded as being in the same group as Vice, and therefore you don't have to be concerned about those fights and running away as long as Vice still has it active. But let's say he left the black map on, suddenly you're getting more encounters. Maybe you get to run away, but you can't change Vice back until you finish their segment.
Yeah, they can get really scary if you forgot to.
Yeah, encounters in the place are very dangerous.
Yeah, very, very
Because
strong.
Vice at least had the opportunity to grind up a little bit on the Grapers. Aika and Fina are still going to be the same level that we left them at, and they're even squishier than Vice is.
And we haven't given them any weapons yet. Not too strong armor, and and remember, it's okay to lose boss battles because you get to try again. It's not okay to lose random battles because then you get a game over screen.
And you have to go back to your last save that we've definitely made many of.
Definitely. Yeah, because we do that all the time when we speedrun, right? We definitely see it.
We actually never do upgrade Aika's weapon. We upgrade their armor a few times just because we do need them to stay alive for items, magic, and experience. However, Vice's weapon is the only one that we actually go out of our way to upgrade, even including the other fourth characters. There is a chance of a drop. Like I said, I enjoy one for Aika. Mario in 7th enjoy one for Drachma. I don't think anyone really tends to pick one for the other characters, and we haven't had Cham strats come in quite yet.
That would be amazing. But yeah, it's really hard to focus on any of the other characters because Vise is really big on single target damage, and Aika's really big on AoE, so it doesn't help with the bosses, and Fina is mostly support, so it kind of helps with some bosses. And then the fourth character is always changing, so you don't really want to invest in all of them. So we just end up having to use Vice because of the kit he has. Get us through most of the bosses in the game. But it's very different for 100%. Very different.
Yeah. It was not that different before I get into the routine of handle, but now is Enrique main attacker caster.
Yeah. Using one of the 4 party members to do most of the damage. And then using Aika to do most of the grinding for us.
I equip a white map, right?
Yeah, you switch
I believe
back.
so.
Yeah.
You can double check as soon as the cutting's over.
Yeah. I don't really sure right now. Like when you close your car, then you step 2 steps away. And I close my car. So you had to check it twice.
Mario, I believe your wife is asking how's it going? Could be wrong.
Yeah. Voy muy bien, Cari. Va estupendo.
We are very glad to have a host of runners. We have a Frenchman. We have Mario, our Spanish friend. And, we are diverse and very glad to have it.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
This game had a really good international release, and I think the localization changes were generally beneficial. I know I saw a few notes on it just because there were parts where they had to change Liquor to Loqua. They had to change maybe one or two of Gilder's background posters. He is a little bit of a playboy in this universe. We actually had somebody digitize the images in the background to find the sources. And it turns out that they are a variety of famous models and
Astros.
I would say pinups and magazine covers that have been altered to match the universe. Yep, Vice has found the Bachelor of Blue Rogues. And Gilder says, "You're a nice kid. Fly my ship."
He's so chill. He's like, yeah, sure. Go ahead. I don't care.
Yup. Come on.
We think, man, this is a great ship. Can't wait to fly it a whole lot. Oh no, we're being pursued by none other than Clara herself. Her theme is phenomenal in its silliness and in its lightheartedness. And sadly, it was mentioned earlier, her theme did not make it onto the OST. I believe there were 3 themes that did not. But Gilder's solution is, all right, we're going out the back door. We're taking not the gunboat. We're taking the dinghy, and the crew will give her the runaround.
And the crew have a well plan. Is the Clara situation or something like that.
See ya. So now Gilder's off to go find himself the nearest inn, or a different kind of inn. We're gonna get the real one. We're gonna get a place to stay the night, and we're gonna take a moment to look at this map of ours while we play the strangest game of, I don't want to say cat and mouse again. I'm trying to think what a good... I mean, Ships in the Night is about as accurate as it's gonna get.
Yeah, this is very anime of a scene where you just casually walk by each other.
So Fina have been working in the tavern All this time, Vice have been in the island, and now we are collecting our salaries.
He's getting a drink.
Let's go, getting paid.
Yep, this is actually, I think, the second cham that we get, because we get one from Gordo for free,
Yep.
and then we get this one for free.
Yep.
But we make our money and we go right back to sleep. Well, after discussing with this strange dehydrated old man. Turns out, we only got half of the map from Gonzalez.
Hey,
So now Gilder sees that we've fallen upon a treasure map and says, let's go get it. Nothing better to do but go find some more money. We do have to make a brief shopping trip, and we have to go talk to the king because we found out at the Maw of Tardis that the Valuan Armada is planning on attacking. Somehow, some way. The Nazrian culture has been protected by the Stone Rift and the desert, and so they've been able to defend themselves because the main way to attack them has been through the desert. Unfortunately, they don't realize it, but the Valuans have figured their way around the Stone Rift. We'll find out about that later, but for now, Vice is going to try to give them a warning to say, hey, defend yourselves.
Yeah. For a little lore update, with how the world is at the moment, people don't have the technology to their ships too high to get over mountains or too low to get under islands, like some islands. Because like engines will stall out when they hit a certain altitude. That's why we can only fly up so high or so low. Until later in the game. When we get some nice fancy upgrades.
We do gain a little bit of swashbuckler rating for knowing how to talk to the king. The Nas Sultan is clearly a humble and benevolent ruler.
He's so overconfident. He's like, what do you think they're gonna attack me? They haven't attacked us in the history of ever. Our defenses are impeccable. Just so confident in his rocky mountain range.
And the rift.
Yep.
Yeah,
His giant chair.
because before people have been able to find their way through the rock rift by fortifying their ships so that they can just kind of bounce off some of the rocks. But getting through sky rifts, no, that's usually just a straight ticket straight down to the undersky, where you can't get back up. Until the new Valiant engines are said, hey, by the way, we figured something out after playing around in South Ocean for a while.
So what I gonna do now is activate balloon seed movement
Yes.
and pick it up with Bison and Gilder. It's over there.
This is interesting. I mentioned earlier that flying discoveries, once you start their movement, they stay in that location. So usually we would want to keep them where they spawn, but this is a case where we're preemptively activating it so it goes about halfway, and then we leave the area so that discovery then stays at that partway point for our secondary group to pick up more easily.
This is a Mario special.
Yay! I'm helping in the road.
I haven't tried this way much. I usually like to get this discovery right after the dungeon, because it sets it up pretty nicely, but this looks like it will do a very good job, because I might actually just like make it a little closer to get, so you don't have to go too far out of your way. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, generally we try to do this run without looking at the map as much as we can, because of the fact that it's slow, and hopefully we know where we're going well enough. But as you can tell, when you get a decent distance away and suddenly there's not as many landmarks as you might want, it's really easy to end up too far north, too far east, just not on the line that you want. And then you get punished by encounters, you're trying to turn around, and it's tricky. But if you know what you're doing,
This.
Wow, excellent.
easy as that. One giant dandelion.
Wow.
Now we're getting on to my favorite dungeon in the game. That also has a skip right next to the end that was only discovered a little over a week ago now.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game is far from broken, and we definitely appreciate everyone that's taking the time to get in and try more runs. It takes a lot of bad ideas to come up with the good ones.
Sure.
Whoa.
You didn't really need it either, especially with those drops. This is the...
Yeah, I know, but where?
Hey, I will never get mad at safety.
Indeed.
This should work.
Oh yeah, this
So
dungeon
this is-
was made by the infamous pirate king of this world called Dacket, who would sail around and gather much treasure. And he would store it in this location, nice and hidden. And as you can see, he was also very mechanically savvy.
Yep. But somehow these Zivlins have managed to find their way in anyway. These Zivlins are basically the equivalent of mimics. We only tend to get one of them in an average run. They do have a chance to drop a random stat seed, and then the contents of their chest are always a very valuable, sellable item. And that's why we're grabbing this one, is just to have that little bit of extra buffer gold. Never know what's going to happen. But also, it gives us a little bit of a leg up on experience.
Mm-hmm.
The Zivlins tend to be difficult. There you go, a little extra damage.
Really cool.
They do have a chance. So the rarest seed is for the quick stat. The rarest seed is, my apologies, not quick, agile. I know it's strange. We have 2 different speed stats, one of which is related to critical hit chance, and the other is related to turn order. But the rarest one is the agile, and if we're lucky, we find one of those and we give it to Aika so that she can crit in ship battles more effectively.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, some really cool dungeon design, 50-50 with the purple and the red. Couple different good chests. I'm trying to think of what the mini boss of this area is, but I don't. Is it the seal?
What?
I don't know.
What the largest random encounter would be, and I think it's the seal.
Yeah. I don't think there's too many giant ones here.
Right, there's not a giant one, sadly. But I believe it's the seal, and the seal drops, I believe, the really good weapon for Vice, Docket's sword.
The
something
yellow
like
snakes drops Dakat swords with 5% of chance. And it's a really good weapon. For the moment, at the moment we are playing. And,
fighting them-
the sleeps enemies with regular attacks. We don't usually use regular attacks, but
Okay, yeah. Having that percent chance on hit can be very nice. The weapon that we were using earlier had a percent on chance to give poison. But having that opportunity to put someone to sleep could definitely be useful. Unfortunately, fighting random encounters is slow, so we're going to avoid it in most opportunities. Like I said, really, after Pyrin, we're not taking random encounters unless we really have to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this dungeon's great. Swapping back and forth to complete all the puzzles and the different stair. I gotta position them in the right way to get through and to get different treasures you need.
Sadly, they didn't give us the encounter-free part of the whole puzzle thing. They said you can deal with the fights as you go.
A lot of the zone is encounter free, but yeah, there's a few issues in some
In
spots.
here?
Yeah, that section too.
Huh. I always thought I could get an encounter there no matter what.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah, so kind of how the dungeon works, lore-wise, is Dackett didn't want his treasure easily gotten, so he put all these puzzles in, and it requires 2 groups of people to go through the dungeon to unlock things. So Ike and Fina have the top route, and Vise and Gilder have the bottom route. So this right here is going to be the same room that Vise is in, just Vise is on the bottom here.
and because friendship is the real treasure.
True.
That's right. Camaraderie. So, yeah, with getting the moonfish there, you can kind of barely see the top up there with all the bridges.
So a relatively recent change that I believe Mario helped spearhead was actually this Electrum box that we collected a minute ago. That'll be used in a couple different fights because of the fact that, again, consistent, accurate damage, but it replaces a Crystales box in a few cases, and it actually does hit harder than the Crystales box. However, it has a higher break chance, so you have to pick and choose. You can be overconfident and you can try to use it here, or you can save it for 2 or 3 known use cases later on. Again, it just depends on runner confidence. Some people run your boxes until they break, and other folks use it once and know that you're going to get it that one time you need it.
These stairs, they're also super slopes.
Mm-hmm.
So I grab the angle.
Putting in the big combination to unlock the giant safe. That is Dackett's treasure.
Yeah, this is where the real 5-head comes in. And then we get to try this new skip. Show us how it's done, Mario.
Yep. Escape. 10 seconds or so.
Hooray!
But this is really cool.
Yay.
We'll take it.
Absolutely. A castle where... Oh, this... No. So the trick is... that I got... Oh! This didn't work.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I did...
You got it.
Yep. Aika is able to step on both switches.
Yeah, Aika kind of reaches through the wall because her hitbox is different and clicks Vise's switch. So she technically is standing on both buttons at the same time. It's kind of amazing.
Yep.
Because usually in the cutscene, you'll see Vise on one switch and Aika on the other switch, but Vise never made it to the button.
But luckily, it just so happens that the people that were pressing buttons on the other side the whole time, Fina can't even contain her happiness. Those little sound bites are so just nostalgic almost, just knowing that, you know, they couldn't do the full voice acting, so they had to pick and choose where they knew it would fit. But also we have the defense system, Sinestra and Destra. The dancing duo.
What would be a legendary pirate treasure without some legendary guards?
Space, card, and silver on my dice.
This should work.
So you might think, why are we keeping Vice on purple if we're really trying to funnel silver? And in this case, this is actually where red and purple have a very stark weakness to each other. It's about 40%, whereas the standard super effective is only about 10%. So we're really gonna hammer in with Vice on purple on the red opponent, and then we're gonna switch him to red for the purple opponent. So far, so good. I'm gonna wait until we knock out one of these heads to explain the potential duo mechanic. But unfortunately, we are unlikely to end this fight on silver just because Vice does so much damage that it is faster to just accept that we need Vice to be the main damage dealer to finish this off. It's not worth stalling for silver.
Let's try this.
Yeah, we still barely make it, which is really great.
Yeah, you can risk using Gilder's auto attack to finish off that range, but then you have the chance of missing, and you have potential issues there. So now that our good friend Sinestra is gone, we are going to focus on Destra.
This should work.
And we no longer have the chance for them to use what's called Death Waltz. Death Waltz is their duo super move where they create a little pyramid by dancing around you, and then they crash it all down over your entire party. And it is very dangerous and is very likely to kill Aika and or Fina. That's actually why we equip the armor that we find in this dungeon on them. I believe it does give them a little bit of survivability at full health.
It gives them a lot more survivability.
This should work.
Yeah, the elemental weaknesses are documented in the game's manual, but unfortunately, I don't believe that's entirely correct. I'm pretty sure they printed out wrong information in the manual.
Yeah. It doesn't help that a lot of the enemies just kind of play by their own rules too. Excellent. No death bolts.
Right, so far so good.
Yeah, and white map again, and we're out of here.
And my part is mostly over.
It's true.
So I go back to Northrad, save at port, and give the relay to Chronoon.
Yep, Chronoon's up next.
You knocked it out in a solid time, Mario.
I
Seriously,
know.
Work.
I've been doing my homeworks.
I don't know if it was mentioned, but for anyone that doesn't know, Mario just took second place on our leaderboard just the other day.
Yeah,
This
really been
man
grinding
is
at the game. Very impressed.
Absolutely out here.
And I'm planning to play again to watch if I can make the first place.
Let's go. Sounds like you're gonna need a little
Because of the
competition.
reasons. Because there are some Bluebird and the Silver Ramirez that don't put me the things easily. So I really want to make a good sprint round completely.
Yeah, we've run the numbers and it's looking like we can get that speedrun down to like 10 and a half hours. And we're roughly sitting around 10 hours, 44 minutes at the moment. So we have a lot of improvement that we just need performance on. And we'll get there.
My apologies. I'm looking at our silver magic, which it looks like we're really ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Paige took a few
Because
extra
Paige
fights.
took some extra fights to make Vice hit the level 12 in Perrin, I think.
So
Yeah.
I think we're pretty solid.
Yeah.
And we are about to finish this part. And that's it.
All right. Well done, Mario.
Thank you very much.
What a segment, Mario.
Yeah. Oh, hot time I did.
That was really fast.
You
So
came
we
out
are
with
at 528, 30 something, 36 right now.
Cool. So that's it. My tweet is what my name says, with a little a row, ¿cómo se llama el símbolo ese? Y nada, que everything's cool. Anyone want to speak?
Yeah, I'm gonna be heading off too. So, little shout out for me. I just started playing the game again. I used to run
Yay,
about like 2
survival.
years ago, and I've been helping the community out with routing for years now. But I'm just getting back into it after dealing with some pretty major health issues. So I'm just glad to be healthy again and back at it, enjoying my favorite game with my favorite people. So you can catch me over at Twitch as well, with same name.
And I've gone ahead and made sure that those links are in chat. Make sure that you follow all of these runners and all of the commentary. It's been amazing so far, and we all know that it's going to continue being amazing. And Crispy Tater, I believe that you're going to be commentating still next segment as well, right?
I am. I'm carrying over, but shout outs to our great host, Tina Hacks. Thank you for sticking with us for the first half.
Yeah. And at this point, actually, I'm going to be swapping out with Amber, who's going to see us through to the end. I'm gonna hop over to chat and continue chilling and enjoying this really awesome speed run. But for now, we are about to take another stretch break. So stretch your legs, get a snack, get some water. We're gonna be back with some more just amazing relay coming up real quick.
Back to the Skies of Arcadia Legends Anniversary Relay. My name is Amber Cyprin. I'll be your host throughout the remainder of this show, and I'm joined by the incredible Skies of Arcadia community in full force. We're at the start of the third leg of this run, and Chronoon's going to be piloting the ship for the next 3 or so hours. How are you feeling, Chronoon? Are you ready to get this rolling?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty all right. A little bit nervous, a little bit excited, a little bit tired, a little bit caffeinated, all sorts, but we'll get that ship straight in just a little bit. Feeling good.
Yeah. And we are joined by a new commentator, and Crispy Tater is also hanging out as well. If you don't mind introducing or reintroducing yourselves.
I can go first. I am Arcadia Legend. You can just call me Arcadia. I am runner and router for this game since 2016. I've been around a while, been since early routing for this game. But I would consider myself more of a router than a runner because I don't have a lot of time to run the game much these days. But I'm around, I support the community, and I'm also the general mod on speedrun.com and maker of all the guides that you'll find on speedrun.com if you are ever interested in getting into running this game.
She is the queen of Skies of Arcadia speedrunning. I initially actually got into this game because of your YouTube run 3 years ago or so. So for those who are just now joining us, my name is Crispy Tater. I am one of the top runners alongside our various folks here, and you can find me on Twitch as well. I really enjoy this game, and I love every bit of the community we have.
All right. Well, I've heard, I was asleep for the first two segments. I've heard that first segment was kind of a roller coaster, and then the second segment went really well. So, Chronoon, are you ready to count us down to lead us right into segment 3?
Well, yeah, I'm ready. Okay. I did want to say real quick, I just want to reinforce that Arcadia Legends guides are really, really good. As long as you played the game a tiny bit, download the guide, have a timer up, record it, and just follow the guide as slowly as you want, and you will beat the game probably in under 15 hours. You can do a speed run with those guides with just no preparation, no practice. That's pretty much how I started. They're extremely good, and they've only gotten better. So I did want to say that again for anyone who's interested in running. But that aside, for right now, let's get started with the rest of the relay. I'll start with countdown from 5, and then we'll take it where Mara left it off. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's go.
Here we go. We are in segment 3 of this run.
Chronoon has the very important job of just saying no to Ramirez.
Exactly. It is important to say no here.
Mm-hmm. We have to turn down Ramirez twice so that he can reach his full potential and we can reach ours.
The text option here is easier than the second time you have to do this, because at least it's the first text option, not the next time you run into this, and it's the second one.
Mm-hmm.
And you overmash and you end up in an unskippable fight that you must die to.
Mm-hmm. No one's ever done that.
No one's ever done
Nobody.
that, no. In the history of speedrunning, guys, has that ever happened?
Something interesting about that fight that I've read is the stat set Nazrad Ramirez has is the highest of any enemy or boss fight in the game. Like, it's ridiculously absurd, like 500 stuff, like it completely unbeatable. So yeah,
He's pretty much, he's pretty much invincible. Regardless of what you want to do in that fight, you're not going to win.
Yeah.
However, you'll die faster to him in this one because he's way stronger than you are right now. It would take a bit longer the second time this happens. But chances are, if it happened, he would just play around with you and do things that waste time and just use magic or something like that to waste even more time other than just killing you outright.
Worst case, he guards.
Oh, Ramirez.
He walks out of the flames. He, in a shocking turn of events, we were correct. The Balloon Armada was coming to attack Nazar. And even Fina says, don't do it, Vice. This is a terrible idea. So we say, okay, Ramirez, you win. We are entirely cornered and we don't even have a ship. So we begrudgingly...
We listen to Fina here,
Yep.
because Fina, she knows Ramirez. They grew up together. So she knows how dangerous he is. And she doesn't want you picking a fight you definitely can't win, especially at this point in the game. There's going to be a lot of scenes here, because there's a lot of things going on now that we've been captured again and thrown in the Grand Fortress prison. Although we didn't go to prison the first time, but we were in Valua, so we're back here again, and we have to escape again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And as the game has said before, no one has escaped from the Grand Fortress, and we're going to do it twice. And I just want to say that Enrique's mom looks nothing like him. I don't understand how the two of them are related, but that's for another story. He must look more like his father, who you never see in this game, unfortunately, because I think the explanation is that he's no longer living.
Enrique is...
Yeah, I just...
Go ahead.
Well, she has purple hair, and he has a purple hat. But maybe the hat is his hair, and the yellow is his hat.
Hair. I like that logic. We'll go with that.
Enrique is very eccentric, both in his outfit choices and his attitude. So it's interesting to see Enrique go from son of the queen, naive prince, to legitimate air pirate. And we'll get into that more later, but for now, Vigoro is a sketchball. We do not appreciate this. Vigoro is actually voiced by the voice of Mario. So in an interesting
Charles
turn
Martinet.
of character. Yep, Charles Martinet. Martinet.
He actually does voice Vigoro in this game, and I'm not sure how that happened, but somehow it happened.
Mm-hmm. There's an unfortunate side effect of having someone removed from your party. When someone's removed from your party, they are entirely unequipped. And this comes into play here because we have to go save Ica and Fina and re-equip them in a mid-fight situation. So that's going to be a fun little plot point. We also have Gilder.
Yeah, right now, Vice and Gilder still have all of their stuff equipped. They don't get their equipment removed, but Ica and Fina both have to be re-equipped with everything because the game just takes it off. And it probably just ends up in Vice's inventory, is my guess.
Oh, I do want to check this. Okay.
He did unlock Pirate's Wrath. Okay, that's fine
Awesome.
then. That was a good point to check that to make sure.
Yeah.
I knew we mentioned doing it at Ducats, but absolutely fair to check. So there are a couple different strategies in this area. We could end up a Moonberry down if things didn't go the way we wanted. We do have a Moonberry we can get here, but at the same time, we have multiple strats available for that purpose. But the fastest will be Pirate's Wrath.
Also, you can see that we are still using Cristales boxes, even at this point in the run. I told you they would be used a lot. We would be seeing them so much in this run. It's ridiculous how useful the boxes are.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably like one of the last sections of the game, though, where it's really useful. You won't see them as much after this dungeon, I would argue.
And these are the same ones we picked up in Maramba about 3 hours ago.
This should work.
That long ago. And 5 is that's a good number. We're not really low on boxes. I think we were afraid that we might be low on them because they started breaking a bunch on Mario, but we're good. 5 is absolutely fine, unless they just all start breaking all of a sudden in this section. I hope not, but...
I was just gonna say, I'm gonna be a little bit careful in menuing as I kind of ease into this. It's not a big deal for a lot of this part, but just been a little bit rusty.
Yeah.
So I might look a little indecisive. I'm just making sure I hit the right menu options.
It is better to be safe than sorry in this situation, so that is perfectly fine.
I'm watching just because there was the littlest chance that you got an encounter without that white map. Glad you didn't.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's a couple points.
A little bit greedy.
Where we just kind of allow it. We know that it's less than you need it. It's going to be a less than 50% chance to get a fight. But you just don't want to get that chance of a back attack. So we come in at an interesting time. Vigoro has decided to take liberties with prisoners, and we need to stop that. Somehow they left our equipment close outside of our cell, so we're still fully equipped. And we'll get Ica set up nice and quick during this fight.
It's pretty careless of them when you think about it. They just left us with all this equipment.
Our effects.
But we're gonna put Ica's equipment back on in the menu. Thankfully we have that option to do that.
Interestingly, Vigoro himself is quote-unquote unequipped right now, and we get to see him in his full form later on.
Dabu Hide's probably still on Gilder.
Okay. Yeah, that always
you might have to like guard with her and then go to him and do whatever. There we go.
This switcheroo always gets me.
So we want the Dabu Hide on Ica here because we really need her to outspeed Vigoro now, because he likes to use a nice move that confuses her, and he only uses it on Ica in this fight, and it's really annoying when she gets confused and she can't do her action that we want her to do. So it is very important that she goes before he does, in case he decides to do that.
The game does a really good job in fights of using the fight mechanics to tell a story, so to speak. You know, you learn about the opponent as they take their actions, and in Vigoro's case, it's charm Ica, hit Vice, charm Ica, as you see.
He likes to do this.
Hey, baby.
And it's annoying. Although that actually that didn't even work. That the confusion didn't proc, so that's always good.
Aka is wise to his ways.
Might be doing this a bit weird. Okay. Get this focusing on this turn, because I didn't do it last turn, but I'm going to try for Pirate's Wrath.
Yeah, it's confusing because if Ica does get statused, suddenly you end up under SP if you're not careful. But Vigoro should drop to 1 good Pirate's Wrath, give or take a box or 2. So we're trying to cover those ranges. Unfortunately, this game does have that, plus or minus 20 damage, 30, 50.
It happens, yeah. It's not. I don't think it's as big a deal now that she's confused.
We got this.
It shouldn't be.
We got the SP we needed.
No! Ica, no! Stop it!
Ica out here trying to ruin Vice's career.
1 damage.
There is a clip that somebody has of where she attacked Vigoro while she was confused in this fight, and she crit him, so she actually did damage, and she finished him off. She finished the fight, and it was pretty amusing, honestly. I don't remember whose stream that was that it happened on, but it was amusing when it happened.
I think that was me, and I think it might have been Vigoro 2. It might have been Vigoro 1.
It was still amusing either way that it happened.
And Vigoro always takes the longest time to drop. He has this whole elaborate, oh no, I lost. And he just falls.
He's a very elaborate person.
Vigoro
Takes a lot of time to do things.
dramatic? No.
He's very dramatic.
He's down on the ground with a smile.
Also, fun fact about Vigoro, as you may be aware that most red enemies in this game take a lot of damage to purple as the color. That is not true for Vigoro. He takes the same damage whether you're on purple or blue. I guess they didn't want to make him too easy by making him super duper duper weak to purple or something.
Also,
there was a discussion about elemental weaknesses earlier, and not all in that the whole weapon or color triangle, if you will, of weaknesses. It's not as apparent as it may seem in some cases. Some enemies also have their own elemental affinities and what they're weak to. So the manual is okay in concept in what it says, but not entirely true all the time.
Yep. And definitely, Chronoon, props to you for taking your time with menuing, because coming in midway on a different run that someone else started, I can only imagine.
It feels a bit weird. I mean, at this point, in a typical run, it's alright, this part's kind of, it's we got past the cuts, we're finally picking up the pace again. But the mindset is so much more ingrained in the rhythm of okay, keep on slamming NB, just quickly slap those menus in every single boss and ship fight. But coming in fresh, it's oh man, if I press the wrong thing, everything explodes.
Just a little.
Enrique there is scheming. He's doing his own scheming.
He told his guard,
he will be an
I'll
ally
handle this
soon.
personally. Don't tell anybody.
Yeah, he's going to be an ally very, very soon, and is going to give us one of the best things in the game.
I like to appreciate this part where Gilder destroys the wall, the Grand Fortress, the, pinnacle of Valua with a bobby pin.
Oh yeah, I guess that's what he has, right?
The unbreakable fortress. Yeah, he does something. We think that he, primes a missile early, or he sets it up so that it's gonna jam at some point. But we just appreciate that he took a little moment.
Also, Gilder here has set something up for us during that scene that will come into play later. He's doing his own scheming, because he's Gilder and that's what he does. More stairs sliding here. There was a stairs slide back there too. Pretty much if you see any of the runners doing this, where they're hugging a wall on stairs, That's just what you do on stairs in this game to move faster. You hug the wall because of reasons. You just move faster when you do that on most of the stairs in the game. That's just what you do, or slopes. It's very interesting.
I like to compare it to, I think, what's called SR50, but it's like a movement tech in really old FPSs like Doom or Duke Nukem 3D, where if you strafe and hold forward, the movement speeds from both is actually added together. I'm not sure if it works like that, but because you're moving at a diagonal, I want to think it does. Either way, it's good.
I want to say that that was first mentioned with like the staircase going up to Rick Talish, and it was someone in Pingy's chat that just randomly said that or mentioned it or something. Like they just said, "Oh, did you know you can do that and move faster?" I'm like, "No, but that's cool to know." Like you see, anyone can help with the speed run of a game, even if you don't run the game yourself. Like if you just, I don't know, find something weird, like just tell us. we're fine with it. We'll generally use it if it's faster.
Yes, give us more tech, please. Especially good time-saving glitches.
We like tech.
Give us.
Yeah, we really appreciate everyone who takes the time. You know, it doesn't always make sense, but every once in a while, it just leads to something fast.
This is a community effort. Everybody pitches in. Especially when you're running a game as big as this, and it's an RPG. There's a lot going into this game.
A lot.
So it takes a lot of people to route it and get it to where it is.
The RNG is part of why we get very frustrated with this game, and it's part of why we love this game so much, because like we saw with Paige's segment, you know, it's a thin line between great RNG and I really hate the way this one fight went, but how much is 1 minute or 3 minutes even really gonna matter in our 11-hour run? Now, of course, you know, we are willing to take a little more safety on the big stage compared to a world record segment. You know, all power to the world record runners who may or may not need multiple resets and a few different sections to feel comfortable moving to the second or third or fourth section of the game.
All right, I'd like to ask a little bit quiet for this segment here, this little cutscene, because it's one of my favorites. Please listen carefully to what Ramrez has to say here to his trusted subordinates.
That line.
He's a real morale builder.
He really knows how to get everybody pumped up, you know? That's just what Ramirez does.
Oh, man. Oh, jeez. He gets me every time.
Yeah, so during that scene, Ramirez and Fina have a conversation. She's like, why are you working with the Valiants? He's like, I don't really have to explain it to you. Just know that I follow Galcian now. And then that was it. He doesn't really explain himself. But he will later. He'll explain himself later.
Yep.
This fight's more the same as the other guards that we fought earlier. We're just going to throw boxes at them, except for Vice, who's going to attack them. But this is just... Now, we need to mention this. Fun fact about these particular enemies is that they can drop an Aura of Valor, which would be really cool if they did that, but it's a very, like, low... It's like 1% for them to drop it. But who knows? We'll see what happens. There are some enemies later in the game that can also drop one, so if we get one, that'd be really cool, but we'll see what happens.
Yep. It's stuff like that, you know, fishing for it just feels good, hoping that it happens, but you can't waste too much time hoping for a drop that will improve your time by, again, 2 minutes. Mario, in his recent PB for second place, happened to get one. So sadly we didn't, but we have another chance later, as Arcadia mentioned.
We have one shot later, yeah, in a fight that will come much later from now. But anyways, we'll see if we can get one then.
Thank you very much.
Reunited and it feels so good.
So we're all everybody's back together again, although we have to re-equip Fina here.
We get a little bit of starry-eyed Aika as she recognizes that Vice is always going to be there to try to rescue people from jail.
That is just what, that's what Vice does.
Jailbreak simulator.
Like how Giller has to break up their little reunion and say, all right, enough of the mushy stuff. We have to get out of here now, which is true. He's just being logical.
We are in the belly of the beast. During the elevator cutscene, you all saw that a few cannonballs started raining in from beyond to hit to tickle the Grand Fortress. That would be Gilder and Clara's ships off in the distance. And that's part of why Gilder wanted to ensure one of the largest cannons was not functional. So we are
he's smart.
working our way back around. And we'll get to find out what our Crown Prince has been up to. What kind of terrible boss does Enrique have planned for us?
I feel like a lot of people like to underestimate Enrique in this game, both from a gameplay perspective and a story perspective. But let's be real, you would not escape from here if it wasn't for him, and he is MVP, the MVP fourth character in Hundo.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no question. Enrique is the best.
Justice
You're just not going to do Hundo without Enrique and without Justice Shield and the Judgment. It's not going to happen, So don't underestimate Enrique. He's pretty good.
I tried a segmented Hundo run sometime last year, and I was surprised by how powerful Enrique gets when you put a little bit of time in him.
Yep.
Like, the Judgment costs less SP than Pirate's Wrath.
It's surprising.
And it's just as good. I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. But unfortunately, for any percent, we don't really have Enrique in the party long enough to really make him the main damage dealer. We just don't, unfortunately. And when he comes back later, he's lower leveled.
So
not ideal.
A lot of mentions of Justice Shield. Just for those who don't know, Ica has a shield called Delta Shield, which prevents magic damage. Gilder has a shield, I believe it's something like Tricky Shield.
Prevents status effects.
Right.
It's aura denial.
Aura denial,
Yeah.
so that prevents confusion, poison, sleep, and then
Instant death, too. But instant death. Because that would be considered a status.
Interesting. I actually didn't realize that prevented that. But then Enrique's Justice Shield cuts all physical damage in half.
Also, you may be asking yourself, why are we fighting Zivil and Bane here? Well, I mean, we fought one in Daggett, I believe, but why are we fighting this guy too in this dungeon? Money. He drops a lot of gold, and he also gives you an item that it can be sold for a lot of gold too. So he is required in the route, even though he's optional.
Yeah.
We need that money, because coming up, we have to give away 100,000 gold in order to move on with the game. Which is why we have gotten discoveries and treasure chests that had gold in them, and done other things just to make sure our gold is on point for when we get there.
He is pretty scary though. If this Zivelin focused Fina, it's just, again, you risk losing that silver experience, and you just have to be really careful with your space princess. She is very, very squishy.
Also, I did not say that the manual was accurate on elemental effectivenesses. I said it was not truthful. It was not entirely truthful. There's a difference. It's not really truthful. So anyways, moving on.
There are a few online charts that are pretty good. There are a few that I think still have a couple typos, but
at the end of the day, you should really just look at the enemy and look at their elemental weaknesses, because there is a wiki that has all the enemies and their elemental affinities and what does more damage to them. But now we get to do this fight, and if it goes well, it's the best fight in the game. If it goes wrong, it's horrible, but the strategy for it is great if it works out.
So fun fact about tanks. Tanks have drivers, and those drivers have been working very hard. They have been pulling all-nighters left and right. So what we're hoping...
Oh, it didn't break. Please work. So this is the Slapara box.
We found this in Maramba.
Puts enemies to sleep. It worked, thank goodness. All right, we got the good strat. So that's the Slapara box. That puts enemies to sleep. We want Ica to use it because if she uses the box, because her agile stat is the highest, it will have the highest chance of actually working, the status effect. And this boss is very susceptible to sleep, although it may not seem that way to some of the runners that run this game, and it misses 1,000 times. And then your box breaks because it has a very high chance to break. But when it does work, you get to do a fun strat like this and show how easy this boss is when you put it to sleep. It's great.
Yep. Sleep works in such a way where if you get hit, you're going to wake up. If you get another status, you're going to wake up. So we don't touch this tank until we're ready to just nuke it. Usually it stays asleep the full 3 turns. We do use the Slipara box another time later on if it does not break, which it has not. And again, this is just one of those cases where we grabbed that 3-4 hours ago, and now it's coming into fruition. And all we need.
Yeah, so we swap back to silver here because we want Vice to end on silver because we want that sweet silver magic EXP for Fina.
The one shot for Gilder's just to cover the range. No,
it's just to make absolutely sure this thing dies.
Nobody likes a 1 health unless it's us.
We don't want this thing doing anything, yeah.
Unless it's Vice surviving Antonio too.
I'm gonna check Fina's magic EXP after this, just to see where it is. I think it's really good. When I was looking at it before, let's see. That is excellent, like silver EXP. Goodness gracious, that's ridiculous. You're gonna learn Ryzelum before Veltarn.
Mm-hmm. I think it might be Tortigar.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
you might even learn it on Tortigar. Like this, that's ridiculously good.
Yeah.
Shoutouts to the Silver EXP reroute. That was revamped with no small part thanks to Armstrong. It's great.
I just want to pop in real quick and say that there is a poll up in chat for anyone who is following along. We're going to be getting to choose a flag for a ship very soon. And the 3 main designs are a winged skull with like a saber out of it sticking out of its mouth, you know, an engineer kitty that looks like Ica, and then a winged dolphin, which was given to me in all caps as the description. So you might be able to tell who really likes the winged dolphin, but vote in that and we'll be able to select the flag as that timer ticks down. It should be after this dungeon, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's coming up shortly, a couple minutes from now. Maybe over 5, a little bit around then. Pretty soon.
I saw a...
Also, that alarm sound is the same one they use in Sonic Adventure 2, and it's really messing with me.
It is, yes.
I was going to take a brief moment because someone said Ica making boomerangs cool, and Ica is absolutely directly translated into a Sonic character named Styx.
Yeah, Styx the Badger.
900% that is Ica anthropomorphized.
Something like that.
Yeah. And then we've had a mention earlier, Ica, Fina, and Vice all make a cameo appearance in the game. Of course, it blanks on me as soon as I... Valkyria Chronicles. Thank you.
Chronicles. Whoops.
Yeah, I also know Vice is a playable racer in Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed, and there's a there's 2 Skies of Arcadia tracks as well.
And the music on them is phenomenal.
Oh, yeah. Like, the music throughout that whole game is phenomenal. Do recommend that as a racing game on PC.
I should get that. I never did.
That is the reason I bought this. I bought the racing game. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's the reason.
We had someone show off a Skies of Arcadia themed rally car recently. They went through an iRacing and skinned their car with a Skies of Arcadia image, and then we also had someone come through with a Skies of Arcadia. I want to say it was like a red carpet fashion event in Gaia Online, something like that. It was, you know, people had their chibis set up as Skies of Arcadia characters, and it's adorable. We've had people do the OC remix for Skies of Arcadia was put around our community. The various brass instrumental recreations. I mean, we would love to have any video game creator make something Skies related and share it with us. Our community is always very supportive of any of the various media that people create around this game.
So in that last scene, first of all, Enrique said, "Here, you can have my ship," because this is the Delphinus, and this is basically his ship. He just gives it to us and says, "Oh, by the way, you can also take me hostage if you want to, but we're not going to take him hostage. He's going to be part of our crew." He also gives us back the red and the green moon crystal, which he stole. So shout outs to Enrique.
He started his pirate career the correct way.
In this battle here is just a Moonstone Cannon tutorial. That's all it is. Just use the Moonstone Cannon and you win.
Yep. We are taking the hold that Gilder blew, and we are making it big enough to fit a ship through. Just want to give a quick shout out. I think we're just over the halfway point on that poll. Definitely make sure to get your flag choices in. Vice's is the fastest option, but Fina's...
Well, technically, Fina's is, but...
Wait, really?
Yes, in the task picks Fina's because it is the fastest, but you need perfect menuing, and that's not possible.
It's like
for
one
a
less
person.
text box kind of situation.
It's faster because of animations. The characters do less animations. I think it's probably Aika. Aika does less of an animation afterwards, but you also need perfect menuing to pick when you select it. At the end of the day, when you're speedrunning this game, pick whichever flag you want because the differences are like nothing.
Framed.
You're not really saving any time. But for the tasks, he wanted to pick the one that was the fastest, and Venus technically is.
Yeah, there is a single vote separating Ica and Fina's flags, by the way.
Oh my goodness.
Ica flag getting some support.
This is a battle.
Oh, Ica just overtook Fina's flag. The engineer kitty is trying to reign supreme.
This is a battle between the two. And generally it is. Anytime this game has been at any sort of event, it's always between their two flags. Poor Vice is just left out in the cold. He has the stereotypical pirate flag and not a cat or a winged dolphin. All right. So we have escaped the Grand Fortress twice.
Mm-hmm. Which, at the beginning of the game, was known as nigh impenetrable. And Vice got in and out twice. It's actually part of...
We have already done a great feat here.
I think it's part of the reason that Gilder actually really takes to Vice, because Gilder finds out that Vice had escaped from Valua the first time and says, "Wow, you're crazy, kid." And then here we are doing it again.
He's like, "I'm interested in anybody that can do that." Which is probably why he let you fly his ship earlier.
That, and he also was probably hungover.
I can believe that. It is Gilder after all. So Ramirez is going to be... This is Ramirez looking out his window. There really needs to be an emote for this called that. But he's just kind of angry right now about what happened. But just going to have to get over it for now. Oh yeah, and now Clara showed up too. She's back now, and she finally gets to be with Gilder.
I was gonna say, she's here for one reason, and that's to get Gilder out of the party.
That's the only reason that she's here, yes. Gilder's not too thrilled about it, but he gets away soon enough.
His biggest fear is commitment.
So they ask, who wants to be the captain? And it's like, I think everybody votes on Vice. And then you have a text option here. You're like, should you do it or should you not do it? It's like, well, what's the correct option here?
It's clearly make Ica the captain.
Clearly. So we're going to come over here and we're going to get our first crew member. And Marco is required. You cannot skip Marco because he is actually in various scenes. He's like one of the only crew members that's in scenes other than like Ismail and Brabham and Moegi. But you have to get Marco. You cannot move on without him. And then you just talk to Gilder and we get out of here. And if you're wondering how many crew members, because now at this point that we have the Delphinus in this game, the game opens up to where you can also recruit crew members for your ship. We will be getting some of them. We're going to be skipping most of them, but we'll be getting the most useful ones, let's say, for the run. And Marco, who's required. Sorry, Marco.
His ability does things.
Actually, don't I use Marco? I thought I used Marco in Zelos now,
think we do.
just to generate SP. So never mind. I really can't make fun of him because I actually have him. He gets one use on Zelos later on in the run. I can't really make fun of Marco then.
Make Cupel the captain. Love that.
Cupel.
Cupel gets his hat later. But for now, Gilder says you're gonna need to figure out what it means to be a captain. But for now, I'm running away because Claire's here.
Vice has gotten owned in this poll for sure.
Yup.
It's sad.
Yeah, these are your final moments to vote, because right now it's looking like Ica's flag, the engineer Kitty, is going to win.
Yep.
Yep, there we go.
Yep. It
We
is
will
the
be
kitty
selecting,
flag.
yep, the Kitty flag.
Interesting, but okay.
Somehow Gilder slid over the railing and jumped down some stairs just in time to skip Clara, who comes immediately out of the door behind him.
Pretty much. We don't ask questions with Skies sometimes.
It's about the journey, not the destination.
Also, this is a fun text box here where they accidentally coded Enrique's name for one of those text boxes as Engine instead of Enrique. Fun fact.
Oh, whoops.
This is also
Something that's easily missed as well.
It's also one of the only times you'll see the Delphinus with the purple undertones. Pretty quickly after we make it to our base, it gets changed to blue undertones.
That encounter was fine. It wasn't a back attack, so it's all good.
Yeah.
So we're going to visit Doc for the last time. This is the last time we'll see Doc, and this is to get the Warrior's Heart accessory, which gives you more SP in battles, at least after the first turn anyways.
That is an important distinction, actually, because, there are a lot of times where we would love to have that extra 2 SP on the first turn, but right, it doubles your character's generation at the end of each turn. So that's where we find use for that, and we just use our first turn for setup, buffing, and things of that nature. And then after the fact, it's swing away and hope you don't get debuffed or hurt too badly.
Yep.
Chronoon has the luck and the unfortunate part of having the boss rush of this run. The third segment has the most ship battles, Gigas, all in one. We've balanced it out a little bit for him, but he's out here.
Chronoon gets a lot of ship battles, and also Yafutoma. And we have a lot to talk about when we get there, at least for two particular ship battles.
Yeah, Arcadia and 7th have both spent a lot of time going through these ship battles because of the fact that they're not always the same. There's a little bit of RNG, and we're not sure what controls it some of the time. The game can just be really mean. As Mario mentioned, his PB was just shy of world record because Blueheim decided to dodge and Draco decided to dodge one hit. And, it's things like that where we have to be able to react and work ourselves around the situation because that one cannon hitting.
Most ship battles are pretty consistent though in this run. I would argue Draco and Blueheim are an outlier, and that's just because you have what you have to work with. Believe me, I have tried 1,000 different strategies for both of those fights, and unfortunately, it is what it is. You just kind of had to take what the RNG gives you for those two fights in particular.
But before we get there, we do have a shopping trip. We have to go here, and we have to offload pretty much everything we own except for a very select few items. This is definitely a tricky part for a lot of runners who have questions about, oh, do I still need this? Do I still need that? Luckily, with all the extra gold we've gotten, we shouldn't have any major issues here. But at the same time, it can be a little confusing to figure out the menuing and deciding what's worth it, what's not.
I think for beginners that are first getting into this run, this part scares them because they don't want to accidentally sell something that they need, which is understandable. When I redid or revamped the beginner notes and even intermediate, I more or less specified more clearly what you can keep and what not to sell. That's really important, just to make it easier when someone's reading the notes and they don't get freaked out as much, because this is kind of a scary part. You don't want to accidentally sell something you need.
So I will be doing this a little bit slowly.
It is perfectly fine. Yeah, you take your time.
So he's selling the Zivlin Bane items, the random fish that Gordo gave us, the ship items from the Little Jack that somehow got unequipped and put in our inventory when Drachma flew away, and then there's also some weapons that we've picked up. There are a few pieces of armor that have just been outclassed. But at the same time, if you accidentally sell the captain's hat, that's not really great.
We don't need any of the armor. We don't need. It can go.
Yeah, we do unequip some of Enrique's stuff just for the sake of they're worth a lot of money. They're Valuan finery.
We steal stuff from Enrique.
We do the same thing to Drachma early on. We even sell the shirt off his back at one point if we're trying to do certain strats.
You can sell black map. You don't need it either anymore at this point.
That was what just if I accidentally do it and it's really funny? I might put it on.
For content.
Farewell to black
map. For content. We got the B-type cannon and the hunter torpedo this run. Based. Wow. Okay. Those are not guaranteed drops from Chameleon 1 and 2, and they are extra gold. So that's cool that we got both of those this run.
All good, sir.
I am gonna keep the Grendel wing.
That's fine.
Usually that's like a leftover, and Ika's never gonna get equipment like a new weapon otherwise.
We have plenty of gold anyways at this point, so we're good.
Yep.
So our goal there was to be over 100k, and the route is the way we have it routed. You're pretty safe in that regard, that you'll be over that amount. So, because right after this, we have to go give 2 old guys, and yes, I'm not lying. You have to get 2 old guys 100k, so you can move on with the game.
I did want to highlight one thing, and you may have noticed it, but all the weapons in this game have different designs. You don't get to see the characters' outfits change because of armor, but you do get to see some different style choices on the weapons, whether it's the Assassin's Blade with that metal on the back that just looks vicious, or Ika's different boomerangs have different designs in the swirl, and so we might see a little bit of that depending. But also Drachma's metal arm suddenly changes and could be a drill. I'm pretty sure even Gilder's gun and Enrique's sword have different pommels and different little accents that show that, this weapon came from Ixataka, this weapon came from Yafutoma, this weapon came from Sailor's Island, and it's piratey, things of that nature. So it's a really cool decision by the developers to highlight those changes.
So we're coming back to Crescent Isle here. I don't think it's called that yet, but it will be later because we need a base. Gilder told us that we need a crew. We have a ship, we need a crew, and we need a base. So we picked this place. This is where Vice crash landed, earlier, not that long ago actually. And we've decided to make this place our base. But first, we got to give this guy some gold so he can clear this place and build some buildings. And the other dude, we need to give him the rest of the money so he can fix up our ship and reinforce it so we can go through sky rifts and stone reefs.
Yep.
And before all that, once we get past a bunch of little text bubbles, it is time for the flag. So I just want to confirm that is Ika's flag.
Confirmed.
Yes.
Alrighty.
I do think that the flag
gonna get a
choice
preview here.
impacts a little bit of the color choice at the end of the game. Am I correct on that?
It does, yeah.
So we'll see a slight
It
difference.
will impact like that. The final ship that you see, it impacts that, yeah.
Love those little details. There's a lot of stuff that you see evolve throughout the game, so you can kind of tell that the developers went back through the beginning, and they may have optimized a little bit, but they made a lot of changes by the end of the game. Like, you can hear Drachma's metal arm, you can see the improvement in the animation and the dialogue and the pacing.
The attention to detail in this game is absolutely ridiculous. You can literally examine. I don't even know everything in this game, and Vice will say something about it. It's crazy.
Which is great until you accidentally click the wrong thing, and it's instead of talking to mom.
And then it's annoying when that happens. But
This is the stove.
most
that
things
we
in this
cooked
game
dinner
are
on.
examinable, which is crazy. It's crazy just how much they put into that. And also, I said this earlier in the chat, and because somebody else was mentioning it, the facial expressions in this game are better than some modern games that I see. Like, absolutely crazy. It was ahead of its time in that regard. So we're making Fina feel better and tell her that it's okay. We'll figure out what's going on with Ramirez.
Yep.
She's kind of upset about it because they were childhood friends and she was pretty much a little sister to him. So she's kind of upset about whatever happened to him, why he's on the enemy side. But we're telling her it's going to be okay.
Our own.
And we are deciding where to go to get our next moon crystal, which is going to happen right now during this next scene. Also, I don't know if it was mentioned earlier when the first few of these happen, but Aika's imagination trips here are the greatest thing. The way she imagines stuff that in her mind, this is how she's imagining the Yafutoman people to look like. People with scales and sticks, and that's how she imagines them to look like. Her imagination is something else. She has some other ones throughout the game, and it's just great.
All right, off we go to New City 2.
Yep, we're on our way.
So interestingly, before we even made the paywall, we couldn't have gone to Maramba if we wanted to. The Delphinus pre-upgrade can't even cross this stone rift that the little Jack could.
Yes, before we paid the gold, the paywall there, that's what we call it, we really couldn't go anywhere. We're very limited on where we can go at that point because that's just how the game is. But now we have more options as far as that goes. We can go through the stone reef here, and we can get back to the Nazar area where the Temple of Pyron was, and Maramba, that we were there a while ago at this point, but we're back in this area now.
I know it's not going to come into play too much because we do have the white map, but I did want to note that the Little Jack, the Delphinus, and Dine's ship, the Albatross, are the only 3 ships that you can actually go onto the bridge of. So whenever you're piloting Gilder's ship or any of the dinghies, you can't actually go to the bridge, you can't explore the ship. But on those 3 in particular, you can always go back and you can talk to your crew and you can examine the ship and get some of that extra lore. But oftentimes, if you were ever confused, let's say you dropped the game and you were picking it up weeks later, months later, if you talk to Aika, Fina, in this case, Enrique, they'll tell you, here's about what we're doing. And that's a really nice guiding point for folks. Because there's a lot going on in this game, let's be real. Including seasickness.
Yep, so we came here first. This is Esperanza, which is Spanish for hope. We came to this town because supposedly they know a way to get through the Dark Rift, and we have to go through the Dark Rift to get to Yafutoma. So these people know something, so we're coming here to ask them, what they know about it. And we're going to meet a fun colorful person here soon named Dawn.
We always love this music. To me, it strikes me as very Dragon Quest music with the flute or the, instrument in the background.
But first, we're going to go over here and talk to this guy because we need some Sacred Crystals. Because right now we have none. And we like to have these. These are like the all heal everybody 1,000 HP, which is great especially for certain fights that have AoEs. AoE attacks like Tortigar coming up for not too far from now, but he'll be coming soon.
Yeah, we don't normally have those Sacrum Crystals that Mario picked up for Richtelish.
Yeah, unless you're doing beginner, because beginner does allow that for buying those. But if you're doing expert or intermediate strats, you generally survive on just Sacra's crystals until this point, and that's probably sounds dangerous to a lot of people, and it is, especially for fights like Richtelish and sometimes Antonio too, depending on what he wants to do to you.
Oh yeah, if Antonio 2 does like Thunder of Fury more than once, things go downhill fast.
It's not good.
It's very surprising because it's a first boss again. But no, it's actually the first boss again.
Yeah, we can 4-turn most bosses, but most bosses, if they wanted to, could 2-turn any individual character.
So this is Dawn. He's drunk right now. He's just yelling at us saying, nobody can get through the Dark Rift. It's like, we tried it and a bunch of my men died trying. And then he's just telling us it's impossible. We can't do it. And, Vice is like, yeah, we can. Because that's the general gist of this conversation. And Vi's telling him that he's pathetic. He should get out there and sail again and stop sitting around moping in Esperanza, which is true. He should actually go do something. We won't be recruiting him, but he is a crew member that you can get.
Yep.
Although now we have just been informed by Fina that the Valuan Armada is here, which is not good, and we're gonna go see what's going on with that. Which, by the way, Enrique was left at the docks here because he was airsick, which is this game's version of seasickness.
Yeah.
Because, Enrique is a prince, and he hasn't really been sailing at any point during his life, so he's not really used to flying in airships.
He doesn't have
which
his
is pretty
legs.
realistic when you think about it. Although it begs the question of why Fina didn't get airsick, because she shouldn't be really used to it either. But then again, I guess she was piloting that ship at the beginning of the game, so maybe she's fine.
She's from a higher altitude.
Yeah, maybe that's why. So we get introduced to our next admiral in the Armada, Gregorio, who he's described as Enrique's uncle, but they're not related by blood necessarily, but he basically is like an uncle to him. He and his and Enrique's father were apparently friends at some point.
All right.
So we're getting into like a huge, not really huge, but 3 back-to-back ship battles coming up.
Yeah, this game.
And I think because we didn't really explain a lot, and we didn't really have to with the Little Jack, because you're not really utilizing like all the weapons in this game with the Little Jack, but with the Delphinus, there's more going on, so we can explain more about ship battles and some things going on, because I think from an audience perspective, looking at this, you're like, what is happening with the ship battles? Unless you played the game before. But even then, there's still some things going on that are not apparent to just looking at it.
But before we get into all that, we're going to knock out 2 dummy ships and take a quick second, and then we'll get into explaining that during Gregorio's ship, the Auriga, which
Yeah, we are going to take these couple of ships to just kind of chill out and do a stretch break. We are going to run some ads once these ship battles get started. So you're not going to be missing a whole lot because these are just like not particularly exciting. But so this is your time to get up, stretch, and take care of yourselves and hydrate. And just remember that we appreciate you being here and watching. Like, this has been really awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Chronoon, I met you through the Sonic community. I did not know you ever ran Skies of Arcadia Legends.
Yeah, I mean, I get around. Love Skies, and then I don't remember how long ago it was, but I noticed there were speedruns of it. I'm like, I'm kind of curious. I want to try that out. And then so I found the guide, and that was really easy to start running it, and then I just stuck to it since. Hard to do as many runs, but usually like once per year I'll just have like some kind of grind session. But yeah, I mean, this game's awesome.
You and I joined about the same time 3 years ago.
Yeah, like I know you through doing a bunch of Sega stuff, whether it's Sonic or anything else in between. Didn't you also do Vector Man for a bit?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, definitely did Vector Man. I think, what was the other one I did it then? I was also working on like Echo. That's the time. Good old days. Hard Genesis games, but yeah, lots of fun grinding those down.
When are you doing Cool Spot?
Proud to have taken it where they were, or where they were. Both times got beaten pretty hardcore by now. Yeah, Sega's home. Feel very comfortable with Sega stuff.
Someone mentioning Evolution Worlds in the chat as well. Like, I played the second Evolution game on Dreamcast and then picked up Evolution Worlds on GameCube. I still need to finish playing through it.
Evolution Worlds is another game that I love. And fun fact, I bought both this game and Evolution Worlds at the same time at GameStop long time ago.
I don't think I ever played that one.
Yeah, Evolution's a good time. Like, do recommend.
Interesting.
The first one was on Dreamcast, right?
Both Evolution games were on Dreamcast, but Evolution Worlds, I think, if I recall, basically combines both games.
Yeah.
Oh.
Basically.
Because I remember, like, the Dreamcast, like, there's one very early party member named Grenade, and he's really, really good in Evolution 1, but he's very different in Evolution Worlds at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, Evolution Worlds was interesting, how they combined the two together.
Yeah.
Quick shout out to...
that's kind of interesting. Though, like, that and Skies both started on Dreamcast and then had, like, a GameCube kind of remake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like, Skies, Evolution, and Phantasy Star all went from Dreamcast to GameCube.
Yeah, Phantasy Star. Kind of obvious, but the Sonic Adventure ones as well.
Yep.
It's like, oh, well, man, yeah, it must have been such a long time. It's good that, after Sega stopped making games. Like, no, it was only like a year or so after they originally came out.
Yeah, like, I think 2001 was the Dreamcast release of SA2, and that was the last, like, first-party title released on Dreamcast, and then, like, 2002, Adventure 2 Battle came out, and I'm like, what?
Yeah. Oh, man. Oops. Gotta use the other one.
Yeah, it gets confusing with the weapons here. And which one you used previously.
That looks right? I'd never memorized the new strategy here, so it's kind of just like reading the notes.
It's probably fine.
Yeah, you're still on the gunboat. This thing should drop, I believe, at the end of this turn.
Yeah, that's right. It's just a gunboat anyway.
And everything is hit. Oh my goodness, this is like crazy luck.
Yeah.
This is really
knock
good.
on wood, we still...
Okay, fine. That stuff can happen. You can still miss, but that's some good damage.
Yeah. I wanted to give a quick shout out. So we talked about the constellations earlier. The Auriga Gregorio's ship is apparently the charioteer, and so that's potentially why we have these two initial fights. These are the horses that lead us to the chariot, or that lead the chariot. So there was an intended
That's a good explanation, yeah.
fleet battle system discussed early on in the game's creation, and you can see bits and pieces of the fleet system, whether it's the ship that you're towing behind you, or these fights against multiple opponents, and especially at the end with the Hydra, you'll see more of what could have been with these large multi-ship battles. Unfortunately, we do only get the one-on-one ship battles, but they're still very cinematic, very in-depth, and a really cool system that you don't find in a ton of different games.
I think they wanted to do more with the ship battles, and a lot of things in this game, but they just weren't able to.
They had a poise system in there. They had things related to, if you hit a ship twice, maybe that throws it off balance and suddenly you're on a better turn.
But since we're on Auriga, so ship battles, let's talk
Go
about
for it.
the ship itself. So whether it's the Little Jack or the Delphinus now, you have main cannons, secondary cannons, and torpedoes. Your main cannons will use the character's power stat or attack stat, if you will, for an easier explanation, and the damage calculation. Secondary cannons do not use that, although it takes into consideration the agile stat of the person using it, or crits, which is why Ica is the better person for that. And that's the same for torpedoes as well. It does not use the power stat, but the agile stat is useful for crits. The S cannon or Moonstone cannon is best used by someone like Vice, who has a high attack stat, to do the most damage. Although on that first fight in this whole thing, we used the Moonstone cannon with Ica because it really didn't matter. That thing was going to die anyways. Main cannons are pretty much a one-hit wonder. They hit once, that's it, do a lot of damage, done. Secondary cannons can extend either up to 3 or 4 times. They hit more than once. And as you can see, we have like 3 of these 10-inch cannon coils, and we're just throwing everything at the Auriga, stacking all these cannons to do all this damage. You're going to see more secondary cannons and torpedoes in this run, way more than main cannons. Like, it's just so much more useful. And torpedoes have a lot of maneuverability. You can like put them in specific rounds, like the next round, and boost yourself up to do more damage. So you can do a lot more with the secondary cannons and the torpedoes than your main cannons. But there's a lot going on with ship battles. Like, there's so much. And routing these took a long time to figure out the best way to do things. We also use Apowax, which is an attack increase. It's similar, the same thing as Incrum. And later we'll have Apowaxes, which last 4 turns as opposed to 2 turns. And then we get a cool crew member later on called Ilkamus, who will stack with Incrum to do even more damage. So, fun times. Ship battles in this game they're great. There's a lot going on in ship battles. There's a lot to unload and unpack, but yeah.
So I'm gonna have to improvise, it seems.
Yes, there was more to do on that turn. The speed wax still should have been used.
Oh, I misread. Oh,
did we miss the?
You were reading that. I think you were reading the turn after this. I think in the notes.
That happens. That definitely happens. So there is a moment here where you get the benefit of using the speed wax, where Gregorio's trying to ram us, and in a perfect world, we would have used the speed wax, and Vice would have been able to just pull us out of the way and put us in a beneficial position to where we can really blast away at Gregorio. Unfortunately, and you know, it happens. It happens to all of us. Everyone has some kind of biff in the run. If perfect runs were easy, we'd all have a 1040. But you know what? We're in this position, and we get a slightly.
Unfortunately, I am not sure if you can hit on these turns, but you're free to try.
Yeah. So this.
But
is
I would
gonna be kinda
wax
awkward.
first. Yes, I would do that first, regardless. It might be better off to set up the 10-inch cannon coils to hit on the next turn, just because it looks like you have a better shot at hitting then. So.
So should I heal? Do you think I should heal? I probably should, right?
I think you're safe to use either a Sacri on the ship or a kit. We have plenty of time to get another deluxe kit if need be.
Enrique has sack
Oh,
rays
true.
if you want to use it with him.
Oh yeah.
Let Fina can use some cannons into the next turn. You should still be able to use sack rays on second.
Okay, let's do that then.
There we go. Alternate strats. We're improvising.
It happens.
This turn is probably pretty bad because you didn't do what the game wanted you to do. So generally this turn is probably a big old, like, nothing can hit it turn. But who knows? I've never gotten to this turn.
He's such a tank.
And really had to mess with it. But, you know, we'll make it work. The next turn is favorable because you'll definitely be able to hit then.
I'm gonna just ignore. I mean, the
as long as you don't
mistake is
misread the
dumb,
notes
but-
for Anguilla next.
Yeah, no, I'll be extra careful from
You'll
now
probably
on.
be all right. Just don't misread that one.
Yeah, there you go. So now,
Also, that did a lot of damage there.
Gregorio is in our blind spot, so to speak, and unfortunately has a perfect shot into the back of our ship, which is the quote-unquote weak spot of these airships. That's usually where the engine turbines are.
Bit worried now, but I guess we made it.
If you need to
out,
heal
so-
again, you can. Like, you can let Enrique heal some more.
Yeah.
And you probably should.
I think you say.
I'm afraid to use the
I think
deluxe.
you
Well,
just
you can buy
blast it.
more. That's fine. You can use the deluxe kit because you can buy more in Yafutoma. That's fine.
And let's see, Sacred is like 4. Don't really have an option for more damage, so I'm just gonna have to rely on what we got here.
I think it's
Yeah,
going to
you
be
should be
okay because I
fine.
think he should die on the second turn, but we'll see what happens. Hopefully he will.
Yeah. So this is definitely usually then like following the notes, you're just good. Obviously, if you mess up the notes,
There we go. He's
then
dead.
it basically you have to go. It's like there's a cascading of like a cascade of problems you have to deal with. So it's not just like that one turn that you mess up and okay, it's a little bit slow. Usually you have a whole nother turn and however long it takes to animate all that, so it's at least a minute time loss for just one turn, and then you have another turn after that. For every boss and ship fight, that's a thing. I'm sorry, team, that I added a couple minutes there.
It's a cool cutscene.
We worked
too,
through
to see
it.
you
We
dodge
worked around it and got it done.
Yeah.
This just gives you an idea of what happens when you go off notes with the ship battles.
To call the game punishing is an understatement. I'm telling
Things this is one of the, I would, at least with the Origa, it's less punishing. You're not gonna die as much as if you like misdid Blueheim. You mess up Blueheim
Kinda
and
close,
things
though.
go wrong. But even then, he did a lot of damage on that turn after getting hit with the hull ram.
No two runs are the
Really wanted to
same.
see his move. Never saw a whole run in freaking years.
We worked through it. We got through it.
So we just need to
All
keep
is
in
well.
mind one deluxe kit, and I think we're good.
I also used a wait. No, okay, never mind. I was gonna say use an extra apple wax, but I did not.
You used Increment instead?
Yeah.
Even if you did, this route it has extras. You've bought extras anyways for apple waxes, so it's not that big a deal. Even if you did use an extra one.
Yep. Those safety strats matter. You know, you're much better off not having it be down to the wire because you never know what happens.
So this is the Dark Rift, and it's actually great environmentally. Like they really bring home the whole. This place is mysterious and dark. Probably a really good dungeon, I think.
This is our first ship dungeon.
It's pretty creepy.
There are only two, technically three, but this is definitely the idea of the Sargasso Sea, the Bermuda Triangle kind of situation where the currents have created this vortex of unfortunateness for anyone that tries to sail through it. And that's why Don was so against us trying, because as you can see from the chests, many have tried, few have succeeded.
Yeah, you find a lot of ships here, like wrecked ships. There's also a crew member that's trapped here, but we can't get him because we don't have Polly.
That's true.
His wife, unfortunately. So we leave him here. Sorry, Robinson.
Does anyone want to bring up this chestnut?
Mm-hmm. We have lots of theories about the Black Moon Crystal, or Moonstone here. This is one of the most valuable discoveries that we gather, but it also kind of promotes those theories that there was the seventh civilization that somehow ended up buried underneath the Dark Rift, that there was, more of a ground life. And that gets reinforced a little bit later, but for now, we are going to get a very important item. We've already gotten one, and that was the Dream Cutlass for Vice. You may have noticed that Chronoon unequipped his nice, fancy stonecutter before the gold wall because of the fact that we do need to sell it in order to make enough money in some cases. But we now have our replacement, the Dream Cutlass, as well as this chest here, which is going to be our second Aura of Valor, assuming we didn't get the drop. We do collect those because they are the max SP use item. We do get a crew member that gives us the same effect in ship battles. However, the Aura of Valor is the only way to get max SP from a ground battle.
Yeah, so it's kind of funny that Vice is now back to with the Cutlass. His initial weapon is equipped right now, but you don't need it for this part until you get the Dream Cutlass back, or in this dungeon, because you're not fighting any land battles. So because your character's equipment, except for Will, I will say that for Will, which is your magic stat, if you will, for magic damage, not matter for ship battles. So it doesn't matter what the characters have on for like attacks, your regular attack stat. It doesn't impact the ship battle.
So this is the Anguilla. This is an eel that is currently residing in our path of exit. This is the guardian of the end of the Dark Rift. It's going to take a chunk out of the ship. A few different kinds, but just like Dodongo, Anguilla does not like smoke. Anguilla is very weak to red, and so we abuse that by using pyro bombs, which interestingly enough are the only elemental bombs that can be purchased easily, at least at this point in the game. Later on, I believe you do get a merchant that can be upgraded to provide the others. However, the only main way to get the blue bomb, and I believe there's a yellow bomb, would be to take random battles around Valua against their mage ships. But that's really slow and is only for one item if we're lucky, so we just bank on the pyros. And these are the final uses of the pyro bombs, to my knowledge.
Unless Blueheim goes wrong and you need a little bit of extra damage, but you would still rather use like the Shredder Bomb and some other weapon, because the power bomb would be pretty weak in that case. But this guy is effectively dodging, or not really dodging, but guarding all of your attacks while he's in this in the vortex right now. So your attacks are not doing as much damage as they could be doing, but soon he's going to come out of there, and you're going to see how great the pyro bombs really are. They're going to be doing a lot of damage next turn once he comes out of there. And this is just a damage threshold. You have to do enough damage to get him to come out of there. And he comes out for 1 turn. And if you don't finish him off on that turn, he goes back in. So
this is our first.
He might have been very annoying to people casually.
Is this our first Moonstone? Okay, we did use it earlier.
The tutorial.
Okay, that's right.
Actually, it's the 3rd time because we used it. Tutorial, the first gunboat, and then this fight.
We do try to.
That's another thing.
Go ahead.
We're trying to limit also how much we use the Moonstone Cannon. If we don't have to use it, we don't want to use it because it's animation time that you're watching. So.
Yeah, I think that there is a non-Moonstone Gunboat 1 strat, correct? Or is it just way faster to just nuke it?
Armstrong did research and said you might as well just Moonstone Cannon it because the menuing is faster and it's just not really that much slower.
Yeah, makes sense. It's really cool to see.
That thing is for whatever reason, things like to miss in that fight for no apparent reason, just all over the place. And you could end up being slower than just using the Moonstone Cannon. So, I don't know. That fight's been very strange when I was routing it as well.
That makes sense. So, meant to be the nimble.
So Armstrong
little
basically just came to the conclusion that the menuing is better, and it's really not that much slower.
Yeah. So the Anguilla has left its nest and is now going to take quite a lot of damage.
Also, I just realized that Anguilla did not guard the Moonstone Cannon earlier, so that's good. He will probably die here with this attack.
It's rare that enemies have a guaranteed guard turn. They do exist. They do have very high percentage chances to guard, but every once in a while, even on the endgame fights, you get a turn where you think they're going to guard, and you know what? It's going to be a little quicker that time around.
Casual 10k damage from that pyro bomb once he came out of the, out of the hole. It's pretty great. Alright, so we gotta heal up the ship because we are going to get into yet another ship battle coming up. I know, this Chronoon section is just ship battles all over the place, at least right now, so...
I mean...
This part is very ship battle heavy.
The game gave us a new toy.
And this next one is very annoying. This next ship battle is another fight that we have words about, because it's random as well.
Real jerk of a fight.
This fight, you can lose so much time to. It's just simply because the game said no. Because sometimes you don't even get the opportunity to use the Moonstone Cannon. The second turn may not even be a Moonstone Cannon turn. We don't know what impacts or what causes it or what determines if you get it, but sometimes you do. And if you do have that next turn, it's just a damage threshold. You just do enough damage and you can use Moonstone Cannon next turn, but that turn is not always a Moonstone Cannon turn for... We don't know what reason why.
Massive squid.
I don't think it was ever determined what causes it, but anyways.
Little bit.
Any discoveries we're getting right now are still for gold because we need gold for steroids later. Yep. To pump into Vice, and Chronoon did a specific setup here to get Spice Island, which is an invisible discovery, but if you go straight north from that discovery, that nest discovery, you'll pretty much get it.
It's really small, and it's like there's no visual cues around, it's just blue sky.
It's just out there in the middle of nowhere.
And it is necessary for
really
a side quest that we're not going to do, but 100% would have to do.
Correct, yep.
Brief shout out to the fishing mechanic that y'all might have seen. Chronoon did grab a single squid. There are random fish that appear in different areas and you can sell them. We got a bunch from Gordo, but there's actually a special challenge title that you can get for Vice called the Fisher King if you catch enough fish. Unfortunately, it does have a threshold underneath it, including the number of fish that you have to catch, so it's incredibly slow to get the title. But that's one of those fun runs that maybe one day someone would attempt.
This is the game said no, because there is no Moonstone Cannon next turn.
Yep.
It's not flipping back and forth. If the turn is flipping back and forth between a turn that doesn't have the Moonstone Cannon and it does have one, you have a chance to get the Moonstone Cannon turn as long as you do enough damage on this first turn. But the turn was not flipping back and forth, so we do not have that opportunity. So this is probably going to be a slow 10Q spellship, unfortunately. But oh well, we will press on.
The game is trying. Go ahead.
We could still technically 2-turn this if we got good damage ranges, 2 damage rolls, some crits, but
we'll see.
We'll see what happens.
The game is trying to introduce this height mechanic, the idea being that the Tenko have discovered the secret behind flying above regular sky. The Tenko ships have the ability to go much higher than our cannons and our ship can, therefore we run into these lost turns. In a perfect world, they would stay on our level and let us Moonstone Cannon them, but in this case, apparently they've decided to fly above the sky and make it difficult unless we're using torpedoes. That is why we ensure we equip the heavy torpedo before this fight.
Oh, whoops. Glad I cut it early this time.
No, I was like, I was wondering if you were reading the right turn.
Oh man.
So now we have to do the bad 10Q strat because we don't have the Moonstone Cannon, unfortunately. And even then we try to avoid using the Moonstone Cannon because you can still do a lot of damage on the Moonstone Cannon slot using other weapons because the damage ratio for that particular slot is much higher. So you try to not use it to save animation time.
Is it the same as a C turn or higher than a C turn?
It depends, because not always are the C turns higher damage. Sometimes they're higher accuracy. Oh, that torpedo actually hit. Wow, base.
Nice.
Love to see that. Torpedoes suffer from accuracy issues. That's the only thing about torpedoes, and we will use them a lot later because we're going to get a crew member that's going to make our accuracy pretty much infallible for torpedoes. So for now, we have to just deal with RNG.
Mario says, don't forget about the seed up near Tika Tika.
Did we not get that earlier?
No, we didn't.
Oh, the promise, yeah.
Well, I think in the intermediate notes, you get it when you get Tika Tika anyways.
Right.
I think I moved it there. I could be wrong, but I think I moved it there.
We are, if anyone hasn't heard already, we are using the intermediate notes for this run to try to showcase the fact that, we have this baseline of solid notes, and that's where anyone could join, give or take a test run. Arcadia, I think you may or may not have a new version of the notes on the way. Unfortunately, we're still testing some things before we put them on in front of the Hotfix stage, but we might have some updates coming.
I don't believe so. I updated the notes with everything that's been mentioned recently.
Oh, when did you?
That doesn't mean that I'm not still doing routing, but
it has a Decot glitch in there.
Okay.
The Decot glitch was added. The backup strats for Parim was added. If your hurry box breaks.
So we're on.
So I've been updating things. I probably just not been as vocal about it, but I've been updating things.
So technically, we're on like version 13.5, is what you're telling me.
Probably. It's probably like 13 and a half. I just don't consider it version 14. We haven't done anything major to really number it. If I did a major change, I would probably up that number to version 14.
Well, just a matter of time.
But we'll see. It's probably going to happen eventually.
Once again, thank you for organizing those and helping drive the categories. We don't really have
Guides are super important for speedruns, especially RPG speedruns. You need good notes.
Yep,
I think
yep.
the other speedrun out there that I can give huge props to, because I think Demons mentioned it, is Final Fantasy X. I think the notes in the guide for Final Fantasy X are outstanding as well. I think anybody can just pick up the notes for that and run that game too. As long as you follow the notes,
Yeah.
you can pretty much speedrun FF10.
Every once in a while, we'll have someone that has a strat that they would like to save for a run, Arcadia and Armstrong included. But for the most part, anyone that finds something they deem significant will pretty immediately share it with the group, and there is no animosity.
We do share strats. Yeah, I don't want it to sound like we're hiding strats
We're
from one
competitive
another.
and
We
wanna
don't.
put
We
it
don't
in a
do that. We
run,
don't do that.
But that's mostly so we
And
can
there's some
showcase.
things that that Armstrong does that I don't do. I mean, he doesn't recruit Urala, and I do get her.
We all think he's a little crazy
There's
for it.
differences. There's differences, in everybody in routing, and everybody's routing, and that's the beauty of speed running is that we don't all have to do the same thing. Also, Armstrong's route through the Dark Rift is different too, because there is a different path you can take in the Dark Rift that does not go into the Black Moonstone room, but that movement is janky to me. And you are not as well lined up with the Aura of Valor chest, which you have to go over to anyways.
Dude.
And this is also not good.
Read like a book, though. Nice guard.
They're ganging up on Ica.
You read it like a book, and with that Grendel wing counter, I mean, you don't see that every day.
I'm telling you, dude. You get those counters, it might actually do something.
100 damage.
Oh, whoops. Let's get just a little bit more Nika.
We
Probably won't need it.
We appreciate your strategies, Armstrong, regardless, because they generally save time more often than not.
Yeah. Armstrong is the technical. So if you include segmented, Armstrong is the technical record holder. Arcadia has the RTA record, but Armstrong's segmented run is barely faster. And we definitely are looking for more segmented runs too. So if an 11-hour run doesn't seem like your speed, you are more than welcome to break it up, do it the same way you would an RTA, or if you really want to grind those segments, power to you. The first segmented run ages ago, I believe, had some segment selection, but for the most part, we tend to see people do just taking a pause in the run for their segments. So then the twins jump off the ship and fall all the way down below the sky. Nah, I'm just kidding.
Zhao and Mal, they're not an incredibly difficult fight, but if they gang up on somebody, it is not a good time, and they can pretty much kill someone first turn if they want to.
Yeah, that fight is pretty consistent, but if they kill Vice, for example, it can be pretty nasty.
It is not a fun time. And there's Spice Island.
Nice.
We get this because this discovery is worth quite a bit of gold. Generally, the harder ones are worth a lot of gold, generally speaking. And now we're going to Yafutoma finally. Or this game's version of Japan. Let's put it that way. This is pretty much Japan.
Yep. It's Kazai instead of Fuji.
Because every area in this game represents something. Some area in the real world. This one is obviously Japan. We had like El Dorado back there with Rixus. Nazar is pretty much the Middle East. So it's interesting. The Japanese names for things, at least in the Japanese version, makes it more apparent what it's mimicking. They were a little more creative with names, I guess, so they wanted to be different with names in the localization.
Valua, as Mario
Which is fine,
mentioned, is the
you know.
Spanish Empire.
Yes, Valua is Spain, basically.
We're not really 100% on the Pirate Isle, Shrine Island area nationality. It's just kind of a, general Western civilization. The remainder.
And where is Fina from? We'll explain that later. What is her homeland representative of? The Japanese version makes that pretty clear with the name. So these guys are just kind of like, like the ruler here and the emperor here, whatever. Actually, what is his official title? I don't even know.
I think he's just king. I think it's just.
And then his daughter, they're pretty much like, we want they call it the Magosphere, which is basically the blue moon crystal. And they're like, if you'll go get it for us, that'd be great. And so we're like, cool, we'll go get it.
Basically.
But this is coming up is the water dungeon of this, of this game, which everybody loves water dungeons in video games. We're going to be going underwater in this next dungeon, so we need us to get a diving suit, which we'll get from the shopkeeper after we go get Urala. We have to go recruit Urala, at least in this run, because we're not doing Armstrong strats. Shoutouts to Armstrong, though.
Yep.
Because you can do the rest of the ship battles in this game without Urala. You're perfectly capable of doing so. It's better for Blueheim, I would say, to have her. It is a lot more consistent. I did not like doing Blueheim without her when I was testing it. It made me sad and scared. But I respect it. I respect the strategy.
Yeah, so Kirala and Urala are sisters. As Arcadia mentioned, you have to recruit one before you can recruit the other. Urala is the more valuable of the two. Kirala has a decent effect, but mainly Kirala is around to improve your base, actually. Once you make your way back to Crescent Island, you have the option of styling your base either in a Yafutoman style or in more of a pirate style. I believe Ismail is the one who offers the pirate style. It's interesting that Ismail is actually the little short one who spins around and says, "Ba-bam," even though Brabham is the other one.
Yep, that guy.
Never thought about that. That's funny.
The crew members, a lot of them, they require different things. In Urala's case, she just requires you to have Kirala first, which is her sister. But some of the other crew members, either like Robinson in the Dark Rift requires having Polly. There are some other ones that have even worse requirements, like Ryukan, who requires you to have a swashbuckler ranking of daring before he'll even deal with you.
Yep.
But a lot of them you can just talk to them and recruit them. And then some of them want money. In Lawrence's case,
discoveries, random items.
Discoveries, yeah. There's Domingo, yeah.
It really just depends. But it is very cool because once you recruit those individuals, they're on your ship no matter where you go. So similarly to how I said you could go back to the bridge and talk to your party, you can go back there and now you can talk to anyone from your crew. Normally it's just flavor. You just get an idea of what they're up to on the ship while you go. But they are still some nice flavor for those who really enjoy that. Ooh, that gold.
Alright, let's get a few of these deluxe kits. They're really cheap. It's really slow because it's an important menu.
Yeah, we're trying to stay quiet for you.
I appreciate it. Yes, so nearly forgot. Let's get just that and then.
Yep. The numbers, the menuing is super important because if you underbuy something or it's really bad. If you don't have enough gear greases later, which are SB generating items for the ship battles, it's a bad time. You don't want to accidentally buy less of something or not buy something that you need.
Yeah, all the ship items are pretty essential at like every point. Like you could get past the minor ship battles, but a major ship battle, oh man, it's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, remember that time, Chronoon, that you were one gear grease short, and you went and bought one from the black market ship before going into the last dungeon.
Yeah, that
on the fly routing when you did that run.
I mean,
you have to go it takes so long to like go back and get an item later. Like I'm talking like 5 minutes. Time loss is terrible.
Yeah, y'all can imagine. I mean, you just came in and you still managed to, mix up one turn out of a ship fight, which happens to the best of us. But then after a 9-hour run, getting into that final segment with all those bosses, it's so easy to mix up a turn on the final boss rush. And next thing you know, same situation. You were caught improvising in the last minute on a very difficult fight. This game is routed to the point that it's either you beat them or they're going to beat you if you're not safety healing and you don't recognize that you're not going to be able to win.
Yep.
I mean, there is some fun, some excitement to improvising like that, but in terms of speedrunning, it feels really bad because
it's not ideal.
Yeah,
it's not ideal when you want to do the optimal strat.
Mm-hmm. So this dungeon is much simpler than Legend of Zelda's Water Temple. We do have to
it is.
make some specific decisions. You do want to have a map. You do want to know what you're doing in a run scenario. But for the most part, we're really just going through the different sections of this 4-pointed room, hitting these buttons and draining water to create a landing pad for us to jump down to the deepest depths of the dungeon, which who knows why we didn't want to just jump anyway, but we're giving them the benefit of the doubt, and we're gonna finish this dungeon as intended.
It's too bad we can't.
There's no option to just dive in.
Yes, this dungeon would be much shorter if you could just do that.
Yes, it would.
Unfortunately, this is what we had to do. And these underwater sections, as you might imagine, walking through them is slow. Mm-hmm. But we're going to be hitting a bunch of switches and running away from encounters. And then we get one of the most annoying land bosses in the game for one very big reason.
The ultimate stall, the turtle.
Yeah, there's still he's still not the worst boss in the game, but he is one of the worst simply from an annoyance perspective.
Yep.
The turtle. I think the casual players, if you went through this dungeon and got to the boss, you know what boss we're talking about. Because you probably got very irritated at that boss as well. I'm almost positive that if you skip this first switch and come back to it later, there's not a text box. If you do that switch at the very start first, there's a text box where Enrique says something, and maybe Vice too, but when you do it second, there isn't a text box.
Interesting fight there. I do believe that is in the notes, though, to wait for it and then hit this switch.
And that's why I did it that way, because I think I figured that out in routing, that there was just screwing around, that there was no text box there with Enrique. It's kind of like they're explaining it to you, but once you've hit another one somewhere in the dungeon, they're like, oh, we don't need to explain it to you. You got it. Which is cool. But yeah, we have to go down here first for this switch. We have to hit this switch first, which is going to fill up this little area that we're walking around in with water. And then we come back out of here because it also makes a bridge to get to the other one. There's another switch in this room too that we had to get to. You know what I hate about this dungeon though? Especially at this point right here, I have gotten an encounter just taking a step to get into this water after this.
What I hate about
Really
this dungeon
irritated when it happens.
is the section with the like 4 forced encounters in a row, to the point that like even just turning around to get out of the room, you're probably gonna proc the next encounter.
Yeah.
Can't imagine getting stuck in that room in a run.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, that sounds not a good time. Does not sound like a good
We
time.
will see one forced encounter with those enemies, and that is where the Electrum box mentioned earlier will come into play. But for now, we are still sticking to no encounters we don't have to fight.
Yep, and you don't. And most of the encounters in this dungeon are very slow. They're not. They're just slow. Let's just put it that way.
Those salamanders are notorious for it.
They pretty much are. Yep. Yeah, it's all these items that we picked up in chests, across the run. Like we picked this up at the Slapara box way back in Maramba, and we didn't use it until the tank. And then we picked up the Electrum box back in Dackets, and now we're finally going to use that. So everything comes into play. There's a reason for everything and why it's picked up. Also, I think you still have this Slapara box. I don't think it broke.
True.
Yes.
And we didn't risk the Electrum early.
Yeah, so we have both, and still having the Slapara box is great because we can use it on another fight coming up not too far from now.
I would say the most valuable is probably that first Pyre box, though. Of course, we don't want our Crystales boxes to break, but that one Pyre box that we get in Catacombs is meant to last all the way through Pyrin. It has a good chance of surviving through that, but trying to handle those encounters is scary because of the fact that Ica's Pyre does not one-shot anymore. So you have to kind of make decisions between Vice's Pyre, Delta Shield, various different tools. Maybe you want to use your Electri box because it's pretty much all you have unless you're risking your Crystales. This is an example of actually that mini-boss situation I was talking about earlier. Those giant snakes with the feelers, they show up in Moonstone Mountain earlier as well, but those are the mini-boss mobs of this area.
Have we seen fatigue at all in this run yet?
Yes.
We saw it on Rupe and Barda. I don't think it was really discussed then, though.
Oh, really?
When it happened.
Yeah.
But
It's like in the any percent run, except for like a few chance encounters like Ixataka mainly in South Ocean, fatigue is like a status effect that you just actually won't see very much if you follow the route pretty well. But it is an annoying one, and what it does is it prevents the character that is fatigued from gaining SP or as much SP as usual. And especially when you're like, the fight's getting nasty, you got characters that are asleep, they're close to dying, and you just want to use Rain of Swords and just move on with your life. You just have to wait even longer because you don't have the SP for it, and that's what fatigue does.
yep, it's not a good status effect.
Nope. It's pretty
Rupe and
fun.
Barda is like the one fight that you'll really see it because Barda can do it, but he decided, actually, I think he did it twice to 2 characters in this run. He used that one attack that caused it.
Huh.
Normally, he doesn't really do that. He usually does other things to slow you down and just does the punch attack and punches people. But sometimes he's annoying and does the fatigue. At the very least for that fight, fatigue is not as much of an issue because you're not really using Cutlass Fury that much. You're just throwing boxes, so it's not as much of an issue.
Yeah, that's true.
So we filled up the big thing with water, and now we can finally jump all the way down to the bottom. It's going to be a nice, fun drop all the way down.
As we do this for the interest of DemonSmallZ and Mel Loves Games, I have to say 3, 2, 1 Smurf. But anyway, so yeah, this is our floating descent that we definitely needed to entirely fill up the basin of water in order to make. Floating definitely doesn't work unless it's entirely full. But we are going to continue to the final part of this dungeon, and this is where you have 2 routes You have one route that's the low road and one route that's the high road that's a little harder to know unless you have experience with the game. But the low road has 4 forced encounters, whereas the high road completely skips that. We like to go fast, so we're not going to do that. However, we do have to deal with a single version of that forced fight right here. So these enemies are called Aluspheres. They are gray, and they can cause the petrified status that you're seeing a little bit discussed in chat. So we are going to equip that Gem of Fluidity. Same as Rockworm, we really don't want Vice, of all people, to be stoned. We want him to be able to swing away, and then we're going to use Enrique, because Enrique is going to position himself, as Armstrong mentioned, because he's melee, because we're acting offensively, the first thing he does is going to be line up with that opponent. And then the Electrum box, because Electrum is the 3rd level yellow spell, it will be a large enough line to hit both of them. You might have noticed early on, Electree was a very thin line. That crit is dangerous, again, that had a chance to stone, but luckily Vice had the gem, and so we don't have to worry about it. Enrique outspeeds.
As long as you do the fight that same way that I did it, or that Chrono did, excuse me. If you do it that same way with the menuing, Enrique will line himself up to do that. If you do different things, people move around and do different things and go to different places, and he may not be lined up to hit both of them with the box. Because character positioning is very strange. The game kind of does it automatically, just moves people around depending on the actions that you're taking, like if they're guarding or if they're doing something, and doing that the way it's done, Enrique is just lined up to do it that way.
Yeah, one of
to hit both of them.
I think it's like, if I'm not mistaken, it's the only real time in the run that a character's position on like the battlefield actually matters, because it's an electric spell that has to go in a line to do the most damage.
So,
I mean, blue spells also have some kind of positioning, but we don't really need to position in any other fight. Doesn't really come up.
So for reference, blue spells create a small circle of AoE that, at a first level, they have to be standing right on top of each other, but then once you hit the 3rd level of blue spell, that radius is a decent size, and you'll actually see that, unfortunately, against us in this next boss battle. Per the positioning, we actually have 2 cases early on. Antonio and Sentinel both have those line attacks, Thunder of Fury and Blaster.
Yeah, against us, yeah.
Right, so it's one of those things where for the first few turns, it'll probably hit both of them. But if you happen to take a defensive action or just stall out to the 4th, 5th, 6th turn, suddenly it's only hitting one person at a time. Typically, it's if they hit Vice, they're not going to hit anyone else, but if they hit Ica, they're probably going to hit both. Additionally, Ica's first super move, Alpha Storm, in Shrine Island, you can use that to try to save a mana use and defeat multiple enemies if they're lined up properly, because Alpha Storm is a cone.
We wish we had control over character positioning in this game, but sadly we really don't. The game kind of just does things. You can manipulate it to an extent if you know how to do which actions will move people to do, in certain positions, but you just don't have a lot of control beyond that, fortunately. But now we have the turtle coming up, the turtle boss.
And for some reason, we can't just keep running. It's kind of interesting to me that we make it all the way to the exit, and then it's like, oh no, a boss. When, the boss isn't exactly stopping us. The boss is just there. So, right, we make it all the way here, and then Tortigar says, hang on a second, hold on, slow down.
So, Tortigar. Tortigar has some fun things to him. First of all, he has a move called Steel Skin that is priority. It goes first, and whenever he uses it, you cannot damage him at all, period. He also has Sacrilin, which fully heals him, although he can only use it once from what we know, and within the first 4 turns. So we're going to be wasting some time here. wasting 4 turns. Number 1, because we're trying to max out our SP gauge, because we're going to use a fun attack that everybody's going to see for the first time in this run called Prophecy, which is the super duper move of this game, I would say. Its damage is not dependent on any equipment that anybody has on. It is dependent on your max SP gauge. Roughly times 100. Roughly, I say, because it's not exactly. But this fight is pretty much going to be max out our SP gauge, heal in between where we need it, and then just throw 3 prophecies at him. So we're going to throw 3 moons in his face, which is great. So enjoy. And if your swashbuckler ranking is not high enough here, it has to be at least 100, which is just unimpressive. Is the starting ranking. You can't use prophecy. It has to be at least that ranking and at least 100 points to use prophecy.
Unfortunately, this is an unskippable cutscene as well, so we will have to watch the moon drop 3 times. It's
unfortunately.
It's honestly shocking that the turtle lives the first two moons anyway.
But the thing about prophecy is that it's priority, and the boss gets no action after you do it at all. So it's just it's a consistent way to do this boss without annoyance. You can do different strats for this boss because his actions kind of are dependent on how much SP you have. If your SP gauge is maxed out, he's always going to use Steel Skin. So the higher your SP gauge is, the more likely he's going to Steel Skin, which makes it difficult to do Pirate's Wrath and that sort of thing as a different strategy here. But Armstrong does do different strategies in his runs where he does not use Prophecy. But Prophecy is a very consistent strategy for this fight, just to ensure you hit the boss and you're not going to get owned, if you will. Also a nice counterattack.
Love that.
If he attacked a different character, say like Fina, which typically happens to me, there's a high chance he'll get stoned, and then you can't use Prophecy, so you have to waste a turn curing that stone status, and then the next turn you can use Prophecy. But he'll also may get some more damage in, so it gets a little bit riskier.
Yep, everybody has to be healthy to use Prophecy too. No status effects, which for this fight is just stone. Stone is the only thing you have to worry about.
Yep.
It is possible to inflict Tortigar with a status effect. He can be petrified himself, but we don't really have a feasible way to do that. Not really, anyways. But he is possible. He can be petrified. That is definitely a strategy that can be done because people have done it casually. So.
Yep. And then you'll notice that Chronoon's actually using Vice and Enrique for the focus while guarding with the girls. That is mainly because they are tankier. They're able to take the hit better, and then you're not risking as much when you have to heal. Because if you tried to focus with all 4, there's just that chance that the 2 in the back get absolutely destroyed. And so now you're kind of struggling to put that back together. We've thought about using things like Delta Shield here, but it uses SP, and that can slow us down a little bit. You'll notice that was Wevlin, that was the 3rd level blue spell, and that was able to hit Fina and Enrique while targeted at Vice. Luckily, Aiko was far enough away. The game does kind of space us naturally, which is nice, but it just depends on if the opponent uses Ice Storm, which hits all 4 guaranteed, Wevlin, which hits only 3, or maybe a different move intended to damage one specific crew member. But there we go. Tortigar is gone. 3 moons have been dropped.
The turtle has been defeated. Let's see if we get Ryzelum after this. I'm thinking that we will, but we'll see. Nope,
close.
But we'll get it on Mirage. It's fine. We good. It's still before Veltarn, which is great. It's when you do not want to wait until Veltarn to learn Ryzelum. It is very scary. We'll cover that when we get there, but yeah. Silver EXP is on point. We are good. we get the blue moon crystal. Finally, this is our third crystal. And now Fina gets to join in the special handshake.
True.
I love the scene.
Kills it. She doesn't. I don't even think she's seen it. And then
Down low, up high. Heck yeah.
I love it.
All right.
So now we're done here with this dungeon, and we're gonna go.
No Gigas fight needed.
Get the blue moon crystal away. We have to go tell the king that we found the blue moon crystal. We're like, here,
Keep it safe.
we found
Don't
it.
use
You know. Since it was supposed to be, really hard to find, apparently, but we just went in there and got it.
They figured we'd be turtle food.
Thought that Tortugar would stop us. Which, to be fair, Tortugar is annoying.
That's basically what the Ixotakans did.
I mean, true. We have some scenes. Basically, right now we're doing some more story stuff because we had to deal with this, and then we have to find out there's nefarious plots going on here in this place with two people that totally do not look like Disney villains. I promise you, they don't. But they totally do look like Disney villains.
Not to mention, we get a little more subterfuge by Beleza, the covert operations Valuan. She does her job very well, and then Vigoro just has a really big cannon. Just a real big cannon on his ship.
That he does.
He's not compensating for anything.
Yeah, so soon, not long after this, Valua is going to show up and, crash the party and cause a bunch of problems, because that's what they do, because they want the moon crystals as well. I mean, that's what they're going for as well. So they're trying to, get in our way at every turn.
But first, we get to see the gentleman, Enrique, defend the honor of the Princess Moegi.
Indeed.
And we get Aika Sly, a great facial expression.
And we get the greatest facial expression from Aika here, coming up soon. Because yes, there is love blooming between these two, between Enrique and Moegi, which is very cute.
It is indeed.
But the scene here is great. Nobody says anything, and she just kind of just makes face.
Just a little nudge.
Little nudge, just a little face, Oh god, the facial expressions there crack me up.
The eyebrows, it's really perfect.
So here's Beleza. She has shown up and she's working with two people that already want to kind of overthrow the king to help them achieve their ends by working together.
The royal advisor.
And so a bunch of stuff's going to happen.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
All these are...
Yes, I would argue that Aika is the most expressive character in this game. She has the most facial expressions, probably of the characters.
Man, all these Arcadia subs. Can't wait for the next Arcadia Legends stream.
The next stream for me. Hey, with new routing being done,
You never know.
it'll happen.
Arcadia...
I always come back after doing routing, because then that means there's time saves and PBs to be gotten.
Arcadia, other than...
Not that there isn't already time to save in my PB, there's tons of time.
Oh, yeah. Other than the one race tournament scenario, you have the best record of turning any run and any RNG into a PB. Most people need a little bit of a reset, a little bit of a derust. Arcadia comes out of nowhere, does one run, and blows us all out of the water. So it's safe to say, you are working on this game in the background constantly.
is generally because, yeah, I'm constantly doing that in the background. It's after a huge round of routing that occurs. I would honestly say that there are some days I go without touching this game and not playing it, but more often than not, I touch this game somehow, some way, during any course of a day to do something in it, routing or just whatever. I don't stream a lot, so you don't see it. Like, you don't see everything, but there's a lot going on, and I know it's the same for Armstrong, too.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. I think we just got an updated ship battle calculator that's being worked on. We've got all kinds of different folks looking into different aspects of this game, and, you know, it's kind of a game of what's the perfect scenario and then what's a reasonable scenario to expect. Sometimes you get everything you need in 5 fights, sometimes not so much.
I mean, just look at these two. This just screams villain. Look at these guys. Look at the face. Goodness. You know these guys are up to no good the moment you see them. But Moegi's gonna come warn us that stuff's happening. We gotta get the heck out of here.
Luckily, we can go out the back door on the dinghy.
For now, we're gonna get out of here, run away, and we're gonna find Moegi's brother, who was exiled for reasons.
I think he was exiled because of the advisors.
Yeah, so he was exiled, and we're gonna go find him because we need his help now to fix this situation. After we grab some healing items, very important. Saccharin crystals.
Very quick and easy, very well worth it.
And yes, those are the full heals, single target full heal item, which very important. We like those.
It is a bit of a case of the camera fighting us. There are a few instances where you just have to be able to understand you might have to run backwards. You know, it's definitely tricky, and you can rotate the camera around, but sometimes the game just makes your life difficult.
Yeah, Moegi's kind of telling us here about her brother, which hasn't really been mentioned until now. It was kind of dropped in that scene where the little shrimpy dude was making fun of her, or being mean, and Enrique told him off. That scene, he kind of made a mention to it, but now she's explaining pretty much what happened. I just call him that because he's just tiny. He's a short guy, and he's just not really all that threatening looking. So in this area, we're going to get into 3 forced encounters, and we're just going to run from them, because the guards here are great guards. They are so great at their job that we just run away from them. Which is honestly good that we can run from them. I'm glad these fights are not you're not forced to fight them, because it would be annoying.
They like to heal each other quite a bit.
Yes, they do. They like to heal, they like to boost speed, buff each other. It's just, it's a bad time if it happens. Thankfully, we do not have to deal with that in this run. But these are just set encounters here, they always happen in the same place. Retreat. And sadly, they are not skippable. There's a screenshot somewhere that shows the trigger for this, and it extends like way out from beyond the land here. They wanted to make absolutely sure that you ran into these encounters.
Yep. There is unfortunately no way to sidestep it as much as we might hope, but at least we can run away.
I wish. Thankfully, we can run though. That's definitely the good thing here.
It would be great if we could run away from a Zivelin fight.
That would be awesome.
Oh, man.
So apparently, Moegi's brother is hiding out here with the 2 twins that we fought earlier, Zhao and Mao. This is Daigo.
And it turns out Zhao and Mao have been working for Daigo the whole time as kind of a unofficial militia, ensuring that outsiders are monitored. But unfortunately, we kind of took Zhao and Mao out of commission just in time for the Valuans to sneak in.
Yep, that is true. So now we're telling him what happened. He's not happy about it because the two bad people did things. So he's going to help us get back our ship because the Delphinus was also stolen during that whole scene of events. So we don't have the Delphinus right now. So we have to get it back. And he's going to help us do that.
Mm-hmm. So this is the first instance of where we could see kind of the potential for a fleet battle. But go ahead.
We could, yes, if things were set up, if they had programmed it or been able to do everything they wanted to do in this game, yeah. But coming up, well, the first boss that we're going to get into was not anything threatening, especially since Chronoon has the Slipara box. This first fight's not a threat at all. Then we get into the two worst back-to-back ship battles in the game. And by far the hardest Gigas fight, and that's Blueheim. We alluded to it earlier, but that fight is absolutely the worst ship battle in the game for many reasons.
I can't wait.
So we'll hope that it goes right for Chronoon, that everything will be fine, and that the RNG will be the way it should be.
Yeah, Blueheim has the unfortunate, it's fast, it has lost turns, it does a lot of damage, and you're also stuck in yet another double ship battle where you have to kind of place yourself as best you can after that first one so that you don't have to worry about mitigating anything for the second one. The Draco really does hit like a truck, and normally it's pretty consistent, but as we've seen, it only takes one or two misses to put you outside of where you want to be. But we will get there in just a moment.
We got to get through some scenes first, and then two more fights against some guards that we're going to run away from. Because, like I said, the guards in this section are great and do their jobs perfectly. And then we're going to fight Miraji to get the Delphinus back, finally.
I am curious.
And that fight is pretty much dealt with very easily using one prophecy.
I didn't see it very clearly, but there is a bit of an Easter egg that Miraji has put his flag just over our flag. He never took down Aika's flag, he just covered it up because this is so sudden after he has taken control. But we'll get a little better look once we get on the ship. Meanwhile, Kengan...
We're gonna take care of him, yeah.
Kengan's being a little overzealous. He has decided to backstab the backstabbers by going against the Valuans midway through. But we'll get there in just a moment. For now,
he is biting off more than he can chew. But now we get one of the best scenes in the game. Just enjoy this.
Vice, the gentleman. Aika, the jerk.
Not so much. Aika's not so much. She's like, yeah, you got
Enrique's
it.
Dead.
Just go.
Rest in peace, Enrique.
One of the best scenes. Oh, man. Enrique's fine. He just face planted onto the deck of the Delphinus. He's perfectly fine, though.
Yeah, just a little callback to Aika jumping onto the train in Valua.
I'm glad the chat enjoyed that too. That is one of the best scenes. I do like that they use the voice line of "Let's try this." She just pushes him.
Retreat.
Yep, you can just run away from these 2 encounters. Easy as that.
Yep, you can.
So now, Mirage's guards are that second opportunity to get the Aura of Valor we talked about. It's really nice. I think altogether we have just under a 10% chance to get the item total. But overall, it's very rare, and in the end, it only saves, I'd say, 2, maybe 3 minutes on one of the endgame fights, and that might be an overestimate.
And that's kind of because normally people use it on Galcian, and that's if Galcian plays nice. Because sometimes you can still lose time even after using it in that fight. Because Galcian's just mean. He's just mean sometimes.
The counter stances are good
Not
here.
great.
Just
Oh my goodness! All of them fell
love
asleep.
that. That's a rarity. Normally,
Okay,
it's
amazing RNG
2,
here.
maybe
That's
3.
Never
awesome.
seen this before. That's awesome.
And your box did not break again.
That's
This is
never
that is some. You love to see it. This is some good stuff happening right now.
So we're just gonna let
This
them
is about
sleep.
as good a fight as you can get here, honestly.
Honestly, you could have just even skipped the focuses, but
Probably and just guarded the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
it's about even. You probably would have had to guard
But
twice,
either way,
right?
yeah. If your Slaparo box breaks on the tank fight, which more often than not it does, but if you still have it here, obviously you go for the sleep, but otherwise you just kind of play the fight out. It can be slow because the other enemies are doing things. So with the Slaparo box, it's just great because you could just do this, put them all to sleep, and keep them from doing any pesky actions.
And just like that,
And you can do other strategies for this fight too. Like you could do Rain of Swords or something, but the guards, they can guard, they can do various things. Mirage can also guard. So I don't you can do other things, but Prophecy is pretty consistent.
So we finally got Ricelum there.
No aura.
So that
Yep,
whole
we did.
arc is over. Don't have to worry about Alchemist, and don't have to worry about grinding for Silver Magic EXP outside of the route, which is a huge boon because doing that takes a long time.
So we are good on, we got Ricelum, and we're pretty much good on that. Like, we don't really need any more spells the rest of the game. That was the main one we needed to focus on. So for the rest of the game, it's pretty much Vice just changes colors whenever he needs to deal with bosses. All right, here we get into the 2 back-to-back ship battles. First, we have the Draco, which is Vigoro's flagship, with his giant cannon.
and you can see just based on the turns. I mean, this is just you get hammered, you hammer him. It's there's no easy way to handle this fight. You just have to accept that you have to out DPS him, and then you have to.
Yeah, and the thing to mention is that we have one complete kit, which is a full heal for the ship, and we can't buy any at this point. All we have are deluxe kits that we can buy. So the complete kit we got as a drop from Grendel way back, but that's all we have. We full heal next turn. If he gets another attack off, we go into Blueheim not at full health, which is not great if that happens. So we want all of these cannon shots in this fight to hit. We need all of them to hit so he goes down on the second slot of next turn, and we're fully healed going into Blueheim. But we do have, there is a backup for Blueheim since we have Kirala. She also works as a complete kit but costs 8 SP that we can use to fully heal ourselves on Blueheim if we feel it's necessary.
You mean Kirala? No. Yes?
Yes, Kirala.
Okay, making sure. Oh.
Kirala is basically she's basically a complete kit.
That was a pretty
and
nice
she costs
turn.
8 SP.
Dodged both of the Draco's attacks. Doesn't really matter because we intend to full heal anyway, but it's just still interesting.
Yep, and our first cannon shot hit, which is great. That's what we want to see. So we're gonna moonstone cannon him back. Use a complete kit here, and then guard. We're guarding on this Moonstone or this S cannon slot in case we miss and he gets off his cannon again, because we'll take less damage because we're guarding it. It's just safer. We'll hopefully take this fight out on the fourth turn on the fourth slot if that happens. So we'll just see what happens. Hopefully we get good luck here.
Quick shout out to the ship animations playing. Even if you use a special cannon, you still get that 5-inch or 5-foot cannon shooting. You still get torpedoes launching. You know, all of these are separate actions, even if there's a cutscene, and that's really cool.
It is, yeah. Having those animated separately is.
And we got the best
RNG.
RNG.
More complicated than it seems.
Mario is.
We got the good Draco fight. Poor Mario. And one thing here that's subtle there is that Vice reached level 25, which is really important that he reaches that level before going into Blueheim, because it messes up your SP if he's not level 25 by this fight. But that's generally safe. Like, you know, Vice was dead for one fight in this run and still reached level 25, so not that bad. As long as Vice isn't dying a lot, you're perfectly fine.
So Beleza's ready to go.
Now it's time for the real fight of this segment, which is Blueheim.
We do not have to do.
So we're gonna hope that we get good luck here. Blueheim is a cool Gigas, though. He's just the hardest one. It's even harder than Zelos, because Zelos is made. You'll find out how much of a joke Zelos is later. But Blueheim is very dodgy. He has a high dodge rate. His fight is set up in such a way that a lot of the turns in his fight are lost turns, so you can't hit him anyways, even if you wanted to. The only weapons that can hit on turns that are lost are torpedoes. And torpedoes aren't very accurate right now because we don't have Tika Tika. And even if you did have Tika Tika for this fight, because we used to get him early, your torpedoes can still miss. I found that out.
Wow.
Yes. That's why we do not get Tika Tika early, because there's literally no point in doing so. But the C turns here have a higher accuracy than any other turn, so you pretty much focus everything on those slots. And you're pretty much going to hit regardless, as long as your attacks are focused there. The only problem with the C turns is that Blueheim can guard on those turns. He has a higher chance to do so on the first turn, lower chance to do so on the second turn. As long as he does not guard at least one of these turns, we're fine. We just need him to not guard one of the turns, and we're golden pretty much. So here's to hoping that plays out.
Also, for anyone that saw the statue of Blueheim and thought that the face was in the middle, nope, it's on the end.
Yeah, that's me.
I'm with you. We'll paradoil you.
But Blueheim is a scary fight if it goes wrong, and if you don't, our goal is to beat him in 3 turns. If you go beyond 4 turns, the fight unless you guard the blue wins. If you don't guard, blue wins. The turn after that is very scary because he does a lot of damage. So you don't want to go. This is a fight you don't want to go extra turns if you can prevent it. But sometimes the game just says no. But even in the worst case scenario here, we should 4-turn this. Even in the worst case scenario.
So I'm gonna state now, in the interest of being dumb and in my interest, I am going to run out this next turn after I put in the options. So I'm gonna have to ask you to tell me if
I'll pay attention. Yeah.
Wait, what?
I'll be back in time. I just need to.
All right, he's guarding this turn. Room. He guarded this turn, unfortunately. So we'll hope that he does it next turn. But I will pay attention to the next turn to see if he if he guards or not.
Very much appreciated. So let's get these little things in. A little bit slow here just to make sure it's all good. And all right, I'll be back.
All right. So Please, Blueheim, cooperate, please. Please do not guard this turn. Be greatly appreciated.
Chat, protect.
But you're going to see the first instance of us using Urala in this fight, and she does cost SP to do this, but she maxes out our SP gauge, which is great. And we are setting up Apple Wax again there, even though we used it first turn, because we want the Apple Wax effects to still be in effect next turn too.
So the 2 turns.
Because Apple Wax only lasts 2 turns, yeah.
And that includes the turn that it's used on.
Correct.
So technically, it's really only
Blueheim, why?
what you can see. That's too bad.
He's guarding. This is going to be 4 turns. There's no way around it because it just is what it is.
Oh, I come back to hearing that.
Yeah, he guarded 2 guards, unfortunately. So we're going to be dealing with 4 turns, unfortunately. Sometimes Blueheim is just like this, and there's just nothing you can do about it. Unfortunately. But we did go into this fight at full health, so that's good.
So this is gonna be the Moonstone on the 4th.
Yeah, and then using a torpedo with Fina to get some extra damage and to make up for the damage we lost. Which will lead into the bad 4 turn, but we'll deal with it because we can hit on the 2nd and 3rd slot of that turn.
Good old Blueheim. Jeez.
Unfortunately, this is what Blueheim does sometimes. And that's why he's annoying. Because your best chances of doing anything in this fight are pretty much that. Like doing this strategy is the best way to actually hit him. Trying to hit on a lot of the other slots are lost turns and torpedoes are inaccurate, and you just don't have a lot to work with, unfortunately. So I do have for this, and I don't know if you copied my notes, Chronoon, for this, but there's an option to either Deluxe Kit first, or Kirala first. But if you do Kirala first, you can't also use the 5-foot cannon. Or you can only use the correction. You can use the 5-foot cannon once if you use Kirala next turn to fully heal. But it's up to you, if you want to be safe or not. He's very low on health, at least.
Let's see.
Because the strat I have, for the safest strat, you can use Kirala first to fully heal, Shredder Bomb second, and then a 5-foot cannon. And hope the 5-foot cannon hits. Because I don't think the Pyro Bomb will be enough with the amount of health he has left.
I think I will do the Deluxe Kit.
But the other option is just the Deluxe Kit, and then use 2 cannon shots of Shredder Bomb.
I was going to say, did we already use the Shredder Bomb? I feel like that would be the...
Your health is pretty fine. Yeah, your health is not in any dangerous range.
Use the Shredder first.
So I think it's fine. Yeah. This is fine. Yeah. If your health was lower than this, I'd be a little more scared. But your health is in a decent range. Because he guarded so much instead of attacking, our health is actually better too. So there's that.
It's a little spooky if he attacks twice instead of guarding.
Because the game wants you to guard on that fourth slot of last turn in order to get a better 4th turn here, but we didn't do that because we wanted to do extra damage. Because we missed out on some damage. But we're hopefully going to turn this around on this turn and be fine. We'll just take him out on this turn and all will be well. We'll see what happens. This is Blueheim, so you're seeing this is exactly what Blueheim chooses to do sometimes. That's enough? Yep, that's enough. He's gone. See you,
Oh.
Blueheim. You tried to mess
Nice,
with
I
us. You tried to mess with us, but you didn't. You didn't do it. We got you.
Bye, Bluebird.
I didn't really notice, but I appreciate how he's like constantly exploding.
He really is.
Boom, boom, boom.
Believe me, if there was a better way to do Blueheim, I'd be doing it. But I have seriously probably routed that ship battle more than any ship battle in this game, and have not found a better strategy. It's just not. The fight is just inconsistent, unfortunately. 3 turns is what we want, but sometimes you get what Chronoon got, and you just have to take that time loss that you get, or reset.
Yep.
Resetting 7 hours in, right? Or close to.
So we send the Valuans packing. And we've successfully reinstated Mikado, Daigo, and Moegi as the rulers. However, now that Daigo is back, Moegi has a request.
Also, shoutouts to their outfits. They look fire.
Oh yeah, Daigo with a shirt on.
I wish we could get Okamus before Blueheim. Do you know how amazing that would be? You know what would also be amazing is if you could get Bell before Blueheim. That extra damage to the secondary cannons would be absolutely amazing. But unfortunately.
Yeah, there are a few crew members that you can get immediately after Valua, but they're pretty out of the way and they don't have any substantial benefit. So at the end of the day, even for 100%, there are certain characters we ignore entirely because they end up moving to a better location to recruit.
Yep, that is true. Because there's Hans, Hans is on the ship in Horteca, but if you just wait till the end of the game, he's just on Sentime ship.
Same with Pao.
Same with Pal, yeah.
I think those are the 2 big ones. Pinta, we could get early. I think if we really went out of the way on discoveries, maybe we could get Domingo early. I don't actually know the official count there. And then there's also the dancer in Horteca and 1 or 2 in Nazar, between Nazareth and Maramba. But the most helpful are the ones that we get in Yafutoma, so we just kind of beeline it there. And as mentioned, we could get Don out of Esperanza, but there's just no reason to.
Yep, he doesn't do anything really that's beneficial for this run. We are going to make a pit stop, though, in Horteca to get a crew member. So if you enjoy the music in Horteca, you get to listen to it for a little bit more as we go pick him up. And you might be thinking, why are you going out of your way to go get Tika Tika in Horteca? Because he does take time to go get, at least over 2 minutes to go get. The answer to that is torpedo accuracy. Our torpedoes will pretty much never miss the rest of this game, and that is great for ship routing for a lot of the ship battles coming up for this end game. And you know what else we're going to discover during this segment of the game? We're going to discover that the world is round. That is an amazing thing we're going to find out.
Which, unfortunately, our data miners have discovered the world is actually a donut.
A donut. That's correct. That's more accurate. Yes.
It is a donut with 6 moons, if not a few spares for us to throw at turtles. Interestingly, these enemies are pretty rare, but they are entirely immune to magic, but they are also worth a metric ton of gold. We don't use them, but there are some slight considerations in a situation where you're short for the paywall. There is a sibling enemy that appears around Crescent Isle. All right.
So,
little extra Horteca
the
music.
requirement for getting Tika Tika is just getting the Ixnus Village discovery, which we got earlier. Way back, Mario got it. We're gonna get him and also open the chest for the Piranha Seed, because there is a free Piranha Seed in a chest up here, right next to Tika Tika.
It is lore accurate that Tika Tika's vision is so good because he's been searching for the village of women for so long.
Yep.
There is also one additional potential thing that you can do in Horteca, but I believe it is specific for when you have the Little Jack. After Grendel, there is an NPC here that gives you a 300 health stat booster. We haven't used this, but it's just one of those fun facts if you're ever dealing with Fina being too squishy. In a casual run, you can get that free 300 health after Grendel.
Everybody's talking about donuts in the chat. Kind of makes me want a donut too.
Donut. Yeah, the rains of
This is
destruction
just a side
were
trip
just
to go get
sprinkles.
him. Yeah, there's sprinkles.
We'll be going into the donut hole a little bit later. I believe that is going to be the next segment. Are we doing Dangrel 1?
I believe Chronoon stops after Glacia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, before the meeting room cutscene, saving on Crescent.
Okay, so that's going to be
Yep.
right before Dangrel 1. So,
Pretty much, yeah.
Mr. Smalls will be going into the donut hole.
Mr. Smalls. But the characters actually did have a conversation before we set off here, saying, how should we get back to Crescent Isle? And they were talking, should we go back through the Dark Rift? And then Enrique is like, well, the researchers in Value were stating that the world might in fact be round, and also because Valiza somebody mentioned that they blew a hole in the reef there in Ixtaka and got here by going through there. That was mentioned, so then we're like, well, why don't we just go through Ixtaka? And then everybody's like, wouldn't that make us go further away? And we're like, no, because the world is round, or possibly round.
There is...
So we finally will discover that is probably true. Or a donut, either one.
There was a mention in the chat about the Dreamcast soundtrack. Unfortunately, it is a known fact that the GameCube and the future versions of the soundtrack were compressed. And unfortunately, it is very, very, very difficult to get the audio out of the Dreamcast version to the point that it's just not done. So unless somebody can speak video game coding languages from 20 years ago, we were stuck with the version of the audio that we have, and it's still pretty great.
Unfortunately, but yes, if you listen, and this is not even an exaggeration though, like if you listen to the music off the OST itself or just off the Dreamcast version, it's night and day, the music. Like this game is not even doing justice to how good the OST is. It is absolutely insane. OST slaps, let's just say that.
Yeah, the atmosphere on the Dreamcast version is tremendously more powerful than the GameCube, which is unfortunately the case for a lot of GameCube remakes. The Sonic Adventure games are very much like that too. Very kind of janky looking by comparison to like just the flashiness of the Dreamcast.
Yeah, the lighting engines are very, very different.
Yeah, but that's a price to pay for more people to play it. And I think it's worth it.
Yeah, we've never...
And this version is still like the director's cut version of the game. Like it has all this extra content in it, so it's one of those, it's worth it in the end.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe someday we'll get another version of this game on modern consoles with fixed audio.
Sega, please.
Sega, please.
Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, Sega. Since it is incredibly difficult for people to get a copy of this game in this day and age, this game is very expensive.
Yep.
It's sad. People were discussing that in the chat earlier too, just about how expensive this game is. If you want
had people discuss
buy a
the
copy
concept
now,
of a Dreamcast
unfortunately.
run, but the lack of white map just really slows it down. The increased encounter rate makes it tough, and then the lack of Captain's Hat means that a lot of fights have to be rerouted. So, you know, we're definitely not opposed to having a Dreamcast run, but we would need a few different people, and it is going to be a very different and unfortunately slower experience compared to this version.
Unless somehow it is
true,
discovered
but
that the Dreamcast
so
version is
far-
more broken.
So far, this game is
And if it is, that's cool too.
airtight. You know, it has not been an easy feat to. Shockingly.
This game is very well programmed. Like, that's no exaggeration. It's both good.
Reminds
That's
me
both
of
good
like
and
when
bad.
I speedrun Sonic 3D Blast, and it's like, as far as classic Sonic games go, this one doesn't have any helpful skips or anything. Any glitches often lead to just soft locks.
It's sad. Because we did find a fairly large sequence break in this game, but it led to a soft lock further down the line, unfortunately. The game was like, oh, you didn't do this one scene or this one thing. Oh, sorry, can't let you continue. You're missing this trigger. And it's sad because it looked so fruitful initially when it was found, but sad. Sadness.
Yep. Unfortunately, to get a physical copy of this game, you must have a Wii or a GameCube. Give or take $100, maybe $2.
So we have returned to our base. Oh, sorry, Amber.
Oh yeah, sorry. I was just saying, like, I was seeing like GameCube copies going for anywhere from like $175 to $200 or something
bad.
like that. It's pretty bad.
It is not good.
A little different than the, $30 that some of us might have gotten at GameStop way back for.
My copy of the game still has the price tag on it, and it was like $20.
Yep.
Yeah, that still surprises me.
But we returned home. This is Cresenal, and then it's been built up to be our base. A lot of work has been done here, as you can see. All the trees, a bunch of trees have been torn down, some buildings have been built, and we have this snazzy meeting room up here. But we are going to my favorite area of the game, and that's Glacia. I love Lands of Ice in that dungeon.
It's a very chill area.
So I'm considering using the piranha seeds that we have right now before going to Glacia. I don't see why not. Like,
If you want to, it's fine.
yeah. There's a bunch of other seeds in there too, but I guess it's fine to leave them to be.
Yeah, the 3.
Because coming up in this next dungeon is like absolutely one of the worst bosses in this game.
I want those piranha seeds for Valkyrie for sure.
Yeah, those 3, I think we got 1 rare drop from Zivlin, but otherwise you were given 3 Piranha seeds by the game. 1 at Rupium Barda, 1 at a chest, and 1, was it Vigoro? Wait, Vigoro 1 gives you 1?
No, Vigoro 2 gives you 1.
Okay.
You do get 1 from Rupium Barda, that chest. And that, you only get 3 freebies, like normally, unless one of the Banes gives you 1.
This run, and then we would normally spend a bunch of money later on to fill out the rest. There was some discussion on if the steroids impact how your leveled stats go later. And generally, they don't make a difference unless you're buying a metric ton, which we do later. But at this point, you're really good to put those in at any time. But the damage ranges are rarely relevant, short of some really bad low rolls.
Also, this is Belle. Belle is a member that increases the damage of our secondary cannons. She adds a flat 50 to the normal, whatever the damage is of the cannon. If it's 300, it's 350, so on and so forth. So she's great. That's why we get Belle. We also need Belle because we need at least 1 gunner in order to open up the shop for the weapon shop on Crescent Isle, because we need to buy some weapons later for the Delphinus.
Kind of a cute flavor moment. Whenever you talk to Belle, you get the option to gossip with her, and that's always a little entertaining for the casual run. I think there's some fun little bits and bobs about the different crew members that she'll tell you.
So I'm just going to throw out here that the path and the route that Chronoon is taking to get into the Lands of Ice is not intended. This is not the way you're supposed to get into the Lands of Ice.
This is the...
But we are going to do a nice little clip in this game, or skip if you want to call it that, one of the few that we have in this game to get into the Lands of Ice through an unintended means.
Yep. This is one of the first and one of the largest skips we have. Normally you would have to go all the way to the other end of the world, and I'm pretty sure you kind of go north-south around the world versus the east-west.
You have to go back to like Esperanza and like go through the Sky Rift, like near there, and get into the Lands of Ice and actually discover the Lands of Ice, which we're never going to actually get the discovery for that.
Yep, we get the
It's
Aurora.
kinda funny.
That's the only indication.
So you can just you can angle yourself to do that to get in there better, but basically you can just get through there. It's just not filled in.
You just kind of sneak in.
You can get through that.
Mm-hmm.
Just sneak in there through the corner.
It's definitely one that if you're ever trying to run this game, take the time, watch the clip, make sure you know where you're going. It can be very stressful if you recognize that you don't know the clip and you get here.
Because normally, that should stop you from going over. Those sky rifts are pretty much don't go here, you can't go past here kind of thing. But they just didn't program that one slightly correctly, so you can get in there.
So we can enjoy this music a little bit, but we are currently on the Glacian quiz show. In order to get in, these people think they're so smart with their 3 very difficult questions.
Also, shout out to this music. I love this music.
The design.
It's very jazzy. It's very jazzy. I like it. We're answering some questions because the civilization that used to be here, which is the Purple Civilization, they're no longer here. Apparently they were powerful mages, and they no longer exist for some reason. But a discovery in this area might allude to what happened to them. The lens discovery that kind of may allude to the fact that they destroyed themselves, which is kind of dark. If you read the description for like the ice lens, it kind of alludes to the fact that they may have destroyed themselves. Kind of interesting. But the point is they're not here. This place is pretty much abandoned, but this is where they lived, and we have to answer questions to get past some doors and to get to the main part of the dungeon.
Some really tough enemies here. Again, just an example of how between the skips and the speed, we are underleveled. Trying to fight any of these random encounters can be very scary. The mini boss of this area is an ice worm that is an absolute tank. You can kind of beat it with red magic, but otherwise it is just a monster to fight.
Yeah, that is true.
But luckily, we get to skip it. We just kind of run past and work our way around and make our way to the boss, who really likes insta-kills. Also, Vice just fell about 30,000 feet.
This scene is better on the Dreamcast version because you really and truly can't see anything during the scene. So you don't really see Vice fall. You're just like, oh, what happened? Because it's a lot foggier on the Dreamcast version. But on GameCube, you can still see, some stuff. We're pretty close. Because after this next boss, there's going to be some scenes. Before he gets back to the base, and we'll be handing it off to Demon. So it's very close from now. We have the rest of this dungeon, the boss, and then some scenes after that.
Yep. I don't know about you guys, but time flew for me.
It really did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I blinked because I joined when it was just shy of 6 p.m. and I blinked and it's 9:15 p.m. Eastern, and I'm like, what?
This section went by pretty fast, yeah.
There's a lot of really good stuff, and this is where, you know, you can start to feel that fatigue of 6 hours of running, and you get to the Draco and Blueheim, and you're like, I really need to focus and hit these, but even if you are doing all of your inputs correctly, as we saw, the fight can give you the business. It's interesting because we try not to rely on energy drinks too much. There are a few folks that'll go through 1 or 2 of them. There's one of our ice worm friends. Goodbye, ice worm. But you kind of have to decide, okay, when do I need my caffeine boost? Do I need it at the start? Do I need it in the middle? Do I need it 75%? That was a fancy little column skirt. I liked that pathing.
That was by accident.
Hey, I liked it. It looked good.
Yeah, the funny thing about, like, say, doing an energy drink is, for me, it works when I do it pretty much leading up to Euphedima. Because if I do it early, by the time I get to Euphedima, I am starting to crash. Even if, like, I eat and drink water, like, I'll feel a little bit down, and that could be enough to throw me off quite a bit.
Yeah,
yeah, energy management's pretty big in this run.
The second to last.
This dungeon's fairly short, so it doesn't take a long time to get to the end because we're like right there now.
Yup. So this is this is Veltarn. This is probably one of the hardest bosses in the game, and we're all gonna see what he has in store for us.
Yeah, Veltarn has a lot of things. He has a strong AoE move, although it doesn't always hit everybody. Like, it generally hit like 2 people, sometimes 1 if you get lucky with positioning. He has an instant death attack that doesn't always proc. It's like 50%. And then he has confusion. If he normal attacks you, he can cause confusion. So he's very annoying and very dangerous.
Yep. I was gonna say the second to last ship battle is a huge example of where fatigue just, if you're not careful, it will mess your whole day up. But we're wishing all the best, and let's see.
Oh, that's a weird start.
No confusion?
Do it, Veltarn. No.
No, sadness.
Darn.
Sadness. That's really bad because Aika was using the Glyph of Might, which is not good. We got the Glyph of Speed off, so that's good, but we really need her to recover after this turn. Please, Aika.
Luckily, Vice wasn't swinging, so we didn't.
Yes, okay,
miss
she's not
damage.
confused anymore.
Okay, so
She should outspeed Vice.
Yeah.
Like, she should.
And damage
Famous last words, right?
Turn order is
take Riz on
a little
Aika.
more fluid than you might think based on quick stat. We do use that item that we picked up earlier in Nazrad, the Dabu hide. That gives what, a flat 40 to your speed? And that
50.
So that tends to be enough to ensure that Aika outspeeds Vice 4 cases of buffing or healing. But
that's less than ideal, but Aika dying is not the worst thing ever. Like, it's not great, but
we do have Rizalin crystals that we get for one of the bosses earlier. And again, we do already have Rizalin, so we don't really need to worry about anyone dying except for Vice. Vice is the biggest point of concern because he is our primary source of damage.
Yeah.
Okay. How to do this? Yeah, Vice Guard. I think I'm just gonna do healing here. No.
Because you don't have to worry about Fina. She's got Rizelum, so it's not as big a deal, or not as scary as it could be.
Yeah, I do want Aika for the SP.
Yeah.
Against, Pirate's Wrath for sure. Oh, good, it didn't break.
Wow, it actually survived.
Those Rizalin
Please do
boxes are what, 20%?
Turn, just do something, I don't know, something non-threatening.
Oh, are you
Swing on
you're asking
Enrique?
for Death Blazer?
No. Okay, it didn't work. Thanks, Veltarn.
Yeah. It's still a 50% even on that move. Veltarn does have a habit of targeting Enrique because he is that higher level. He has some slightly higher stats. Of course, sometimes he can really be a jerk to Aika.
I probably should have.
He's kind of being a jerk right now with these.
Avalanches,
Wow,
yeah.
Enrique barely survived that. Wow.
Now you actually see in effect, because we guarded with Vice, you see that Vice backed up to the level of Fina. He took that defensive stance and stepped away enough to not get hit by that.
Ooh, okay.
That was a good damage
There
roll.
you
Like,
go.
really good.
All right, no box needed.
Goodbye, Veltarn. That was a good fight, you know? A little spooky.
That
but-
fight could have gone. It could have been worse. It has gone worse for other people before, but it has gone. That went very relatively well.
Yes,
The one death laser that happened did not actually work. It did not kill anybody. Also, everyone, we get ready to see an old friend that we promised that we would never see this person again, but we lied. So just enjoy.
I do want to mention real quick, we got a dropped as a crystalline box, which is the highest purple magic. And I don't think, unless I'm missing something, there isn't like a box for any other like level 4 attack magic, or at least one that's that easily received in the run. But we aren't going to really need the crystalline box at this point in the game, because Pirate's Wrath just kind of out damages pretty much everything. Although it is handy in a pinch for like a little bit extra. But it also breaks like a Resilient box. So it just can't be used like a Crystallis box like before. Only does like I think 200 more damage than a Crystallis box anyway.
It's good for some additional damage in some fights, yeah.
But
yes, here's Drachma again. We found him and found out what happened to him after that whole ordeal where
sad whale noises.
Ramirez attacked us and he got stuck attached to Rachnam. Rachnam actually saved his life, and kind of made him rethink things about his life and everything he'd been doing, because his entire life was chasing Rachnam to get revenge, because he killed his son and his crew.
Yep. We found out that
these scenes, I love these scenes. All like this one and then the one after this are so good.
Yep.
I think somebody in the chat said it perfectly. Time to ugly cry, because this scene, these few scenes that happen here are pretty much that.
one tear from one giant purple whale. Sad whale noises.
Sad whale.
Yeah, we found out that the purple civilization did that genetic testing by combining the arc whale, a natural biological, to their purple crystal, and in turn Rachnam becomes the last of his kind, while the rest of the arc whales were hunted and or sent to extinction. Rachnam was strong enough to keep on for as long as it could.
So that's the truth behind Rachnam. Rachnam is actually the purple Gigas. Plurgoth was the name, which I'm like, that's such a weird name. But I don't know what his name is in the Japanese version, but but that's how we get the purple moon crystal. So this scene here, this scene is great. Drachma is basically, these feathers in this box are feathers his son collected, and he's pretty much releasing them and, for the most part, letting go of the past. We're letting go of what it happened. He's letting go and saying, okay, it is what it is. One of the best scenes in the game, by far, I would argue. Also, I like during that scene that if you notice, Aika is holding on to Vice's arm in that scene, which I also think is cute.
Oh, they both are. Vice is being held by
It's
Aika
really
and
cute.
Fina.
Then we're like, should we just let him go? And Vice's like, yeah, we should just let him go. He's got some thinking to do, some things to figure out. He's got to start over, basically, because his whole life, well, most of his life, ever since that happened, has been revenge. So he's gonna take out a new lease on life. Do something else.
And he respects Vice.
But he
as
will
a
help us
captain at this
later.
point. Yep.
Yes, you actually get his respect here because he sees how much you've accomplished. But we'll see Drachma later. He comes back later. That's such a great moment in the game, I think. Oh yeah, we got to change crew here because we want Ismail in the active crew here because there's 2 crew members for each job, I would say, on the ship. There's 2 gunners in the game, 2 helmsmen, 2 lookouts, and some of them, there's only one instance where we have 2 in any percent, and that's the builder. Unless you're Armstrong, then you only have 1. But both Kirala and Ismail are builders, but we want Ismail in the active crew because he increases the damage of the Moonstone Cannon, which is important.
Yep.
The long explanation on that. So it's important, like you have different crew members and they do different things, but there's 2 of each, and you can pick, I want this person in my active crew because they do this, or I want this person in here because they do that. I mean, there's varying things with the crew members and what they do for the ship and then ship battles. But yeah, we're going back. We're going back to base. Chronoon's going to save, and we are going to hand it over to the final runner. After a break,
Wow.
obviously.
We really have gotten this far in the run, haven't we?
Indeed.
Indeed.
75%. And a fantastic segment.
Yeah, some hiccups. Not the best RNG on ship fights in particular, but the foot fights were pretty good. Overall, I was pretty happy with it.
Yeah, overall it went very well, I would say. Miraji was like perfect. Veltarn was not as bad as it could have been.
All right, and that's a save. So here we are, and at the end of my segment, appreciate everyone watching so far. Thank you for watching Skies and supporting this event for the anniversary. Yeah, like we were saying, we're gonna have a short break here as we transition, swap everything over for Mr. DemonSmallZ to pick up for the finale. Lots of hype moments in that course.
Gonna be great.
But thanks to Arcadia Legend and Chris Potato for commentating, and Amber Cyprian for the hosts.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I will be around for commentating the next part too. But yeah, we'll be back in a little bit, so don't go anywhere. See you soon.
Exactly. Just like Chronoon said, this is your time to get up and stretch while we prepare our final runner for the last bit of this relay. So just stick around, stretch, get some water, and we'll be right back in just a few. The Skies of Arcadia Legends Anniversary Relay. My name is Amber Cyprian. I am your host throughout the final segment of the show, and I'm joined by the incredible Skies of Arcadia Legends community. We're at the start of the final leg of this run, and we've got DemonSmallZ in the pilot seat for this, next 3 hours or so. How are you doing, Demon?
I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. This has been a really cozy run to host for. Like, y'all been killing it with commentary, handling the RNG, the ups and downs. It's been really, really exciting to watch.
Yeah, it's a pretty comfy run. It's actually just about as comfy to run as it is to watch, too. There's not a lot of, super active movement. So a lot of the time you're just chilling and listening to the music and just letting muscle memory pilot you through. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, absolutely. And we do have our 2 commentators with us. Stepping out of the runner seat into the commentator seat, Chronoon is joining us for commentary.
Howdy, folks. Yeah, I'm excited to be here and chat about the last part. Lots of cool stuff coming up, lots to talk about. It's going to be fun.
And of course, carrying over from our last segment, Arcadia Legend is still here on commentary as well. How are you doing so far?
I am doing great, and this run has been going great so far. There's been some weird things in it, some bad RNG stuff, but some really good RNG stuff in it too. So been up and down, but overall a pretty good run.
Yeah, shoutouts to that black map that Paige got from Mario.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That was a great drop.
Yeah, it was for sure.
All right. And whenever you are ready to pick it up from where we left off, just count us down.
You got it. So we will start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
All right. So first thing I'm gonna do here, quick. Let's check item sorting. There we go. So otherwise, it's gonna mess me up a lot. All right. So
I'm OCD about that.
oh yeah. Super picky about it. So the conversation up at we have Bell, right? So yeah, we're good.
Yes.
I can just leave.
Bell, you already have.
Yeah.
But
Oh, yep. Yeah, I have to go back up. I haven't done this segment of the run in a while. When I'm loading from a fresh save, my practice saves are like before Veltarn, and I do this all as one part.
oh, okay. Yes, there's this with that's metering scene, and then you have to buy some stuff for the ship.
So I'll have to get the
Then you do your favorite Gigas.
Oh yeah.
Yelligar.
The legend himself, Yelligar. So
your favorite.
Oh yeah. Shoutouts to Die to Veligar RTA %. It's a good one.
Oh no.
It's very difficult to pull off, let me tell you. You have to go out of your way, like basically wait AFK for like 8 turns. It's a lot of fun. It's a good one.
It's a wonderful time.
Oh, yeah. Shoutouts to the time I did that on record pace. That was fun.
Yeah, it's a great time when stuff like that happens.
Yeah, I had just like the worst Mauve TARDIS ever. I like got 3 or 4 encounters. One of them I didn't have the white map on for, so I had to like put the white map and a back attack. It was bad. I lost like 3 minutes in there, so I was just like, you know what? We're just gonna die to Yelligar and call it good.
Which is harder than it sounds.
Oh, yeah, it's like a 9 or 10 turn fight to die there. It's tough. Basically spam Pyre so you don't do any damage. It's super fun. There we go.
Yeah, that load, for some reason, anytime the load happens there where you're going back to Vice's room is really long. For some reason. I don't know why. But our team has discussed it, and we are going back to the Maw of TARDIS, which we visited a long time ago, except we're going to be coming at it from underneath this time, and fighting our next Gigas to get the next Moon Crystal.
But first, we're going to buy a couple of torpedoes to make use of our friend Tika Tika, who we just picked up from Horteka.
Indeed.
Coils 2. Cannon coil and serpent. Have 2 complete. 3 shredders.
Yeah,
and we are good.
We got the Book of Polarity from our friends in Eufatima, and that'll allow us to get into Maw of TARDIS, but also, generally speaking, we can go into Upper and Lower Sky, which we just haven't been able to do. So more like a... I forgot the term, but like it's just an upgrade that allows us to have more movement in the overworld. And the cool thing is, in Upper and Lower Sky, there are no enemy encounters. So even though we have the white map, we just won't get any encounters as long as we're there. And since an encounter, even if you show up, run away really quickly, it still takes about like I think about 20 seconds. So that's still a time loss that happens. Even if it's
still
like
is.
Statistical, like more or less fights that you get. There is some RNG after you get the white map with those types of encounters, but we're reducing that even more now, which is pretty good.
Should be over here. Insane.
I think it's back north.
Yeah, a little bit north, yeah. Yeah, I went under the ledge instead of side it. Yep, that's what it was.
It's deceptively not as easy as it looks.
Yeah. I haven't grabbed both of those discoveries in a while, so. It's not in the mod.
Finding the entrance to that is not as easy. It's deceptive. But this Maw of TARDIS here is just a big old dungeon of nothing, honestly, except for like 2 chests in here. It's just a big wide open space.
Getting them in Hundo takes like an extra 5 minutes. It's great.
Just to go pick up the chest for 100%, and then that's it. Like this. But there's not much to this dungeon at all, other than you're just sailing through to get to Yelligar. But the music is nice.
Yeah, it is.
Sailing through, running from encounters, and then we get to fight arguably the easiest Gigas
Yeah,
in the
for
run.
sure.
For Yellow.
I mean, I guess Rocknum is probably easier.
Yeah, arguably, yes. That's true. They really, I don't know what they were doing with Yellogar, but he's very underpowered, like in comparison to Blueheim, and I believe even Grindel's Stomp attack is stronger than some of the stuff that Yellogar has, which is sad.
That's sad.
And my favorite part is how little damage Thunder Crash does.
It's just sad. Unfortunately, we will not see Thunder Crash unless something goes horribly wrong.
Yeah, I would need to make a lot of mistakes to see Thunder Crash.
But we should hopefully not see Thunder Crash. Yeah. Because all you had to do is not get to the turn where he would use it or use the Moonstone Cannon, which we're not even going to use the Moonstone Cannon anyways. Hope you enjoyed this dungeon. There's really nothing else to really say about this dungeon. We got some discoveries before we came in here, and those are just for money. Like the rabbits.
This yellow crystal here that we're about to pass, that's the treasure chests in here look like. That isn't actually one of them, but that's...
It's what they look like, yeah. Kind of like how the wrecked ships in the Dark Rift are the treasure chest there.
Yep, same thing.
These ship dungeons there's like two like that they didn't really do. They didn't use them too much, but there's at least two of them.
Yeah, they had an idea with them, but I don't think it really panned out quite so well.
I don't think they did everything they wanted to with the idea, but they implemented them in some regard.
So now, if you remember back, would have been during Mario's segment, he fought some Valuan guards above what was called the Great Seal. We are directly below that right now. And that was sealing off. We will find at the top here. Yellowgar, the Yellow Gigas.
Indeed.
So what is the creature he's supposed to represent? Isn't it like a pig?
I mean, maybe. I honestly have no idea. But
I have
supposedly, in the lore there, Fina just said he was so powerful that the Sylvite mages had to trap him here because they couldn't destroy him or get the moon crystal away from him. We're going to see just how powerful he is. I assure you, it's rather underwhelming.
I assure you.
Yeah.
We all on this call assure you of this.
Yeah. It's okay, though. This is probably the most boring ship battle in this segment. Everything else is actually kind of cool.
But you get to see like how much more powerful the stuff that we've gotten is, like the weapons we have.
Yeah, especially the torpedoes I just bought. They are going to be the bulk of our damage.
Yeah, the Arcwell torpedoes are very good.
Yes.
Let's see, there's like what, the moon torpedo? That's probably better than them.
That's pretty much it. That and the moon gun. Yeah.
So standard stuff that we've been doing with most of the ship battles. We're gonna Apple Wax, which is our buff, and then we're gonna fire off some torpedoes and use some gear greases to get our SP up. With our torpedoes, we literally don't have to worry. We can put them anywhere we want. We just want them on turns where he's not going to guard or do something else stupid. And they'll just hit because Tika Tika is based.
Yep. Yeah, the downside to torpedoes is supposed to be they have relatively low accuracy, but the lookout we just picked up, Tika Tika, more or less completely trivializes accuracy checks for torpedoes. Also, torpedoes can't have lost turns generally, which makes them just reliably really, really good sources of damage for ship battles.
Indeed. You see how like little damage Yellowgar is doing here. I mean, this is just how much he can do. It's not anything dangerous. This fight can be 3 turns, but it's inconsistent. And in some of the routing that I did for this, it could also end up being longer than that if you get bad luck. You could end up into more turns, which is not good. So we stick with what we have right now. But it is possible to 3-turn this fight. It just wasn't very consistent for me in routing, anyways.
Yeah, the bulk of our damage, like I said, is going to come mostly from these torpedoes that they pack a pretty nasty punch, but that amplified by the Apoax is really, really nasty, and is going to be the bulk of the way I'm doing damage in ship battles for a while. Plus a crew member that we're going to go pick up right after this, who is pretty great. Maybe a small under-exaggeration there.
He's great both from what he does in ship battles and outside of them.
Oh yeah, Ilkamus is the hard carry of this run for sure.
Ilkamus is our reward for all that silver EXP that we gathered and teaching Vina Rizelum. He's the reward that we're going to get, and he is absolutely essential to this run.
He's so worth it. Oh man. How
dang,
bad
a
would
giant thunder laser, and it did 4,000 damage. Great job, buddy.
It looks a lot more threatening than it really is.
Yep.
How bad would it be to like do Vigoro 2 without the Piranha Seed boost?
Oh my goodness! Ask Armstrong, because Armstrong's done it.
I was gonna say I've forgotten that menu.
And,
so
like seriously, if there's a question like what would happen if you did this in the route, ask Armstrong, because I swear he's probably done it and tried it. It was not pretty, because I remember seeing the fights that he did without it, and it's not good. Like Vigoro 2 is not a good fight.
Yeah, I mean already it's rough.
Also, it was that text option that was very important, because if you pick the first one, it's bad news. It messes up pretty much the whole fight.
Mm-hmm.
You do not get this good third turn here. You get a very bad third turn with a bunch of lost turns, and it's sad.
Yeah, there's still not really any danger to losing the fight, but you do lose out on a huge amount of damage dealt.
It's sad. Yeah, you do. You won't be happy if it happens. But this fight, I mean, nothing's really missed that I've seen.
Nope.
So he should end up with very low health at the end of this third turn and die like at the start of the fourth one. I mean, unless something dumb happens. Which in this game, you know, never say never.
True.
Anything can happen. So the next turn, what the game wants you to do on the next turn is use Moonstone Cannon, because if you use Moonstone Cannon, he can't use Thunder Crash, which is his big powerful move that isn't really that powerful.
Powerful, that's a word for it, I guess.
It's not really that powerful. It's incredibly underwhelming. But we're not going to use the Moonstone Cannon because we don't need to use the Moonstone Cannon, so we're just not going to do that.
Yeah, we'll kill him long before we need that.
We choose to forego
Thunder
that.
Crash is pretty cool. I'll say that.
Bye-bye, Yellogar.
Yeah. Very underwhelming for the 5th Gygus.
So he's gone. We get the yellow moon crystal.
We also get the Thunder Cutlass.
And the Thunder Cutlass, yes.
Very, very good weapon.
The weapon that we will be finishing the game with on Vice.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because we really don't have to buy any weapons for Vice. We just get them, like over the course of the run from treasure chests or in this fight. We don't do a lot of buying of equipment in this run, other than some accessories.
The Dabu Hide, one of the biggest improvements to the route ever.
Dabu Hide is great. Really helps with that turn
good.
order nonsense that this game likes to do.
And I mean, even then, you can still lose turn order lotto.
Yeah, it's very true. Like, that's not a guarantee. Turn order is... It's a suggestion in this game as far as speed is concerned. It's a suggestion. The game doesn't always, you know... It has a certain element of randomness to it, and sometimes it doesn't really make sense. We're going to grab this discovery here, which is the Sky Ladder, which is here for some reason. We don't know why, it's just there. For the same reason that a train is flying around in the sky that we'll get later. The discoveries in this game are they're very colorful. They really are add a lot of depth. Nice, fun to the game, because some of them are just very out there and strange. There's the flying flail, the sky train.
The flying flail's a great one.
The flail is it's amazing.
Rolling Rock, one of my favorites.
Rolling Rock.
I like the tricyclone. Just
That's
like
another
three
good one,
tornadoes
yeah.
Mixed together, it's cool.
So we had to talk to Ilkamus once because he doesn't want to join our crew initially. So we had to do that, leave, and then come back. And then he's like, "Yeah, I'll join you now." For reasons.
He's stubborn.
He's stubborn.
Why does he need to resurrect someone? Is he
That
trying
is
to
a
make Frankenstein?
fantastic question.
It
I
is.
have
It
no
really
idea.
is. Considering he wants somebody who knows Rizelum, which is obviously it's the resurrection spell in this game. And it's like, why does he want that? Question mark. Thinking face. Although he does give you a big backstory on his history later on after you upgrade his shop. He gives you this big long spiel about stuff.
And it's still worth mashing through it all.
And then you just mash through it all and don't listen to anything he says.
Yeah.
But he tries to give you like this backstory of things in his life and other things, and you're just like, "Yeah, we don't care. Give us your drugs." That's all we care about.
So, the main purpose of getting Ilkamus, and therefore the main reason for getting Rizelum, is that he sells us the Paranta seeds, as well as all the other varieties of seeds, that act as stat boosters in the game. But, more notably... Am I 2-4 health? I must be, yeah.
Yeah, a tad bit.
Yep, that's what I thought. But he also acts as a hybrid wax in ship battles, which is a very limited in quantity item.
Yep.
And just having access to them on demand is incredibly busted.
We get one hybrid wax in any percent.
Yep, and there is a total of 2 in 100%, so...
They're limited.
Yeah.
But the great thing is that they increase all your stats, and it stacks with Incrum, which is even more busted. So it's like getting this... It's getting this huge boost to your attack power, which is insane.
And Captain Set.
Yep.
So the later ship battles, you'll see us using Ilkamus and setting up a bunch of attacks on the turn that we use him on to do just incredible damage.
for ship fights.
But yes, the Captain's Hat is our MVP weapon for land battles. We need that. For the longest time, we did not use Ilkamus in ship battles until somebody said, "Did you know?" And I'm like, "No." But thanks for mentioning that he stacks with the Apple Wax and that effect. I did not know that, and when we implemented that, it was a huge game changer for the ship battles.
The late game ship battles became a lot quicker when that happened.
Yep. Very much so. So Fina is like kind of sad now because we found all the except for the silver one, but she said that basically the elders have the last one, the silver crystal, which is technically true. They do. So she's sad because she's gonna have to go home soon to take the crystals back to the Great Silver Shrine, which we had to figure out how she's going to get back there because her ship at the very beginning of the game sunk below the clouds. We got to find a way to get that back, and that's what our mission is here now, is to figure out a way to do that. So she can go home, even though she doesn't really want to. She's kind of sad because she doesn't want to leave us.
We have a pretty important little side thing to do here. We're gonna stop in and talk to Ilkamus quickly. Give him just a small pittance of 1,000 gold to upgrade his shop.
A small price to pay.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
honestly.
Very, very much pays for itself.
Like, you want 1,000 gold? Sure, buddy, you can have it. It's perfectly fine.
It's okay, we'll only spend about 125,000 gold in the shop later.
It is a small price to pay for what he does, so we'll take it. This next section is pretty much a lot of running around. There's not going to be any bosses for a while, unfortunately. It's going to be a lot of running around. We gotta go to Dangrel Island next, and then there's some more story stuff, and then we do get into some ship battles shortly thereafter. But this part of the run is kind of a lull, I would say, because there's a bunch of plot stuff going on, you know. A lot of the big plot stuff throughout the whole game is kind of hitting now at this point, because obviously it's the end of the game. We're getting close to it.
You gotta love the obligatory plot dump right at the end.
Yep. Pretty much.
If it's all good, if I just quickly mention, shout outs to Crispy Tater. We did forget to mention Crispy having done commentary for the previous 2 segments. Without Crispy reaching out to me to help organize and host this, we wouldn't be bringing this to you today. So, huge shout outs to Crispy.
Yep.
Massive shout outs to Crispy.
Indeed.
Put this all together. Super proud of him.
Thanks, Crispy. The most delicious of taters.
Delicious of taters.
Alright, where are you, Skytrain?
So this is the Skytrain that we're fixing to get, and it's a moving discovery, but it always will be here and spawn in this spot. It's a great discovery. I highly recommend getting it because it's just great. Look at it. It's literally a flying train. For reasons. I mean, it's just there. But there's a lot of unique discoveries in this game. They're all great.
What, 140 total in the game? I think that's the number.
For which one?
No, 140 total.
Oh, yeah.
And all of them have like little tidbits of lore and...
Yeah, they all have like this lore attached to them, which is great too. It's like another whole other like layer to things. It's great.
Yeah, you get like implications of like the ancient past, and so like the Black Moonstone, for instance, is like, it's just knowing that is like this huge question mark that anyone who plays this game will have to think about, because moons are, I mean, it's the whole point of the game that there's like all these civilizations based off colors, and but where's the black civilization? And a lot of discoveries are a little bit more down key in terms of that. Like the pirate's grave is just a pirate's grave, like whatever. But who could it be? Maybe that's Decat's grave, for example. Or
yeah, there's a D, and every other letter is faded.
So Galcian here is basically telling all his admirals, yeah, we don't listen to the Empress anymore. We're doing our own thing. Yeah. Pretty much betraying her and you know, Valua in general, but he doesn't care. His goal is to rule the world, so he really doesn't care. Ramirez telling Alfonso here, if you speak in that manner again, I shall cleave you in two. Because Alfonso's kind of like, go against the Empress, and he's all upset about it. We don't care about Alfonso. He can go do whatever he wants.
Exactly. He has a big moment in Stone Mountain. Yeah,
that's true. Some of the other like admirals are kind of about it, especially Gregorio. Some of them are like, yeah, we don't care. I mean, DeLoco's on board with it regardless, because, you know, he gets to keep doing weapons testing. He doesn't care. Vigoro doesn't care because he just listens to orders pretty much. But Gregorio is more questioning it right now, I think, than anybody. Well, Belisa probably is to an extent, but she questions it more later. There's not really much to this dungeon either, honestly.
Yeah.
You're gonna go over here and hit a switch to turn off a fan and turn off the lights in here, like just turn the power off.
The only real interesting thing about this dungeon is if you get encounters, there is a slight chance of getting a mini boss, kind of near the part where you're trying to get to. It's just like the Drowcore tank, but recolored.
Yep.
And it pretty much just is a Drowcore tank.
Nice little Easter egg there, if you happen to run into one.
I believe it's one of 2 mini bosses that were actually supposed to be proper bosses, and the way to tell is that their battle icon is like double size, like regular bosses, but it doesn't have boss music. It's not forced. The other one is in the final dungeon. It's a big old snake dragon thing. But
that thing. Yeah, that thing's scary looking.
I think like that, trying to not spoil it, but like if we even see it, but like there's in like the final part of the final dungeon, there's like a rare enemy that also shows up, and like it's pretty powerful, but it is not, it has a small icon, if you know what I'm talking about, like the robot. The
Eliminator,
not that one, the other big one.
Oh, the other big, oh yeah, okay, I know which one you're talking about now, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like it should be a boss. It actually has like a unique attack that no other enemy uses, but it's just a regular enemy. It's royally see. It's cool though.
So what we're doing here is effectively going here and stealing information. We're stealing these schematics off this desk that has some information about how to get into like very, very deep sky, because we need that to get Venus ships. So we're stealing these plans so we can basically upgrade the Delphinus and get into like the deepest of skies to find her ship. Because Valua has been researching this already because they have plans of their own.
Of course, the question is, how did we find out these plans were here in the first place?
I think doesn't Gilder say something before we leave about it?
I think so, yeah.
Something about a rumor about that, about them building something there, and that's why we're here.
Just casually going up to a Valiant base, going through, stealing documents, running away.
Just stealing the documents and leaving.
Device just doesn't care anymore. He has no fear at all. Which is fair, because, man, we've been just destroying the Valiant Empire for a while now.
That's true. So unfortunately, Galcian did spot us, of course, while we were running out of here, and he's going to show up. And sad things are going to happen, unfortunately. So be ready for that.
It really would be unfortunate if Galcian had a giant right. We saw that before.
So he does recognize the fact that you escaped twice, and he says, it's not going to happen a third time, but guess what? It's going to happen a third time. With the help of someone else.
Yeah, it happens in a way that I don't think Galcian was expecting.
Yep. Sarah, if everyone doesn't remember Gregorio, he's the admiral we fought way back on Esperanza during Chronoon section, and he's basically Enrique's uncle, or he plays that role in his life. And he hasn't really agreed with what the Armada's been doing, I guess, for a while now. But now he's just kind of like, yeah, but this is the last straw. This is definitely not going in the direction it should be going in. So he's kind of stepping in, and he's willing to sacrifice his life to basically protect us, so we can escape and get out of here. Unfortunately for him, but he's very brave in doing so. And of course, Enrique is upset, or he's going to be very upset after this, because, he was very, attached to Gregorio. He was probably like one of the only people that he really, I guess, had a friend in Valua, if I had to guess, considering his mom's kind of out there. But yes, unfortunately, it's a fight that Gregorio cannot win. But we salute his sacrifice.
Gregorio's definitely a real one. He's one of the good guys.
Can't spell Gregorio without GG.
True. True.
That's a true statement.
I was not prepared for that.
That was a good one.
Oh man. That was a very true statement, but one that I was not ready for. So when we get out of this dungeon, Enrique is going to be doing some thinking, a lot of thinking about what he needs to do, and he basically is going to come to the decision that he needs to return to Valua. And he's got to fix some things. He just needs to do that. And plus, there's a lot of things going on now. His mother needs to know about everything that Galcian's doing, even though doesn't really care in the end. Even though he goes all that way to tell her that, and she doesn't really care. But then again, Alfonso told her he's going to end up telling her first, but whatever. Because Enrique, for the most part, was trying to change the Empire in his own way, from outside instead of inside. So now he needs to come back and take care of what needs to be done and rip Gregorio, unfortunately.
Yeah, Galcian does show respect to Gregorio there. He says, make sure that his belongings and body are kept intact, or I'll kill you myself, basically. Which, high respect. Like,
still respects him in the end.
Is that the nicest thing Galcian does for anyone?
Pretty much.
Probably. I would argue.
Yeah, he's a bit of a jerk. Just a little bit of a meanie.
Yeah, Galcian he's one of those. He's very just intent on ruling the world.
So one of the other, unspoken advantages to the Book of Polarity, it's great to be able to just not get encounters, but more importantly, you can just go as the crow flies wherever you want. Just basically plot a straight line to where you're going, because there's no sky rifts or mountains up here, which is really, really convenient for world travel.
Yeah, especially this point. It's not a very long distance, but we do have to do some pretty significant ship travel with lots of mountains in the way, and just having to take straight lines back and forth is super helpful for that.
We're back here, and we actually have to talk to someone now in order to proceed with the story, instead of it automatically happening.
Shoutouts to the fact that I've forgotten to do this conversation multiple times in my life.
Everybody's just used to when they come here that the scenes just happen automatically, but you got to talk to Brabham here and give him the plans that we stole from the last dungeon so he can help upgrade the Delphinus. So we can go to our next mission. You see why Marco is a required crew member also here? Because he's in these scenes. He's like one of the only crew members that they actually actively include, obviously, in scenes other than like Brabham and Ismail, Moegi. Any that are automatic and can join the crew. So supposedly this took a few days to accomplish, which it should. It makes sense. And now we're off. We have another scene. And we're going to go into probably another really creepy area in the game. The Vortex.
I'm a big fan of the Vortex.
But the Vortex is cool, yeah. There's some interesting stuff going on there.
I love how, with the Vortex, I was trying to think of other places too, but with the Vortex, you see that pretty much at the very beginning of the game. Once you're in a ship, even once you go to Pirate's Isle for the first time, you can see that. And then definitely into Shrine Island, you're like, okay, this is a weird vortex in the bottom of the world. And you never really, like, the more the game goes on, you never really understand what it's about. Like, there's just no context, no explanation about it, no why. Not many conversations talk about it until this point. And now we finally get to dive right in. We don't just learn about it, we're going to go into it. And that's really cool. It's a nice way of setting that up. This whole theme of, like, adventure and exploration just really allows you to dig into the game setting, which is awesome.
Yeah, that's kind of Vice's driving motivation generally, other than, like, wanting to help Fina with her mission. He just wants to go and explore and see things no one's ever seen before. And this definitely counts.
Yep. So Enrique has told the party what he plans to do after, they get Fina's ship back. He's planning to go back to Valua. Moegi's not happy about it, obviously, because she's in love with him. But she's not happy about that. But he's going to do it anyways, because it's his duty as the Prince of Valua. Respectable. And we all laughed during that scene because her voice acting is saying yes, but the text is saying no, and it's just kind of like, why? It's just kind of, it's very silly. Everybody always likes to make fun of that. We're getting 2 more discoveries. Yeah, we're getting this one, the Valuan wreckage, and some fish, or a fish. And that the Valuan wreckage kind of alludes to the fact that it might be the ship that Piastel was on. If you don't know who Piastel is, she's a optional boss in this game with a lot of lore, explaining a lot of backstory and things in it. It's kind of great. There's a lot of backstory for Ramirez, and why he is following Galcian. Not going to say he's doing it for any good reasons, but it gives you some background into him and how things were when he first got here. Just like Fina, he was kind of like, he came here and didn't really know anything, and he just happened to be taken under the wing of Valua, unfortunately, as opposed to Fina. So highly recommended if you play this game casually. There's so much good stuff in this, lore and story-wise.
Oh yeah, like, probably the biggest downside to the speedrun is that we do mash through an awful lot of really cool text. Like, I mean, that's kind of the case with a lot of RPG speedruns, but this game has, like, really, really rich lore, and there's a lot of things that just going randomly discovery hunting, you'll just learn so much about the setting.
Indeed. So this is the Vortex. We're submerging way deep into deep sky here, all the way to the bottom. And we're going to see something cool in the background here as we're going down, so pay attention to that.
It's not foreshadowing.
It's not foreshadowing at all. This will never come into play, I promise, ever.
Yeah, not at all relevant in the least.
You say it's not foreshadowing, but it's totally in shadow right now.
Yeah.
and it's at the fore of the ship.
So this is a long little explanation or tutorial about this, where you're basically gonna find. You're supposed to use this what sonar, I guess, to find her ship, and because obviously you don't know where it is if you're playing through this casually, so you're supposed to use this to find her ship. And there's also 2 pieces of Valorium down here, which you can use to get a really cool weapon for Vice if you have Ryukan as a crew member. But her ship is in the same place every time, so you just go to that spot and you find it. The tutorial is useless to us because we don't need to know. We already know where it is.
So something of note here, it is very, very, very important that you just click this square and not any of the ones around it, because there are basically random encounters with ship battles here. So...
And you don't want that.
No, the Rajas are pretty frightening. They don't do any
you can run from them,
anything, but you can run from them.
But it's not guaranteed.
Yep, and the white map doesn't apply, so just don't get into those fights.
Just don't do it.
Yeah, it's easy. Just click on the spot the image tells you to click on.
Can you imagine if Venus' ship was in a random spot each time, though, like doing this?
Oh no, don't say that.
I'm so glad it's not, that it's always just in the same spot every time.
The 2 pieces of Valorium are also in the same spot every file, so...
Yes, that too. But yes, the two Valorium pieces, you basically get them, and if you have Ryukon as a crew member, you give them to him, and he makes the Vorlik Blade, which is a very good weapon for Vice. Second strongest in the game, behind Skyfang.
200 base attack, I believe. Skyfang is 255. So as we saw on Dangral, the Chameleon was also being upgraded to do deep sky exploration. 18, 2 to 1, 18, 3 to 1, complete kit 4.
And for anyone out here wondering, is that complete kit necessary? Yes. This guy can crit you a lot and leave you with seriously low damage. Do not underestimate this fight, because he does several attacks between now and that 4th slot, and if he crits a bunch, you're taking a lot of damage. I'm just throwing that out there because it may seem unnecessary, and it may end up healing nothing because he may just miss a lot. But I'm just you definitely need it. Just don't take this fight lightly.
Yeah, it's not like using it costs any more time than the menuing, so...
Because if he crits you, it's just bad news. And we do have to do a second round of this. We have to fight him twice, so...
Yeah, and you really don't want to go into the second fight with low health.
It is not good. I mean, that attack he just did 12,000 damage. And I don't think any of those actually crit, but if they had, it would have been even worse.
So here's going to be our first use of Ilkamus.
And Ilkamus is only effective for the turn that he's used on. So just this one, he's not like more than one turn, just the turn. So you have to pretty much plant all of your weapons, all of your attacks on that turn that you want to use Ilkamus on to get, obviously, the biggest effect. That's what we do. And you don't actually have to kill him this fight, but if you do, you get double rewards.
Including an additional Captain's Stripe, which is pretty cool.
Because all you have to do is really just get him down to low HP and the fight ends, but if you finish him off, you get double rewards, which is great. We get extra gold and an extra Captain's Stripe.
And again, it's not like you could maybe kill him in one turn, but it would be subs. Oh, look, he has a harpoon cannon now. That's great.
You can in Hundo, I believe, finish him off first turn by using Ilkamus and just firing like the X cannon or some cannon that you have.
Yep. Yeah, he just explodes. It's great.
It's great. So in this fight is pretty much the same, but except on the first slot of next turn, he can either guard or I think fire torpedo or something that's not guarding. If he doesn't guard, we finish him off first turn. If he guards, it's not the end of the world. We'll just end up finishing him off on the 3rd slot of next turn, which is, like I said, not the end of the world. We'll move on. Even if he uses drill nose next turn, it still won't be an issue. Which he can do. He can use drill nose, which is a debuff magic spell, which is, it doesn't really matter when you're using Ilkamus on the turn that happens on, because Ilkamus just is so strong. You still do a lot of damage even with that. But we'll never see DeLoco again after this, so I hope everybody's happy about that. We fight his ship 4 times in this run. 2 times in the early game, and then these next 2 times here. So we see his face and his ship a lot. So let's hope. We'll hope for the no guard. But if it happens, it'll be fine. Your accuracy, the one thing to mention about this is that your accuracy down here is way reduced, which is why the torpedoes are great. But if you have Ilchemist, you can even hit him with the 5-foot cannon too. As long as you're using Ilchemist on that turn, you can still hit him with the 5-foot cannon.
If there's drill nose, so that will overwrite the Apoax that we had on, but
yes,
it doesn't really matter with Ilchemist's damage buff.
It won't matter here that he did that. Because Ilchemist is still in effect. Like, it's still there even though you're debuffed. Ilchemist is just too strong. See ya. The extra torpedo there is, I mean, in the off chance, I don't know, that something happens, you know, you can finish him off next turn. I never play around with this game. I'll always have a backup plan in case it happens. Because the inevitable can and will happen sometimes. So, see ya, DeLoco. It's the last time we'll be seeing you.
Yeah, there's given that he's in deep sky, I don't think that's going to be recoverable.
I don't think so. Don't think he's going to be coming back from that. So the funny part is that we just got out of this ship battle, and then we're going to go into one of the funniest ship battles after this.
Just a reminder, it is possible to lose a run to this ship battle.
It is possible to lose to the next ship battle. BMAL has done it. Sorry, BMAL. I know I'm calling BMAL out. It is possible if you go into that ship with low health. It can happen.
Actually, just for my own sanity. Okay.
As long as it's above a certain, amount here, fine.
Yeah. 33k, I think I'm all right.
But it is possible, and probably with the route that we were using before, to go into that fight with very low health. And if it happens, it's just not a good time,
Yeah. Why'd I go up so far?
And it's embarrassing to lose to the next ship battle if it happens.
Oh yeah, it's there's a very specific reason I brought it up.
You'll see why here soon. But shout out to BMAL. We love BMAL.
Yeah, shout outs to BMAL.
So one of our old friends from way back at the beginning of this run is back, and that is Baltor. We're gonna fight him again, and the Blackbeard too. Do not be fooled. The 2 does not make him stronger. It really doesn't. At least not against the Delphinus, anyways.
Oh yeah, you would obliterate the Little Jack. With
Little Jack is another story, but the Delphinus, nah. No. Not happening. But this fight's so great. Like, it's easy. There's no risk of you really dying to this. It's just kind of one of those comic relief fights. And we don't even use Incrum for this fight. What's the question?
Oh, okay. Oh, no, we're good.
Yeah, we don't even need Incrum or Apoax for this fight. We don't need it. It's not even necessary because he's such a weak fight. He only has like 15k, 15,000 HP.
Health, yeah.
I mean, it's possible. I mean, if you don't crit or if you get some low rolls, that you won't finish him off on the 3rd slot, but he's going to be left with like nothing, so he's dead by the end of this turn anyways. This fight's funny. And after this fight, there's a lot that's going to happen. Plot-wise, I should say. There's going to be a lot of plot that's going to happen.
You might actually live this.
Actually, that was very low. That was some incredibly low rolling on that. So he might live, and we might have to do an extra turn. That was very weird. Because Cresselia, I don't think, does that much.
Yep. Oh, wow.
Okay, that was really strange. And all,
I think I know what happened, but we'll just do this. This should kill. Wow.
Come on. Game, please. Game, please.
Those shoutouts to Beamau are looking pretty relevant right now. Hold
yeah,
up.
seriously. Game, why? Also, I've done this fight I don't know how many times and not had anything low roll like
go.
that, so that was incredibly weird.
I think I used a pyro bomb instead of the shredder.
Oh, is that what? Never mind. There you go.
Yep.
That's the answer to that question
was.
then. I was not paying attention when you were putting in the inputs, but yes, there you go. That's the reason. I was about to get really scared about the routing there for a minute. We recovered. It's fine. You know, it's all good.
We went into backup strats land and just clicked cannons. It's whatever. It's all good.
B-Mal's revenge, yeah. After we talked about B-Mal, it's gonna happen.
Oh, I want to point out something funny on this scene too. So please watch Enrique as he sails off into the distance on his little boat there, coming up here in like a couple seconds. He'll kind of like glide into the cockpit here. Just watch. Hopefully I'm not overhyping it, but I find it pretty funny.
There is some funny stuff like that in this game. So we bid farewell to Enrique, who's going to go back home now. And in the meantime, we got to do shopping to get two Apo waxes and also some equipment changes. Because we have an annoying fight coming up again. One that shouldn't be difficult, but
yeah, we'll play it that way. Yep.
A fight that should be difficult, but can be.
Yeah, this fight can get scary.
So these Apo waxes last 4 turns, as opposed to the Apo wax. Your attack buff is up for 4 turns, which is great, and we will need it for Hydra and Zolos. Because 4 turns is better than 2 turns.
Mm-hmm.
That's how math works. And we gotta sell some of the discoveries that we have sitting around in here. The balloon wreckage being worth 12,400 is bonkers.
Mm-hmm. For how quick it is to get.
The SkyTrain is worth more than that, but the price goes down for it after I don't remember the exact plot point, but it goes down.
I think it's Dangrel because
Dangrel.
we used to sell right before Dangrel.
So it's generally worth 16,000, but hey, we still get 8,300 gold for it, which is still good. And we still need that money, but those are the last discoveries that we're going to sell. So pretty much we've gotten all the gold we're going to get, other than selling off some stuff that's in our inventory.
And yeah, we're gonna need all that gold pretty much immediately here to, well, almost immediately.
Soonish after we do the boring Great Silver Shrine. And I do mean boring Great Silver Shrine because there is nothing going on there. Unless you like to hear nice. Tink, 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 tink a lot.
To quote my good friend Joe the Rapper, it's the sound of hitting a stick against a DDR bar. It is.
It's pretty accurate.
So there's a text choice coming up here that no one has ever once clicked the wrong option on.
In the history of speedrunning.
No one's ever done it. Yeah.
Ever.
Nope.
And surely no one has ever done it and used blue rogues in, the ensuing thing that happened. Just never happened. I will leave the question of do we silence Zellos as a mystery. unless someone spoils it in chat, which they might, but I'll leave it as a mystery until the end. Because yes, we have silenced Zellos previously, but I won't spoil if we still do. Which is pretty funny though, that when you do silence Zellos, because he pretty much can't do anything, it's kind of amusing that you can even do that to that particular boss, but chip battle mechanics. Magic doesn't miss unless it's a lost turn.
Yeah, Silver Shrine is a one and done dungeon. If you miss the chest there, well, you can't hundo anymore.
Yep, that's true. It's painful.
Yeah, and it's rather late in the 100% run too, so it is very critical that you are conscious. Just tough.
It's incredibly important.
Yeah. What, 4 treasure chests in there, I think? Oh no. Our conveniently hidden base that has been here for months got attacked.
It's a wonder that this was hidden all this time for that long without them finding it. Let's be honest. It wasn't being hidden very well.
No.
So unfortunately, this next fight, which is going to be a bunch of assassins that are called Shadows, they have Death Strike, which is an instant death attack. It's, I believe, 50% effective. It doesn't always work, but they will pretty much always target Vice because he has the highest attack power. I believe that's what Areku said. And they only use it on the first turn. I believe Areku said after the first turn they do not use Death Strike anymore. But either way, Vice is the target always for it, unfortunately. And if all 3 of them decide to use it, it's a bad time. Preferably for this fight, we would like to go into it with a Sylvite Ring, which prevents instant death. But that is a random drop off an enemy. I don't think that we really fought any of this run.
We did not see any that I saw.
They're the bluebird enemies in the Nazar area, which we did not fight any of. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't, but if you get a Sylvite Ring, it's great because you pretty much don't have to worry with this fight. You'll be fine. You won't. There's no way that Vice will die. So the Crystallum box is being used here because with a Crystallum box plus a Crystal box kills one of these guys, and then Vice is going to kill one with Cutlass Fury, leaving one left for the next turn, which is great. As long as they're not guarding. But they all attacked from what I saw or did some action. Okay, highest HP. Thank you for correcting me on that. They target the highest HP person, which is still Vice. It's still always going to be Vice, unfortunately, which is the one person that we do not want to die here. But this fight was fine. They did not kill anybody or kill Vice and then go on a killing spree on other people, so that's great.
Yeah, that's never happened to anybody in the history of speedrunning either, has it?
Because the bad thing is, if all of them decide to use it, then, okay, they kill Vice, and then they can start targeting, everyone down the line, and you can end up in a very bad situation.
I'm not sure it was explained earlier, but if you die in a boss fight or ship battle, you can actually restart that fight.
Yes,
we'll give you the option. But in a regular fight, which was actually the one we just did, that was an example of one, if you die, it's a game over. And if you didn't save, well, good luck to you.
Okay, I did not mash text.
You did the important text option here.
Probably should have been silent for you for that, but...
Which, in case anybody is... in case anyone is wondering, this is not the choice the game wants you to pick, because you get swashbuckler points for picking the option to fight him and defend, the crystals. But Yeah, no, we go fast. Even in Hundo, we don't pick that option.
Yeah, it's not a loss of swashbuckler points to not fight him.
Yeah, it's just neutral.
Fighting him, like, in Hundo especially, would take, like, you might live a silver eclipse, yeah. Which would be really irritating. But, yeah, as we kind of alluded to there, if you choose the first option, you have to fight Ramirez, and it is one of those lovely unwinnable battles in an RPG.
And you just have to pray that he'll kill you, like very quickly. And sometimes he doesn't.
Yep, sometimes he's like, I'm gonna use destruction and silver tundra somebody, and it's like, dude, it's been 3 minutes and I'm not
Pretty
dead.
much. You would rather him just use silver eclipse 3 times or several times in a row, just to finish you off mercifully.
Oh yeah, and also if you ever happen to take that fight, don't guard, just mash attack, it's quicker.
True, just don't guard.
Yep.
So Ramirez here is like giving him as his story about why he follows Galcian now, and that the people here of this, this world, they're not worth saving, and they need to be ruled by Galcian, and blah blah blah.
Which is funny because he came to Valua, so he's actually just it's showing pictures of Upper Valuans are all snooty, evil rich people.
Yeah, he's basing his entire opinion on Upper Valua people, and then of course Mendoza, who betrayed him. Of course, you don't find that out in any percent, but you find out in Hundo, doing Piastel's side quest, that he got betrayed by someone in the Armada. I think he was Mendoza in the Armada?
Yes, he was the admiral before either Galcian or Ramirez took his spot.
So he got betrayed by somebody, and so Galcian gives him some story in lore, that he shouldn't trust people, but he inevitably trusts Galcian, I guess, and chooses to follow him because power never betrays, or something to that effect. His story is, let's say, kind of shallow. I would argue. I mean, he did come here, with the elders' intent, which we're going to find out the truth about what the elders actually wanted from all this, and met up with the Valuans instead of someone else on this world. And unfortunately, the Valuans are just not, at least a lot of them are not very good people. So he came to a different conclusion than Fina did, unfortunately. There's just a difference in the conclusions that they came to because of the people they met.
I don't remember the details, but I'll preface by saying that Ramirez is definitely a dumb edge boy. But I think his design and character was either influenced or designed at the same time that Shadow the Hedgehog was. So draw from that as you will.
Yeah. I mean, these crystals we're gathering, aren't they the Chaos Emeralds? I mean, is that what we've been doing this whole game?
Yeah.
Is that what we've been doing this whole game? I mean,
here we go.
Yeah.
I mean, we've also got the human version of Styx.
True.
We've done it now.
We are one moon crystal shy of Chaos Emeralds. There's 7 of those.
We have opened up that can of worms. So this section has the most scenes and most matching, I think, of any section in this game.
Yes, by a lot.
Because there's just a lot of stuff to unload. I mean, he tried to kill Fina to get the silver moon crystal because there's a piece of it embedded in all the Sylvites. So he tried to kill Fina to get it, and she's of course upset. And he told the truth that the elders didn't send her here to get the crystals and problem solved, save the world. No, they want to use them to bring down the reigns of destruction again and destroy the world again. So she's kind of really upset and questioning everything now because everything she's been told is a lie, pretty much. So she's dealing with some issues right now, which is fair. And we're just giving her some space now. But she'll be fine. Fina's gonna be fine. She'll bounce back from this.
Yeah, Fiona acts like, maybe not acts, but she's like pretty sensitive and like she's always like, having her hand on her chest and like walking very slowly and stuff. She seems like a very genteel character, but she goes through a lot and she's actually one of the strongest like personalities in the game, I think. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's very fair.
And fun fact about that last scene, sorry, Chronoon. But fun fact about that last scene, if you have more crew members, there's a lot more scenes there.
Yep. Yeah, you see a lot of people in Hundo there.
Yes, just throwing that out there. So Beliza here is obviously questioning things too, because her goal was she never really wanted to kill a bunch of people. That's just something, she's espionage, she's trickery. She doesn't really like seeing people die, and so she knows that what Galcian's doing and what in the path he's going down is inevitably going to lead to that. So she's not really sure what to do, and then he just kind of like sends her out to Viola and tricks her into thinking that everything's fine. Because Galcian is mean. And she kind of has a thing for him, so she kind of is in love with him, so that's a whole other edge or point to that.
So after all these scenes here, we are probably going to take another wellness break. I believe that is the timing we had listed. Yeah. But we'll get through all the smashing first.
I just want to remind, while we're going through this mashing, that we do have some really awesome things coming up in the month of February, which is only a few days away, like Frost Fatales and Unapologetically Black and Fast, the latter of which is coming up on February 11th through the 12th. We're going to be celebrating Black Excellence and speedrunning coming up during those 2 days, and use !UBAF in Twitch chat for more information on that. And Frost Fatale's 2023 prize submissions are open from now until February 20th. If you go to GamesDoneQuick.com, you'll be able to get more info or use !prizes in Twitch chat to submit your prizes there. And also, shout outs to all of y'all being here to watch this. We are 9.5 hours into this run, and we still have more to go.
Yes, stick around.
Yeah,
the finale is great.
Two more good old hours.
So the Empress here thinks it's a good idea to make Alfonso the leader of the Armada now. I don't know what she's thinking. And Enrique is about to go out the deep end and do an action he can't take back, and Beliza stops him. Thankfully, she keeps him from doing something he would probably have regretted.
And then smarmy Alfredo decides to lock up Beliza too.
Alfredo, I like that you called him.
Alfredo, that's a good one. All right, I think take that break here.
All right. Everyone, this is the time to pause the timer and get up, take a drink, take a walk, stretch your legs, all that sorts of stuff. We'll be able to take care of ourselves while we take a break. I've gone on long enough. Let's go take that break, because I want to walk around too, stretch my legs, and we'll see you in just a few minutes for the finale of Skies of Arcadia. Skies of Arcadia Legends Anniversary Relay. I'm Amber Cyprin. We're back with DemonSmallZ in the pilot seat, carrying us through to the end of the run, and we've got Chronoon and Arcadia Legend here with the incredible commentary as we lead into the finale of this game. Just whenever you are ready, Demon, just give us a countdown. We can restart the timer. We're 9.5 hours in, and probably another hour and a half to go?
Give or take, yeah. That sounds about right. All right. Well, I'll count us down then. So we'll go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so we are about to go up to the Great Silver Shrine. This place is disorienting puts it lightly. The camera does a lot of cool tricks in here. It's like actually one of the more interesting dungeons in the game, but in reality it turns out to just be a more or less straight line. So there's also no encounters, which is kind of nice.
That's the good thing about it, I think. The no encounters part of it.
Oh, don't worry. It makes up for the no encounters with some questionable sound design.
Yes. This place is very interesting, though. It's pretty much like this is where Fina and Ramirez came from, like when they came down to the lower world. So you can actually go to their rooms here and learn some things, some lore. You can find their rooms. If you can navigate the disorienting first part of this where you're upside down, anyways.
Yeah, exactly. So, just a reminder that the entire island was destroyed when we left. Just keep that in mind. Somehow this trip is going to take a very long time, despite only being like 3.5, 4 minutes.
Yes, apparently. So the first time that you get here, probably, Cash, you're like, what in the world is going on?
Yeah,
this place is...
Suddenly it's Phantasy Star Online. I really love Sega's like kind of futuristic designs that they do in a lot of their games when they go all like space future stuff. They just go out on this like circuitry that's like glowing and like moving lights around. Really love the aesthetic. It's held up for so long. It's good stuff.
Oh yeah, this is big Phantasy Star vibes here.
Oh yeah.
That might be I would say that's part of, wouldn't it be like some of Kodama's influence? Because she worked on Phantasy Star, at least some of them, maybe all of them, I don't remember, but she was very involved in Phantasy Star, so some of her influence.
I think she worked on the original Genesis Phantasy Star games.
Okay.
I'm not sure if she worked on Phantasy Star Online or Phantasy Star Universe.
Okay.
But like this has big online and universe vibes.
Yep. But this, like, watching this does not do it justice. If you play this, the physics here are very strange.
Yeah, so like that first teleporter that I came off of, it looked like I kinda went straight. I was holding right. It's really cool.
This area is very strange. Where you're pointing the control stick, especially in that very beginning part after the teleporter, don't really go the direction you're pressing, and you're just like, okay, it's very odd. I don't know how to describe this area. It's just it's a very strange area in the game.
Yeah, they did a good job making it unique. That's for sure.
It is definitely unique. That is for sure.
Now, whether that's for good or ill is left to interpretation. But so we're grabbing. Oh, go ahead.
Supposedly, like everything's more advanced here because the Sylvites are more advanced. That's just what they are. Yeah, go ahead, David. Whatever you were going to say.
Yeah, we're grabbing 2 treasure chests here. There's a couple of pieces of silver armor that we're gonna grab. They're pretty important.
Yes, so the silver armor is great because it reduces silver damage, which is going to be very important for Ramirez later.
Yes.
We put them on Vice and Ica because we need Ica to be alive too for those fights because she's pretty much going to go into full-blown Delta Shield spam like for the in-game fights. That's just what she's going to do. Because we have nasty spells to avoid in both the Galcian fight and the Ramirez fight, so it's important that she takes less damage. If at all possible. And hopefully she doesn't die on the Gaussian fight. Because that leads to a whole other thing, but we'll cover that when we get there.
It's okay, the Ryzelum box didn't break. We're all
True,
right.
we still have the Ryzelum box. That's good.
Is this right?
Yeah.
No, it's not. I wanted to go this way.
This way, yep.
Okay. I was like, wait, that seems wrong.
before we get to Galcian and a whole bunch, all that kind of fun stuff, we got to do more plot stuff, We got to, talk to the elders who sent Fina to the lower world to begin with to explain things and give us a big, giant lore dump of everything. About the Gigas and about the old world and a whole bunch of stuff.
Or, alternatively, I could mash the text and read none of it.
That's also true, and exactly what we'll be doing, because we like to go fast here.
True.
We like to go fast in this speedrun.
I mean, there's only so many ways we can do it. We have no glitches.
We don't, yeah, that's true, we don't. Also, we never really talked about it, but yeah, Gilder's back in our party because he decided, I'm coming with you all for the ride. You're not leaving me behind. And we will finish the game with Gilder because he's pretty much the most useful, and it costs time to swap him out anyways.
Yeah, Enrique and Drachma are both fine. It's just the time lost to go into the Delphinus, go out to the deck, talk to one of them, swap them out, then equip them with an accessory. It's
too much time. When all we really need that fourth member to do is throw items, pretty much, and that's Gilder's job. I mean, that's all he's going to be doing, and he's fast, so...
Yep, yeah, he's naturally pretty quick.
Plus, we like Gilder. So we get sent here to the Hall of Knowledge, where we're all just kind of floating. And Elder Prime is going to explain how in the old world, the civilizations created the Gygus, went to wars with one another, and then they create their own Gigas called Zelos, which is the Silver Gigas, and pretty much destroy the world and have it start over because they don't think it can be saved or fixed after all that. They reset the world, let's put it that way. That's the easiest way to explain it. And that's what they want to do again now.
The old world had bad RNG and is dying, so...
True.
Bad RNG just reset. You can see all the Gigas again, You had to wonder, though, when these civilizations were going to war with one another, some of these Gigas were more useful than some of the others. The land Gigas, I'm not sure about them. The ones that can't fly.
Yeah.
Unless the world was somehow, formed differently or in some different form where they could travel across the land, and it wasn't like it is now, but I don't know. It's not explained. So this is what the Reigns of Destruction looks like, pretty much. Zelos, the Silver Gigas, can do this and cause a bunch of basically moonstones and to fall from the moons and crash on pretty much the land and the world and kill people, which is not good. And we don't want them to do that again to the world as it currently is.
Yeah, we say that when we do prophecy.
And then we do prophecy, yes, that's true. We've thrown moons at people's faces in this run, so
yeah,
who are we to judge, I guess? We threw 3 moons at a turtle and then some really wimpy guy, so, I mean...
With absolutely 0 collateral damage.
Who are we to judge? On that note, honestly. So I like how the elders here that they give us a chance. If you sided with us, well, we'll spare you. And he's like, get out of here. It's I'm not siding with you. And then Fina tells him off too. This is Fina's shining moment here, where she tells the elders off and tells them that what they're doing is wrong. But unfortunately, this happens. Because as he tells them here, did you forget that Ramirez also has a ship like Fina's? Which is true. He can get here too.
Speaking of Ramirez.
And Rip Elder Prime. So if you wondered how are they getting the silver moon crystal, well, there's your answer. Unfortunately, not the answer you wanted, but is what it is. So now they have all the moon crystals and are gonna go off and do bad stuff, and we gotta go stop them.
Again, I'm sure that us collecting all 5 moon crystals and keeping them conveniently in the exact same place was a really good idea.
It was great.
And we should have done that and not anything else but that.
It was great. So one very good thing about this dungeon is that they give you the option to just send you back to the entrance.
Yeah, without that, this would be something.
You do not have to walk all the way back out of here, thank goodness.
So like I said, the entire island was destroyed by that raid by Ramirez. Hey, look, everything's fixed.
It's all fixed. It's all fine now. Yeah.
Alright.
So yeah, now we have to do a bunch of stuff. We gotta do some menuing and then a huge cell of things.
Yeah, this is like the last big shopping spree.
Yeah, pretty much.
Not as crazy as the one in Nazred. You could probably get away with selling everything except for Captain's Hat and White Map. And like at this point in the run, even if it's your first run, you know how valuable they are.
Yeah.
This is true.
It's okay. Again, I've certainly never heard of anybody selling the Captain's Hat in this menu. That would never happen.
Who would do that?
Yeah, who would make that kind of mistake?
I love how valuable that thing is, but you can only sell it for 10 gold or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, the classic RPG way of telling you something is worth a lot is by making it worth very little. Why make it worth 0? That would make too much sense.
Well, I mean, like Master Balls are worth 0 if you sell them.
Yeah.
In Pokemon.
Yep.
Same concept.
Absolutely.
So we're selling pretty much anything we don't need, which is any equipment that we have. Yeah, pretty much we just need the Captain's Hat. Magic shells.
It's Twin Turbo right now.
You'll end up selling the spherical figure and the timing valve as well. We don't need them.
Okay.
We just equip what's the double shaft? We just equip the double shaft later.
Oh, the double shaft, yeah.
That's pretty much enough. It's enough speed to basically outspeed Gaudianos and Zelos. Not really necessary for anything else.
That all looks right. Okay. Sec. I need 30 piranha seeds. Okay. I need seconds.
I need. Well, okay, I'll just say it. But there's some extra seeds, not piranha seeds, that haven't been used yet. Oh, you probably saw them though. In the item menu. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I don't know what else I can really afford you.
Yeah.
Did you get more Glyphs of Might?
That's what I'm gonna try to do here. Let's see. I'm up 1 shredder. I don't think the speed wax has any use.
You can sell that. Yeah, we don't need it.
I need to keep the
Everything
other
else.
waxes. Yeah, I think everything else is pretty
much need.
critical.
Oh, the
I can
magic.
sell the magic droplets.
The magic
and
droplets
yeah.
and magic dew. We don't need that.
Yep. There we go. That should be enough.
Yeah, we just need enough Glyphs of Might because both Galcian and Ramirez remove buffs. Which is annoying, but as long as 10 is enough, like that's gonna be fine, I would think anyways, unless...
Yeah, it should be fine. It's what I normally buy, so...
So yeah, here's all the piranha seeds we buy, and we're all just pumping them into Vice. Make him super powerful.
Yeah, that plus the captain's hat is a huge amount of additional strength. It's 170, so...
That pretty much gets Visa to the level that he should be at this point. Just without the extra HP and some other stuff that he would have at that point, but... And you still have the Ryzelin box, and...
Yep, and I grabbed an extra crystal before I left,
so
too.
it's fine.
We should be fine, yeah.
We move on, and we go back to Dangrel. Because that's where Galcian and Ramirez ran off to finish out the rest of their plan. Now that they have all the moon crystals. We have some fun boss fights when we get there. If you were looking for more boss fights, they're finally coming.
Yeah, this is where the actual boss rush starts.
Yep. This is truly in-game now. Like, once you get to this point, it's all in-game from here. The final fights. And lore, I guess.
Yeah, we still have a couple of long cutscenes.
There's still some long ones, yeah.
Nothing as bad as the stuff before the Silver Shrine.
That stuff was the longest, by far. So back to Dangrel we go. And pretty much taking the same pathing we took before, except we're gonna make a right and not go into the schematics room.
I mean, you can if you want a moonfish.
You can. There's a moonfish in there, yeah.
All the way in the back.
Yeah, there's a moonfish back there. Man, I remember like a really old route. I used to get that moonfish because I used to get like way more moonfish than we do now. Old routing.
Yeah, there's like a Ducat sword and like some other stuff you can get pretty early if you grab all the available moonfish. Doesn't save enough time to make it worth it though.
Yeah,
unless you proc sleep on every hit with the Ducat sword, which, you know, not realistic.
In the 80% we get 12 max moonfish, 10 for the white map, and plus a bunch of other stuff like the Aura of Valor, and then 12 for the Warrior's Heart.
You just made me concerned about something.
What happened? Oh.
we have 2 Auras of Valor. We are good. Okay.
There was no extra aura, unfortunately, this run.
Yep.
So those last two, the 2 auras that we got in this run, one from the Dark Rift, and one as a reward from the Moonfish side quest, will be used on Ramirez because they max out our spirit gauge, and you want to use those on Ramirez. If you get an extra one, there's arguments for where you can use it. Most people are probably saying you should use it on Galcian, even though it's not a guaranteed time save even on him.
Yeah, you need some pretty decent luck on Galcian for it to save most of the time.
It's not guaranteed. There are other places you could use it, specifically the fights you need to use Prophecy in.
Yep.
Also an option. So
it saves a ludicrous amount of time on the why can't I remember his name? Miragi fight if you don't land sleep. But I mean, just land sleep. Like that seems easier.
Just land sleep. Just put them all to sleep like Chronoon did. Dang.
Yeah, exactly. Just put them all to sleep. Then it doesn't. Then it saves like a turn.
I'm glad that happened in that fight. We got both of the bosses that that have sleep strats to work, and I'm happy about that.
Yeah, that's nice. Definitely grateful for that.
So who could have seen this coming? This guy, yeah. We all remember him from.
It's Mario.
It's Mario.
This time we get to finish him for good. If this was Hundo, however, this would not be the last time we'd be fighting him.
Shoutouts to Air Pirate Vigoro. That fight's so fun.
Shoutouts to that fight.
It was fun to route.
But this fight is very dangerous, by the way. He is very strong.
Okay, guard.
Yeah, and he can one-shot Vice, and that just sets you back like 2 turns.
Yep.
And Yeah, and just crazy damage on anyone or everyone.
His
Very
single target
different.
attack is ridiculously strong. And then the AoE attack that he has it also does decent damage, so it's just he just does a lot of damage. Alright, who's this on? Aika? Aika's dead, unfortunately. Rip Aika.
Yeah, she did her job. It's fine.
She
We'll
did
lose
what
spirit, but
she did do her job and what she was supposed to do, so it just means we can't Pirate's Wrath next turn, unfortunately. But we'll make do.
trying to pick her up. What do I have? 6? Sure, why not?
Let's see what he does here. Attack. That is not ideal. We don't like that because that causes confusion. Oh, it didn't proc.
It didn't,
cool.
though.
Awesome.
Let's do this.
Like,
Try to make up
just-
that spirit from earlier.
Just get lucky, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's great. Random fire? Okay. So this is the AoE attack he has. Only hit 2 people. Wow.
He didn't target Aika, which is good.
Yeah, you can see that damage roll there. That's
Yeah.
the Piranha Seeds.
That's the Piranha Seeds and the power.
Wow. Yeah, great fight.
Got him? Yep. Alright. We out. That's what
2
we like to
shots.
see.
Pretty good there. That counterattack on the attack was like
The
not
counter helped.
inconsequential.
I actually forgot that happened, but yet that counter attack was very beneficial. And the fact that confusion did not happen there.
Yeah, confusion would have been a real nightmare.
And he gives us a Piranha Seed. Another one.
I wonder who will use that on.
I wonder. Smiley face. Vigoro is it's not bad when it goes the way it's supposed to, but when that fight goes off the rails, it is not good.
Yeah, that's why safety rezzed Aika. I was like, I'd rather he have 3 targets for cannon fire than
It can go south very quickly, and it is hard to recover. Once a lot of people like start dying, it's just not good. But luckily, he behaved relatively well, anyways.
This one.
Use all 5 of our captain stripes that we've been saving up, you know. So coming up after this, we have another boss that you might remember from way back, except he's the better version of the boss we fought earlier in the game. That's the Eliminator, which is pretty much Sentinel 2.0, but better. He's just stronger Sentinel. And about the worst thing that he can do is Petrify Vice. That's like the worst thing he could do in the fight.
Yeah.
He is way less threatening than Vigoro. Let's just put it that way.
I think it's the only time that Vice will be on yellow.
I think so. Well, you can technically put him on yellow for Richtelish. Mario and Armstrong, I think, put Vice on yellow for that fight. Because I think it's because you can switch him back to silver very quickly if you want to end the fight on silver.
Oh, well, that's smart.
Yeah, it's only one color swap. Yep.
Yes, the order of the colors on the weapons matters for routing. A little bit of time savings there. Just throwing that out there. Every little
I wonder
bit helps.
what this place is. There was definitely no foreshadowing earlier.
No, absolutely zero.
Yeah. I feel like I've heard the sound effect somewhere recently.
We'll also never see this pathway again either, ever.
Yeah, no. It's one time only, yeah.
One time only. We finally catch up to Galsan and Ramirez, who are using the moon crystals to awaken Zelos, the Silver Gigas. And bad stuff will happen. But that's after they sick the security guard on us. So now we get to fight this, which is similar to when we fought Antonio and Antonio 2 in this run. Now we're fighting the second Sentinel. The better Sentinel.
He's you, but stronger.
You, but stronger.
Okay, let's focus with... Focus.
Let's try this.
I was thinking a turn ahead. Yeah, he's targeting Vice.
Yeah, pretty standard so far. Yeah, probably the easiest. No, definitely the easiest of like the end-game fights.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. It can have a bit of randomness and things can go weird, especially if Vice gets petrified, but other than that, it's kind of whatever. Yeah, Gilder got his focus off before he got petrified, that's all I care about.
Oh yeah, when a character is stoned, they also don't gain SP. But at this point, it doesn't matter.
Yep. Yeah, if that laser blast had gone off, like if Gilder got his turn late, we might have been a turn behind there. In which case, you just would have guarded and just hoped for a quick animation.
So, Ramirez dropped that Illuminator really just to delay them. And they have now activated Zelos with the moon crystals. And there's a barrier up. So, Vice and Co. can't do anything to stop them at this point. So they get a gloat, and we're gonna have to run away. In addition to resurrecting Zelos, they are lifting Soltis, the silver continent, out of deep sky. And that's dangerous because we got here by like this elevator from Dangor Island, and that's gonna break, and then there's no way out. We're gonna be delocoed. Don't want to be delocoed.
No, that would be really unfortunate.
Yeah.
Have to wear a bubble helmet. I'm good.
So after a bit of backtracking, we'll come up to I guess you'd call a mini-game, which is kind of interesting. I guess I can hold off next. It's still like a minute or so until then. But you can game over during it.
You sure can.
Which is exciting.
It's a very difficult minigame. You hold up and right. That's it. That's the whole minigame. But if you don't hold up and right, like if you just think like a cutscene's playing or something, you can game over.
Yeah, it's no good. It's a weird camera angle, so I always think like, oh, is it some kind of like more up than right or more right than up? Like, and then I'm like, oh, is this faster? Does this look faster?
Yeah, it's like you just need to time it with a stopwatch if you want to like play with specific angles on the control stick.
You have to be able to save time there.
Oh yeah, for sure. There has to be some magic pixel that's like gonna save frames for sure. Just don't think anybody knows it or has really had the gumption to test it.
I mean, more gumption and vim and moxie.
Moxie. Sheesh.
So yeah, the little elevator, pendicular elevator broke down, and their advice is like, all right, we gotta run, and they're like, no, and it's like, yes. So he does this huge jump, but it's actually just like a foot.
I love the camera angles on most of the jumps in this game. It's like, so-and-so's jumping really far. It's a 1.5 feet. Then you're in Lower Valua, and Vice just like casually jumps from city block to city block.
Oh yeah, and then right before that, when Ica like makes him do this crazy backflip,
like 25 feet in the air. No big deal. It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, he uses that arm to kill monsters with the boomerang, so I mean, I guess that makes sense.
I don't know who taught her to use boomerangs, but I don't think they're generally used for hand-to-hand combat like that.
Oh man, it's just like a blunt object at that point.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even. There's no blade to it. Yep. And this is that minigame we're talking about.
There's something very comical to me about how small Vice is right now on the screen and how slow he's moving.
It's just shades of the last Sonic and Shadow battle in Sonic Adventure 2. You're just running on something that's falling apart behind you. This one's not infinite like that one. I guess that's good.
I love that transition there. And the Solstice coming up at the exact same time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a really well, like, it's good camera work in that scene. It looks really nice.
Yeah.
Even if it's a little bit unrealistic, I'm sure the air pressure from something that big rising would definitely, you know, send all of them flying, but physics in this game are,
I mean, yeah, air pressure, that's too much. You don't need to think about that. Sky ships and all that. Look, even his shoes have moonstones, so that's how I can. They can all stand there.
He's got those soap shoes, the Shadow the Hedgehog model. I see.
Yeah. And in space too. That's how they can breathe.
Yeah.
With their shoes.
So anyway, please pay no attention to the fact that Shrine Island just fits perfectly into Solstice. That is completely not relevant at all, and doesn't explain anything about Shrine Island.
Yes.
Yeah.
But what is explained is how Solstice perfectly came up from the vortex. So indeed, the vortex was caused by Solstice dropping into deep sky. That plot is explained now.
Yeah. So something we won't see too much is that the rising of Solstice actually affects all of the air currents around the world. All of the sky rifts, except for the deep rift, or the dark rift, are now gone. They just don't exist.
Yeah, the whole overworld map has been reloaded. A new map has been loaded in. Only the sky rifts have been changed. I think just where the ships are too has changed, and the dialogue, of course, which is cool. You know, I love when a game, plot happens and then the world changes. I mean, naturally it would, but to have it actually done, it's part of the immersion. It's absolutely a good thing, but not a lot of games do that.
Yeah.
Or at least during this time frame. But we're not done yet with cutscenes. So Solstice is up, Zealous is up, and their Galaxian's just gonna immediately use the Rains of Destruction. And this is really pretty, very beautiful, but with a lot of awe-inspiring things. Beauty is followed by very terrible destruction.
Ah, yes, more Sonic Adventure 2 flashbacks.
So earlier, it's worth mentioning, Enrique was thrown in the Grand Fortress for disobeying Empress Theodora, and Beleza went and broke him out after she left Dangal Island. She's gonna try and get the prince to safety. But, unfortunately for them, the Yellow Moon is very angry.
Yeah, kind of mass murder. A little bit.
Gotta love the end of JRPGs. Like, yep, time to raise the stakes.
Mm-hmm.
I do like how the ceiling here is just made out of cubes.
Yeah.
Well, I would say rip, but
yeah, like I don't know about the peace part, but yeah, like Theodora's probably not getting back up from that one, I don't think. So in addition to the sky rifts changing, if you go near Valua, you can like see all this devastation, and like Lower City is no longer accessible. So
yeah, that's one of the changes. So yeah, this sucks. I guess Galaxian's winning. Also, Vice tried to stop him, naturally, but a dome appeared over Solstice. It's called the Dome of Light, and there's no way to get through it at all right now. At all. So pretty much at this point, there is nothing stopping Galaxian. He doesn't need... Well, he does have the Armada still, but he doesn't really need them anymore. He's just a step away from ruling the world. That's the kind of point where we're at in the plot. Just like right now, instantly, it's gotten that bad. What can we do?
He can more or less just command the reins at will and destroy anybody who stands against him. So that's gonna be pretty tricky to find a way around.
A bit late, but Russ and Pancakes is pretty good.
Yep, that's pretty accurate.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes. Hi.
All right.
Welcome back.
Hi.
Technical difficulties.
I feel like missing something.
All right.
That happens
no.
later, right? Yeah, okay.
You're
I was
good.
like... Yeah, okay. I'm remembering how this goes.
Or
This
you
is like... The weird hundo muscle memory is like kicking in. So...
Running both any percent and hundo sounds like there's a lot of weird things that would happen in your mind there.
Mm-hmm. So this is where I would go buy an X cannon. At least in the old route. If they're using it on the Chameleon now, I guess you'd get it earlier.
The last runs that I saw, yeah, it was pretty much. I remember seeing Ilkamus, and then some things. It was either the ancient cannon or the X cannon on the on the third Chameleon fight.
Yeah, that'll definitely obliterate him for sure.
Yeah. You're so overpowered in hundo, it's absolutely ridiculous.
Okay. Yeah, the other stuff happens after this. I remember. Normally I remember which cutscenes are coming up by looking at my split names. None of my splits up right now, so. But I remember. So Enrique is presumed dead.
Yes. I mean, whoops. Yeah, and Vice is just at a loss. He's trying to figure out what to do, but he doesn't have a clue, really. But there is one thing that can stop a genocidal dictator with an apocalyptic weapon who's hiding behind an invincible shield from the ancient past. It's actually something that we were reminded of in Ducat's Island. It's hopefully not the One Piece. It is the Grand Ol' Power Friendship and their ships. Mostly the ship part.
Yeah.
So these scenes are pretty epic. It's pretty much like everybody that you've pretty much come in contact with and helped out, they're all here to say, yeah, we're with you. We're going to help you fight Galcian. Even Baltor.
Even the Blackbeard 3, which I'm sure has 15,000 health.
Everyone is here. They're all here to help us in our cause.
The power of friendship in this gun I found.
Yep. True enough. Even your dad shows up. Dine. In his snazzy looking new albatross.
And if you pick the wrong option here, they all just go home.
Yeah.
Never mind. Let's all go home. It's canceled.
So Beleza's had a nice change of heart. She's now with the good guys.
And the game here does a phenomenal foreshadowing using only facial expressions during the scene. So she's telling Vice that she can't stay because she can't fight her own men, or that's the excuse that she's giving, and she's going to leave because she has something that she needs to do. We'll leave that up to your imagination on what she needs to do. I won't spoil it. just take note of her face here. It should tell you something.
So, in that scene, Beleza told us that a good captain would check on his crew. Nah. I'm not a good captain.
We're not going to do that. We're just going to go to bed.
There's like 5 minutes of scenes if you go talk to Ika and Fina.
And fun fact, when we were first running this game, we watched the scenes with Ika and Vina, thinking that they were not skippable, and they are.
Yeah, people just didn't know. You can just you can just leave.
Just leave. Just examine the door and go to sleep. It's fine.
Just quit. Hit the bricks.
Just quit. No kiss percent. No, we don't get the Ika kiss on the cheek, and we don't get to hug Fina. Sadness.
Sad.
Which both those two scenes are really good, by the way.
Yeah, they are. They're very much worth watching in a casual playthrough. Don't do what I just did in casual or in Hundo, because those are a lot of swashbuckler rating.
Highly recommended.
And you need them. Because it's really bad to be behind swashbuckler points in Hundo. Let me tell you, 2,500 fights turns into 2,500 kills turns into 2,800 real fast.
Oh no.
That is the truth.
Arcadia's watched me do it.
Yep.
Not fun.
It is
it's really
not
cool
fun.
when you're just watching your counter just like slowly creep past 2,700 and you're like, can I click on my island yet and fight the Goros? Like, is this working yet? And then you just passively go around the world, make sure all the great monsters are still dead, because that's a thing.
Indeed it is.
Turns out you still don't have high enough swashbuckler rating. Hundo's a great time.
Hundo's a great time, yes.
Yeah.
And to answer the question that somebody asked about how long Hundo is, like, close to 20 hours.
Yeah, record right now is it's like 1940?
Something like that. It's 19 something, I know, but it's long. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. When Pengy and I were kind of fighting over the record, we got it like below 24 pretty quickly, and then just kind of petered off. And then Mario and some others came along and made some improvements to the route. It's nowhere near maxed out. I mean, you can always get luckier, right? But the hard wall of needing to kill 2,500 enemies just guarantees that run will be long. Like, there's nothing you can do to avoid that. 2,500 is such a huge number.
Yep, sadly.
We could find a way to set that flag elsewhere. Like, other categories would be really cool. Stuff like all bosses, but...
With that being a requirement for most things, it's just...
yeah, it's just so silly.
Yeah. And to answer the other question in the chat, yes, this is the home stretch of the run. we have a gauntlet here of ship battles.
Yep. About to do 3 ship battles in a row, and then one of the scariest boss fights in the run.
Yep, in-game is no joke. There's a lot of fights and scary ones that happen here, so don't blink. There's a lot going on here.
These first 2 ship battles are pretty free, but the third one is... it can get spooky.
It's also
if you do the third one wrong, it's bad. Just don't do it wrong.
Longest ship battle, right?
Yes.
Like 5 turns at least.
Yes, Hydra is the longest. I mean, it's ridiculous. But that's just because of how defensive and
so much
guardy
HP
he
it
is.
has too, yeah.
Yeah, he's very defensive, very guardy. The game doesn't give you a lot of C turns and a lot of really good opportunities to do a lot of damage to him, unlike Zelos, where Zelos is just a punching bag. But these fights, these 2 first ones are pretty easy. Anyone who probably did these in-game fights, especially Hydra and Zelos casually, especially Hydra, you probably spent a long time on Hydra. Unless you just knew ship battle mechanics and how to utilize the system to your advantage, which a lot of casual people don't. They don't really dig into a lot of the real in-depth mechanics of the ship battles, I would argue. I didn't when I played this game casually the first time.
And I mean, a part of that is also the game is pretty unclear on like how character stats affect ship battles.
That's also true. You have like, I mean, you can get an understanding. Like, okay, I want to buff myself. I want to do this, you know. But it's not. The game is not throwing it out to you how everything works necessarily.
Also, gear greases are a very, very underused item by newer players.
I did never use the gear grease until I ran this game.
Yep.
I'll be honest with you. Until I did speedruns of this game, yep, that is definitely true.
And it is arguably the second strongest ship battle item in the game. Only second to machine oil, which very limited in quantity.
I was quite frankly a ship battle noob when I played this game casually many years ago for the first time. And even in subsequent playthroughs, because I knew how they work pretty much, but you know, not like how we do them here.
Yeah, same. Just attack, heal, attack, heal.
And that gets you through a casual playthrough. I mean, you don't need to know. I mean, you just you make it work.
Yeah, I never used magic in ship fights. I mean,
it's like absolutely hilarious how strong magic cannons can be in the early game, just because they can never miss, unless it's a lost turn. Okay, look at this. And then 3.
The power of Ilkemus in action again here.
Yep, so we've set this up so we'll have a lot of damage coming in on the first 2 rounds of this turn, and there you go.
Bye-bye. So we can only use Ilkemus once in a ship battle. That's the thing about that. Just throwing that out there to everybody. We can't just spam him indefinitely.
Oh. If
we
you
wish,
could spam
but
crew members, ship battle routing would be so much easier. Just use Urala and Ilkemus, basically.
Yes, so Urala and Ilkemus, and you know the people like the crew members that have effects like that, you can only use them once in a battle, but just it's fine for our routing. But we wish we could do it more, especially Ilkemus. So this is Hydra, and it's a very defensive fight. He does a lot of guarding. What we want to have happen here, and would be great RNG if it happened, is for him to not guard the Moonstone Cannon next turn. It is a low chance for that to happen, but if he doesn't, then it's great. We do more damage.
A lot more damage.
He is very more likely to guard, though, than not, unfortunately. But a torpedo is basically put there because it would do more damage on that slot, even if he's guarding, than putting it somewhere else. Because that slot has a very high damage factor. Like, it's... Some of the slots, you can just do more damage on them if you attack on them, and that's one of them for this fight. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if he guards or not. Probably will. But I think the game deserves to give us good luck after Blueheim, personally speaking, and after Tinku as well, because Tinku was not. We didn't get good fight for that either.
Yeah, I didn't get the good fight. It's unfortunate.
Yep.
Yep, not even a chance. The game didn't even have it, unfortunately. So let's see. We'll know if he did guard or not, because the damage here will be much higher. Oh, he didn't guard. Wow.
Nice.
All right, let's go. Love to see it. So that's really, really good. And we can actually do an even faster strat for this fight. I think that's mentioned in the notes.
Yeah, I got it.
So if he doesn't guard, we can do another strat. And if we get really good damage rolls, and I'm saying this because it's not really all that likely, but if we got good damage rolls, it is possible to finish him off early.
And in 4 turns instead of 5.
Yeah, but we'll see what happens. But that was very good to get that. Hey, the game gave us something, you know?
Mm-hmm.
After a not so good Blueheim because of RNG and a bad Tinku because of RNG, so...
Oh, okay, so it did. Second, first. Yeah, okay. Third.
It is better to have it right than not have it right.
Mm-hmm.
To take the time and just make sure, so I approve. Because it's been said a lot, but messing up menuing and ship battles is...
It's the kind of thing that can cost minutes.
Yes, it hurts when it happens.
Also, this ship battle's kind of irritating to practice because you have to just watch so many cutscenes to practice it.
Also true.
Unless you have save states, but...
I mean, yeah, save states, but if you want to try, like, different weapons and stuff, it's...
Yep.
Not as easy. I guess you could use some hacks to basically change your weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Blueheim is also not great for that because there's a lot of stuff that happens before it too.
Yeah, and you have to go through the Draco fight as well, and Draco has RNG, and it's just such a big difference ending the Draco fight on full HP versus not.
Yep.
When you're going into Blueheim. 83rd to 4th. 84th to 1st. Alchemist 1st. 5, 2nd to 3rd.
So something else that he can do, and it won't really be a big deal even if he does it on this turn, is that he does have sac rays, so he can heal. He can heal 8,000 HP with that. It's not a big deal even if he does it. He's still dead next turn, so it is something that he can do. If he doesn't do it, it's great. So great that he didn't guard that. Look at that. The damage that we're doing and how low he is on HP. But he generally guards here. And generally he does sac rays on the last slot. If he's going to do it. If he's going to, we'll see. He probably will. No, he didn't. He actually didn't. Alright, cool. So this fight is still faster anyways. It's going to end up being faster regardless than the normal strat.
Yeah, because he'll die earlier in this round.
Yep.
Isn't the normal strat you kill him on the last turn around 5, right? It's turn 4
yes,
for everything hits?
The last slot of this turn, you would. So the chat doesn't get to see the... I guess they probably won't get to see the 4th slot where the 2 torpedoes do 60,000 damage.
Yeah. 2nd, 3rd, 3rd to 4th. CK.
Which is the normal strat. Normally you use Ilchemist like on this turn, and you just flatten him at the end with 60,000 damage. But that was excellent. That Hydra fight.
Yeah, we got pretty lucky. No heal and no guard in the MSC is really, really nice.
Absolutely great.
Wow. Good start.
No, we do not give him the opportunity to fire the Hydra cannon. Nobody wants to see that because it's not a good time if you see that.
It is you have to have had some very interesting luck and probably have made a mistake in your menuing to see it. The animation's kind of cool, but it's like, is it worth a 40-second animation?
It's pretty damaging too. Like,
yeah, it hurts, but you have enough complete kits.
Yeah, you have enough to be okay, but it's just like, wow.
Yeah, it's not like Thunder Crash where it like tickles for how impressive it looks.
It is actual damage, unlike Thunder Crash.
Good old anime nod at the end.
Yep. Also, that entire scene was very anime with them gliding in here.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, look, time to remember a menu that I've forgotten many, many, many times in my life.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the notes might say to teach her,
Yeah, I was just making sure. I'm sure you're all using it earlier.
because some people are doing routes where they don't teach Delta Shield until really late, so it's a good idea to check. Because you absolutely want Delta Shield for this fight. Every single fight from here on.
Yeah, not having Delta Shield in the last 3 major boss fights would be very spooky.
Because we're coming up on the Galcian fight, and Galcian is a doozy. He can be really dangerous if he wants to be.
He can also be really, really nice, give you really clean fights, but
when he wants to.
Yeah, that's more or less mythical. It doesn't actually happen.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
It's a mythical thing that doesn't exist.
I think I've seen it happen like once to Armstrong, where it's just like Eternies, Naglora, Eternies, and it's like, huh.
Oh.
Great.
Well, cool. Like, nice fight.
The nice thing that he can do is not use terminal first turn, and then that basically tips us off and tells us he's going to use it second turn.
Yep, so you can just make sure people go.
Oh, real quick. Got an encounter skip right here.
Yes, important.
Yes, this is a very critical encounter skip. Shoutouts to the first run I ever did where I actually got this encounter. It was fun. Yeah, that skips the Hydra Elites, and that fight is real bad. Alright, I'm just going to do this for pure safety, just in case anything goes wrong here.
Yep, it's fine. We don't want to play around with this fight.
I believe the Hydra Elites, like, you need 2 prophecies, at least, to beat them.
Something like that.
They're really strong. They're not like they're not more powerful than Galcian, but like you're fighting 2 powerful dudes that have a lot of HP.
And they have Death Tackle.
Yep, they have Death Tackle. They're recolored executioners from the Colosseum in Valua.
Yeah, and the Catacombs.
It is a bad time if you get that encounter, but skipping it is pretty free. Like if you hug the wall there, the trigger is so small that you're fine.
As long as you know how it works, it's like really easy to do.
You're pretty safe. It's not like the Shrine Island one encounter skip where you can get consistent at that one, but still mess it up sometimes. So here's Galcian. So if he doesn't use Terminal, which is his big S move on the first turn, he will use it second turn, and we know that will happen, so we'll guard with Ica, because we do not want Ica to die in this fight. So, we'll see what happens. We would prefer him to spam magic and just let us block it with Delta Shield, which, if he behaved. But he has Terminal, he has Devolver, which is... He guards and counters any regular attacks, which we're not going to do, but he's essentially guarding that turn, which is not good. He also has Naglora, which removes our buff, and that's also not good. So he has a lot of annoying things that he can do.
I don't think it was mentioned. Yeah,
okay,
so he
good.
has these spells.
Very nice.
That is, I think, single target, instant kill, 100%, right? Yeah. And He's the only one that casts it, but Ramrez also has Eterni spells like Eternez, which is like full party, 50% chance of killing. And yeah, death spells are not cool. That's why Delta Shield is here.
And it looks like it's either going to be Gilda or Ica, so we're fine either way, because Gilda can survive and she's guarding. But you cannot skip the animation for this attack, and it's really long, and...
It's also pretty cool. And it was Ica.
No.
That's why we guard.
Yep, she good. It's fun
That
when
is
it
by
works out
far
that
not
way.
what I was expecting. Like, that extra animation and just, nah, I'm good.
So many battleships were destroyed for Ica to just be alive.
There's basically no sell the attack.
Why is Fina outspeeding?
Electrolin, wow.
I mean, Magic's fine. We love seeing Magic.
Oh yeah, no.
I just thought it was funny that because Fina actually went before Vice and Galcian, which is amusing, honestly. Because, yes, in case people don't know, Fina's pretty slow. Unless you put a Dabu hide on her or something else. Alright, here's Naglora.
Well, that's irritating, but whatever.
It happens.
It's definitely not the worst thing that could happen here. It's not Terminal and Ica, so you know what? We'll take it.
It's not terminal, so all he's gonna remove Vice's buff, and we'll just put it back up. It's just annoying in the grand scheme of things. The good thing about Galson's he's not that fast. Slower, definitely slower than Ramirez 1. Ramirez 1's pretty fast as far as his quick stat. Ramirez 2 is pretty slow. But for the most part, he can only really damage you in this fight with single target attacks, because Magic can't hit us, and Naglora does nothing damage-wise, so... All he has is his strong single target attack. And he is almost out. Electrolim, glad to see it.
Wow.
He's used a lot of magic.
He was very agreeable this fight. I think he's in range for this.
He's pretty close. Even if this one doesn't kill, another one will do it. So it's
just
fine.
gonna play around the line. Yep. Okay. I could have Crystalline boxed
barely.
here.
It's all right though. It'll.
Yeah, well, okay. He's not targeting Ica with this, so I'm not getting punished. Whatever.
Shoutouts to the Magic
Either
Pixel.
way, this would have gone off next turn, or this would have gone off this turn, because I wouldn't have been able to Wrath this turn. So, if I thought about the Crystalline box,
he's probably like hanging on by like nothing at this point.
Fina's guarding too, so.
She shrugs it off. Look at her. She's like, I got this. Fine.
Rain of Swords. What? No. Hello. What? No, we don't do that.
I mean, it still would have killed.
Yeah, it would have. But
there you go. Just the magic. Glad to see it.
What a nice Galcian.
Yeah, Galcian was actually
that was
pretty
a really
nice.
good
fight.
He was actually pretty nice, so can't complain.
I guess the only thing to add is, like, with Electrolin, if that hits somehow, it does, like, really moderately slight damage.
yeah, it's like
everyone in a row.
500-600, but it's not. It's not anything really threatening.
Yeah, it's nothing at this point.
So Galcian is like, yeah, right, I'm just gonna escape in my little, escape pod here, whatever you want to call this. But, well, just watch. Someone else has other plans. And guess who?
Vigoro?
Yeah, Vigoro. Holy Vigoro. So, obviously, as smart as he is, of course he had an escape plan, but he wasn't expecting this.
Goodbye, my love.
What?
Yes, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Beleza and her noble sacrifice. Unfortunately.
I have no idea how we heard Galcian scream from there, but you know what? He's pretty extra, so I'll take it.
Beleza has done her job and what she wanted to do, and that is stop Galcian.
Pretty good dynamic lighting there, like the high contrast.
Mm-hmm.
And now Ramirez is going to throw a temper tantrum because he's upset.
That is putting it very lightly.
Very lightly. He is
This
very
man
upset.
Is seething right now.
Yep, he's very, very upset right now. Unfortunately, but it's too bad. We didn't want Galcian to rule the world.
Or destroy it. I mean, let's not...
Or destroy it. We did not want that to happen. Sorry, buddy. You're just gonna have to, learn to live with that. So he's gonna make one last desperate attempt here to do something. And that is called the Reigns of Destruction again. But his attempts will be thwarted again, thanks to the elders, who realized they were wrong after Fina's speech.
And there's the little models inside Gina and Ramirez's rooms.
Yep. So if you visit their rooms, when you go visit the Great Silver Shrine, you can go in the rooms and examine stuff. And you find out that Ramirez, at least originally, was a lot like Vice. That they weren't so different, honestly. And yes, there is no sound here. Your mics and your speakers are not messed up. There is no sound from the game at this point during this scene.
Threw me off the first time I was playing it, for sure.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, hey, is my sound settings doing a hiccup?
Nope, the game just decides there shouldn't be any sound here, except for that one part when it explodes.
Yeah.
So their efforts stop him from doing the Reigns of Destruction again, and also break the barriers, so we can get into Soltis now.
Yep.
The final dungeon.
The Dome of Light, which is conveniently made of chimes, I guess?
Yes.
I don't know.
I don't know. Logic. Video game logic with this game. Just don't question it.
Alright. One more safety save up here, just because I don't want anything to go wrong. I know I equipped the moon cannon. I know I did. I remember mentally telling myself that I equipped the moon cannon. I know I did it. It's done.
It's also safety in case it misses.
Yep.
We do not want that to happen either.
That is very bad.
Yeah. So the next fight, there's a ship fight coming up, but it's like free. Mostly.
It is.
Mostly.
Yeah, it's like the 99.9% type of free. Like, as long as you remembered to equip the moon cannon and you do not get ridiculously unlucky, nothing can possibly go wrong in this fight.
Yes.
It's just not possible.
This is a mandatory ship fight. You can't run away, but it's also a one-time ship fight. The reason why we take it is because it has a drop for a very good gun. The moon gun, and that gun we kind of really need a lot for the final ship fight. Without it, the final ship fight is atrocious.
Yeah, we absolutely need it for Zelos.
I've got to the point where I've sat down and routed out a backup. It is very slow, but I have one just in case I forget to equip the moon cannon, which I've done a lot.
It's not ideal.
I'm not proud of that. No, it's very much not ideal. It is horrid.
Yeah. I think, one of the times I ended up having to do that, it took like an hour just to like get everything and keep on trying to beat Zelos.
Yep.
An hour.
It can be very bad if you do not have at least something routed out, and nothing you can route will ever even approach how good the fight is normally. It's not even close. But just kind of having an idea of not having to go into like panic backup mode is better than nothing.
True.
But I mean, simply don't forget to equip the moon cannon. Like that's
the
more
easy,
the correct solution.
The bottom line, I guess.
Yeah.
Just don't forget. So yeah, this is Shrine Island. Remember this place, guys? From a long time ago, guys, gals, everybody.
The first dungeon of the game. We are back. Again, please note that I mentioned there was absolutely nothing of note about the fact that this slotted perfectly into Zoltis. That's it's a nothing burger. There's nothing to it. It's completely irrelevant. You know, except for the fact that we fought a copy of the first boss
Not
from
important.
in here.
And his
in
remains are still
Zoltis.
sitting there, yep.
Yeah.
Bye, Sentinel.
Weird. Anyway, this door that didn't open before now opens.
Yep.
That's pretty cool. So now we are in a dungeon that, your first time playing this game, you will probably spend about, like, an hour trying to figure out how you're supposed to get through this place. Even the minimap is not particularly useful. But...
And this is the final dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
So we're actually closing in at the end of the game and run.
Yep.
Still quite a bit left, but just slowly whittling it down from here.
The dungeon itself is not incredibly long, but then we have 3 fights.
Yep.
A land fight, a ship battle, and then another land fight.
And the first land fight is...
A doozy.
It's
to say the least. To say the least. Ramirez 1 is incredibly scary, depending on what he decides to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very random. Like, I have like 5 minutes time save on him, and I haven't gotten that time save in once.
Sometimes he just doesn't want to give you a good fight. He just doesn't want to cooperate. A lot of the times that's the case, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can't really prepare for Ramirez. I mean, aside from just doing the route and just being like normally prepared, there's no way to make
just
it
on the
better.
fly, thinking and routing and saying, okay, I need to do this now that this happened.
Mm-hmm. You can't really script this one. We know at least a little bit about his AI, similar to Galcian, where like if he doesn't use Terminal turn 1, he will use it turn 2. Like it's kind of the same with Ramirez and Silver Eclipse, but that that kind of information doesn't stop the fact that he is going to use Silver Eclipse. Like,
It doesn't stop it, yes.
yeah, like it's great that we know. Fantastic.
But he's still gonna do it, and it still
He's
hurts.
still gonna do it. Yep. The damage is still going to be applied to your characters.
And your splits.
Yes. Very much so. It is a long animation. Cool animation, but
he's
long.
not done cutting us. Oh, now. Oh, no, it's one more.
So now we get into this more futuristic looking area than what we just went through. With the last area was kind of run down looking, which it should be. This place is old, been around for a while, and in deep sky for so long. This area is pretty much like just go to the next teleporter repeatedly.
There are 2 treasure chests in here that you have to pick up in Hundo, and one of them, because it's a bounty, you have to go turn it in. So you have to go through this dungeon a total of 3 times.
It's fun. It's great.
It's great. Yeah.
It's wonderful.
Should be this door? Sounds
I
right.
believe so, yes. Oh yeah, this walkway.
The map's filled in. That's cool.
Never seen it before.
Nice sunny day outside. Nothing bad could happen.
Of course not.
No, the thing that happened the last time we went up that hallway where, you know, a continent got wiped off the map,
it's fine.
Maybe that won't happen this time.
Yeah.
Okay, last menu.
Yeah, we do a very, very important menu now.
I've forgotten this one too. That's really fun. Yeah, I've forgotten just about every menu in this game. All right. I'll just do this. I know I'm not going to use Vice's mana, so. All right.
All right, let's go.
It's time for the final fights. Ramirez, please cooperate. So Ramirez won. He's very fast. His quick stat is ridiculous, so he's very fast. And he has very dangerous moves. He has Silver Tundra, which is a very strong single target attack. He has Silver Eclipse, which hits everyone for very
for a lot of
damage. Although the animation is cool, it's something we don't want to see. And then he has Magic, of course, which we would rather see, and then Destruction, which removes our buff on Vice.
And does more damage than Naglora. Not by much, but it does do more damage. And then also, if you get him low and don't kill him, he will use Lunar Blessing and give himself a 600 HP regeneration every turn.
That's also true.
Which can be very irritating if you manage to miss damage ranges, because of a destruction.
He has Lunar Blessing, and that will come into play as he loses HP.
What is it? Glyph. And
then we finally use one of our auras after all this time.
This should work.
So this will instantly give us an entire Spirit Gauge.
Yep, maxes it out. Oh,
Dronos
Dronos.
in first turn is good.
Love to see it. Being outspeed. Being outspeed. Love to see it.
This is about the best first turn you can possibly
This is about as good as you could get on a first turn. Wow. You just love to see it. All right. This is okay so far.
This and I guess this. I'm not gonna focus.
So now from here, we pretty much Delta Shield, Pirate's Wrath.
Yep, the same combo that's carried us through a lot of the game.
Vice outspeeding, very nice. Yep, Silver Eclipse. It was going to happen sooner or later.
Yeah.
Darkness. Sword of the Dark
I think this is the attack, the S move that everybody remembers for Ramirez.
Oh yeah. I wonder why.
It's very
Because
memorable.
it's the one that kills you over and over and over.
It's a very memorable for more than one reason.
Anime.
The good thing with Ica and Vice, the silver armor helps tremendously there, and not doing as much damage as it could do, because it could do a lot more.
This should work.
But Gilder's fast. Yeah,
Can I get a drill nose?
We want magic here. That's what we would prefer that he do. Lunar Blessing,
You know what? We'll take it. Not great.
It's kind of early, but he's whatever. He's using it.
It's still better than Silvery Flames.
This is the regen at basically S move where he puts regen on himself.
Yep. It's a copy of a move that Fina has.
Yep.
But his is 3 times as strong.
Of course. Because
to account for the fact that his HP pool is also way bigger than theirs.
Also true. So he's going to be recovering 600 a turn, which is not great, but
I'm just going to play this safe.
We deal, you know.
Annoying, but whatever.
We'll live with it.
Would have been nice to have Vice outspeed here, but
so we'll just get the buff back up on Vice next turn, and everything will be fine.
This is kind of aggressive, but
hey, you're allowed to play it however you want.
everybody should be pretty close to full HP after the snack rooms. I'm not too worried about an eclipse.
It should be.
Everybody's
It's all
full,
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's the eclipse.
At least you healed before this happened, so.
Sword of the Dark Moon.
Is is she guarding or no?
She is not guarding.
Okay. Well, she'll take the full brunt of this attack then.
She can still live.
She still
smile.
Because her HP is probably good enough still.
Okay, we're good.
She's just low. She's still alive though.
All that matters is that this means that the Glyph of Might goes up on Vice.
Yep.
I could have had Vice glyph himself in a Fina guard, but
Because the thing about this is what your HP levels are at the end of this are what they are when you start Ramirez 2. So, you kind of want to start in the fight with decent HP levels, but sometimes it just doesn't happen.
Yeah. If he decides to spam Silver Eclipse, it can be pretty tricky to get people healed up.
This is why Gilder has the Dabu High, because it makes it so he pretty much outspeeds to use healing items when we need them. Oh, good, the outspeed from Vice, beautiful. Cool,
There we go.
We're out of here.
That was a pretty good fight. No Silver Tundras is good. And only the one destruction is nice.
That fight can go so badly when it wants to, but that was relatively okay.
Yep, we take that.
And then the next fight's free as long as you do the menuing correctly.
And something of note, some people might wonder why I had Vice on Silver against an enemy that appears to be Silver. Ramirez actually is treated as though he does not have an element. You do not gain any damage against him with any elemental type. So you could put your weapons on blue for all you care.
Whatever
Doesn't
color you
actually
like.
do Yep.
It's up to you. If you like a certain color more, go for it. So Ramirez here is making a drastic decision, and he's decided to become one with Zelos.
At the small cost of, his life.
At the small cost of that. But, he's pretty insane anyways at this point. He doesn't care. He just pretty much wants to kill us at this point. Through any means necessary. But the next fight is great. If you really just want to watch Zelos die quickly, enjoy.
Yes, this is a very fast fight. Don't blink.
Just do the menuing correctly and do the inputs correctly.
Yep. Yes. Have the moon gun. Have the moon cannon. That's kind of the strat.
It's pretty important.
Yes. Otherwise, like I've said, you can back this up. It's slow, it's terrible, but it's better than making it up on the fly. That's why I don't like selling deluxe kits, even though they're worth
they have their uses, yeah.
But yeah, having a spare deluxe kit can save you SP in this fight if you have to back up.
Yep.
Second option. Second option.
So this is very important, those text options there. So depending on which options you pick there, you're either going to get Zelos using Drillnos or Zelos using Silenus. The options that we chose, he will use Silenus, which is not threatening in the slightest because we're not going to cast magic. And yeah, but that's it. We don't have to really do anything else because he's not going to use Drillnos anymore. And that's it. So to answer the question that was asked earlier in chat, do we still silence Zelos? No, we don't.
Yeah, there's not really any danger to not, because it's like, oh no, we've been silenced. All those magic cannons we were planning on using, they no longer work.
We don't need to, and because we don't have to silence him, we save the SP from not using Silenus, and we also save not having to buy a machine oil, which costs 2,000 gold a piece. So gold savings.
That's almost half of a parenthesis.
That is true. Gold is even these little things of cutting things out and saving gold, they add up so much. So we're pretty much just doing some setup here. The first turn is just getting our buff up and then getting our SP to the level we need it so we can do a couple of things or a few things next turn that we need to do. Alchemist, first of all. Moon Gun. And of course, Urala. And remember that we still have the hybrid wax. We got a hybrid wax drop off the Blackbeard 2, that we still have. So we have basically a second Alchemist that we can use in item form. And we'll be using that next turn.
Yep. And we used our second Apo wax on the first turn of this fight, so that'll stay up until turn 4.
Yep.
There.
So we don't have to rebuff.
Yep, unlike using the Apo waxes. We use the other one on the Hydra.
So just enjoy the damage of this fight, because that's just numbers. You're just going to see numbers.
Yeah, big large numbers. Yeah, as you can see, even if we don't silence Zelos, his attacks aren't really particularly threatening. And this is without any gear to improve our magic defense on our ship.
Yep. That is true. Magic is severely outclassed as the game goes on. Unfortunate.
Yeah, it scales
it's unfortunate.
Incredibly poorly.
It's very unfortunate, and if they ever did a remake of this game, hopefully it's something they could fix and address and make magic more useful, but who knows? So, believe it or not, everyone, this is the last turn.
What?
Yeah, watch what we do to him this turn.
Just watch. You might not think that just looking at how much health he has, like to start this turn, but yeah.
Yeah, that's why the math isn't working right in my head.
So to clarify, Zealous is 240,000 HP, and we dealt 0 damage to him on turn 1.
Yep, 0.
This is the power of good routing.
The vast majority of the damage is going to be done on the very last slot when we use the moon cannon.
Not to be confused with the Moonstone Cannon.
Yes, not to be confused with the Moonstone Cannon, but the Moon
that
Cannon.
That costs a lot more SP.
But because the Moon Cannon is a main cannon and using Vice's attack stat, and because we have Apowax, Ilkamus up, and that particular damage slot is very damaging.
A quarter of his health in one shot.
Also, Zealous totally had these claw things on him, like before that happened. Totally, that there was
those were there. Yeah,
there wasn't supposed to be a scene that showed him like forming the claws, but we killed him too quickly before it could happen. Totally didn't happen.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty good Zealous fight.
Bye, Zealous.
Yeah. And yeah, much like with Ramirez, like there's not really much you can do to prepare for that fight other than the fact that it's fully scripted. So you just make sure you did the menuing right and nothing goes wrong. It's simple.
It's simple. It works. It's great.
Yeah, that is absolutely just like my favorite part of this run is just watching the final ship battle just explode. After he does like 6,000 damage to you with magic cannons. Nice job, dude. Great.
Yeah, we have one last fight, which is Ramirez 2. He's less threatening than Ramirez 1. He's slower for one thing, but he also has a mind control attack, which is called Silver Nightmare, where he can take control of a character, any character that has S moves, which is Vice and Ica in this case. And if he does control them, he uses one of their S moves that does damage at random. And they lose their turn. Whatever that action they were going to perform gets lost. So it's the worst thing he can do, really. But we'll see what happens. If he controls Ica, it's like nothing. Who cares?
Yeah, she used Alpha Storm and he took like 130 damage.
Yeah.
And that takes his turn as well. So it's like, nice job, man.
Other than that, he still has Destruction, he still has Magic, and he still has a strong single target attack.
Also, his regular attacks can inflict Driln. So weaken.
That's also true, yes.
Yep.
The rarely seen normal attack, which it can happen.
I've lost a lot of time doing it in run once.
But if it happens, yes, it's bad. Oh, here we go. I think that's Vice. Exactly.
Oh. Gotta make it dramatic, I guess.
Well, here we go, unfortunately.
Depends on what he does. Rain of Swords.
Rain of
this
Swords.
Could be worse. And it's because we're unbuffed, it's gonna hurt. It shouldn't kill anybody. Yeah.
That is honestly the least threatening thing he could have done with Vice.
Yeah, Cutlass Fury on anybody probably would have killed them, so.
Because generally he just hauls off and kills Fina with Pirate's Wrath or something like that, because she's not surviving that. Yes, he is still non-elemental here, so it doesn't matter what weapon color you have.
We're gonna do this, and this, and... She just dies to a silver bind, so I don't think it actually matters.
Yeah, that's all she'll die to, really.
Yeah, so we'll do this. And hope we outspeed.
The glyph is more important here.
Yep.
This should work.
I mean, obviously surviving is important too.
Yeah, like,
but
Fina dying is like irritating in that it'll mess up our spirit generation, but it's like fine.
Drill Nose.
Okay, Drill Nose is great.
Perfect. So Fina gets her turn without dying.
And now I'm just gonna put her on guard duty first.
Yep. Her mission from now on is just pretty much to guard, because she's just an SP generating machine, because she's got the warrior's heart on.
Focus.
What we got? Silver
Shane
Pines on Vice.
No, go ahead.
Is he full health?
Yes.
Okay. Because, I mean, he survives, but especially since he has silver armor on.
Yep. Yeah, plus he has strengthen.
And he's buffed, yeah. Because that actually is an attack and defense buff for people that didn't know.
This is only a little bit of overkill, by the way.
Even Fina can survive this if she's guarding in full health. Shocking, I know, but she can. Also, this music it slaps. Just gonna throw it out
This
there.
song is incredible.
The final boss music is absolutely a jam.
The opportunity version of it, which hopefully we'll hear by the end of this turn, is also really good. There we go.
Destruction? Alrighty.
Ah, come on.
It's annoying, but...
Yeah, it's not Silver Nightmare killing someone, like...
Silver Binds is very over the top as an animation. There's a lot going on there, but I'd argue Silver Eclipse is worse.
Oh, yeah. Silver Eclipse also a longer animation.
It's longer.
The fact that Vice didn't outspeed is criminal.
Like Vice,
So
why?
that's what, 12, 16? We'll do this, actually. This. A lot of these endgame fights is just kind of playing it by ear and knowing damage ranges, so...
Yep. Making sure you're healed.
Can't really, like, follow a script for fights where bosses have attacks
Silver
that can
Binds
just
again?
one-shot people. Yep,
On
fine.
Vice?
He's full health, I don't care.
Everyone's just annoying, mainly because the animation's pretty long.
And notably in this fight, Ramirez does not actually have an AoE S move outside of Destruction.
Yes, that's
So
correct.
there's no real danger of him killing two people at once, which
Or if
can
he-
happen if he eclipses back-to-back turns, and that's really frightening.
Or if he uses Rain of Swords.
Yeah,
With
which,
Vice.
1,000 damage. Sure.
Which is like, whatever.
So you'll see that one did about 500 more damage to Vice than the last, and that's because we didn't have Strengthen up.
Yeah, the dog we had on Gilder for this fight is absolutely essential. Oh wow, outspeeding even Gilder.
Really?
Amazing.
Right.
Sometimes Vice will do that. Turn order is a suggestion here.
Yeah.
Technically Gilder should be faster, but oh wow, the normal attack. Okay. And the counter.
Get him! Oh no, you've weakened my Gilder.
Oh, no.
Unfortunate. Alright, cool. Did I do that right?
Oh yeah, I know what you're doing, yeah. But I don't remember what the inputs are exactly.
Yeah, hang on.
But I know
need
what.
to look this up.
But I know what you're doing.
Him to take his thing
You
off?
got the goggle.
Yes.
Hold on, I literally just had it up. Where is Vice?
For the fans.
Yeah, one sec. It's
There it is. Okay, cool. Got
okay,
it.
never mind. You got it.
Okay, yeah, you can take Vice's goggle off. Just want to do it for the last turn because it's cool. And then we'll throw a Crystalline Box, and this should kill.
Just nice little Easter egg there. For the fans.
This should work.
It doesn't affect out of battle, so. That Crystalline Box was just for safety.
Buddy, we don't care. You can do distraction.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it.
About the only thing here that might have been irritating would have been him nightmaring Vice, but
Oh yeah,
even that, like at this point, I could have just thrown another Crystalline Box and left
let
somebody on the ground.
Vice's S move just play out.
Yeah, sure, I
For
can
fun.
do that.
Just for the fun.
People did want to see Cutlass Fury earlier, so. And And time is when the animation for his death starts to play. Which is...
Time.
GG.
GG.
It seemed like a pretty okay Ramirez too.
That was not
was
bad.
fun.
Yeah, that Ramirez 2 fight was not bad. Ramirez was actually pretty nice.
Yeah,
That was
single nightmare and like 2 binds and vice. Like you can't really ask for better there. Yeah, overall the endgame luck was really good. Got a good luck on Galcian. Like he casted Electrum like twice.
Yeah.
That's fine.
That
We can
Galcian
take
fight
those.
was unreal.
Had a good
Yeah,
Hydra,
we're looking
too.
at a 11, 17, 13.
Wow.
That's actually really impressive.
That is insane.
Yeah.
All things considered.
Wow.
Genuinely incredible.
So we throw the Silver Moon Crystal overboard as Ramirez is buried. Let's see.
Yep, pretty much.
Just
We
throw
say
them
goodbye to
in the-
Ramirez.
And that's
Get out of
everything.
here.
I do like that some people in the chat were not aware about the goggle thing.
Yeah, the goggle thing is pretty cool.
So that's amazing that some people now know about it.
All right. Well, do you want to do any final shout-outs while we're
Yeah,
wrapping
like-
up the end of the show?
Like, definitely. First off, I mean, obviously, big shout outs to, like, the entire Skies community. Like, everybody around is super friendly. We have a lot of great runners, a lot of great people routing. As we mentioned, we have, like, great data mining people. Like, we've been doing a lot of work to try to improve this run and find ways to attempt to save some meaningful amounts of time. But at the end of the day, without any, like, big cutscene skips or anything, we can't really get too much below, like, a 10:30 or whatever. But right now, that's kind of the holy grail of runs. That's what we're looking for. Shoutouts to 7th Armstrong, who was on pace once. And then, I don't remember what happened. Didn't he get, like, absolutely bodied by the Hydra or something?
And his RTA PB, he's fine now. His Hydra's fixed and his routing, pretty much,
Okay.
anyways.
But yeah, he had a really good run once that kind of died tragically. And yeah, shout outs to the Skies community. Shout outs to, I mean, GDQ for letting us put this on. Like, that's really great. We've been trying to get this game, like, at least shown in some context in speedrunning stuff for a while. But because of its length, it's obviously pretty difficult to do so. Shoutouts to Arcadia for all the work she does routing. Shoutouts to Chronoon for being here and running a segment and commentating. Shoutouts to both Paige and Mario, PageCartoons and Mario Naharis for fantastic segments earlier. Shoutouts to Yagamoth for coming and helping commentate on really, really short notice. And shoutouts to Crispy for being around as well. And for helping get this whole thing set up and put together. That's really the bulk of it.
Yeah.
So,
and
and I mean, shout out to everybody who came out to watch too. Like,
oh yeah,
it's great to see that we had so many people watching.
Anybody that was here and watched this, I don't care how long you were here. Thank you for just being here during this run. Amber, you get a huge thank you and shout out for everything you did for us, like to get this going. You helped us like so much in this process. We appreciate it. And really anyone on the GDQ side that helped with this, like put this on, and y'all are greatly appreciated, honestly.
Yeah, thank you guys so
Yeah.
much.
Thank you very much.
It was absolutely my pleasure to help make this a reality, honestly. Because again, the length of the run means that it's extremely difficult to get that greenlit, just because you worry about the wellness of the runner. And I know y'all do that on your own channel and everything, but like, as someone who has also done like anywhere from 14 to 18 hours of speed runs in one sitting, thank you, Sonic Adventure 2 180 Emblem GameCube version. Like, I can't in good conscience like recommend someone sit down and like regularly do really long runs like this. That's why there is a segmented category for this game on the leaderboard.
Exactly.
It is very important to
we-
take care of yourselves.
We also just ran a segmented tournament. That was pretty cool.
Yep, we did.
Yeah.
That way more people could participate.
Yep, yeah, because it's just, I mean, even discounting the wellness part of it, like, finding a block to do an 11-hour run, like, just in your own free time is hard. That is really
It's not
difficult.
easy.
It requires a lot of planning in advance. Like, it's not a thing you can do on the regular.
Yep.
And I just want to remind everyone that if you are watching this on YouTube, by the way, you should be sure to press the like button. I keep trying to say like button and keep coming up with like bucket. But fill the like bucket by clicking the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel. And also go to twitch.tv/gamesdonequick if you're interested in looking at our live content, which starts weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. And if you want to follow what Games Done Quick is up to, use links in Twitch chat for all things GDQ. And one final reminder that your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support Games Done Quick with AGDQ 2023 costs, including the hotel cancellation costs. So please consider subscribing to help support Games Done Quick. And y'all should also consider checking out the Skies of Arcadia community. They've been nothing but incredible to work with. Very, very, kind, understanding, receptive, and honestly, one of the best communities I've worked with since I've started working with Hotfix for the last, 2 years. So,
Thank you.
We appreciate
that being said, yeah. So thank you again for being on and doing this. Huge shout outs to all of you. And tomorrow, starting at Sunday, technically, it's 12:47 a.m. It's Sunday. Starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, we're going to have a very special showcase of Devil May Cry speedruns for the Devil May Cry 2 anniversary. So if you really liked this and you want another long day of really awesome speedruns of a different flavor, check that out, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. Until then, though, please look after yourselves and your loved ones. Drink some water, stretch your legs, eat a snack, take your medicine or vitamins if you need to, and remember that you're valid and deserve all the best. Send all of this wonderful positive energy over to our raid target tonight, and have a great rest of your night. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.